Xiao Su, take off your stockings and give them to me, Lin Tian said, wiping the sweat off his forehead, addressing the girl in black stockings under the coconut tree. What do you want to do? Su Sitong's charming face flushed with a rosy hue, and she shrank her little feet wrapped in black stockings, angrily saying, "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because we're on a deserted island." The company organized a team-building event at sea, but the cruise ship hit a reef and sank. A few colleagues ended up drifting to this island together, clinging to a lifeboat. Lin Tian stared at Su Sitong's black stockings, feeling parched, and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm here to pick coconuts." Just thinking about the sweet coconut juice made Su Sitong, whose throat was almost on fire, unable to resist licking her lips. Are you kidding a fool? Coconut trees are over 20 meters high, and you think you can pick coconuts with just a pair of socks? Ha! Immediately, laughter erupted from his side. Lin Tian frowned and looked over, sitting on the nearby beach were a beautiful woman and a slick, well-groomed man, both of whom were high-level executives of the company. The woman who just mocked me is the department head, my direct superior, Chen Shuiyun. This woman has gotten used to treating me like a dog in the company. She complained that the compressed biscuits on the lifeboat were not tasty and actually threw them all into the sea. I simply said that emergency food is meant to save lives and shouldn't be wasted. As a result, Chen Shuiyun pointed her finger at me and scolded, "What qualifications do you, a stinky cow, have to talk back to your superior? Only a poor dog like you could stomach something that tastes like pig food." The slick-haired, made-up man Zhang Haoyong added, "Xiao Su, don't let this kid Lin Tian fool you. Who uses socks to pick coconuts? He's just a pervert with special preferences." Zhang Haoyong is Lin Tian's team leader. Although his position is not high, he is the grandson of a major shareholder, and he is just there to enjoy the perks of the company. He usually assigns all the hard work to Lin Tian and even deducts Lin Tian's salary arbitrarily. "Did you forget to wipe your mouth after using the restroom?" Lin Tian frowned, confronting them heated. It was one thing to endure in the company for the sake of a meal, but now that they were on a deserted island, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't give them a good face. Whether they could eat or not depended on their abilities. Lin Tian's grandfather had been on the battlefield, and ever since he was young, Lin Tian had been trained in the wilderness by the strict old man, gaining a wealth of survival experience. Using Su Sitong's black silk to pick coconuts may be something others can't do, but it's not difficult for Lin Tian. Zhang Haoyong's face immediately flushed with anger. He didn't expect that this usually submissive, low-level employee would dare to confront him today. "You perverted man, you managed to deceive Su Sitong, but you can't fool me. The coconut tree is straight and smooth, with very little friction. Without any tools, it's absolutely impossible to climb up and pick coconuts." Chen Shuiyun snorted coldly. "Xiao Su, do you believe me?" Lin Tian said, ignoring the situation and looking at Su Sitong. "Here, take it." Although Su Sitong didn't understand why using her black stockings could help pick coconuts, she chose to trust Lin Tian anyway. The girl took off her black stockings and handed them to Lin Tian, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. Her face flushed like a boiling teapot. It was so embarrassing to give her worn socks to a big guy. Lin Tian took the black stockings and immediately twisted them into a rope to tie around his ankles. He then hugged the smooth, straight coconut tree and started to climb up. Using the friction of the stockings against the trunk, Lin Tian steadily ascended as if climbing a ladder. Su Sitong was taken aback, her almond-shaped eyes wide. "So this is how stockings are used. I really didn't expect that Lin Tian actually knew so much about outdoor skills." The old man taught him how to climb coconut trees using ropes. But where could he find a rope at this moment? So Lin Tian set his sights on Su Sitong's stockings. Chen Shuiyun was taken aback when she saw this. She didn't expect Lin Tian to actually climb up, and her face suddenly turned a bit awkward. "You idiot, rescue is definitely coming soon. Yet you're crawling up the tree like a dog. It's truly ridiculous." She seemed to want to gain the upper hand with her words. Zhang Haoyong swallowed hard, his greedy gaze fixed on the coconuts at the top of the tree. Lin Tian finally climbed to the top of the tree. He gently twisted the bottom of a coconut, and a heavy coconut was plucked down. There were a total of 6 coconuts on the coconut tree. After Lin Tian picked them all, he slid down the tree, hugged the coconuts, and smashed one against a large rock, instantly cracking it open. He handed the coconut to Su Sitong, and the girl's eyes sparkled as she took small sips. The refreshing and sweet coconut water burst upon the taste buds, and Su Sitong, feeling replenished, felt her soul leap with joy. Lin Tian, sipping the coconut water, was mesmerized. The opening on the coconut was not very neat, and a lot of coconut water flowed down from the corner of Su Sitong's mouth to her collarbone, trickling on her clothes, which immediately revealed the bulging light purple fabric underneath. Su Sitong, this troublemaker, has such a dominating figure. Hey, are you two the only ones drinking the coconut? Don't you know how to share with your colleagues? You really have no sense of awareness at all. Zhang Haoyong walked over and was about to grab the coconut on the ground. Su Sitong pursed her lips. Just thinking about mocking Lin Tian earlier made her reluctant to give him the coconut. However, she didn't dare to say much. I won't give it to you. Lin Tian was not one to be coddled. He directly pushed Zhang Haoyong aside. Zhang Haoyong was instantly furious, but seeing Lin Tian, who was a head taller than him, he didn't dare to act. Suddenly, he had a brainwave and said condescendingly, Lin Tian, I don't care about the coconut, but you need to understand how to respect women. Therefore, you must bring out the coconut to share with Supervisor Chen. This is your superior teaching you how to be a gentleman. Understand? Chen Shuiyun looked at the coconut in Lin Tian's hand, swallowed hard, and snorted, I still find the coconut picked by this loser distasteful. Now you realize that offending the higher-ups means seeking forgiveness? Zhang Haoyong licked his lips and instructed, the remaining 5 should be divided into 3 for Supervisor Chen and 2 for me. Lin Tian, you're responsible for cracking open the coconuts. Hurry up. Su Sitong was dumbfounded. Why was it that Lin Tian picked the coconuts but ended up with none? It was unfair. Lin Tian sneered coldly, get lost. This isn't a company. Do you still want to treat yourself like a workhorse? You dare to scold me? I will definitely deduct your salary. Zhang Haoyong shouted with a flushed face. Chen Shuiyun was even more infuriated and said, Lin Tian, if you don't correct your attitude, I will definitely expel you. Lin Tian replied calmly, do as you wish. Whether he could survive and go back was still uncertain. Yet they were still trying to suppress him with the company's rules. It was clear that these two had not grasped the severity of the current situation. This nonchalant attitude made Chen Shuiyun grit her teeth in frustration. Seeing Lin Tian smash the coconut and drink it greedily made her drool with envy. While Lin Tian was sipping the coconut water, he suddenly noticed a plant with oval-shaped small leaves at the edge of the rainforest behind him, and his eyes lit up instantly. Dinner is settled. Xiao Su, pick some more of these leaves. We will rely on them for dinner later. The roots of these leaves contain a toxin called fish toxin, which can stun fish when crushed. The fresher they are, the stronger the toxicity, but they have no effect on the human body. Dinner is tree leaves? Su Sitong frowned, but still went to pick the leaves. Zhang Haoyong laughed loudly. Lin Tian, is this your skill? Taking little Su to eat leaves? That's just hilarious. Chen Shuiyun seized the opportunity to retaliate, coldly snorting, trash is just trash. Thinking that picking a coconut makes you impressive, but in the end, you're still bottom-tier garbage, only worthy of eating tree leaves. Lin Tian ignored their mockery, crushed the leaves he had picked, and dug a sand pit in the shallow water, placing all the crushed leaves into the pit. Su Sitong looked on with a puzzled expression. It turns out that leaves are not meant to be picked and eaten. Soon, she saw a few sea fish swimming over. After playing by the sandpit for a while, I unexpectedly turned over. Lin Tian, we have fish to eat. Su Sitong saw a few motionless sea fish in the sandpit and was extremely excited. It was at that moment she realized that picking leaves wasn't for eating herself, but for poisoning the fish. At that moment, I felt even more admiration for Lin Tian. He is truly impressive. He knows so much about wilderness knowledge. Lin Tian was very happy being able to poison 2 fish had exceeded his expectations. Chen Shuiyun and Zhang Haoyong were instantly envious, their eyes turning red, when they saw Lin Tian catch 2 fish from the sea one after another. They haven't eaten anything for most of the day, and the emergency rations on the lifeboat were long ago thrown into the sea by Chen Shuiyun. Lin Tian is really lucky. It's like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse and managing to catch a fish. Zhang Haoyong said with a hint of jealousy. Chen Shuiyun snorted coldly. Sea fish are both fishy and smelly. It's useless even if you catch them without fire. I don't know what's so happy about it. Really foolish. Su Sitong, with her keen observation, found a wooden board and a branch and volunteered, saying, they'll start a fire by drilling wood. She squatted down in front of Lin Tian wearing a short skirt, which instantly made Lin Tian's nose feel a bit congested. However, Su Sitong didn't seem to notice this. Her fair little feet stepped on the wooden board, and she held a branch in both hands, seriously rubbing it. You could be exhausted and sweating profusely, but there isn't even a wisp of smoke on the wooden board. Making fire by friction is not that easy. Lin Tian reluctantly shifted his gaze and went to the edge of the rainforest to find a new piece of wood. To start a fire, he needed something like sisal or hibiscus wood, which is light, soft, dry, and has a low ignition point. Using a stick to press against the hollow in the wood, Lin Tian quickly rubbed it back and forth, and soon enough, smoke began to rise. He increased his speed, and when there were enough black charred particles in the groove, he immediately poured them onto the prepared dry grass and pine needles, which instantly ignited into flames. Lin Tian, you are really amazing. Su Sitong looked at Lin Tian with a hint of admiration in her eyes. How does he know how to do everything? Is this still the inconspicuous little employee in that company? Lin Tian smiled, picked up a large shell to use as a cutting tool, sliced open the belly of the fish, and buried the fish entrails in a sand pit to prevent wild animals in the rainforest from smelling the blood. Then he used a wooden stick to skewer the fish and placed it over the fire to roast. Soon, the sea fish was sizzling and oozing with oil as it was being grilled, making Lin Tian and Su Sitong, who were already starving, salivate with anticipation. Soon, the golden fish was ready, and Lin Tian and Su Sitong each grabbed a fish and began to feast on it. They enjoyed a bite of grilled fish followed by a sip of coconut juice, feeling extremely content. On the other side, Chen Shuiyun and Zhang Haoyong both stared with wide eyes. Chen Shuiyun swallowed hard and said, "Grilled fish without any seasoning is definitely going to taste terrible. How could someone like me, who values a sense of ceremony, eat such trash? Only those at the bottom of the social ladder can stomach that." Zhang Haoyong bragged, "Aren't they just two pathetic fish? I can easily catch salmon with just a flick of my hand." Chen Shuiyun, who had been starving for a long time, immediately brightened up. "Brother Zhang, hurry up and catch some fish. Someone wants to eat salmon." Zhang Haoyong was immediately taken aback. How could he catch fish? He was just bragging. Can you still catch salmon with your bare hands? Are you brave enough to boast about catching something bigger? Lin Tian couldn't help but say, "Salmon is a deep-sea fish. These rich guys are spoiled and have no basic knowledge of nature. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean Brother Zhang can't. If you don't have the capability, then keep your mouth shut, you know? If you're so capable, why don't you go catch a salmon yourself?" Chen Shuiyun chimed in. Lin Tian chuckled, "Of course I can't catch it. Salmon live at depths of 1,500 meters in the sea, and I'm not like Zhang Haoyong, who is a submarine." "Who see I?" Su Sitong couldn't help it and covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Zhang Haoyong, caught in the act, flushed with anger and shot a furious glare at Lin Tian. Chen Shuiyun cast him a subtle glance. This guy was really just a show-off, making her feel embarrassed as well. Just then, a faint cry for help from a woman suddenly came from the rainforest behind them. "Help! Is anyone there? There are still survivors." "It's Yanxi," Chen Shuiyun exclaimed. Chu Yanxi, the company's female CEO, is the ice goddess who captivates countless men. Chen Shuiyun is her best friend, and upon hearing Chu Yanxi's cry for help, she immediately rushed into the jungle. "Don't be afraid, President Chu, I'm coming." Zhang Haoyong excitedly followed closely behind, fantasizing about Hero saving the beauty and winning Chu Yanxi's heart. Lin Tian originally didn't want to enter the rainforest, as there were various poisonous insects and fierce beasts within. It would be safest to wait for rescue to arrive on the beach. But now someone is calling for help, and we can't just stand by and do nothing. "Sit tight on the beach, Sitong," Lin Tian instructed. "If everyone goes into the jungle, they might all be in danger and face total disaster. Leaving one person on the beach ensures that if a rescue team arrives, they won't be missed. Be careful, Lin Tian." Su Sitong watched Lin Tian's figure disappear into the rainforest, her eyes filled with concern. Inside the rainforest, Lin Tian and the others moved forward in the hot and humid conditions. Due to the high humidity, sweat was difficult to expel from their bodies, making the rainforest feel even hotter than the beach. Chen Shuiyun's cheeks were flushed, and her whole body was soaked. Her dress clung to her body, revealing the black lace underneath. However, Lin Tian had no intention to appreciate it. As the cries for help grew closer, he noticed that there were claw marks on the tree trunks around him, left by a beast. This place is not suitable for staying long. At this moment, Chu Yanxi appeared in sight. She was sitting under the tree, clutching one of her legs, no longer the cold and aloof person she usually was, her face looking somewhat pale. "Yanxi, President Chu, are you okay?" Zhang Haoyong and Chen Shuiyun immediately rushed over to help Chu Yanxi up. However, Chu Yanxi let out a painful grunt, as there was a long cut on her snow-white calf, oozing a little blood. "With such a long cut, we need to clean the wound and stop the bleeding immediately. Otherwise, if it gets infected and causes a fever, it could be life-threatening." Lin Tian frowned. On the already water-scarce deserted island, a fever was a deadly disease. Chu Yanxi was taken aback. "What nonsense are you talking about? Cursing Sister Yanxi, right? It's just a small injury. You're exaggerating, Chen Shuiyun said. Zhang Haoyong mocked. You creep. You just want to touch President Chu's leg, right? President Chu? This guy is a character issue. Hearing this, Chu Yanxi looked at Lin Tian with a wary expression. Believe it or not, Lin Tian scoffed coldly, treating good intentions as if they were worthless. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. I will definitely protect you and ensure that you are not threatened in any way, especially from the sleazy men who are the bad apples in some companies. Zhang Haoyong patted his chest in assurance, casting a pointed glance at Lin Tian. However, at that moment, a rustling sound came from the vegetation ahead. Suddenly, a massive black silhouette burst into view, causing Lin Tian and the others to widen their eyes in shock. A black bear? A huge black bear charged out, opening its wide mouth, with sharp fangs glistening in the light and still stained with blood and flesh. It let out a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very soul. Oh my god! Zhang Haoyong screamed, pushing the pale-faced Chu Yanxi forward and desperately running in another direction. The towering cliff, standing at an impressive 50 meters, instilled a sense of trepidation in the three young women, rendering their legs weak at the mere sight. For them, this challenge seemed insurmountable. Yet, to ascend back to the precipice, one among them had to brave the climb. Otherwise, retreat would be impossible. To summon rescue, their location must be near the coast. Otherwise, the rescue team would remain oblivious to their plight. At this moment, Lin Tian had ascended over 40 meters of the cliff face, with less than 10 meters left to reach the summit. He found himself in the most perilous position. A fall from this height would be fatal. As he neared the top, the bandage on his left arm was already stained crimson, a testament to the physical exertion and strain that had caused his wound to reopen. While he could endure the pain, the injury diminished his strength. Sweat poured from him as if he had just emerged from a bath. Though his left arm was compromised, just a few meters remained to achieve his goal. Suddenly, in a moment of desperation, the rock that Lin Tian was gripping with his left hand crumbled beneath him, sending him into a freefall. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as if the gates of hell had swung open. Below, the three young women gasped in horror, their hearts gripped by fear. As if ensnared by some unseen force, their breaths caught in their throats. In that critical instant, Lin Tian drew a military shovel from his waist and plunged it into a crevice in the rock face, gripping the handle tightly as he dangled precariously. After a tense moment of swaying, he finally found purchase on protruding rocks below, stabilizing himself and ultimately scaling the cliff. Once on top, Lin Tian wasted no time resting. He quickly scanned the area, relieved to find no sign of Zhang Haoyong. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in a mixture of hot and cold sweat. He was acutely aware of the peril he had just evaded, nearly plummeting to his demise. Fortunately, in that moment of crisis, the shovel had lodged firmly in the rock, providing him the necessary support. Had it not, he would surely have met a grim fate. Chu Yanxi, Su Sitong, and Chen Shuiyun, the three young women, were equally drenched in sweat, their hearts racing with residual fear. In the sweltering heat, their palms and soles felt icy. The moment Lin Tian had almost fallen seemed to stretch into eternity, leaving their minds blank with terror. Now, in retrospect, they felt a profound dread, not only for their comrade Lin Tian, but also for their own lives, which hinged precariously on his survival. If Lin Tian had perished, how long could they endure in this unknown forest below? They would likely never witness the sunrise again. After a while, Lin Tian finally spotted a vine cascading down the cliff. The girls breathed a sigh of relief, indicating that Zhang Haoyong was indeed absent. Be sure to secure it tightly, with several loops. Otherwise, a fall could prove fatal, Lin Tian called down. Despite the vine's resilience, a misstep could result in disaster. Chu Yanxi took the lead, wrapping the vine around her waist multiple times before tying it securely. You can pull me up now, she shouted. Lin Tian began to exert himself, gradually hoisting Chu Yanxi upwards. However, she felt a pang of guilt relying solely on him, so she pushed against the rocks with her feet. Miss Chu, are you trying to make my task harder? Lin Tian's voice echoed from above, filled with exasperation. If you push against the wall, your body will sway, requiring me to exert even more effort to pull you up. Chu Yanxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. She had only intended to lessen his burden, but instead, it had displeased him. One by one, Lin Tian pulled the three girls up to the summit, collapsing onto the ground, utterly spent. The exertion had been monumental. First, he had scaled the cliff unaided, and then he had drawn the girls up, all while nursing an injury. Lin Tian was now in a state of utter fatigue. Tian Gu, let me fan you, Su Sitong offered, squatting beside him and using a banana leaf to create a gentle breeze. The cool air provided a measure of relief. When Lin Tian turned to look, he was instantly revitalized. Su Sitong, clad only in a short-sleeved shirt, presented an unintentional allure. "Sitong, get up. Close your eyes this instant," he exclaimed, his heart racing. The mischievous duo, Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun, swiftly pulled Sitong up, while Chen Shuiyun covered Lin Tian's eyes with her hands. How infuriating! Chu Yanxi lamented, exasperated by Sitong's obliviousness to the situation. "Lin Tian, you take advantage of this innocent girl. Do you not feel any guilt?" Chen Shuiyun hissed. Her teeth clenched. Lin Tian shot her a glance. "When did you become so righteous?" How ironic. These two friends were utterly insufferable. After straining to pull them to safety, he merely wished to enjoy a moment of tranquility, only to be interrupted by their antics. Sitong remained blissfully unaware, still confused by the commotion. After regaining his composure, Lin Tian surveyed the ground littered with the bodies of pirates, all reduced to mere remnants. This served as a stark reminder of the devastating power of a fully loaded AK-47. Having navigated the rainforest for over 2 hours, he had managed to eliminate just a handful of pirates through sheer knowledge and skill. In contrast, an automatic rifle could dispatch numerous foes in mere seconds. The three girls gazed at the carnage, a sense of unease creeping in. However, after 2 days of mental fortitude, they adapted more swiftly than before. "Collect anything useful," Lin Tian ordered, leading the way to search the bodies. These pirates, notorious for their cruelty, surely possessed some valuables. Yet, in such an environment, Lin Tian found little interest in gold or silver. Precious metals held no value without the means to trade them, rendering them as worthless as stones, neither nourishing nor quenching thirst. What truly mattered here were tools and weapons, like compasses and knives. Though the girls were now accustomed to the sight of corpses, the thought of rummaging through them weighed heavily on their minds. How disgusting, they're all covered in blood. What is there to find? Chen Shuiyun muttered in complaint. "You want to have dinner if you don't," Lin Tian replied flatly. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't as grimy as she had imagined. With a resigned sigh, Chen Shuiyun reluctantly began to search the bodies. Ultimately, they uncovered a trove of jewelry, gold necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and rings. However, these treasures held little significance on this desolate island. Instead, there was a necklace made of iron nails, which Lin Tian carefully tucked away. This necklace, crafted from dozens of small iron nails, might prove useful. As for luxury items, there was indeed a valuable possession that would serve a significant purpose. The Rolex Submariner, a fine find. Lin Tian removed the exquisite watch, worth over 100,000, from his wrist. The Submariner is quite a renowned timepiece. While its price may not be at the pinnacle within the realm of watches, it was certainly beyond Lin Tian's means previously. On this deserted island, where time was only discernible by the sun, having a watch now provided clarity and allowed for better planning. Apart from the watch, all other valuables were buried on the spot. Wearing them served little purpose, and they could be unearthed when an opportunity to return arose. Lin Tian did not take a machete. His entrenching tool sufficed as a weapon. A heavy machete would be cumbersome for the three girls to wield effectively. However, there were 3 Nepalese kukris, which he distributed among the girls. The kukris were lightweight, easily manageable for them, and highly functional, embodying the principles of optimal mechanical design, making them far more useful than the hefty machetes. Lin Tian selected an axe for himself, feeling immense satisfaction with it. This tool was exceptionally adept. With it, chopping trees and bamboo became a simple task. Though the entrenching tool was a marvel, it struggled against robust trees, being only capable of severing thinner branches. The long-handled axe, however, was truly designed for felling, enabling the crafting of more tools. Lastly, he came across a compass, which would eliminate the need for convoluted methods of determining direction. A mere glance would suffice to discern the cardinal points, thus enhancing convenience and efficiency. Most importantly, he discovered a dozen military canteens, which were filled with various types of alcohol. These canteens far surpassed plastic bottles in utility, as they could be heated directly over a fire. Moreover, some of the alcohol could prove advantageous in critical moments. Lin Tian ensured to take all of them. Additionally, there was a pair of binoculars, another crucial item. Scattered across the ground were numerous firearms, but sadly, all the ammunition had been claimed by Zhang Haoyong. These empty shells were rendered useless. If only there had been bullets. With so many guns, they would have been invincible on this island. Should they encounter a formidable beast like a black bear, wielding an AK-47 would ensure victory against even the strongest adversary. Of course, such scenarios remained purely hypothetical. It was a pity to leave so many weapons behind to waste. Chu Yanxi shook her head in regret. She was quite familiar with firearms. Although the scattered weapons were not top tier, their potential in enhancing survival odds on the island was immense. Let's wrap them in banana leaves and bury them here, Lin Tian suggested. Given the current humidity and rainfall, these firearms would rust and decay rapidly. Burying them would preserve them better. This course of action was prudent. Who knew when they might become useful? While Lin Tian eagerly awaited rescue, it was wise to keep a backup plan. He simply wrapped the firearms in banana leaves and dug a pit to conceal them. Just as he was wrapping the last gun, Chu Yanxi joyfully discovered that the magazine had not been removed from this gun. Evidently, in the heat of the moment, Zhang Haoyong had overlooked a pistol, a common occurrence. Chu Yanxi deftly removed the magazine, finding it contained 3 bullets, which elicited a hint of disappointment. If only it were full, she mused. A full magazine would hold 6 bullets, providing substantial firepower on this deserted island, a potential lifeline. 3 bullets will have to suffice. The gun I picked up had only 1. Hurry and share one with me, Lin Tian urged. This pistol was also of the M9 model, as it was the most common type. Akin to the AK-47 in the realm of automatic rifles. Chu Yanxi allocated 1 bullet to Lin Tian. Now armed with a gun, her sense of security surged. Rooted in her confidence in her shooting skills. With only 2 hours until nightfall, we must hurry back, Chen Shuiyun remarked, retracting her hand. She had utilized Lin Tian's earlier method to estimate the sun's setting time. Lin Tian nodded and led the 3 girls back. This harrowing escape, fraught with peril and near-death encounters, had ultimately yielded substantial gains. They had acquired numerous valuable items from the pirates, each capable of playing a vital role in their survival on the island. In his mind, Lin Tian tallied their spoils, the Rolex submariner, a collection of firearms devoid of ammunition, 3 bullets, a felling axe, 3 kukris, a compass, a pair of binoculars, dozens of iron nails, and over 10 military canteens. A bountiful harvest. As they returned, Lin Tian chose a different path, aware that the previous route had been perilous due to the pursuing pirates, who sought to exploit the terrain for their advantage. With the threat eliminated, he opted for a safer passage, aided by the map he possessed. After more than 2 hours of trekking, they finally returned to the coastline. Lin Tian concealed himself within the foliage, utilizing the binoculars to scan the shoreline. He saw no sign of Zhang Haoyong, nor any pirate ships in sight. Could it be that Zhang Haoyong sailed away on the pirate ship? Lin Tian pondered, frowning. Curse that scoundrel for taking a ship. Surely he wouldn't be returning in comfort, would he? I could just kill him, Chen Shuiyun exclaimed bitterly. Thinking you can return on a pirate ship is not so simple. My cruise ship's route was quite remote. Chu Yanxi scoffed. Are you feeling proud now? Lin Tian shot her a sidelong glance. If the route had not been so obscure, the rescue team might have discovered us long ago. Chu Yanxi pouted, lamenting her ignorance of the cruise ship running aground, as she had envisioned exploring the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, only to end up on a nameless island. But at least we are safe now. The pirates are gone, and that beast has fled. Chen Shuiyun remarked contentedly from the long-lost shelter. While we remain on this deserted island, safety is an illusion. The moment you grow complacent, you draw near to death, Lin Tian cautioned. In the wilderness, survival requires constant vigilance. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Our day of escape consumed 6 kilograms of meat, and we still need to eat tonight. The remaining meat is less than 2 kilograms, alongside 3 cans of beef and only 2 pieces of compressed biscuits. These provisions will barely last us through tomorrow. The fish pond may yield a few large salmon, but that would only serve as our last reserve. Consuming them would prevent future propagation of fish. Thus, we must venture into the jungle to forage and hunt. If we fail to capture prey or find sustenance, we shall perish here in 3 days, rotting and stinking. Lin Tian's words rekindled the tension within Chen Shuiyun, Chu Yanxi, and Su Sitong, who had momentarily relaxed. Surely, we can survive for 7 days on just water? We won't starve in 3 days, Chen Shuiyun reassured herself. That is merely theoretical, Lin Tian replied. If you were deprived of food for 2 days, you would likely find yourself lacking the strength even to walk, let alone hunt. In such a scenario, even if you were able to survive for 7 days, you would merely lie there awaiting death. A mere day without sustenance poses a significant threat to life. This underscores the critical importance of food reserves. One must maintain a robust physical condition to have a chance at capturing more prey. Once hunger sets in, hunting abilities diminish, creating a vicious cycle. Unable to find food, one becomes weaker, and with diminished strength, the ability to procure food further declines. Many carnivorous creatures have perished in this manner. Lin Tian's remarks served as a wake-up call for the 3 girls. He deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation, aware that having just emerged from a grave crisis, they might easily become complacent, a perilous mindset. With the acquisition of a water bottle, boiling water became a much simpler task. He fetched water from a brook, placed it in the bottle, and boiled it until he could drink his fill. while Lin Tian had no qualms about drinking rainwater or brook water. The three girls were delicate, and Chen Shuiyun had previously suffered from gastrointestinal distress after drinking unboiled water. Although Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong had not faced such severe issues, they had both experienced stomach discomfort over the past 2 days, necessitating that the water be boiled before consumption. Lin Tian produced 2 kilograms of bear meat. Given the significant energy expenditure of the day, it was essential to eat heartily. Although food resources were limited, the sounds of wild chickens rustling in the dark jungle instilled Lin Tian with a modicum of confidence in his hunting abilities. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they returned to the makeshift tent. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them after a day of life-or-death struggles, resulting in both mental and physical fatigue. However, they decided to have one person remain vigilant while the others took turns resting. Despite Zhang Haoyong and the pirate ship's mysterious disappearance, most likely having fled, precautions were still necessary. Each person would keep watch for 3 hours, allowing for longer periods of sleep. Lin Tian volunteered for the first watch. Previously, their combined 6 hours of sleep had been woefully inadequate, and the relentless strain of their perilous circumstances had left them utterly exhausted. Lin Tian resolved to let everyone rest a bit longer, even if it meant not waking until noon. The hunting ground was located at the jungle's edge, eliminating the need to venture too deeply. Though he himself felt fatigued, Lin Tian had methods to invigorate himself. Once the girls succumbed to sleep, he settled beside Su Sitong. It was not long before she inadvertently entwined her long legs around him, effectively trapping Lin Tian. Instantly, his weariness dissipated, invigorated as though he had consumed coffee and an energy drink. The sensation of Su Sitong's soft body pressed against his stirred his heart into a rapid flutter. Suddenly, a cold gust swept through the area, jolting Lin Tian into alertness as he furrowed his brow. What an icy breeze! Logically, the night air on this deserted island should not be so frigid. Could it be that the monsoon was approaching? The thought sent a jolt of alarm through him. Monsoons are formidable adversaries. When they rage, the shelter they had erected would be utterly inadequate. As the winds howled, nighttime temperatures would plummet. And if their refuge could not withstand the tempest, they would be forced to endure the night within the perilous jungle. Otherwise, sleeping on the beach during the monsoon could result in death by exposure or being buried under shifting sands. Lin Tian silently prayed that the monsoon would not arrive. To alleviate his anxiety, he decided to take action. Thus, he reached out and playfully pinched Su Sitong's ample bear-like form. Instantly, his worries eased. 3 hours swiftly passed, and Su Sitong woke, instinctively noticing her long legs entwined with Lin Tian's. Her face flushed with embarrassment. "Tian Gu, you are so naughty," she pouted, swatting his hand away from her bear-like body. "You were the one who moved closer. You can't blame me," Lin Tian replied, unabashed. "Humph." Su Sitong shot him a glare, but did not pursue the matter further. She could not quite fathom why. As if it were another boy exhibiting such behavior, she would be utterly repulsed and likely scold him fiercely, perhaps even wishing to retaliate physically. Yet, with Lin Tian, she felt an inexplicable sense of calm. Only a hint of shyness, and not a trace of annoyance. Strangely, she found his touch rather warm. Oh heavens! Realizing such thoughts coursed through her mind caused Su Sitong's cheeks to flush like a boiling kettle. She slapped her face and inwardly chastised herself. "Su Sitong, how shameless you are." Alas, fate had other plans. The gusts of wind from the previous night were indeed signs of the impending monsoon. When Lin Tian awoke in the midday sun, he noticed Su Sitong speaking nasally, occasionally sneezing, an evident sign that she had caught a chill. Yet the monsoon had only just begun and would persist for quite some time. When it reached its peak ferocity, their shelter might well be uprooted. Preparations would need to commence immediately. Staying overnight in the jungle was out of the question. Otherwise, death could come without warning. Lin Tian felt overwhelmed, as he needed to search for food while devising strategies to cope with the life-threatening monsoon. "Achoo!" Su Sitong sneezed again, rubbing her nose. She felt a bit lightheaded. "You should bask in the sunlight. When the temperature rises at noon, return to the tent to rest. Sleep more and stay hydrated to recover swiftly. You have a viral cold, and taking antibiotics will be futile," Lin Tian advised her. Today, she certainly could not accompany him into the jungle to hunt. However, Su Sitong lacked considerable combat prowess. She was not skilled with a bow and arrow, making her role as a guardian on the beach the most fitting for her. All right, Su Sitong obediently complied, never having argued against Lin Tian's directives. Lin Tian, accompanied by Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun, ventured into the jungle. Their mission today was to catch wild chickens, which could be found in any patch of grass. "You two are both exceptional athletes. Let me see your archery skills today. Also, think of ways to withstand the monsoon." I trust you both felt the chill in the sea breeze last night. The winds will only grow colder in the coming days. At night, the temperature could even drop to freezing in the gusts of the sea breeze. Lin Tian felt the chill more acutely than they did. At least the girls had clothing, while he was bare-chested, having given his shirt to Su Sitong. It is indeed quite cold. On television, many survivalists in the wilderness wear garments woven from grass, Chen Shuiyun remarked. Yes, those are made from sea hibiscus. This rainforest is abundant with such hibiscus, so weaving clothing should be feasible. However, the priority lies with our shelter. The tent we constructed may suffice for now. But once the monsoon hits its peak, it could be uprooted entirely, Lin Tian cautioned. At this revelation, the two friends were taken aback. While they understood that the winds would be fierce and frigid, they could hardly fathom that such gusts could potentially sweep away their entire tent. It was secured with bamboo. After all, what force would be required to achieve such a feat? If we cannot sleep in the jungle and the tent cannot withstand the winds, we must construct a sturdier, warmer refuge. Chu Yanxi voiced her thoughts, though she soon shook her head in resignation. On this desolate island, the resources at their disposal were exceedingly limited. The fact that they had managed to erect a tent was a considerable feat. Could they truly hope to build a more substantial dwelling? You are correct. The monsoon has only just begun, and there remains a considerable time until its peak intensity. We must construct a more robust shelter during this interim. For instance, a wooden house. Chen Shuiyun interjected. Lin Tian, however, shook his head, asserting, no, we shall build a brick house. Only a brick edifice can be truly impervious. When that time comes, we shall no longer need to take turns keeping watch. We can sleep soundly until dawn within the brick walls. Even the most common beasts would find it impossible to breach our refuge. Even a solitary black bear would struggle to enter. We will also set traps around the house to ensure our safety. Neither the monsoon, wild animals, nor torrential rains shall pose a threat to us. At this point, Lin Tian became quite animated. The prospect of constructing a brick house would significantly enhance our survival on this deserted island. In times of danger, we could retreat within its walls, rendering ourselves nearly invulnerable to harm from beasts. However, this proposition left both of Chen Shuiyun's companions in a state of disbelief. A brick house? Are you speaking in dreams? Chen Shuiyun shot Lin Tian a disapproving glance, exclaiming with frustration. Of course, she too wished for a safer and warmer brick dwelling. But how could such a thing be constructed? The mere notion of acquiring sufficient bricks felt utterly unattainable. In fact, there isn't even a single brick to be found on this desolate island. Chu Yanxi echoed her confusion. Bricks do not exist naturally, they require processing. While it is true that there are no ready-made bricks on this island, there is an abundance of clay suitable for brickmaking. Do you recall the marshland we traversed yesterday? The black clay there is perfect for crafting bricks. Lin Tian declared. The marshland's clay? That is far too perilous. Both friends gasped in shock. To extract soil from the marshland would mean confronting the threat of crocodiles. How many bricks would be needed to construct a brick house? Lin Tian pondered before responding. Our proposed brick house need only be a single story, with a modest footprint. Moreover, we require minimal walls, just enough to support the structure. A 30-square-meter brick house would suffice for the four of us. In total, we might need around 2,000 bricks. Let us work together to bring this vision to life. Imagine having a small haven on this island. The sense of security would be greatly amplified. Lin Tian's words were undeniably persuasive. Each individual possesses an innate longing for shelter. This is why, upon acquiring wealth, the first thought is often to purchase a home. On this isolated island, a house symbolizes safety and warmth. Although Lin Tian's suggestion seemed daunting to his companions, witnessing his unwavering confidence instilled a flicker of hope that perhaps, with concerted effort, it could indeed be achieved. All right, we shall follow your lead. Chu Yanxi agreed with a nod. Chen Shuiyun, noting her friend's acquiescence, resigned herself to Lin Tian's plan, albeit with a hint of vexation. 2,000 bricks are certainly not a task Lin Tian can accomplish alone. I shall undoubtedly have to assist in digging clay, and I will end up covered in muck. The mere thought filled her with distaste. At that moment, a bee buzzed past, causing Chen Shuiyun to take a step back, only to feel something slippery beneath her foot. She furrowed her brow, glancing down to find herself nearly startled out of her wits. Ah! Chen Shuiyun screamed, nearly shattering Lin Tian's eardrums. Beneath her foot lay a vividly colored frog, which promptly hopped away as she jumped back in fright. Soon, however, Chen Shuiyun felt an unsettling sting in her foot. Looking down, she realized her entire soul appeared swollen, and her head felt somewhat dizzy. Am I coming down with something? She wondered aloud. You have been poisoned, Lin Tian replied, furrowing his brow. Poisoned? Both Chen Shuiyun and Chu Yanxi gasped in alarm. How could stepping on a mere frog lead to poisoning? That was a poison dart frog. Its skin contains paralyzing neurotoxins. If not treated, it may result in lasting effects, Lin Tian explained. Hurry, I need an antidote. Bring me anti-inflammatory medication. Chen Shuiyun cried, on the verge of tears. She had never anticipated that something so small could pose a mortal threat. Do you think anti-inflammatory medication is a panacea? Lin Tian shot her a look of exasperation. The toxin from the poison dart frog requires either hospitalization or honey for treatment. Since there are bees around, there must be honey nearby. Finding a beehive should not be difficult. Just follow the trail of the bees collecting nectar. Chu Yanxi pointed to a tree ahead, where a large beehive hung. Lin Tian, look at that massive beehive. There must be plenty of honey inside. Honey, delicious. Chen Shuiyun winced, clutching her foot, unable to resist salivating at the thought of sweet honey. How long had it been since she had savored a dessert? Yet, as she contemplated the sweet nectar, she inadvertently pressed her poisoned foot, causing her to wince in pain. No, the priority now is my poisoned foot. Chu Yanxi observed Chen Shuiyun's delicate foot, now afflicted, and resolutely declared, I will fetch the honey. Chen Shuiyun felt a pang of emotion, her heart swelling with gratitude. Let me handle my own poisoning. In the past, she would have loudly insisted that Lin Tian fetch the honey for her without hesitation. Yet, the wilderness had taught her resilience, and after several days of survival alongside Lin Tian, she understood that no one was obligated to assist her, especially not in perilous endeavors. You too should reconsider. Do you really intend to collect honey from that many bees? Without alleviating the poison, you risk being stung to death. Lin Tian cautioned. Bees are not harmless creatures. Their stingers carry venom that can be deadly. While the venom from a single bee may not be lethal, a swarm could easily bring even the strongest individual to their knees. But what about Xiaoyan's foot? Chu Yanxi's brow furrowed in worry. Lin Tian, my foot has received your massage. You cannot just stand by and do nothing. Chen Shuiyun pouted, appealing to Lin Tian with her eyes brimming with tears. What are you gathering all that dry grass for? Do you have a plan to collect honey? Chu Yanxi inquired, her eyes lighting up as she saw Lin Tian gathering dried grass. She knew he would not engage in unnecessary tasks. There must be a purpose behind his actions. Lin Tian nodded. Bees are highly averse to smoke. If we create smoke, they will retreat into their hive, allowing us to collect the honey without being stung. Chu Yanxi's face reflected confusion. But if the bees all return to the hive, won't they simply emerge again when we try to take it down? Lin Tian shook his head. When bees are exposed to smoke, they instinctively flee into the largest opening of the hive. One large opening can accommodate far more than just a few bees. After a thorough smoke treatment, the bees will congregate in the largest sections of the hive, leaving the smaller areas vacant. At that point, we can safely collect the smaller hive. As Lin Tian elucidated, he ignited the dried grass and then wrapped it in fresh banana leaves. Instantly, thick clouds of smoke billowed forth, enveloping the entire beehive. This is due to the abundant moisture contained within the fresh leaves, which produces a greater volume of smoke when burned. Buzzing. Suddenly, hundreds of bees erupted into a deafening chorus of sound. All the bees ceased their nectar gathering and hurriedly made their way back to the hive, with an average of 4 or 5 bees entering each opening, indicating that most of the smaller hives were devoid of bees. The thick smoke continued to envelop the area until not a single bee was visible, signifying that every last one had returned to the hive. Quick! Gather the small hives and collect the honey, Lin Tian exclaimed. Chu Yanxi understood instantly and rushed forward to pluck the smallest hive, preparing to flee. What do you think you're doing? Keep picking, Lin Tian shouted. After exerting so much effort to drive all the bees away from the hive, wouldn't it be reasonable to gather a bit more honey? Although only one small hive's worth of honey was needed to detoxify Chen Shuiyun, honey was also consumable. Sugar is vital for the body, and despite having eaten well lately, Lin Tian sensed a distinct lack of energy. There was once a condition known as rabbit starvation, where individuals only ate rabbit meat in the wild and ended up emaciated, suffering from headaches, diarrhea, nausea, and ultimately organ failure and death. Rabbit meat is low in fat, and solely consuming it, aside from protein, deprives the body of other essential nutrients, leading to collapse, as humans are omnivorous. The honey before him was crucial for replenishing the body's sugar supply. With this honey to supplement his internal sugar, he could at least avoid worrying about it for a week. Yes, Sister Yanxi, honey is delicious. Chen Shuiyun, clutching her poisoned foot, couldn't help but salivate. Chu Yanxi was at a loss for words. Her friend was thinking about food, even with her foot swollen. She quickly resumed plucking from the smallest hive, gathering 7 or 8 in total, until she had stripped all the hives that had no bees hiding within, her hands now sticky with sweet, viscous honey. After finishing the collection, Lin Tian led Chu Yanxi back to a safe distance and took the hives from her, pouring the honey into a military canteen. The honey on your hands is enough to detoxify, Chen Shuiyun, Lin Tian stated as he collected the honey. Without hesitation, Chu Yanxi took her friend's foot in hand and began applying the honey to where the poison had taken hold. Wow, it doesn't hurt anymore. Chen Shuiyun exclaimed excitedly as soon as the honey was applied. Thank goodness for Lin Tian, who knows how to use honey for detoxification, otherwise the outcome could have been dire. Don't waste the rest of it. Let me have a taste, Chen Shuiyun said, eyeing the residual honey on Chu Yanxi's palm. Swallowing her saliva. Aren't you concerned about it being dirty? Chu Yanxi replied, incredulous. You don't mind me, so why would I mind myself? Chen Shuiyun was absolutely craving it. Chu Yanxi, however, was not inclined to indulge her, washing her hands in the stream. But then she saw Lin Tian stuffing a hive into his mouth, savoring it, with golden, thick honey dripping from the corners of his lips, making anyone watching salivate. Although all the honey from the hives had been collected in the canteen, even the remnants clinging to the hive walls were enough to tantalize the taste buds. Not to mention that the hive itself was a delectable food source. The hive not only nourishes the lungs and intestines, but also boosts immunity, eradicates bacteria, and even enhances beauty, which is particularly favored by women. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun, both aware of the hive's benefits, couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they watched Lin Tian enjoy his treat. Hey, Lin Tian, you can't hog it all, Chen Shuiyun said, nearly on the verge of tears from envy. There are 8 hives in total, 2 for each of us. Everyone should get a share. Lin Tian shot them an annoyed glance and handed over 2 hives, wrapping one for Su Sitong in a clean banana leaf and securing it with a piece of hibiscus. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun devoured the hives without a care for their appearance, their mouths smeared with honey. The honeycomb was simply divine, and they hadn't tasted anything sweet in ages. They even hesitated to finish both hives at once, saving the second for Lin Tian. After finishing one hive, Chen Shuiyun noticed that the swelling in her foot had subsided, instantly lifting her spirits. Let us catch some poison dart frogs, Lin Tian suddenly suggested. The expressions of the 2 friends changed dramatically. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun were filled with dread. Especially Chen Shuiyun, who had just detoxified from the poison dart frog, was bewildered as to why they would now need to catch more. Those things hardly have any meat. Why bother? Chen Shuiyun protested reluctantly. Who said we were going to eat them? Lin Tian shot her an exasperated look, explaining, since they're called poison dart frogs, their toxins serve a significant purpose. Indigenous people in America use the toxins of these frogs to coat their darts for hunting, which is how they earned their name. Our homemade bows and arrows lack sufficient power. Only by applying the poison from the dart frogs to the arrows can we enhance their lethality and improve our hunting success. After hearing Lin Tian's explanation, the 2 friends began to understand. But if we catch poison dart frogs, one that also put us at risk of poisoning? That would be counterproductive, Chu Yanxi remarked. Chen Shuiyun nodded in agreement. Exactly. If we get poisoned again, we'll just waste honey to detoxify. Honey is so delicious. Using it for detox is an enormous waste. Lin Tian chuckled. The poison of the dart frog resides in its skin, if your archery skills are sufficient. Shooting one with your arrows will naturally coat them in toxin. Aren't you both skilled in noble pursuits? Don't just talk about it. Prove your abilities. The blatant provocation ignited a fire within the 2 friends. At that moment, they seemed to remember their esteemed identities. A grand CEO and a noble heiress looked down upon by a mere employee? Absolutely unacceptable. Huh. Don't think a little poison dart frog is beyond my aim, Chu Yanxi declared, knocking an arrow. Chen Shuiyun, refusing to be outdone, also aimed at a poison dart frog concealed beneath a dried leaf. Whoosh whoosh. With 2 sharp sounds piercing the air, both arrows struck true, each hitting a poison dart frog. In an instant, the 2 friends had claimed their quarry. The arrows that had dispatched the frogs were now naturally coated in toxin, effectively completing the process of poisoning. The 2 friends proudly raised their heads, eager to share their triumph with Lin Tian, only to discover he was entirely indifferent to their success, sparking an exchange of frustrated glances. This guy was truly insufferable. He didn't seem to care at all. Undeterred, the duo continued their hunting. They truly were exceptional marksmen, hitting at least 6 or 7 out of 10 shots. This accuracy was no trivial feat, considering they were targeting living, moving creatures, and the small size of their targets made their success all the more impressive. A testament to their considerable practice. That's enough. A dozen poisoned arrows will suffice, as the toxin will only remain effective for a day or 2, Lin Tian declared. The toxin from the poison dart frog loses its potency once it thoroughly dries. However, given the rainforest's high humidity, maintaining moisture for 2 days would be no issue. Thus, The effective period for the poisoned arrows would indeed be limited to just a few days. Suddenly, a splashing sound emerged from the bushes ahead, instantly capturing the attention of the three individuals. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun promptly drew their bows, knocking their poisoned arrows onto the strings. Lin Tian, on the other hand, picked up a large stone and hurled it into the rustling foliage. Cluck! Almost immediately, the resonant call of a wild chicken echoed from within the thicket. A gray shadow swiftly darted out from the underbrush, moving with such speed that it appeared almost as a phantom. Indeed, it was flying. Chickens are capable of flight, even domesticated ones, which can soar briefly and land safely from heights equivalent to several stories. How much more so for the agile wild chicken, which can easily ascend 5 to 6 meters with no difficulty. Startled by Lin Tian's interference, the gray wild chicken flapped its wings and swiftly alighted upon a nearby branch. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun unleashed their arrows, which narrowly missed the wild chicken's feathers, leaving both friends disheartened. This substantial wild chicken weighed nearly 10 pounds. If they could capture it, their worries about food for today and tomorrow would vanish. I wonder if you possess the skill to do so, Lin Tian remarked, observing them. Just watch us. A mere wild chicken can be brought down in an instant. This declaration reignited the competitive spirit within the two friends, who were determined not to let Lin Tian belittle them. They readied another pair of arrows, aiming once more at the wild chicken perched on the branch. With a steady aim, they released their arrows, which again missed the vigilant bird as it took flight before they could strike. Only one of Chu Yanxi's arrows grazed the chicken's skin, but it was insufficient to impede its escape, and it soon vanished into the distance. Both friends felt a wave of despondency wash over them. The dense rainforest obscured their view, making it impossible for their arrows to find their mark. However, Chen Shuiyun suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Yanxi, the wild chicken has fallen to the ground and is not moving." They observed as the bird, mid-flight, suddenly plummeted as if it had lost all energy, collapsing onto the forest floor. Lin Tian rushed forth, seizing the wild chicken by its wings. Its head hung low, not lifeless, but rather appearing lethargic. "We clearly did not strike a fatal blow," Chen Shuiyun said, a mix of surprise and confusion on her face. Chu Yanxi, her beautiful eyes wide with realization, declared, "It must be the toxin from the poisoned arrow taking effect. Just a slight abrasion on its skin was enough to paralyze it." How fascinating. Indeed, as Chu Yanxi noted, the wild chicken's immobility resulted from the effects of the poisoned arrow. Chen Shuiyun pouted, realizing that while it seemed as though she and Chu Yanxi had captured the chicken, the true credit belonged to Lin Tian. If he had not had the foresight to poison the arrows with the toxin from the poison dart frog, they would never have succeeded in capturing the wild chicken. Despite the abundance of wild chickens around the rainforest perimeter, capturing one proved to be exceedingly challenging. Now, they had secured at least 2 days' worth of food. Instantly, both friends felt a sense of relief. "Let's head back to the beach for lunch," Chen Shuiyun suggested, swallowing hard. Lin Tian glanced at his wristwatch, which indicated it was already 11:30 in the morning. Time to prepare their midday meal. Watches that tell time are indeed convenient, especially this vibrant green one, which boasts an elegant design. Though Lin Tian could not afford such a luxury, he wore it with pride. A trophy earned through perilous encounters with pirates, a testament to his exploits. Despite having only collected some honey and caught a wild chicken, the morning had proved remarkably fruitful. In the wilderness, one could easily spend an entire day in toil without yielding any results. Thus, gathering a full jar of honey and a nearly 10-pound wild chicken in merely half a day was a source of profound satisfaction. Yet, the trio was unprepared for a delightful surprise. It turned out that within the very thicket where the wild chicken had been, there existed a small patch of wild rice. Wild rice, a source of precious carbohydrates, an essential component of a human diet. Ever since arriving on this desolate island, Lin Tian had not tasted rice. Although the wild rice was of lesser quality than store-bought varieties, it still contained similar nutritional benefits. "Soon, we will have something delicious to eat," he exclaimed, eagerly harvesting all the wild rice. They would need to return to the beach to thresh the grains, allowing them to finally enjoy the rice. Weighing the wild rice in his hands, Lin Tian estimated that they would yield around 2 pounds of rice, sufficient to satisfy 4 people in a hearty meal. "Shall we eat it all? Should we consider planting some?" Chu Yanxi inquired. Previously, Lin Tian had not consumed any of the potatoes, corn, or peppers, opting instead to plant them. "No need. The growth cycle of wild rice is far too long, and without fertilizer, it may not yield anything at all. It's better to consume it all," Lin Tian replied. "The presence of wild rice in this area suggests that there may be more nearby, so we can keep an eye out while hunting. The growth cycle of potatoes is mere weeks, while wild rice takes nearly 10 months. By then, They might have already been rescued and left this island behind. Moreover, potatoes require little care, simply needing occasional watering, whereas wild rice demands meticulous attention, something Lin Tian currently lacked the time to provide. On their way back to the beach, Chen Shuiyun suddenly spotted a large tree adorned with numerous ferns, prompting her to swallow hard. Lin Tian, let us gather some ferns to accompany our meal. We've had so few vegetables on this island. Chen Shuiyun, a true foodie, was unwilling to overlook any edible offerings, especially given the scarcity of food on the island. For the past few days, their vegetable intake had relied on scattered wild greens and an abundance of fresh pine needles. While pine needles provided ample vitamins, their taste was utterly dreadful, making it difficult to consume without feeling nauseous. Wild ferns, on the other hand, are delicious, simply tossed in a salad. They offer a delightful tang and crunch, a true culinary delight. Lin Tian shared her fondness for wild vegetables, and upon seeing such an abundance of ferns, he crouched to collect them. After gathering a handful, he came upon one last plant. The moment his fingers brushed against it, his brow furrowed slightly. This one doesn't seem to be a fern. Could it be? Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised at the unexpected find. What do you mean it's not a fern? Chen Shuiyun and Chu Yanxi asked, their faces marked with confusion. You'll know once you touch it, Lin Tian replied. The two friends approached and, upon touching it, immediately sensed a difference. This plant was sticky to the touch, resembling glue, despite its fern-like appearance. What is this? It can't be poisonous, can it? Chen Shuiyun asked nervously, poking the ground with her fingers, her fear of toxins evident. Who said this plant is poisonous? Not only is it harmless, but it can also treat colds. Lin Tian shot Chen Shuiyun a glance, explaining. This plant, translated as palmyrea, was unfamiliar to Lin Tian in English. Though he was excited by the discovery, he only knew that this peculiar thing resembled ferns in appearance and grew in similar locations, albeit its surface felt distinctly different. Covered in mucus, Tong happened to have a cold, making it quite useful. Chu Yanxi's eyes lit up as she spoke. Although a cold is merely a minor ailment, it can herald the onset of more serious diseases. Particularly on a deserted island lacking medical resources and herbs, a trivial cold could escalate into a significant danger. If not treated promptly, the risk of infection leading to fever and inflammation could spell disaster. Lin Tian nodded, gathering the ferns and the medicinal plants for colds, then led the two girls back to the beach. As they emerged from the thicket, they spotted Su Sitong, her body glistening in the sun as she leaned against a rock, basking in warmth. The clothes Lin Tian had given her were hanging on a bamboo pole, freshly washed. Beside her lay an assortment of hibiscus she had collected, as she was intently weaving garments, completely oblivious to the trio's return. Reflecting on how both Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun possessed their own skills, and recognizing Lin Tian's ability to protect everyone, Su Sitong felt a wave of anxiety wash over her for lacking any useful talent. When the state of their clothing grew increasingly tattered, a thought struck her. She could weave. Although it was merely a hobby and she had always used yarn at home, what fundamentally differed between yarn and hibiscus? After just a brief attempt, she discovered that weaving with hibiscus was well within her capabilities, filling her with joy. As long as she could contribute even a little to the team, her heart would be free from worry. The warm sunlight caressed her delicate skin, and Su Sitong felt utterly comfortable. Sitting naked on the beach, soaking in the sun, was an experience unlike any other. Although no tourists surrounded her, a profound sense of embarrassment lingered. Yet, suppressing that feeling seemed to bring liberation from deep within, shedding all constraints. In essence, it was a wonderfully peculiar sensation. Su Sitong felt as though she had opened the door to a new world. Lin Tian cleared his throat, teasingly remarking on Su Sitong's growing boldness, which he found amusing. You mustn't look. Chu Yanxi quickly warned Lin Tian. Chen Shuiyun, taking matters into her own hands, pushed Lin Tian back into the jungle. It's unfair. Why can you see and I cannot? Lin Tian protested indignantly. Because we are girls. Chen Shuiyun replied, her cheeks flushed. Internally, she wondered how such shameless words could escape his lips. Lin Tian, with righteous indignation, exclaimed, what happened to gender equality? Chen Shuiyun's lips twitched as she retorted, shut up. Sunblock. That. A maximum of 3 seconds, all right? If it exceeds that time, Yanxi will know and I'll be doomed. Chen Shuiyun promptly sold out Su Sitong. 3 seconds? Who do you think you are? Lin Tian's eyes widened. Well, you won't get to see even 1 second. Yanxi has already dressed her. Chen Shuiyun glanced over the beach. You two are incorrigible. Unwilling to show me while little Tong is so charitable, yet you obstruct her at every turn. No wonder the rescue team hasn't found us yet. It's the consequence of your misdeeds. Lin Tian grumbled as he exited the woods. The moment Su Sitong saw Lin Tian return, Her heart leaped with joy. Yet, recalling her audacious behavior on the beach, she felt a wave of shyness flush her cheeks. Thankfully, Yanxi had warned her in advance. Otherwise, what if Tiangu had seen her? As she pondered this, she remained unaware that Lin Tian had already caught a glimpse, albeit briefly. Drink this first. Lin Tian washed the palamara and placed it in boiling water for Su Sitong to consume. What is this? It's so bitter. Su Sitong grimaced. Yet, despite the bitterness, she showed no hesitation in consuming it, knowing it was prescribed by Lin Tian. Bitter medicine benefits the ill. This will hasten your recovery from the cold. Here, have a piece of honeycomb, and in an hour, we feast. Lin Tian opened the banana leaf containing the honeycomb, devouring the remaining piece himself. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun couldn't resist and shared the last piece. The 2 remaining pieces were reserved for Su Sitong. Well, you actually managed to get honeycomb, Su Sitong exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Scanning the 3 of them, she noted that none appeared to have been stung by bees, which relieved her and heightened her amazement. Chen Shuiyun recounted the events of the morning in the jungle to Su Sitong, captivating her and deepening her admiration for Lin Tian. As she bit into the honeycomb, golden honey oozed out, trickling down her chin. Su Sitong quickly used her finger to catch the droplet, savoring it, clearly unwilling to waste even a single drop. After consuming the 2 honeycombs, her spirits lifted considerably. Honeycomb replenished energy and improved mood, accelerating her recovery from the cold. You all, remove the husks from the wild rice, wash the milled rice, and process the wild chicken. Wrap the inedible entrails in banana leaves and secure them with hibiscus. Lin Tian issued his orders before heading into the rainforest with an axe. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun had grown accustomed to Lin Tian's commands and followed them without further discussion. The thought of killing a chicken had once been unfathomable to them. They had never dared to crush a cockroach, let alone slaughter a chicken. Yet now, it felt inconsequential, merely a rite of passage in the wilderness. After all, they had already caught snakes and searched through corpses. What was a simple chicken in comparison? With a stoic expression, Chu Yanxi swiftly chopped off the chicken's head with precision. Su Sitong wished to assist, but was reminded, "You are the patient. You should rest. I didn't do anything when I was sick either." A hint of a smile crept onto Chu Yanxi's otherwise cold face, recognizing Su Sitong's eagerness to contribute, as she too had felt similarly. "Besides, you're still weaving hibiscus. Each of us has our own tasks," Chu Yanxi added. Su Sitong nodded obediently, retreating to sunbathe and weave. She realized her responsibility as a sick person. If she were to infect anyone, it would be detrimental. Lin Tian ventured into the jungle, preparing to fell a bamboo stalk to make bamboo tube rice. The mere thought of a delectable meal of chicken and fern bamboo rice made his mouth water. Approaching the bamboo grove, he targeted a stalk of perfect size and raised his axe to chop it down. This time, he did not need to start a fire. Previously, the flames had been to burst the bamboo's internals for easier felling. Armed with just a spade, chopping was quite challenging. However, with the axe in hand, cutting the bamboo was a simple task, and soon enough, one stalk fell. As Lin Tian hoisted the bamboo to return to the beach, he suddenly noticed some animal tracks on the ground. His eyes widened as he examined them closely, recognizing they resembled pig hoof prints. Wild boars. It seemed there were wild boar dens nearby. If he could catch a young wild boar, it would significantly enhance their diet. Lin Tian mused eagerly. The tracks were not overly large, indicating they did not belong to an adult boar. Adult boars possess considerable fighting strength, and Lin Tian would need to weigh the risks of hunting one. However, a juvenile boar was another matter entirely. The meat of a wild boar is incomparable to that of a bear. Frankly, the black bear meat was the most unpalatable of all meats that Lin Tian had ever consumed, characterized by its extreme toughness. Conversely, the wild boar meat was superior to that of domestic pigs, boasting a firmer texture without being overly tough. The mere thought of it roasting over a fire, with the fat sizzling and rendering, made Lin Tian's mouth water. To be salivating at the sight of mere wild boar tracks indicated a recent period of deprivation, a realization that prompted a wry smile from Lin Tian. First, he would transport the bamboo back to the shore to prepare the bamboo rice. As for capturing the young wild boar, he would utilize the wild chicken's entrails to set a trap. Whether or not he would succeed was a matter of fate. When dealing with wild animals, especially those with the potential to inflict harm, it was prudent to employ traps rather than engage in close combat. Even a minor encounter could result in a fatal injury, whereas the cost of a trap was minimal. At worst, failing to capture the prey would only amount to a slight expenditure of energy. While carrying the bamboo back to the beach, Lin Tian took the opportunity to inspect the fish pond in the stream. It contained 2 plump chum salmon, but no other fish were visible. To his dismay, one had escaped rather than more entering. Frustrated, Lin Tian heightened the stone slabs, effectively confining the two chum salmon within the pond. The gaps between the slabs would still allow water to flow, ensuring that the pond remained a source of fresh water. Perhaps the pond contained more than just the two salmon. It might also harbor numerous fish eggs, a prospect that filled Lin Tian with satisfaction. At the edge of the beach where it met the jungle, the planted potatoes, corn, and peppers had already sprouted. The rapid progress, achieved in a matter of days, filled Lin Tian with a profound sense of accomplishment. Bamboo rice. Chen Shuiyun, ever the gourmand, was ecstatic at the prospect of bamboo rice for lunch. The preparation of bamboo rice was straightforward. Lin Tian sectioned off a length of bamboo, extracting 4 segments. Using the chisel on his entrenching tool, he bored a hole into each segment and then created a small vent at both ends. This was essential to allow steam to escape, preventing the bamboo from exploding when heated, much like a pressure cooker requiring a vent to prevent a catastrophic failure. Without the vent, the bamboo would shatter into fragments, rendering the bamboo rice inedible. He evenly distributed the washed wild rice into the prepared segments, adding fresh water until it barely covered the rice. Then, he added the processed chicken and fiddlehead ferns, followed by a sprinkling of homemade sea salt. Before placing the bamboo segments over the fire, he sealed the holes used for adding the rice and meat. This was easily accomplished by replacing the previously chiseled bamboo pieces and securing them with mud. The segments were then placed directly onto the bonfire to roast for approximately half an hour, until the bamboo surfaces were charred black, at which point the rice would be ready to eat. As he spoke, Lin Tian whittled the remaining bamboo into sharp stakes. "Brother Tian, what are you doing?" Su Sitong asked curiously. "Making a trap to catch wild boar," Lin Tian replied casually. The construction of a wild boar trap was relatively simple. It involved digging a pit in the ground, lining the bottom with the sharpened bamboo stakes, and then concealing the pit with banana leaves and dry grass. Bait, in the form of food that would attract wild boar, would be placed on top. When a wild boar stepped onto the concealed pit to feed, it would plunge into the pit, impaled by the sharp bamboo stakes. Even if it were not immediately killed, it would be unable to escape and would eventually perish in the trap. The bait was equally simple: roasted wild chicken entrails, seasoned with sea salt. Fresh entrails were unsuitable due to their overpowering, bloody scent, which could attract more formidable predators. Having barely survived an encounter with a black bear, Lin Tian was loath to attract another. Cooked food, on the other hand, was more appealing to wild boar. "We already have food. Why bother with those wild animals?" Chen Shuiyun grumbled, averse to the inherent dangers of hunting. "Can a single wild chicken sustain us indefinitely?" Lin Tian countered tersely. Survival demanded constant vigilance, a refusal to be complacent, and a focus on both immediate needs and future provisions. "We can catch more wild chickens after we eat," Chen Shuiyun suggested naively, believing that wild chickens posed little threat compared to wild beasts. "Do you imagine this rainforest to be a restaurant where we can simply order what we desire? We must understand that we eat what we can procure. Every potential prey must be pursued relentlessly, for this is a struggle against the elements, a battle against nature itself. You too can start eating the bamboo rice. I'm going to set the trap," Lin Tian announced, grabbing the sharpened bamboo stakes and heading into the jungle. "You and Tong Tong stay on the shore. I'll lend a hand," Chu Yanxi instructed Chen Shuiyun before following Lin Tian into the rainforest. "What are you doing here?" "Setting a trap is a task for one person," Lin Tian remarked upon seeing Chu Yanxi's arrival. "We are a team. We should not act independently," she retorted. "Oh, so you're lecturing me now?" Lin Tian chuckled, secretly pleased to have the company of the stunningly beautiful Chu Yanxi. In terms of sheer beauty, Chu Yanxi was undoubtedly the most attractive. However, her perpetual aloofness, lacking both Chen Shuiyun's sensuality and Su Sitong's charm, seemed to be a waste of her exquisite features. Moreover, her exceptional intelligence made it impossible for Lin Tian to take advantage of her. He could look but not touch, which was incredibly frustrating. Unlike the naive Tong Tong, who was almost endearingly clueless. If it weren't for her meddling friends, Lin Tian might have been contemplating names for his future children. Lin Tian was confident that with a little effort, he could win over Su Sitong, provided her friends could restrain themselves. Reaching the bamboo forest frequented by wild boar, Lin Tian refrained from indiscriminately digging traps, as that would yield a low success rate. Digging wherever he saw tracks would be akin to waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. Wild boar typically resided in caves, and there were several caves located on the eastern side of the bamboo forest. Lin Tian consulted his compass and led Chu Yanxi towards the east. Having a compass was convenient, allowing him to instantly discern directions. Had it been this simple, Lin Tian wouldn't have bothered showcasing his navigational skills. As they ventured further east into the bamboo forest, the number of wild boar tracks increased, though most appeared to be from younger boars, with only a few larger tracks. There are many caves over there. We could use them as a base, Chu Yanxi suggested, observing the numerous caves nestled beneath the mountain. Shallow caves are suitable for temporary shelter, but deeper caves are typically inhabited by wild animals, Lin Tian explained. He intended to set the trap in this location. Using his entrenching tool, he dug a pit approximately 50 centimeters deep. Fortunately, the soil was relatively loose, and the shovel's design made digging easier, allowing him to create a pit of that size, though it still took him half an hour. This was with Chu Yanxi's assistance, albeit limited to using split bamboo pieces to help remove the soil, which still saved him approximately 10 minutes. After digging the pit, Lin Tian evenly spaced the sharpened bamboo stakes at the bottom, and then placed 2 slender bamboo slivers across the top in a crisscross pattern to support the banana leaves and dry grass that would conceal the trap. Finally, the roasted wild mountain chicken's innards were placed atop the hay, completing a trap for catching wild boars. "Let us head back to the beach for a meal," Lin Tian exclaimed, wiping away beads of sweat. Calculating the time, he realized the bamboo rice should be ready. He was already yearning with hunger. Chu Yanxi wiped the dirt and dust from her face, her stomach growling in agreement as she returned to the beach alongside Lin Tian. The bamboo tubes were sizzling over the bonfire, their once vibrant green surfaces now charred black, intermittently emitting crackling sounds from within. White smoke wafted from the small holes at either end of the bamboo, and just the aroma alone was enough to make one's mouth water. "It's ready to eat," Lin Tian announced, and the 3 girls could not help but swallow in unison. He retrieved the bamboo tube from the fire, unable to wait for it to cool. Using a wood axe, he gently struck the edge, and the perfectly roasted bamboo cracked open with ease. For gleaming portions of mountain chicken and fern rice were revealed before their eyes. The steam carrying the delightful fragrance enveloped them, tantalizing their senses. For the final touch, a sprinkle of fresh, green pine needles adorned the rice, creating a feast for the eyes as well as the palate. "Golden bamboo rice. Lin Tian, give me some," Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, drooling. "Golden bamboo rice, let us eat." Lin Tian distributed a segment of bamboo to each person, and they eagerly dug in with their hands, savoring every bite. The soft, sticky rice mingled with fresh fern, a hint of sea salt, and the tender, juicy meat of the wild chicken, all enriched by the luscious oils rendered from the roasted skin. What a delectable treat. The freshly cooked rice was scalding hot, causing the girls to tremble as they grasped the food with their delicate fingers. Yet, their appetite for this culinary delight could not be quelled. Even as their fingers turned crimson from the heat, they continued to shove the bamboo rice into their mouths. Lin Tian picked a few coconuts to enjoy alongside the bamboo rice, truly a delightful experience. It is said that a person may have countless worries, but a hungry individual has but one concern: how to fill their belly. Ultimately, all of Lin Tian and the girls' efforts on this deserted island were merely to satiate their hunger and survive. Therefore, the satisfaction derived from consuming the fruits of their labor was beyond description, incomparable to any grand feast. After finishing her meal, Chen Shuiyun licked the oil from the bamboo clean, a display of such abandon that she would have never imagined herself doing before. Yet now, she felt there was nothing shameful about it. What could possibly be more important than enjoying a delicious meal in this world? Su Sitong's eating habits were hardly more refined. Only Chu Yanxi, having long played the role of the Ice Queen, maintained a leisurely pace as she ate, still with about a third of her portion remaining after everyone else had finished. Once they were full, a brief afternoon nap awaited them before they would begin constructing the framework for their shelter. Su Sitong is unwell. She can focus on weaving clothes, Lin Tian instructed the girls. Chu Yanxi nodded in agreement, while Chen Shuiyun's face scrunched up in distress. The joy brought by the delicious meal quickly faded. Were they really going to make brick houses? It wasn't he that she was averse to hard labor. Rather, the mere thought of dealing with the black, sticky clay required for brickmaking, especially in the swampy area where crocodiles lurked, filled her with dread. Fortunately, venturing into the swamp was not on today's agenda. One more day of reprieve. Building a brick house, wouldn't the time spent on erecting the shelter be wasted? Su Sitong lamented. This is the labor of the entire team. When we finally construct this shelter, we will all feel such a sense of accomplishment. But we've only been here a few days, and we're already talking about building a new dwelling. Who says it's a waste? Don't brick houses require roofs? We can reinforce and expand the shelter we currently occupy to serve as a roof, Lin Tian argued. The brick house doesn't need to be large. Just enough for the 4 of us to sleep together. Together? Mind your wording. Chu Yanxi shot Lin Tian a glare, huffing, as if 3 girls would sleep with you. In any case, they needed to construct the framework before sunset that afternoon. Assembling the framework was no small feat. It required a significant amount of bamboo. Lin Tian took charge of cutting bamboo by the creek, ensuring he stayed clear of wild boar tracks. If he ventured too far east, he risked encountering a boar, which could be dangerous. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun became the designated transporters, hauling the cut bamboo back to the intersection of the beach and jungle. Lin Tian harvested 12 bamboo poles to establish the basic framework. The chosen location was not on the beach, but rather at the edge of the jungle, where larger beasts were less likely to roam, ensuring a safety level akin to that of the beach. The ground here was firm and more suitable for building. Constructing a structure on the beach would be perilous. If the framework could not be stabilized, the completed brick house might collapse under the force of the monsoon winds, burying all 4 of them inside. Building the house frame was relatively simple. Lin Tian envisioned a 20-square-meter brick house, which meant creating a rectangular bamboo cube measuring 5 meters long, 4 meters wide, and 5 meters high. He cut 4 bamboo poles, each 5 meters long, to serve as the beams of the house. Not yet inserting the beams into the ground, he would need an additional 8 bamboo poles for reinforcement. 4 of these would be just over 4 meters long, and the other for a tad over 5 meters, allowing for some excess that would prove useful. Lin Tian, why are you burning the bamboo? Su Sitong inquired curiously while weaving clothes. Her friend, too, was intrigued by Lin Tian's actions. You'll see, he replied. As the fire blackened and softened the bamboo, he gently bent it, creating a pivot point that allowed a small section to curve downwards. I understand now. Without heating, the bamboo's flexibility is too rigid. Trying to bend it would either break it or not bend at all. Only by heating it can it be shaped, Chen Shuiyun remarked. Lin Tian nodded, heating the other end to create a similar curve. He then positioned the 2 curved ends to fit snugly at the base of the 2-meter-5 bamboo poles. In this manner, without needing any additional tools, they could securely construct the house framework using bamboo. After a busy afternoon, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the bamboo framework had taken shape, resembling a ridge profile, standing 5 meters high. It had consumed many bamboo poles and several hours of labor. Finally embedded in the soil at the junction of the rainforest and beach. Tomorrow we'll start making the bricks. As long as we build the bricks according to the outline of the bamboo framework, the brick house will be completed, Lin Tian said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Once we have the brick house, we will feel much safer. Su Sitong spoke with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. The idea of constructing a house on a deserted island seemed utterly astonishing. Chen Shuiyun clicked her tongue in disbelief, while Chu Yanxi cast a deep glance at Lin Tian. If it weren't for this young man, the notion of building a house would have been beyond imagination. Even when Lin Tian first suggested erecting a brick house, it was met with incredulity. Only after the bamboo framework was completed did a genuine belief emerge that, indeed, a brick house could be constructed. For dinner, bamboo tube rice was no longer on the menu, simply because they had run out. The wild rice was consumed at noon, and without any rice, how could they cook? Fortunately, the meat from the wild chicken was ample. After the midday meal, there was still half a chicken left, which, paired with a bit of compressed biscuits, was sufficient to satiate their hunger. Lin Tian's ability to accomplish so much on the deserted island was largely due to his abundant energy, fueled by consistently filling meals. If one were to work on an empty stomach, the effort would be futile. Lin Tian, I want coconut juice. Chen Shuiyun licked her lips as she spoke. No. Lin Tian replied without a moment's hesitation. You can go pick some. I've given my and Xiaotong's socks to you. Chen Shuiyun pouted. Why waste a coconut when there's water to drink? 1 a day is sufficient, and the coconut oil is perfect for sun protection. Don't forget that the coconut meat is also edible. The coconuts on the tree are a source of food. Now that our stomachs are full, let's not waste any coconuts. Lin Tian's reasoning left Chen Shuiyun speechless. Not only could the coconut meat be beneficial, but the coconut juice itself could also be life-saving in critical moments. Now that Lin Tian had fashioned cups from bamboo, the military canteens could be used directly to boil water, ensuring they drank clean water. In the absence of a shortage of fresh water, it was wise to conserve the coconut juice. Although the beach was dotted with coconut trees, excessive consumption would soon lead to depletion. After dinner, darkness enveloped the surroundings. As the sea breeze blew, a noticeable drop in temperature was felt. The diurnal temperature variation was becoming increasingly pronounced, signaling the arrival of the monsoon. Lin Tian wore a solemn expression. When the monsoon reached its peak, the wind at night could bring the temperature down to freezing. In such an environment, spending the night posed a significant life-threatening risk, underscoring the importance of the brick house. Tiangu, are you cold? I've woven a hibiscus quilt for you. You should cover yourself first, Su Sitong said bashfully. It was worth noting that the current temperature barely exceeded 10 degrees, while Lin Tian was bare-chested. Having given his shirt to her, Su Sitong had initially planned to weave hibiscus garments, But upon reflection, the daytime temperatures were too high for clothing to be useful. The real chill came at night, making a woven mat more practical. Su Sitong was indeed quite cold, dressed only in a thin short-sleeve shirt. She felt a shiver with every gust of wind. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun, her close friends, were no better off. Their upper garments were merely different styles of short sleeves. While one wore a short skirt and the other, shorts, they shivered in the chill. Look at you all shivering like quails. The monsoon has just begun. There is more to come. If we don't build the brick house, we'll either freeze to death on the beach or be devoured by wild beasts in the jungle, Lin Tian declared with righteous determination. Let us huddle closer together to sleep. The more we can snuggle, the better. Let us stoke the bonfire higher to ensure warmth. With that, he attempted to nestle among the women. You sleep on the outer side. The innermost spot is fine too. But you can't sleep in the middle, Tian go. Lin Tian smirked at their perceptiveness, realizing they had seen through his intentions. I'll sleep outside. After all, my body can withstand the elements. If you catch a cold, we'll lose a laborer tomorrow. Lin Tian positioned himself on the outer edge, shielding against the wind. Nevertheless, with the bonfire beside him, he could endure the cold. Soon, lulled by the warmth of Su Sitong's woven mat, drowsiness swept over him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Su Sitong took the first watch that night. As she glanced at the sleeping Lin Tian, she couldn't help but admire him. Suddenly, in his sleep, he turned and rested his head on her ample shoulder, treating her like a pillow. Her cheeks flushed like a boiling kettle. She contemplated waking him, but felt guilty given how exhausted he had been during the day. However, allowing him to continue sleeping in such a manner was increasingly difficult for her to bear. In a moment, Lin Tian unwittingly alleviated her distress. It appeared he dreamt of something delectable, for he suddenly took a bite of her shoulder through her clothing. Su Sitong felt her blood pressure surge, and with a roll of her eyes, she fainted into a dreamy stupor. 2 hours later, it was Lin Tian's turn to keep watch. Upon seeing Su Sitong asleep, he lightly tapped her shoulder. Xiaodong, indulging in a bit of laziness, are we? Time to earn some interest. The following day, when Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong awoke, they found Lin Tian chopping bamboo. What is he up to? Why is he gathering so much bamboo? Chen Shuiyun questioned, rinsing her mouth with charcoal ash. He has been at it for 2 hours already. I can't help him, Chu Yanxi replied. She heated the leftover wild chicken and the last bit of smoked bear meat, placing them in bamboo tubes, inviting the others to join her for a meal. Su Sitong approached Lin Tian, holding a bamboo tube as she ate and watched. She observed Lin Tian constructing a 4-square-meter bamboo platform, securing it with wooden rods threaded through 2 bamboo tubes at the front and back. The bamboo cart was finally complete. With the addition of 2 rattan vines, it would be ready for transport. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Tian surveyed his 2 hours of labor. This is designed to carry black mud clay. After all, the distance from Lin's 80 to the beach is an hour each way. Given such a distance, we need to transport a significant amount of clay in one go. Without tools, relying solely on our hands would be futile. How many bricks can be made from the black mud clay this cart can carry? Chu Yanxi inquired. I'm not precisely sure, but I estimate we could produce around 100 bricks, Lin Tian estimated. Make me one as well, Chu Yanxi urged. That way, we can transport enough clay for 200 bricks in one trip. We must hurry and gather enough clay. Having experienced the biting cold the previous night, she was evidently aware of the dangers posed by the monsoon and was eager to erect the shelter. Can you handle that? Lin Tian looked at Chu Yanxi skeptically. Are you suggesting that Xiaoyan and I combined are still inferior to you? Right, Xiaoyan? Chu Yanxi retorted defiantly. Chen Shuiyun wore a resigned expression. Well, it seems I'm in for some hard labor. Lin Tian began constructing bamboo carts for Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun. Suddenly, Su Sitong glanced out at the sea, her excitement palpable. Look, a crate of cola is drifting our way. This declaration halted Lin Tian in his tracks as he rushed to the shore. Indeed, a plastic container filled with glass bottles of cola was bobbing toward the beach with the waves. The group was filled with exhilaration. Cola was a sugary delight. While consuming cola might lead to excess sugar intake in normal circumstances, on this deserted island, it felt like a treasure. However, their joy was short-lived as Lin Tian eagerly swam out and dragged the container back to shore, only to discover it was filled with empty glass bottles. What a letdown. I'm furious, Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, hurling a glass bottle against the rocks, shattering it into countless pieces. They had anticipated a delightful drink, only to find a collection of empty bottles. The disappointment was utterly infuriating. Don't waste the glass bottles. Lin Tian quickly intervened. This large box contained nearly 50 glass bottles. While the absence of cola was regrettable, the utility of glass bottles surpassed that of plastic ones. They could even serve as lethal weapons. With just a bit of effort, these glass bottles could wield tremendous power. Xiaotong, I have a task for you. Please dig up the taro I unearthed last time at the edge of the jungle, then grind it into powder and let it dry on the rocks. I intend to create a weapon, Lin Tian instructed. The girls were momentarily bewildered. What on earth? A weapon? What does that have to do with grinding taro? All right, Su Sitong readily agreed, her only concern being her ability to contribute, eager to take on more responsibilities. After Lin Tian completed the second bamboo cart, the three ventured deeper into the rainforest. Now, we only have a few cans of beef left. Let us stay vigilant and not overlook any prey, ideally. We should catch some wild mountain chickens or rabbits, Lin Tian remarked. Shouldn't we try to conserve our food? Chu Yanxi suggested. Chen Shuiyun nodded in agreement. Indeed. I've seen survival shows where they don't eat as heartily as we do. Often, they only have one meal a day. Lin Tian scoffed. Those shows are productions. Even if they were starving, the producers wouldn't let them die. Unlike them, we are not merely waiting for rescue. We must survive on our own. If we don't eat enough, we want to even have the strength to walk. His words left the two friends speechless. Indeed. Lying idle all day versus expending energy through work was a stark contrast. At least until a safe shelter was constructed, they had no right to lounge around, waiting for assistance. Lin Tian checked the traps he had set the previous day and found the innards of a wild chicken missing, yet the trap remained intact, covered with leaves and hay. Clearly, the creature that consumed the bait was not a wild boar or large animal, but rather small rodents like bamboo rats and mice, which were too light to trigger the trap. Damn it, we're nearly out of food, and now I have to find bait, Lin Tian lamented, shaking his head. If there was nothing to bait, the chances of catching a wild boar would diminish even further. If we could catch a wild boar, we wouldn't have to worry about food for quite some time, Chu Yanxi remarked. Chen Shuiyun nodded. Exactly. We've boiled so much salt while idling. Next time we catch a large prey, we'll have enough salt for preserving the meat. The sea provided an inexhaustible supply of salt. And with plenty of wood on the island, Lin Tian had built numerous bonfires to boil salt in bamboo tubes. The more fires, the higher the temperature at night, offering better protection against wild animal disturbances. Truly a multitude of benefits. They had already stored a substantial amount of sea salt, sufficient for their current needs, with more intended for future large catches, unlike the last time when they were left with over 100 kilograms of bear meat, which they regrettably had to feed to the fish. There's a lot of dung here. We must tread carefully, Lin Tian warned as they exited the bamboo grove and noticed numerous animal droppings on the ground. Don't worry, we won't step in it, Chen Shuiyun assured. Is that what I meant by being careful? Lin Tian replied, exasperated. These are wolf droppings. The concentration indicates at least a small pack nearby. I meant to be cautious of the wolves. The revelation turned the girls pale. Why are we still walking here? Let us change our route. Wolves are terrifying, Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, her face drained of color. Lin Tian, however, remained calm. You've seen bears before. Surely hearing about wolves shouldn't frighten you so much? Compared to bears, wolves pose far less of a threat. Nonetheless, wolves hunt in packs, so their collective threat is not to be underestimated. Who says I'm afraid? A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Clearly, you are no gentleman, not understanding this principle. Chen Shuiyun retorted earnestly. Lin Tian chuckled. Stop acting tough. Wolves generally hunt at night. During the day, they stay in their dens. As long as you don't recklessly venture into a den, the likelihood of being attacked during daylight is minimal. Hearing this, the girls finally relaxed. Unfortunately, they encountered neither rabbits nor wild chickens along the way, nor could they even find rabbit holes. They realized that Lin Tian's concerns about food were not mere paranoia. Their previous luck in finding sustenance was as much a product of his skill as it was of fortune. After more than half an hour, they reached the edge of the forest. Let us begin. Start gathering soil from the surroundings. It's safer this way, Lin Tian instructed. Lifting a spade to dig into the ground, unearthing a clump of dark, sticky clay, ideal for brickmaking, albeit yielding black bricks that matched the soil and color. Chu Yanxi removed her sneakers and white socks, stepping barefoot into the dark mud, which quickly splattered up to her calves, staining her fair skin. Yet, she did not complain. She was unbothered, diligently scooping the black mud with a makeshift bamboo shovel and loading it onto the cart. Although Chen Shuiyun was repulsed by the filthy mud, she dared not utter a word while Lin Tian and Chu Yanxi worked earnestly. She too removed her marten boots and began to dig. At that moment, several small bubbles emerged from the swamp behind them, followed by a pair of eyes surfacing, slowly approaching the trio. Hey Lin Tian, watch out. The mud splashed onto my face. The beauty-conscious Chen Shuiyun took out a small mirror borrowed from Su Sitong, admiring her reflection, only to see the black mud on her cheek. Pouting, she wiped it away, ready to continue working when her pupils suddenly constricted. An alligator. Be careful. Chen Shuiyun instinctively pushed Chu Yanxi aside and darted away. With a splash, a 1.5-meter-long Nile crocodile lunged, snapping its jaws but missing its target. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, while the two girls were drenched in cold sweat. Clearly, Chen Shuiyun's vanity had saved their lives. Had she not spotted the crocodile in time, it might have clamped onto her leg, dragging her into the water. Crocodiles are notorious for their stealthy ambushes, attacking shore-dwelling prey with lightning speed. Once they latch on, a roll into the water seals the prey's fate. After Chen Shuiyun narrowly evaded the attack, the crocodile was undeterred, swiftly scrambling onto land, clearly intent on pursuing its prey. "You two stay behind me," Lin Tian commanded. If they scattered, the crocodile would undoubtedly target the weakest among them. In the animal kingdom, predators typically prioritize the most vulnerable prey to ensure a higher success rate. Thus, if the trio separated, the crocodile would likely attack either Chu Yanxi or Chen Shuiyun instead of Lin Tian. The sound of the crocodile's legs crunching on the dry branches echoed ominously as it accelerated towards the three of them. "Follow my S-shaped movements. Avoid running in a straight line," Lin Tian commanded, leading the two girls as they zigzagged along the path, creating a serpentine trail. If they had chosen to run straight, the crocodile, akin to a colossal lizard, would have swiftly caught up with them on land. However, the crocodile had its own weaknesses. Its elongated body rendered it unwieldy, particularly when attempting to turn at increased speeds. Thus, the optimal strategy for evading the crocodile's pursuit was to run in an S pattern. Lin Tian, unwilling to let the girls fall behind, embraced both of them as they ran, appearing as though he were cradling them closely. In the heat of their escape, Lin Tian paid little heed to the discomfort he was causing them. Wherever his hands landed, they grasped. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun felt a surge of pain from being yanked along. Yet, in this critical moment of survival, they could not afford to dwell on their discomfort. "Lin Tian, why don't we just shoot the crocodile?" Chu Yanxi suggested through gritted teeth. "Don't waste the bullets. Look, we've already distanced ourselves from it. The longer we remain on land, the less of a threat it poses," Lin Tian replied. Thanks to the S-shaped escape pattern, the cumbersome crocodile was quickly left behind by several meters. Furthermore, cold-blooded creatures such as snakes and crocodiles possess a significant flaw: they lack endurance. These reptiles can unleash bursts of speed and power in short bursts, but their stamina depletes rapidly with prolonged exertion. At this moment, the Nile crocodile was nearing exhaustion, realizing it could no longer keep pace with the three humans and was preparing to retreat into the water. "Did you think you could chase us at will?" Lin Tian scoffed as he observed the crocodile turning away. He was elated at the prospect of a meal arriving at his doorstep. A 1.5-meter-long Nile crocodile weighed over 100 pounds. With its head, tail, and limbs removed, it could provide sustenance for 4 people for 2 to 3 days. Moreover, crocodile meat is quite palatable, akin to chicken, and Lin Tian had savored it before. "Wait, I will hold the crocodile's mouth shut. You two stab its nostrils and eyes with the military knives," Lin Tian declared, advancing towards the crocodile with a shovel in hand. The two girls were momentarily dumbfounded. Having just escaped to safety, how could they dare provoke the crocodile again? However, since Lin Tian had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. Chu Yanxi gripped her Nepalese knife firmly, while Chen Shuiyun held hers, her arms trembling with tension. As Lin Tian drew closer to the crocodile, it suddenly turned to chase him again, but he seemed to anticipate this, swiftly adopting the S-shaped escape once more. They maneuvered around the crocodile several times, until its speed had diminished to a crawl, unable to catch up even in a straight line. Clearly, Lin Tian had exploited his stamina advantage, leading the crocodile like a dog until it was utterly fatigued, making it safer to strike thereafter. Once more, Lin Tian approached, and it appeared that the Nile crocodile, either exhausted or complacent after being merely taunted before, completely ignored him this time. However, this time, Lin Tian sprang into action. With the swiftness of a rabbit, he leaped onto the crocodile's back, forcefully pinning its mouth shut. The crocodile's biting power was formidable, yet it had a critical flaw. Its long jaws could be restrained if pressed down hard enough, preventing it from opening its mouth. The crocodile thrashed violently, and Lin Tian was taken aback by its strength, having underestimated it after their earlier evasion. It flipped him onto the ground, and he braced for the inevitable bite. The two girls gasped in horror. However, Lin Tian was prepared. At the very moment the crocodile lunged, he swung the sharp shovel down onto its snout, forcing it to bite down onto the tool instead. Lin Tian twisted the shovel like a can opener, and the blade cut through the crocodile's oral tissue, causing blood to flow profusely. He pressed down on its mouth once more. "Quick, deliver the finishing blows," Chu Yanxi shouted, charging at the crocodile with her Nepalese knife, stabbing forcefully at its nostrils. The vulnerable area succumbed to her attack, provoking the crocodile into frenzied thrashing. Chen Shuiyun aimed her knife at the crocodile's eye, her fear causing her to shut her own eyes tightly as she thrust the blade into one of its eye sockets, intensifying the creature's struggles. Continue attacking, Lin Tian urged, using the shovel to strike at the crocodile's head with fervor. The two girls relentlessly stabbed at the crocodile, and soon the head was riddled with wounds, blood pouring forth. Lin Tian could clearly feel the crocodile's struggles weakening beneath him until, ultimately, it lay still. Lin Tian exhaled deeply, relieved to have slain the Nile crocodile. Fortunately, it had been a medium-sized specimen, allowing the three of them to manage together. Had it been a larger crocodile, they might have been forced to expend ammunition to subdue it. Goodness, I actually killed a crocodile. Chen Shuiyun gasped, collapsing into the mud, still in disbelief at having taken down such a beast with her bare hands. Although they had worked together, the thrill of battling a wild animal was a first for her. Chu Yanxi wiped the sweat from her brow, maintaining an expression of composure. Grateful that no one had been injured. You all performed admirably, Lin Tian remarked with a smile, genuinely impressed by the courage and decisiveness displayed by the girls. In the wilderness, the most dreaded individuals are those who are inept, merely cowering in fear. Such uselessness irked Lin Tian. Initially, he had thought Chen Shuiyun to be one of those inept individuals, yet her growth over the past few days was evident, transforming before his eyes. Chu Yanxi, possessing a naturally steely resolve, showed little emotional fluctuation even after battling the crocodile. Who cares for your praise? Chu Yanxi shot Lin Tian a glance, though the joy in her eyes betrayed her indifference. Humph, perhaps you ought to consider why I am the supervisor and you the subordinate. There is indeed a disparity in our abilities, Chen Shuiyun retorted, her mood brightening with a hint of mischief. Which village do you hail from, growing so arrogant? Now, get back to work and dig. Lin Tian's words snapped her back to reality, and with an irritated pout, she resumed her labor. After a solid hour of digging, both trailers were filled to capacity, and the trio began the trek back to the beach. Only then did Lin Tian realize he had miscalculated the time for their journey. Initially estimating an hour for the round trip, he soon discovered that dragging the trailers would significantly slow their pace. It took them 45 minutes to return to the beach, laden with 2 trailers of mud and a crocodile. Su Sitong was astonished upon seeing the massive crocodile. Weren't you supposed to be digging mud? How did you end up with a crocodile? She exclaimed, concern etched on her face. Is everyone all right? She asked anxiously. Lin Tian suddenly clutched his thigh, letting out a pained cry. Tian Ge, what's wrong? In agony, Lin Tian replied, I was bitten by the crocodile. What? Let me see, Su Sitong exclaimed, panic rising within her. Look, Lin Tian said, loosening his belt. Lin Tian, Chu Yanxi exclaimed with a cold expression. Chen Shuiyun, blushing, spat in disdain, declaring him utterly shameless. Su Sitong wore a worried look until her friends reassured her that Lin Tian was unscathed, which finally allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. No more lies. It's distressing. Su Sitong pouted. We must hurry and fetch 2 more loads of earth. Lin Tian promptly shifted the conversation, issuing another command. Chu Yanxi immediately complied, while Chen Shuiyun, with visible reluctance, had no choice but to continue working. Fortunately, this trip was devoid of danger, and after 2 hours, they returned with 2 loads of black clay soil. You 2 handle the crocodile, remove the head, limbs, and tail, but keep the entrails for roasting to make traps. Lin Tian continued assigning tasks to the girls. We just finished working. Look at me. I'm covered in dirt. At least let me wash up, Chen Shuiyun complained, her pout reflecting her dissatisfaction. She was particularly cleanliness conscious, and her fair skin was now marred by dark mud, making her feel uncomfortable. Don't waste time. We can wash up together later. You'll still end up covered in blood while processing the crocodile, Lin Tian replied, indifferent to her discomfort. They were all striving for survival. Every effort was vital, and there was no room for negotiation. He was not the kind to be swayed by a girl sulking or pouting. Anyone who refuses to work can leave the team. Who would wash up with you? Chen Shuiyun retorted, her cheeks flushed. Is that what I meant? Your thoughts are quite unhealthy. Lin Tian shot her a look. This intact crocodile skin is quite valuable. Those luxury bags and belts are made from such high-quality crocodile leather. Chu Yanxi remarked. Money is of no use to us, and the crocodile skin is too tough for blankets or clothing. Let us dispose of it, Lin Tian said, grasping his axe as he ventured into the jungle. Now that 4 loads of black soil had been transported, they still needed molds to make bricks, which required wood. However, that was simple enough to craft. The rainforest could only be entered during the day due to the dangers that lurked at night. Thus, they gathered mud during daylight and intended to make bricks in the evening. Lin Tian chose an African balsa tree, known for its lower hardness, making it easy to fell. Since it was only for creating brick molds, a softer wood sufficed. He swiftly chopped down a tree, then split the wood into planks and began sanding them down. The final step, assembling the wooden pieces, posed a challenge as he lacked glue or nails. Suddenly, he recalled having cut a necklace of steel nails from the pirate's supplies, which had over 40 nails. Hastily returning to their dwelling, he rummaged through the storage corner and indeed discovered the necklace. Disassembling it yielded sufficient nails for 4 molds. Elated, Lin Tian began crafting. After fitting the planks together, he used the flat back of his axe as a hammer, driving the nails in to secure them. Soon, all 4 molds were complete. Meanwhile, the girls had finished processing the crocodile, skewering it with long bamboo sticks, and placing it over the fire to roast. After removing the head and tail of this Nile crocodile, it still measured about 80 centimeters, quite substantial. They meticulously scored the flesh with a Nepali knife and evenly sprinkled sea salt over it. Time to make bricks. It needs to roast for at least 2 hours. Lin Tian called out to the girls. In addition to clay, sand was essential for brickmaking, and the beach was abundant with it. Lin Tian formed a circular mound of sand, resembling a volcanic crater, poured the clay into the center, added clear stream water, and began mixing to create the clay for bricks. He filled the molds with clay, pressing firmly, then inverted them to reveal a black brick. Demonstrating the process, he scooped a shovel of mud, placed it in the mold, smoothed it out, and after inverting the mold onto a flat rock, 2 black bricks lay on the stone. Of course, these bricks were merely models. They remained soft clay that required sun-drying before being fired in a kiln. Though there was no kiln on the beach, Lin Tian had a plan. He needed to produce the 2,000 bricks required for the brick house as quickly as possible for drying. This task was straightforward, and the small team worked diligently. After 2 hours, they had transformed 2 carts of dirt into about 200 bricks, all placed on the rocks to dry. "Oh, I'm exhausted," Chen Shuiyun moaned, holding her sore arms as she slumped by the campfire, looking utterly defeated. Today had been grueling. After 2 trips to fetch mud, merely walking had consumed nearly 3 or 4 hours, not to mention digging and making bricks. It felt like a year's worth of labor packed into a single day. "Tomorrow, I'll go with Tian Gu to fetch mud. Let us rotate days off. My cold has already cleared up," Shuiyun Jia, Su Sitong wisely suggested. Seeing everyone so fatigued, she felt a pang of guilt, knowing her workload had been significantly lighter, merely sitting on the beach grinding taro while they toiled with the mud. "Take another day to recover," Chen Shuiyun replied, though she felt awkward about Su Sitong, who had just recovered, taking her place. "It's fine. I'm truly better now." The medicine Tian Gu brought was effective. "All right then, I'll grind the taro flour tomorrow." She wondered what he needed the taro flour for. Feeling it just increased their workload. Such an ungrateful person, Chen Shuiyun pouted in complaint. "Indeed, ungrateful," Lin Tian scoffed. "Shuiyun, your roast lacks honey." "Wow." Chen Shuiyun exclaimed as Lin Tian retrieved a jar of honey and began brushing it over the roasted crocodile meat. Applying a layer of honey to the grilled meat was a delectable way to enhance its flavor. The crocodile meat, being quite lean and reminiscent of chicken, wouldn't feel greasy when combined with honey, but rather enriched its sweetness and aroma. "I want it. Give it to me, Lin Tian, quickly." Chen Shuiyun implored with a flirtatious gaze. "I thought you were tough. Tomorrow, no rest for you either. We all must strive together to complete all 2,000 bricks in a single day." Lin Tian smirked. Applying a layer of honey to the piece of meat he was sharing with Chen Shuiyun. Everyone was exhausted and needed to replenish their energy, and sugar was essential. After finishing with the honey, he sprinkled a layer of barbecue seasoning, filling the air with enticing aromas. The freshly grilled meat still emitted steam, with minimal fat, yielding a texture akin to chicken, while the layer near the skin appeared translucent, resembling fish meat, with just the right amount of oil. The savory seasoning from the barbecue, the sweetness of the honey, and the dual texture of the crocodile meat exploded on their taste buds. The little team collectively consumed over 10 kilograms of meat in this meal. Apart from Su Sitong, who ate slightly less, Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun, as close friends, indulged in a fervent feast of meat. They were astonished by their own appetites, having never consumed over 2 kilograms of meat in a single meal before. It was a thought that had never crossed their minds. Clearly, the exhaustion of the day had taken its toll. With the body's energy expenditure being high, the need for replenishment naturally increased. This was also the reason Lin Tian insisted on having a hearty meal at every sitting. The crocodile they had caught would suffice for tomorrow's provisions. They aimed to transport all the necessary soil back to the beach and then produce and sun-dry the black bricks. Otherwise, if they delayed until the day after tomorrow, they would have to contend with food concerns again. Moreover, the bricks would need to be fired in a kiln to avoid the possibility of rain turning their hard work into a puddle of mud. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, a sense of worry washed over everyone. They could only pray that it wouldn't rain in the coming days. Chen Shuiyun's minor grievances dissipated as she overheard Lin Tian's plan for her to continue hauling mud the next day, initially thinking it was a personal directive. Since it was for the sake of progress, she resolved to endure the toil. After dinner, Lin Tian continued to mold bricks. Although the three girls were not explicitly instructed, they willingly joined him in the effort. After 2 hours of diligent work, they had transformed the 4 carts of soil into black bricks. Neatly arranged on the rocks, an impressive total of 400 pieces. The following morning, when the 3 girls awoke, they discovered a new bamboo cart. Clearly crafted by Lin Tian during the night. I will pull 1.5 carts. You all will manage half a cart each, Lin Tian instructed. He would haul 1 cart alone and share another with Su Sitong, while Chen Shuiyun and Chu Yanxi would work together on a cart, enabling them to simultaneously transport 3 carts of soil. Perhaps the heavens were sympathetic to Lin Tian's small team, for they encountered no mishaps throughout the day. And the weather was splendid, with the sun beating down on the bricks made yesterday. The entire day was dedicated to hauling soil and crafting black bricks, with the workload even doubling compared to the previous day. As they gazed at the 2,000 bricks meticulously lined up on the rocks, each member of the team felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Chu Yanxi wiped the sweat from her brow, droplets trickling down her fair chin, occasionally falling into the abyss below. Su Sitong's white shirt clung to her, drenched in perspiration. Chen Shuiyun lay on the rocks, utterly exhausted. They had run 5 trips today, and the time spent just hauling soil approached 10 hours. Adding the time taken to mold the bricks, they worked until deep into the night, feeling more fatigued than any construction worker. However, their efforts were not in vain. The first step towards building their brick house was complete. All that remained was to let the bricks sunbathe for a day before firing them in the kiln. After finishing the last of the crocodile meat, they would rest. For tomorrow they would build the brick kiln and hunt. It was evident how laborious the last 2 days had been, having consumed the crocodile they had captured. Yet, the thought of their new home growing ever closer stirred excitement within them. What once seemed an unattainable dream now felt possible, as long as Lin Tian was by their side. As dawn broke on the second day, Lin Tian ventured into the jungle to retrieve another cart of soil. Brother Tian is truly impressive. My entire body aches, Su Sitong remarked upon waking, feeling the soreness throughout her limbs. I'm also feeling completely drained, Chen Shuiyun chimed in, clearly overwhelmed from the past 2 days of hard work. Sister Yanxi, are you all right? She inquired, noticing Chu Yanxi's composed demeanor, which seemed unaffected by the toil. If Lin Tian can do it, so can I, Chu Yanxi replied nonchalantly, though the ache in her shoulders betrayed her resolve. My task today is to hunt. Your task is to construct the brick kiln. The 2,000 black bricks need to dry under the sun today, and we will fire the kiln tonight. Only after the kiln firing succeeds can they become genuine bricks for building. Lin Tian explained. This rocky shore, with its numerous massive stones, contains natural caverns that can serve as kilns. The ideal caves have narrow entrances but spacious interiors, requiring only slight modifications. Observe. Lin Tian began to demonstrate, approaching an oval-shaped rock about 1 meter high, which housed a perfectly rectangular cavern. The entrance was narrow, requiring him to enter sideways. Once inside, Lin Tian bent down and laid a circle of similarly sized stones along the cavern's floor. He then interlaced bamboo strips atop them in a grid pattern, covering it with a layer of soil. The excess soil fell through the gaps, resulting in a grid-like mud slab with cavities. This will suffice during the firing process. Simply place the bricks on the mud slab, ignite a fire beneath it, and seal the cave's entrance, he instructed. We need to build 10 such caverns before sunset, Lin Tian urged. Isn't this a simple task? Chen Shuiyun scoffed, beginning to move stones into a cavern. However, Lin Tian promptly dismissed her choice. The entrance you selected is far too wide. How will you seal the kiln? You must find one with a narrow entrance and a spacious interior. Do you understand? Building the kiln is not difficult. Locating the right cave is the key to the task. With thousands of large rocks on the shore, it should not be challenging to find 10 that met the criteria. I found a good cave. Help. Help me. Su Sitong's cries for help suddenly rang out. Lin Tian rushed toward the sound, only to suppress a smirk. Su Sitong had managed to squeeze herself into a cave, but was now stuck in the middle, her form too substantial for the narrow entrance. Chu Yanxi looked on in exasperation, while Chen Shuiyun regarded her enviously. Little Su, you need to be more careful. Let me assist you. Lin Tian, feigning concern, attempted to help. However, he was promptly blocked by the 2 girls. We don't need your help, Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong insisted, working together to extricate her from the cave. Upon her release, Su Sitong couldn't help but wince in discomfort. This cave is indeed ideal. The entrance is even narrower than the one I initially chose. And the interior space is quite square, truly a natural kiln, she declared. Yanxi, you go inside to set up the mud slab. Only you want to get stuck in there. Ow. Before Lin Tian could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his waist and couldn't help but let out a yelp. Only I want to get stuck? Chu Yanxi retorted through gritted teeth, her voice icy, resonating in Lin Tian's ear like a devil's whisper. Her cold expression resembled that of a merciless assassin, and her delicate fingers seized the soft part of his waist, spinning him around in a dizzying motion. Chen Shuiyun immediately ceased her laughter, her expression turning grave. How dare he? The only flaw in her friend was her ample figure. A sensitive subject that had always been taboo. Even she would never dare to bring up this topic. Otherwise, she would surely find herself pinned down. Yet, Lin Tian had crossed that line. By implying that only Chu Yanxi could fit in the cave, was he not insinuating her size? Su Sitong was taken aback by the tension, swallowing hard and remaining silent. No, you would also get stuck, but you are their superior. If they cannot complete the demanding task, only you, the president, can step in. Lin Tian thought it best to avoid further conflict, fearing that if Chu Yanxi exerted any more strength, he might end up with a serious injury. Humph, go hunt your prey. Chu Yanxi finally released him, huffing indignantly. She understood that this was not the time for petty grievances. The cave was indeed perfect, and it was imperative to set up a mud board inside. The only condition was that Lin Tian must not be watching, for otherwise, she would find herself greatly embarrassed. Lin Tian hurriedly grabbed his entrenching tool and slung his bow and arrow over his shoulder as he ventured into the jungle. Damn it, women can be perilous. Upon reaching the rainforest, Lin Tian first inspected the traps he had set among the bamboo groves. To his dismay, the roasted crocodile entrails had been devoured. However, the traps remained intact, indicating that the culprit was not a wild boar. What the hell? Am I here to set traps, or merely to feed rodents? Lin Tian was instantly incensed, though it was merely impotent rage. With no success from the traps, he had to consider alternative methods. Fishing with fish toxin? This was a daily endeavor, yet success had eluded him thus far. The only time he had caught 2 fish was on his very first attempt, and since then, he had not been fortunate enough to replicate that feat. Lin Tian began to wonder if he had outgrown the novice protection period. Deep down, however, he understood that failing to catch fish and the traps yielding no wild boars were simply the harsh realities of wilderness survival. Humans have resided in bustling cities for far too long. How could they fathom the survival instincts of creatures thriving in nature? After wandering through the rainforest for over an hour, his only encounter was with a venomous snake, which nearly bit him fatally. He had intended to capture the snake for consumption, but it managed to escape. Suddenly, Lin Tian caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Perhaps luck would be on his side, and he might catch a rabbit. Clearly, this foul smell was reminiscent of the ammonia-scented branches previously used to lure wild rabbits. He chopped down several, found a patch of dry grass in the bamboo grove, and lay down, sniffing the ground like a dog. Damn, foraging for food was indeed arduous. Fortunately, he soon caught a whiff of musk, indicating he had found a rabbit burrow. He located 3 entrances, and by estimating the distances, he deduced they were interconnected, suggesting a single nest. Now, all he could do was hope there were rabbits inside. He stuffed the ammonia-scented branches into the 2 smaller entrances, sealing them shut. While he positioned himself outside the largest entrance, waiting silently for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, he heard the sound of small creatures scuffling on the dry grass within the burrow, and Lin Tian's focus sharpened. A gray shadow darted from the burrow entrance. And with swift anticipation, he swung his entrenching tool, striking it down. A wild rabbit. Wait, what? Upon closer inspection, he realized the gray figure was not a rabbit at all, but rather a large bamboo rat. So, you're the one who devoured my bait. Now you shall pay the price. Lin Tian patted the lifeless bamboo rat, his mind torn. He felt no joy from capturing prey, as this creature was hardly appealing. Rodents are often carriers of various bacteria and viruses, and consuming them, even when cooked, can lead to illness. A wild bamboo rat would undoubtedly harbor many unsavory elements, presenting significant health risks. Many believe bamboo rats to be delicious solely based on videos portraying them, but those are domestically raised and clean. The wild ones are an entirely different matter. After much contemplation, Lin Tian ultimately decided against consuming this creature. Should he contract an illness? Survival on this deserted island would be impossible. However, he could not allow the bamboo rat, so painstakingly caught, to go to waste. Wild boars relish such fare. Lin Tian realized that one trap was insufficient, so he dug several more pits in the bamboo grove, cutting bamboo into stakes to place at the bottom of the pits, thus creating 2 additional traps. He divided the bamboo rat into thirds, setting pieces atop each of the traps, and the morning slipped away. His stomach growled. Since early morning, he had not eaten. Not only Lin Tian, but the three girls were also in the same predicament. The food crisis on the deserted island loomed ever closer. After another fruitless stroll through the jungle, he found no signs of food, not even a rabbit burrow. The stark reality of survival was brutally harsh. Capturing prey was an arduous task. Securing a catch required not only skill but also a stroke of good fortune. Upon returning to the beach, Lin Tian gulped down a generous amount of water, and seeing the hopeful gazes of the girls, he wiped his mouth and said, "I'm sorry for the lack of success this morning." "It's all right, Tian Gu. It was just bad luck this morning. I have always believed in you." Su Sitong reassured him, her tone devoid of any hint of disappointment. "We're not starving." Just as Chen Shuiyun uttered those words, her stomach grumbled, turning her face crimson. "Missing a meal is no big deal. Consider it a diet. After all, I often diet at the office." Chu Yanxi produced one of the last 3 cans of beef from their supplies and handed it to Lin Tian. "You still need to hunt this afternoon. You should eat one of the cans." Lin Tian opened the can, heated it over the campfire, and shared it among the 3 girls. "Everyone should eat. I can't be the only one feasting, can I?" A can of beef weighed half a kilogram. With 250 grams of meat, Lin Tian consumed 100 grams. While each girl had 50 grams, amounting to Lin Tian eating about 200 grams of meat, and the girls each having 100 grams. In reality, the meat was less than that, as some liquid filled the can, thus barely providing a meager sustenance, yet it replenished some energy. The remaining 2 cans of beef could not be opened again. While consuming them would satiate everyone, they represented their last rations. Should they be exhausted, only the 2 large salmon in the fish pond would remain. Lin Tian still wished to venture into the rainforest again in the afternoon, hopeful for a stroke of luck in capturing prey. The brick kiln was nearly completed, and soon it would be ready. Chu Yanxi reported the progress. "Once the brick kiln is fully constructed, I would appreciate it if you all could continue grinding the taro into powder. The finer and more abundant, the better. I intend to use it for weapon crafting." This statement left the girls puzzled. Can taro powder really be used to make weapons? Is it because the taro is poisonous that the powder would be toxic? That seemed implausible. If the powder were genuinely toxic, wouldn't he, the one grinding the taro, be the first to suffer? Unable to comprehend, they decided to follow Lin Tian's instructions without further questioning. Upon entering the rainforest, Lin Tian first checked the traps he had set. The first and second traps remained silent, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. As he approached the 3rd trap, he heard the distressed cries of a wild boar from within the bamboo grove, instantly igniting his excitement. The traps had yielded results. Lin Tian rushed toward the trap, only to furrow his brow in concern. Inside the trap, a small wild boar, estimated to weigh around 50 kilograms, struggled fiercely to escape, only to fall back each time, impaled by the bamboo stakes, squealing in agony. This would typically be cause for celebration, but a wolf lurking by the trap caused Lin Tian's expression to turn grave. "Damn it! The bamboo rat stole my bait, and now the wolf wants to pilfer my catch?" Lin Tian was furious. This time, it was not impotent rage. Before him stood a robust wolf, its powerful stature radiating an air of dominance. Its gray fur shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting a silvery blue hue, suggesting it was the alpha of the pack. Only an alpha wolf could enjoy the finest food, thriving on abundant nutrition to develop such a magnificent physique. A malnourished wolf would resemble a large dog, lacking the commanding presence. Yet, even in the face of an alpha wolf, Lin Tian would not retreat. If this small wild boar were to be carried back and properly cured, it could sustain the small team for an entire week. Without this wild boar, the lives of the 4-member team would be jeopardized. Thus, confronted by the alpha wolf, Lin Tian had no choice but to press forward. The alpha wolf had clearly noticed Lin Tian, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light, fixated on him with palpable hostility. It began to approach him step by step, intent on eliminating the threat to its prey. Perceiving Lin Tian as a target, Lin Tian sheathed his engineering shovel at his waist and drew his bow, knocking an arrow aimed directly at the alpha wolf. The arrow whizzed past the wolf's snout, failing to injure it, but instead inciting its fury. The wolf howled and, with a powerful push from its hind legs, leaped 6 to 7 meters, closing the distance to Lin Tian in an instant. Lin Tian quickly drew back his bow once more, releasing another arrow aimed at the wolf's head. Without waiting to see if it struck true, he swiftly unsheathed his shovel, bracing for combat. To his fortune, the arrow found its mark, piercing the wolf's left eye and causing blood to gush forth. The wolf howled in agony, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian advanced rather than retreating, swinging his shovel down onto the wolf's skull with tremendous force. The wolf, in pain, snapped its jaws at him, prompting Lin Tian to raise his shovel defensively while retreating. Remarkably, the wolf did not pursue. Instead, It dashed toward the eastern edge of the bamboo forest, howling loudly as it ran, summoning its pack. Lin Tian's heart raced with alarm. He understood that the alpha wolf was calling for reinforcements. He needed to escape swiftly. If an entire pack arrived, he would stand no chance, and escape would be impossible. He would be overwhelmed and torn to shreds. Knowing that the wolf pack could be nearby, Lin Tian sprinted to the trap, where the small wild boar was still thrashing about. Without hesitation, he dealt a decisive blow to its neck, liberating the animal from its struggle. With the boar slung over his shoulder, he raced toward the beach, the howls of the wolves echoing behind him, intensifying as the alpha wolf rallied its kin. Indeed, Lin Tian's instinct had proven correct. The wolf he had blinded was the leader of the pack. Even as he reached the beach, the haunting howls continued to resonate from the forest. Yet, the wolves did not emerge from the thicket. When Lin Tian glanced back, he caught sight of numerous green eyes glinting ominously in the underbrush, watching him. Soon, the pack turned and retreated deeper into the forest, showing no inclination to pursue him. Damn it, I've stirred up a hornet's nest, Lin Tian thought, realizing the predicament he was in. Though the wolves hadn't followed him to the beach, they would surely harbor a grudge, making future ventures into the forest perilous, with the possibility of ambush looming large. However, in the harsh realm of nature, survival often hinged on a stark choice. Either one lives or one dies. For the sake of sustenance, even the gravest risks must be taken. Tian Gu, I found a floating iron pot. Did you catch something? Why do you look so pale? Did you encounter the wolf pack? Su Sitong asked anxiously, cradling a pot in her arms. It was evident that the howls of the wolves had reached the girls, and they were understandably on edge. Yes, I blinded the lead wolf, but the pack did not follow, Lin Tian replied. Upon hearing this, the girls gasped in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Lin Tian had faced such a formidable threat alone in the jungle, the alpha wolf, no less. Thankfully, he had emerged unscathed. The sense of smell in wolves is incredibly sharp, and they hold grudges. Lin Tian, you must be cautious, warned Chu Yanxi. Chen Shuiyun expressed her concern. We will still need to venture into the forest for food. Will we not be ambushed by the wolves? Who knows what the future holds? Let us not dwell on it. I need to prepare this wild boar, Lin Tian said, unloading the boar from his back. The sight of the approximately 100-pound creature lifted some of the gloom from his heart. Regardless of the unknown threats ahead, satisfying hunger was the immediate priority. Without sustenance, even the wolves would not be the cause of his demise. He would perish from starvation. The kiln for firing bricks is ready. We can start work at any time, Chu Yanxi announced. Indeed, we will begin firing as soon as the sun sets. After a day in the sun, the moisture in the black bricks should have evaporated sufficiently. I will deal with the wild boar. You all continue grinding the taro flour. We may need it to fend off the wolves, Lin Tian instructed. The three girls exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend how taro flour could possibly be effective against wolves, as it seemed utterly harmless. Lin Tian picked up a Nepalese army knife and began processing the wild boar. He first charred the hair with fire, then scraped it off with the sharp blade. After cleaning the meat, he cut away the thick layer of fat and tossed it into the iron pot Su Sitong had found. This pot is fortuitous. I wouldn't have known how to render lard without it, Lin Tian mused. He had long been troubled by the lack of a proper container. Although he had bamboo cups and a military canteen, their capacities were too limited. Now, with this floating iron pot, he could accomplish much more, such as rendering fat over the campfire to yield a good amount of lard. Lard was a valuable resource, boasting a long shelf life and rich nutrition, and rendered food was particularly aromatic. The leftover cracklings could even serve as a dish in their own right. While excessive fats might be deemed unhealthy in a well-off city, in this barren island, they were a veritable source of energy. As the fat sizzled over the fire, Lin Tian swiftly began processing the pork. The meat of an adult wild boar is tough, but this young boar was just right. He sliced 2 strips of pork belly for dinner, while the rest was placed in sea salt for curing, which would then be smoked. This time, there were 40 kilograms of meat to smoke, more than before. So 2 pieces of bark would not suffice to create a smoking chamber. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Tian. The cave could serve not only as a natural brick kiln but also as a smoking chamber. He located a spacious cave with protruding walls, perfect for setting up a bamboo pole. Inside, he built a fire, hung the cured pork on the bamboo, and sealed the cave entrance with tree bark and banana leaves, thus creating a natural smoking chamber. Meanwhile, in the iron pot over the fire, a considerable amount of lard and cracklings had already been rendered. Lin Tian sampled a piece of crackling, which he typically found greasy, yet at that moment, it tasted exceptionally savory. Lin Tian, we have ground all the taro we could find. It amounts to 2 whole jars. Can you tell me how to use it? Chu Yanxi handed over the jars of ground taro flour. the product of the girl's laborious efforts, having scoured the outer jungle for every last bit. Do you know what a dust bomb is? No, I haven't heard of it. Chu Yanxi shook her head. You'll find out in due time. No, I hope you never have to learn about it. That would mean we are safe from danger. After all, I have never made a dust bomb before, so I am unsure if it will work, Lin Tian replied. Chu Yanxi puffed her cheeks and shot Lin Tian a glare. Was that equivalent to saying nothing at all? As the sun gradually sank in the west, the lard was fully rendered. Lin Tian poured the oil into plastic bottles, filling 2 entirely. He then popped the leftover cracklings into his mouth as a snack. Brother Tian, I want some too. Su Sitong squatted in front of Lin Tian, looking adorably obedient. She knew he wouldn't refuse, but this well-behaved girl had developed a habit of requiring Lin Tian's approval for everything. Lin Tian glanced down at the petite girl clad in pink and suddenly noticed her bald head. Feeling his blood pressure spike, he quickly averted his gaze, primarily out of concern that the 2 girls might focus on him again. Sigh, why was it so difficult to be a righteous person? Go ahead. This will replenish your energy, Lin Tian said, tossing another crackling into his mouth, savoring the rich flavor of the pork fat that filled his palate. What a pity that the green peppers had just sprouted. If they had matured, them with the cracklings would have created an exquisite delicacy. I want to try one too. Chen Shuiyun hesitated for a moment before pinching a crackling from the iron basin and tasting it delicately. How fragrant. Is this what cracklings taste like? Lin Tian's lips twitched. Goodness, was this truly the daughter of a wealthy family? Had she never tasted fried food before? Yet, it made sense. The affluent were often preoccupied with health and would hardly indulge in such so-called unhealthy fare. Only children from impoverished families, like Lin Tian, would consider cracklings as a side dish. Upon realizing that this was a lump of lard, Chu Yanxi felt that consuming it would surely lead to weight gain. However, seeing her friends and Lin Tian enjoying it so much, she couldn't resist trying a piece. Indeed, it was quite delicious. She thought she could indulge occasionally when she returned home. You can forget about that. It's because we're on a deserted island with insufficient food, and your body lacks fat, which is why it tastes so good to you. Once you're well-fed, you'll find this utterly unappetizing. You wealthy folks should refrain from pretending to experience life. What you find novel and amusing is our daily reality, Lin Tian remarked, striking a nerve with Chu Yanxi. Although she was wealthy, she treated everyone equally without discrimination. Chen Shuiyun felt a bit embarrassed. She had previously regarded the poor as mere tools to do her bidding during her time at the company, viewing employees like Lin Tian as nothing more than cogs. Living on the deserted island for so long made her realize that regardless of wealth, everyone was a living, breathing individual. A twinge of guilt crept into her heart, yet she felt too shy to express it. Lin Tian continued to pour the pig's blood into plastic bottles. Even a small wild boar yielded a considerable amount, filling over 20 bottles. What on earth are you doing with all this blood? Aren't you afraid of attracting wild beasts? Chen Shuiyun frowned in disdain. You don't understand. Pig's blood is an excellent source of protein and has various uses, Lin Tian retorted. Chen Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him, but her gaze suddenly widened in alarm. Lin Tian, look, it's a banded cloud. Her strength lay in her quick learning ability. Any knowledge or skills Lin Tian demonstrated, she could memorize with ease. Just a glance upward revealed the clouds in parallel rows like fingers, a sign that rain was imminent. Quick, put the bricks into the kiln. Lin Tian sprang into action, sprinting toward the rocks where the black bricks were drying, grabbing dozens and placing them onto the bamboo cart. The 3 girls hurried to assist. If a downpour struck, all their hard work would be for naught. The black bricks, if drenched, would turn into a puddle of mud. Once the cart was filled with bricks, Lin Tian rushed to the cave's entrance, depositing them onto the stone slabs inside at breakneck speed before returning for more. The 4 of them were in a frenzy, their urgency surpassing that of firefighting. Just as the last load of bricks was being transported, a few drops of rain began to fall, swiftly escalating into a torrential downpour. Realizing there was no time to place the final load into the kiln, Chen Shuiyun had a sudden idea. Let us take them back to our shelter. Lin Tian immediately dragged the cart back toward their dwelling. Finally, at the moment the rain began to pour heavily, he managed to get the last load of bricks inside, wiping away the mixture of rain and sweat. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight, when we feast on roasted pork ribs, I'll reward you with double honey, he said, patting Chen Shuiyun on the shoulder. Had she not alerted him in time, he might have overlooked the ominous clouds above. If they had been any later, the consequences would have been dire. All the black bricks would have been ruined. Chen Shuiyun couldn't help but lick her lips, but haughtily huffed. Without me, you wouldn't accomplish anything. This is the difference between a supervisor and a mere employee, understand? A supervisor shines during critical moments. Lin Tian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, This girl could truly bloom with just a hint of praise. Inflating her ego like a farm pig. Have you not noticed that Su is missing? Chu Yanxi, having lingered in the shelter for a while, suddenly realized that Su Sitong was nowhere to be seen, and a wave of panic washed over her. Goodness! Lin Tian dashed into the downpour to search for her. Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong, the two friends, also rushed into the ring. Near the rocky shore, they finally heard Su Sitong's cries, previously drowned out by the storm. Help! I'm stuck! Chu Yanxi immediately recalled Lin Tian's earlier remark about only Su not getting stuck, and a surge of anger surged within her, wanting to confront Lin Tian. However, he had already followed the sound and found Su Sitong, nearly causing his nose to bleed. There she was, having placed the last brick into the kiln, but this time, she was stuck differently than before. Previously, her left side had been wedged into the cave, but now, while bending to place bricks inside, her entire upper body was trapped, with her lower half exposed and her posture causing her to arch. She was only wearing Lin Tian's short-sleeved shirt. At this moment, everything was crystal clear. Lin Tian had only seen such clarity in films before, but those comparisons paled in comparison to Su Sitong. It was akin to the translucent flesh of lychee, truly a sight to behold. However, Lin Tian soon sensed the low pressure behind him. Instinctively, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Chu Yanxi's ire. Lin Tian Yumph. Chu Yanxi stamped her foot in frustration, glaring at him before joining a blushing Chen Shuiyun to assist Su Sitong. Is this my fault now? Lin Tian felt helpless. After all, he was just a normal young man. At this age, if one showed no interest in such matters, that would be truly abnormal. Once Su Sitong was freed, the rain miraculously ceased. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun quickly pulled her back to the shelter. Lin Tian prepared to follow them inside. As we girls change our clothes. You stay outside. Huh, who cares to look? Lin Tian spoke with contradictory sentiments, then snorted coldly. The bonfire is outside the shed. The sun is about to set. And your clothes won't dry inside. Her words immediately caused the girls to exchange glances. Indeed, as Lin Tian mentioned, if they ventured outside to dry their clothes, it would inevitably expose them to Lin Tian's gaze. It was exasperating. I have an idea. Su Sitong's eyes sparkled. We can change out of our clothes and toss them outside, letting Brother Tian help us dry them over the bonfire. We won't even have to go out. Chen Shuiyun's lips twitched. Little Su, are you being honest? Have you been bribed by that guy? Is this a sensible plan? How can we let him have our clothes? Chu Yanxi rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Truly, she was a natural airhead. But my clothes belong to Brother Tian. Su Sitong tugged at her outfit, pouting. That doesn't matter. You've already worn them. But this could lead to a cold. Enough. Just give the clothes to Lin Tian. They're merely the ones you changed out of. He won't do anything improper. Chu Yanxi made the final decision. With Chu Yanxi's word, Chen Shuiyun had no further objections. Lin Tian, listening to the girls' discussion outside the shed, secretly chuckled. Clothes can't be used for anything? That only indicates that he has yet to watch enough of those films about everyday life. Of course, Lin Tian was not a pervert. It was entirely normal to appreciate beautiful women, but utilizing their discarded clothing for anything would indeed be rather lewd. He simply hung the garments over the bonfire, turning his back to the shed, embodying a sense of righteousness. You're not allowed to look back, Chen Shuiyun warned. Chu Yanxi covered herself, keeping a vigilant eye on Lin Tian. Brother Tian isn't peeking. He is seriously sharpening his knife, Su Sitong remarked. Seeing Lin Tian meticulously honing a Nepalese army knife against a rock, occasionally lifting it to inspect, the girls felt reassured. Lin Tian sharpened the blade a bit more and aimed it towards the shed. This time it's finally been sharpened adequately. Unfortunately, the blade isn't as reflective as a mirror. Sigh. Lin Tian wiped his nose, eventually concluding that the fairest one was Chu Yanxi. Once the clothes had dried, Lin Tian prepared to ignite the kiln, gathering the necessary materials. This time, he selected very hard birchwood, which burns exceptionally well. After adding the birch, he covered it with a layer of charcoal, derived from the bonfires of previous days. As the fire would need to burn for an extended period before sealing the kiln, he eventually added igniting materials like licorice and pine needles, which immediately caught flame. The final step in sealing the kiln was blocking the cave entrance, for which Lin Tian used the last load of black bricks, simply piling them up at the opening. This batch of bricks had been surplus, specifically reserved for this purpose. With the kiln sealed, Lin Tian's heart felt at ease. Now, even if it rained, he had no worries. All he needed to do was patiently await the completion of the black bricks to begin construction. Having settled this significant concern, Lin Tian was finally in the mood to prepare dinner. He skewered the 5-spice pork he had ready for today onto bamboo sticks, made the necessary cuts, and sprinkled the barbecue powder over it. Under the roasting of the bonfire, golden oil immediately began to ooze out. Wild boar meat is far richer in fat than crocodile meat, making it more aromatic and delicious. Occasionally, drops of oil would fall into the bonfire, sizzling and releasing a delightful fragrance. The girls were eagerly anticipating their meal. Lin Tian grilled 4 pork ribs, generously brushing honey over them, especially on Chen Shuiyun's piece, which received double the honey on both sides. Chen Shuiyun couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing this, Chu Yanxi silently commended Lin Tian. As a leader of the team, it was essential to follow through on one's promises. If one only painted grand visions without taking concrete actions, the entire team would inevitably become disheartened. As the president, she was acutely aware of this. Lin Tian, as a mere employee, performed admirably in this regard. Ah, it's so hot. It smells amazing. Lin Tian, your culinary skills are impressive. Upon hearing these praises, Lin Tian merely smiled in silence. What skill was there to speak of? It was merely a matter of making a few cuts, sprinkling on seasonings, and applying honey. The reason it tasted so exceptional was simply because everyone was hungry. All happiness and joy are derived through contrast. Thus, many who are well-fed daily still feel miserable, simply unaware of the fortune they possess. The golden, honey-glazed wild boar ribs were tender, juicy, and pleasantly chewy. With each bite, the rich flavor of the fat mingled with the aromatic spices and the sweetness of honey, creating an unparalleled culinary delight. Savor this fresh wild boar rib while we can. Starting tomorrow, we will have to eat preserved pork. Lin Tian tore off a large piece of the rib, juices coating his mouth. The remaining wild boar meat would be smoked to extend its shelf life, sacrificing flavor in the process. While smoked meat isn't inherently bad, the cooking conditions on the deserted island were limited, resulting in merely a salty taste. How much honey do we have left? We need to find more honey. Chen Shuiyun licked her lips, savoring the residue of oil and honey. How long do you think the rescue team will take to find us? Or will they even find us? Chu Yanxi's sudden question silenced the atmosphere. This route was exceedingly remote, traversing the area farthest from any land, the Nemo Point. Based on the cruise ship's grounding time, this island should be located in the heart of the South Pacific. You're right, we can't just passively wait for rescue. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother Tian, what do you mean? Can we actually return home on our own? Su Sitong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Tian swallowed the last bite of rib and said, if a rescue team finds us, that would be the best outcome. But if not, should we really resign ourselves to living on this island forever? All we need to venture out to sea are a boat and provisions. My grandfather was once a marine soldier. I've been fascinated by classic sailing ships since childhood. We have many books on this subject at home, even blueprints for boat construction. As a child, I once built a toy sailboat, albeit one only the length of my arm, yet I understood its internal structure quite well. Given sufficient materials, constructing a boat is entirely within my capabilities. This island is vast. Although fraught with dangers, it also offers nature's bounties. Perhaps, deep within the jungle or beneath the cliffs, there are raw materials suitable for boat making? Chu Yanxi shook her head. Are you trying to comfort us? You know, with just the 4 of us, building a wooden sailboat to circumnavigate the Pacific is nearly a pipe dream. She was a woman of reason. Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong might be filled with hope due to Lin Tian's words, but Chu Yanxi would not be swayed. In her understanding, it was an impossible task. Setting aside whether Lin Tian's boat-building skills could pass muster, the materials for construction alone posed a significant challenge. Even if the materials were available, a large wooden sailboat would require at least 100 times the manpower they currently possess to construct. There's always hope in every endeavor. Lin Tian finished the last piece of rib, smiling as he spoke. This woman truly lacks an appreciation for romance. Lin Tian was well aware of the daunting challenges of boat construction. The odds were practically non-existent. However, is survival on this desolate island not sustained by the hope within and the obsession with returning home? If this flicker of determination were to falter, it is likely that the desire to survive would wither, and death would soon follow. When constructing the brick house, did you not initially deem it impossible? Yet now, behold, the dozen or so brick kilns are firing splendidly. Lin Tian inspected the brick kiln nestled within the cave and placed his hand upon the sealed bricks. Feeling the warmth radiating from them, they were indeed firing exceptionally well, merely awaiting the transformation of black bricks. Brother Tian's words resonate. We shall always harbor hope of returning home. If no rescue team arrives, we shall build our own vessel. Seeing Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong with expressions brimming with hope, Chu Yanxi swallowed her words. She longed to articulate that the difficulty of building a house and that of constructing a ship were of entirely different realms. Moreover, even if a ready-made ship were at hand, the odds of navigating back would likely be a mere 1 in 10. Yet, Chu Yanxi refrained from speaking, unwilling to shatter the beautiful fantasies of Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong. Chu, do you think I jest? Lin Tian chuckled. You are the one caught in a conundrum. Our singular goal is to return home. However, crafting a ship capable of sailing us back is not our only means of achieving that. Suddenly, Chu Yanxi felt her heart race. It dawned upon her Lin Tian's intention. The reason for the prolonged wait for rescue is that this island is exceedingly remote. Thus, if they could set sail towards a slightly more populated island, would not the likelihood of rescue significantly increase? It turned out that Lin Tian was not merely spinning a beautiful fantasy. He was earnest. With such courage and practicality, one must wonder why he remains merely a subordinate in the company. Could it truly be the fault of the president that talent remains unrecognized? No. It must be the issue of the supervisor, Shuiyun. Indeed, she bore the brunt of the blame. Achoo. Chen Shuiyun sneezed, wiping her nose and pouting. Is my mother thinking of me? A full moon ascended the horizon, and the icy sea breeze howled as the monsoon brought a sudden chill. Were it not for the black bricks being fired within the kiln, one might truly panic. The girls felt that Lin Tian's decisions were remarkably astute. Bonfires were lit around the shelter, as Lin Tian had added several more for warmth against the plummeting temperatures and the haunting howls of wolves. Awoo! A piercing wolf howl suddenly shattered the night. Gulu, Su Sitong gulped, her large, beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. Surely the wolves want to ambush us? Chen Shuiyun's voice trembled. Chu Yanxi silently secured her Nepalese knife and pistol to her waist, her gaze cautious and icy. The three girls remained awake, huddled together under the ominous atmosphere. The howls of wolves echoed around them, rendering sleep impossible. Where's the taro flower? Hand it to me. Lin Tian frowned, speaking. He recognized that the loudest howl belonged to the lead wolf. Perhaps the wolf pack had not pursued during the day out of a desire for revenge, but were merely waiting for nightfall to launch their ambush? Regardless of whether the pack would attack, they must be prepared. Lin Tian, how do we utilize the taro flower as a weapon? Chu Yanxi inquired again. Dust explosions. You know? Lin Tian responded. I recall reading about a flour mill explosion in the news, but I only glanced at the headline. Chen Shuiyun added. Indeed. It is due to an excess of combustible dust in the air. When it encounters an open flame, the mixture ignites explosively, Lin Tian explained. Is taro flower also considered combustible dust? Su Sitong asked curiously. Certainly, taro flower is rich in starch. With proper application, it can be transformed into a dust bomb. A box of empty soda bottles has conveniently drifted our way, perfect for crafting explosives. Lin Tian poured out some flour and filled a soda bottle, shaking it until the inside appeared uniformly white. However, it requires an open flame to explode. We need a fuse, or we risk blowing ourselves up, Chu Yanxi cautioned. This is simple. We can soak the bushman grass in alcohol, insert it into the bottle's mouth, and seal it with clay. From the pirate's spoils, we have a bottle of high-concentration vodka, ideal for ignition. There was plenty of bushman grass beside the shelter, and Lin Tian intended to gather some. Just as he stepped outside, however, his scalp tingled. Awoo! The terrifying howl of a wolf erupted from mere feet away, and he caught sight of a pair of green eyes gleaming ominously in the night. Get out of the shelter! Lin Tian shouted, his pupils constricting. The girls rushed out, and upon seeing dozens of eerie green lights swiftly approaching from the dark forest, their legs felt weak. Run! Lin Tian bellowed, leading the girls in a frantic dash. Let us jump into the sea. It's safe in the water. Chen Shuiyun cried anxiously. No, wolves can swim. Lin Tian immediately dismissed the suggestion. Although wolves cannot swim for long, this pack numbered at least a dozen, and in the water, human movements would be severely hindered, making them easy prey for the wolves. Then where do we run? Chen Shuiyun heard the sounds of the wolves closing in behind her. She dared not glance back, her heart lodged in her throat, her voice quivering with fear. Climb a tree. Lin Tian's gaze locked onto a gnarled tree on the forest's edge. While climbing a coconut tree might be the safest option, as the wolves could not topple it, Lin Tian's agility would allow him to ascend easily, whereas the three girls would struggle, even with their ankles bound in stockings. Their physical strength paled in comparison to Lin Tian's. They would likely be torn down before they could even begin to climb. However, the gnarled banyan tree Lin Tian had fixated on was robust enough to accommodate 4 people. Furthermore, its slanted trunk would facilitate the girls' ascent considerably. Awoo! Suddenly, a wolf's howl erupted from behind, and a large wolf sprang from the thicket, lunging directly at Chu Yanxi. Quick as lightning, Lin Tian pushed Chu Yanxi aside, and the wolf's claw struck him squarely on the back. Ugh! Instantly, Lin Tian felt a searing pain shoot through his bare back. Following that was a sensation of numbness and burning. Although he could not see, he imagined deep gashes marred his skin. Awoo! The wolf that had attacked Lin Tian howled with apparent delight, immediately launching another clawed assault. Lin Tian's brow furrowed. If he became entangled with this wolf, the pursuing pack would surround him in an instant. Once encircled, survival would be utterly impossible. However, at that critical moment, Chu Yanxi's face hardened, and with a swift motion, she drew her Nepalese knife. The blade glimmered under the moonlight, slicing through the air as it severed the wolf's front paws. The beast collapsed with a howl, writhing in agony. Lin Tian cast a surprised glance at Chu Yanxi. Unexpectedly, this woman managed to maintain her composure in such a perilous moment, truly deserving of admiration. There was still time for her to gaze at me while the wolf pack was closing in. Chu Yanxi said gravely, then quietly added a word of thanks. Clearly, this was in gratitude to Lin Tian for pushing her aside and shielding her from harm once again. Just like the last time. Had it not been for Lin Tian's intervention, she would have been bitten by that Nile wolf. Seeing the deep bloodstains on Lin Tian's back, a myriad of emotions surged within Chu Yanxi. Brother Tian. Su Sitong's eyes turned red with concern as she witnessed Lin Tian's blood-soaked back. The wolf pack was fast approaching. Chen Shuiyun finally mustered the courage to glance back, her soul nearly leaving her body upon seeing a dozen wild wolves furiously chasing them along the beach, stirring up clouds of sand like a train. Quick, climb the tree, Lin Tian urged, leading the three girls to the crooked banyan tree, quickly instructing them to ascend. At that moment, he could not afford to be cautious about where he pushed. He frantically propelled the three girls upwards. Just as he did so, the leading wolf leapt high, its massive body lunging towards Lin Tian. The wolf's force was formidable, and its leap was fueled with all its might, crashing into Lin Tian. Thud! Lin Tian was slammed against the tree trunk, feeling as though his insides were churning. A wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, prompting him to spit out a small mouthful of blood. Lin Tian! The three girls atop the banyan tree gasped in horror. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf bared its sharp fangs and lunged for Lin Tian's neck. The girls' faces turned pale with terror. In a moment of desperation, Lin Tian raised a spade in front of him, thwarting the wolf's attempt to bite, and then struck the creature on the snout, leaving a gaping wound that oozed blood. The wolf staggered back, baring its teeth at Lin Tian. Seizing this moment, Lin Tian swiftly climbed the banyan tree. Chu Yanxi quickly stowed her gun and pulled Lin Tian up alongside her, with Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong assisting. Brother Tian, are you all right? Su Sitong's voice quivered, her eyes red and brimming with tears. The deep gash on Lin Tian's back was alarming, the deepest one even revealing bone, causing her heart to clench painfully. Medicine. I have medicine. Chen Shuiyun trembled uncontrollably with fear, her hands shaking as she fumbled to retrieve the anti-inflammatory medication, but struggled to open the box due to her intense tremors. Chu Yanxi took the medication from her, reassuringly patting her shoulder. She opened a capsule and sprinkled the white powder onto Lin Tian's wounds. One capsule was insufficient. Several wounds necessitated multiple doses, nearly exhausting the entire box. Then, with a knife, she cut away Lin Tian's clothing and bandaged his injuries with strips of cloth. At this moment, the wolf pack had closed in, surrounding the banyan tree, leaving no escape. Lin Tian, the wolves are starting to climb the tree, Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, panic-stricken. A howl echoed from the lead wolf in the distance, causing the pack to charge toward the banyan tree. The foremost wolves scrambled up the trunk, taking advantage of the tree's slanted position that allowed them to ascend. Lin Tian had anticipated this, yet there was no alternative. Climbing the tree remained the best option. It provided a chance to confront the wolves, limiting their ascent to just one or two at a time, unlike being overwhelmed by a dozen on the ground. A howl erupted from the lead wolf as it lunged upwards, its 2-meter-long body springing toward the banyan tree, claws gripping the bark, revealing its fearsome fangs to Lin Tian. Chen Shuiyun, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, burst into tears. Su Sitong clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white as her nails dug into her palms. They had to hold their ground. The wolves could not be allowed to ascend. Chu Yanxi stood resolutely beside Lin Tian, wielding a knife, and handed him a Nepali army knife. Although the banyan tree's trunk was sturdy, it could only accommodate 2 people side by side. And given Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong's current state, they were clearly not fit for battle. Chu Yanxi decided to take both girls' knives for herself. The leading wolf howled as it charged upwards, its sharp teeth and claws at the ready, biting and clawing. Swish, swish. Lin Tian brandished the spade in one hand and the Nepali knife in the other, fiercely striking at the advancing wolves below. Each slash elicited a mournful howl from the wolves, igniting their fury even further. Lin Tian was not unscathed. The injuries on his back made wielding his weapons excruciating, and the wolves' relentless attacks left new bloodstains on his arms. Chu Yanxi, too, bore her share of wounds, the wolves' sharp claws leaving gory marks on her arms. Yet, like Lin Tian, she displayed no signs of pain or fear on her face. Despite the terror that gripped her heart, she concealed her emotions in this life-and-death moment, a habit cultivated from her high-standing position. Yanxi, Lin Tian. Chen Shuiyun observed the two in front, bravely fending off the wolves' assaults, and her tears ceased. though her hands still trembled violently. Witnessing Chu Yanxi fight on despite her injuries inspired her. Filled with fear, yet determined, Chen Shuiyun unstrapped her bow and extracted a reed arrow tied to her waist, shooting it at the wolves below. The reed arrows, however, lacked sufficient hardness and power against the wolf's fur, only inflicting minor wounds unless they struck a vital spot. Chen Shuiyun launched all her reed arrows, hitting nearly every target. But they failed to penetrate the wolf's hides, at best causing slight injuries. Only one arrow struck a wolf in the eye, inflicting considerable damage. With her supply of arrows depleted, Chen Shuiyun could do nothing but watch as Lin Tian and Chu Yanxi valiantly defended against the wolves' relentless onslaught. Sister Shuiyun, let's dismantle the bow and arrows, Su Sitong suggested, suppressing her fear. We can bind the Nepali knife's handle with the bowstring, extending our reach and making it harder for the wolves to injure Brother Tian and Sister Yanxi. Chen Shuiyun found this idea quite sensible and quickly began to disassemble the bowstring. Little Su was right. Every bit of length counts, especially with cold weapons. Yanxi, you should go behind and modify the knife, Lin Tian instructed while fending off the wolves. Chu Yanxi cast a worried glance at Lin Tian. Feeling the searing pain in her arm where blood flowed from her shoulder, the wounds multiplying as she fought. This was with both of them resisting the wolves. If Lin Tian were alone, the pressure would be overwhelming. If he were to be bitten and dragged down, it would spell disaster. Quick! Lin Tian shouted. Chu Yanxi, no longer hesitating, handed over the two military knives she held and a bow with arrows on her back to Su Sitong. With remarkable speed, Su Sitong secured the knives to the disassembled bow, transforming the short Nepalese blades into a long spear with the aid of the bow's lengthy wooden shaft and string. Chu Yanxi immediately grasped the modified weapons, thrusting them downward with fervor. The added length of the wooden handle, exceeding a meter, allowed her to strike at the wolves while keeping a safe distance from their jaws. With the newly fashioned knives, Chu Yanxi sustained minimal injuries, alleviating some of Lin Tian's burden. While fighting alongside her, he had to remain vigilant and shield her from lethal attacks. But now Chu Yanxi stood in a position of absolute safety, allowing Lin Tian to focus entirely on the confrontation. Gradually, however, his hands began to tingle with numbness. The relentless swinging of his weapon had drained his strength, compounded by his prior injuries and the considerable blood loss, which led to his current perilous state. The pack comprised over a dozen wolves, relentlessly attacking. And while several had sustained injuries, their sheer numbers were daunting. Lin Tian's movement slowed, forcing him to retreat up the tree, while the wolves pressed ever closer, threatening to overwhelm him. Chu Yanxi, too, felt her strength wane, nearly exhausting her energy reserves. Yan, take a break. Let me help. Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong took the weapons from Chu Yanxi's hands, continuing the assault on the wolves. The vigor of the two girls provided Lin Tian with a momentary reprieve. Chu Yanxi gasped for air, her chest rising and falling violently, the pain in her arms subsiding as they approached numbness. Suddenly, a piercing howl resonated from behind them. Lin Tian squinted into the darkness, spotting a ghostly green glow approaching. As it drew nearer, he recognized the one-eyed alpha wolf, its remaining eye glowing ominously while the other was a gory pit. The alpha has appeared, Lin Tian realized, recognizing it as the beast he had previously blinded. If we eliminate the alpha, will the pack retreat? Chu Yanxi suddenly inquired. Lin Tian nodded, responding, despite our current disarray, many of the wolves are injured. Should the alpha fall, the pack will likely disperse. Chu Yanxi, hearing this, drew her pistol from her waist and aimed the dark muzzle at the alpha. The beast's delay in emerging indicated it had been intimidated by Lin Tian's earlier arrow. Animals possess an innate intelligence. Once they suffer a setback, they learn from it. This pistol was Chu Yanxi's trump card, containing 2 remaining bullets, and with a distance of roughly 50 meters, it was within her capability. Yet now, she felt her hands trembling as she gripped the weapon. A shaky hand is a mark of failure in marksmanship. A slight deviation at the moment of firing could result in a catastrophic miss. With Lin Tian visibly faltering, Chu Yanxi resolved to act, pulling the trigger without further hesitation. Bang! The moment the gun fired, her arm jolted violently as if struck by lightning, the recoil aggravating her wound, sending a wave of dread through her. Indeed, the bullet struck a nearby tree, sending splinters flying, while the alpha wolf leapt aside in fright, narrowly avoiding the shot. Chu Yanxi recognized that the pain from the recoil had caused her aim to falter. As the alpha sought refuge behind a rock, she had no choice but to fire again. But her second attempt also missed. Her heart plummeted. She had hoped for another chance to steady her aim, but time was of the essence. She had to shoot immediately or risk losing the opportunity altogether. Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong exchanged glances of disappointment, their pupils dimming, especially for Chen Shuiyun. who was acutely aware of Chu Yanxi's sharpshooting skills. If even she could not hit the alpha, their situation seemed utterly hopeless. Chu Yanxi felt immense pressure, her heartbeat echoing in her ears. Don't be afraid. Think of it as a regular practice session. It's nothing to worry about. Here, Lin Tian said, swinging his entrenching tool to strike a wolf that lunged at him, causing it to retreat with a howl. Seizing the moment, he tossed his pistol to Chu Yanxi. I believe in you. Lin Tian's succinct words unexpectedly calmed Chu Yanxi's racing heart. She couldn't fathom why, but the assurance in his voice eased her anxiety. Taking a deep breath, she steadied the pistol once more, aiming at the alpha. This shot presented an even greater challenge, as the alpha had taken cover behind the rock. While the rock did not entirely conceal it, only half of its head remained exposed, significantly complicating the shot. Chu Yanxi's dark, glistening eyes, akin to black gemstones under the moonlight, remained locked on her target. With a squeeze of the trigger, she fired. Bang! The gun discharged, yet her arm still twitched from the pain. However, confidence surged within her, akin to a seasoned three-point shooter releasing the ball, knowing it would find the net. Aware of her injury and the inevitable recoil, she adjusted her aim upward before firing, anticipating the downward drift caused by the kickback, ensuring her shot would connect perfectly. Chu Yanxi's spirit soared, but suddenly, her smile froze, almost simultaneously with her shot. A gray shadow dashed in front of her target. A chilling wolf howl pierced the air. The bullet pierced the skull of the massive wolf, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yet, a heavy pall settled over the small group. Though the bullet had claimed a wolf's life, it was not the alpha. Chu Yanxi's intended target had been obstructed by this wolf, which became a sacrificial pawn. Although they had slain a wolf, the outcome was far from favorable. As long as the alpha remained alive, the pack's assault would persist. Lin Tian, feeling dizzy from blood loss, recognized that he was on the verge of collapse. He resolved to take a gamble. The pack's attack that night seemed directed solely at him, and the alpha sought retribution. Thus, Lin Tian decided to wager everything on the belief that the entire pack was fixated on him alone. With little energy left, he had to make a desperate last stand. Surveying the area beneath the banyan tree, he noted that the wolves had completely encircled him. To escape, he would need to leap from the tree, where there were no wolves behind him, but the drop was over 3 meters high. Even with a soft landing, the risks were considerable. If he jumped and was correct, the entire pack would pursue him. Escaping alone would yield no hope of survival. He would need to find another tree that the wolves could not scale. Lin Tian's gaze naturally fell upon a nearby coconut tree. Previously, when faced with the life-threatening danger of a black bear, it was once a coconut tree that saved his life. Perhaps Jesus was akin to his lucky tree. Now, the banyan tree stood about 50 meters from the nearest coconut tree. Upon jumping down, Lin Tian would likely be pursued and bitten to death by the wolf pack at a breakneck speed. However, Lin Tian had no retreat left to consider. If he continued to stubbornly resist atop the banyan tree, it would not be long before exhaustion led to his demise at the jaws of the wolves, and the 3 women behind him would likely perish alongside him. Thus, Lin Tian had to leap from the banyan tree immediately. Even if he were to be devoured by wolves before reaching the coconut tree, at least he would afford the 3 women a chance to survive. Otherwise, they would all meet their end together. Listen carefully. The moment I jump down from the tree, you must run in the opposite direction with utmost speed. If any wolves pursue you, you must climb the coconut tree at all costs. Lin Tian declared earnestly. Brother Tian. No, you don't intend to draw the wolves away by yourself, do you? Su Sitong and Chen Shuiyun's faces turned pale, with dozens of wolves below. Was Lin Tian not courting death by jumping? If you jump down, I will jump too. Chu Yanxi stated with unusual calmness. I can't always let you protect everyone. Do you look down on me? I can fight alongside you. She had made up her mind. If it came to it, they would die together. They had already been doomed in the jungle, and Lin Tian was the one who had saved her. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by the black bear. Surviving this long was already a stroke of luck. Moreover, without Lin Tian, even if they escaped this night, survival on the deserted island would be impossible, merely waiting for death. Without hope for life, what was the point in clinging on? It was better to be brave and fight alongside Lin Tian tonight. If you do not heed my instructions, we will surely perish. Following my lead offers a glimmer of hope. Lin Tian was not seeking a futile end, but rather a means to survive. To achieve this, he required cooperation. In short, the moment I descend from the tree, as long as the majority of the wolves pursue me, you must break through. Climb the coconut tree and await the opportunity to retrieve the dust bomb from the residence. Lin Tian stated solemnly. The dust bomb was nearing completion. It had been interrupted just as he was about to pick the cloth for the fuse due to the wolf pack's assault. Now, he had to complete the dust bomb to have a chance at survival. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the women felt a surge of hope and nodded heavily. Lin Tian dashed toward the top of the banyan tree and, from the 3-meter-high apex, leaped in the direction unblocked by wolves. Just as he fell, he suddenly spotted something extraordinary. Below the banyan tree, there were uniquely shaped large leaves, serrated like a saw, with small leaves nestled in between. Lin Tian recognized this twin-leaf plant, which had a simple yet powerful name, strongman. Consuming this leaf could swiftly reduce the buildup of lactic acid in muscles, significantly enhancing athletic performance. Muscle soreness from overexertion was due to lactic acid accumulation, and this leaf could effectively remedy that. At the moment of his leap, Lin Tian grabbed a handful of strongman leaves, tore off the serrated outer leaves, and stuffed the narrow inner leaves into his mouth, the bitter taste flooding his palate. The outer leaves were ineffective. Only the small inner ones contained the beneficial elements. The taste was extremely bitter, capable of metabolizing lactic acid and halting diarrhea. But for Lin Tian, the first function was paramount. As Lin Tian jumped from the 3-meter-high tree, the leading wolf suddenly raised its neck and howled loudly. All the wolves, as if receiving a command, immediately abandoned their assault on the banyan tree, their green eyes fixated on Lin Tian, and they lunged toward him. He had made the right gamble. Lin Tian realized that all the wolves were now pursuing him, temporarily securing a safe environment for the 3 women. Chu Yanxi, Chen Shuiyun, and Su Sitong felt their hearts leap into their throats upon seeing the wolves charge after Lin Tian, but they did not forget his instructions. They quickly descended the banyan tree with utmost speed. There are no wolves chasing us. Hurry, let us return to the residence for the dust bomb. Chu Yanxi quickly assessed the situation. Lin Tian had urged the women to rush to the coconut tree precisely because, with wolves in pursuit, the distance to the residence was too great. Once atop the coconut tree, they could evade the wolves' attacks and even use coconuts to retaliate. But now, with no wolves pursuing them, all the wolves had gone after Lin Tian, and they needed to seize this opportunity to retrieve the materials for the dust bomb from the residence to hand over to him. The wolf pack pursued Lin Tian relentlessly, and he could feel their breaths and growls close behind him. He sprinted desperately. The 50-meter distance held the difference between life and death. Lin Tian felt the fatigue in his arms and legs dissipate, clearly a result of the strongman leaves effects. Finally, the coconut tree loomed before him, but the wolves clawed at his hind leg a few times. It was only thanks to the strongman leaves that he had not been brought down by the pack. But Lin Tian realized there was no time to wrap his ankle with socks. The wolves would not grant him that luxury. Even time for a hand-over-hand climb was non-existent. The wolves could leap high enough to bite, and even if he managed to climb, he would be dragged down. What to do? Just when he was on the brink of despair, Lin Tian suddenly glimpsed the knife and shovel in his hands, and an idea sparked. He seized the Nepalese army knife and, with all his might, swung it at the coconut tree trunk. The knife embedded itself deep into the bark, half of its blade disappearing within. In the next moment, Lin Tian leapt, placing a foot on the knife's handle, using it as leverage to spring upward and tightly embrace the trunk. As he ascended, the foremost wolf lunged at him. Lin Tian instinctively swung the entrenching shovel, striking the wolf's face, sending it tumbling down. He then swung the shovel at the tree trunk again, stepping on it to propel himself higher. Lin Tian reached a height of 5 meters, and the ravenous wolves below clamored to leap up, but they could no longer reach him. He had finally secured a safe position. Seizing the moment, he quickly tied his socks around his ankles, making climbing much easier, and eventually reached the top. The wolf pack could no longer assault him. With a swift motion, Lin Tian began hurling coconuts down, just as he had against the black bear. Unlike the bear, which had tough skin and meat, the wolves were no match. However, Lin Tian knew the wolves' skulls were particularly hard, often said to be like copper, while their bodies were quite fragile. Given the large number of wolves below, he could not aim precisely and simply hurled the coconuts downward. 5 coconuts fell, with 2 striking the midsections of 2 wolves. With anguished howls, the wolves collapsed, twitching as their spines were shattered. The leading wolf approached the base of the tree, its eye sockets empty yet brimming with hatred. It let out a long howl, and suddenly several wolves turned and chased after the girls. Lin Tian shouted urgently, "The wolves are heading toward the residence." As the girls turned around, they indeed saw 3 wild wolves swiftly approaching them. In a moment of desperation, they hurriedly grabbed the materials for the dust bomb that Lin Tian had prepared. After all, creating a bomb required a glass bottle, and dozens of them were packed in a heavy box that could not be entrusted to Lin Tian, who was trapped in the tree. Therefore, they could only take one, the half-finished product that Lin Tian had previously made. Quickly, they snatched a handful of cloth and vines from outside, soaked it in high-concentration vodka, inserted it into a Coca-Cola bottle, and sealed it with a handful of soil. "The wolves are coming, run," Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, her eyes filled with fear. "Yanxi, find a way to get the Coca-Cola bottle to Lin Tian. I'll distract the wolves," she said, and before the wolves reached the shelter, Chen Shuiyun dashed outside. 2 of the wolves immediately chased after her, while the third continued towards the shelter. Su Sitong seized a large stone and hurled it fiercely at the wolf, striking its head with a loud thud. The wolf howled in pain, instantly redirecting its fury towards Su Sitong. Chu Yanxi understood that these two girls were buying her time to deliver the Coca-Cola bottle to Lin Tian. Seizing the moment, she sprinted towards the coconut tree where Lin Tian was located, even though 10 wolves lurked beneath the tree. And despite the possibility that handing the bottle to Lin Tian might change nothing, perhaps she would also be devoured by the wolves, Chu Yanxi could think of nothing else. The only thing she could do was trust Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong were on the verge of being caught by the 3 wolves. "Can you swim?" Chen Shuiyun asked. "Yes," came the reply. "Then jump into the sea with me." Chen Shuiyun pulled Su Sitong and plunged into the icy waters of the night, which were frigid yet far less threatening than the wolves. The 3 wolves followed them into the sea, but their speed was no match for Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong. Despite Chen Shuiyun's earlier near-miss with the waves, it had nothing to do with her swimming skills. Even world champions could be swept away by such massive waves. In reality, Chen Shuiyun was an adept free diver, a sport often pursued by the affluent. Had she been a poor swimmer, she likely would not have survived the night without Lin Tian's rescue. The wolves, while capable swimmers, were significantly hampered by their weighty, waterlogged fur. After a brief struggle, they began to turn back, evidently realizing they could not catch up with the 2 humans. Though beasts are not particularly intelligent, they are instinctively aware of the ocean's dangers. Seeing the 3 wolves retreating towards the shore, Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining a safe distance from them as they swam back to land. The dark waters of the night were fraught with peril, and they sought to reach the shore as soon as possible. "Yanxi, look! Yanxi is almost at the tree. Be careful, Yanxi," they shouted, noticing that the pack of wolves below the tree had also spotted Chu Yanxi, baring their fangs in anticipation. "Lin Tian, catch!" Chu Yanxi hurled the Coca-Cola bottle towards him. Hanging from the coconut tree, Lin Tian reached out and caught the bottle. Just as the pack of wolves howled and lunged at Chu Yanxi, threatening to engulf her entirely, Lin Tian quickly loosened his legs and slid down the tree, focusing on the lead wolf. The lead wolf, realizing Lin Tian had descended, let out a furious howl. Lin Tian ignited the cloth fuse on the Coca-Cola bottle with the igniter from his entrenching tool and leaped down from the tree. The wolves, who had been pursuing Chu Yanxi, now turned their attention to Lin Tian, especially the lead wolf, whose single-bloodied eye glimmered with rage. As the king of the pack, it was enraged that this human had blinded it. With a fierce growl, the lead wolf bared its fangs and lunged at Lin Tian. In that split second, Lin Tian seized the opportunity and thrust the Coca-Cola bottle into the wolf's mouth. Just as the wolf was about to snap its jaws shut, Lin Tian wedged his entrenching tool into its mouth, immobilizing it and withdrawing his arm. A deafening explosion erupted from within the wolf's mouth, causing it to convulse violently before collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from its mouth, ears, and nose, lifeless at last. The deafening blast startled the surrounding wolves, who had been ready to attack Lin Tian but halted in their tracks, their green eyes now filled with fear upon witnessing their leader's downfall. Capitalizing on the moment, Lin Tian swiftly drew his Nepalese knife and struck down at the lead wolf's neck, severing its head and holding it aloft. The remaining wolves howled in terror at the bloodied figure of Lin Tian, who now instilled a deep fear within them. The once fierce howling transformed into pitiful whimpering. Although the wolves' gaze remained fixed on Lin Tian, they began to retreat, eventually fleeing back into the depths of the jungle. Lin Tian, overwhelmed, succumbed to darkness and collapsed onto the beach. Lin Tian, Chu Yanxi rushed over to check on him, with Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong quickly swimming ashore. "Phew, I'm fine," Lin Tian said, shaking his head. The tension that had gripped him suddenly released, akin to a tightly wound string finally relaxing. After a prolonged battle, fatigue set in, causing him to momentarily lose his balance. After resting for a few minutes, Lin Tian regained his composure. The 3 girls bore expressions of having narrowly escaped death. They had all believed they were doomed. Yet, in the most extreme circumstances, Lin Tian had beheaded the lead wolf and driven off the pack. However, the threat of the wolves had not dissipated. They were now leaderless but would soon choose a new alpha, who would undoubtedly seek vengeance for the fallen leader. Lin Tian's words hung heavily in the air, raising concern among the girls. Would such terrifying events continue to unfold that night? Surviving this ordeal was already a stroke of luck. Facing it again would yield uncertain outcomes. It could be said that anyone confronting such perilous situations would be fortunate to escape even once. Therefore, they needed to take the initiative after resting for 2 days. Lin Tian vowed to devise a plan to eradicate the wolf pack. The girls stared wide-eyed. Was Lin Tian truly intent on hunting down the wolves? It sounded almost like a fairy tale. Yet, none of them had the energy to argue. They were all utterly exhausted, a mix of relief and fatigue washing over them, compelling them to rest. Yanxi, what about the wounds on your and Lin Tian's hands? We're out of antiseptic, Chen Shuiyun exclaimed. Noticing the bloodied arms of both Lin Tian and Chu Yanxi, marred by numerous cuts, all the antiseptic had been used to treat Lin Tian's back wounds, leaving them without any medication. If left untreated, the risk of infection was high, which could lead to fever and even the possibility of losing an arm. There are plenty of aloe plants around the jungle. We can gather some tender shoots to boil for water. The tender shoots are rich in vitamin C and can be used to cleanse wounds, while aloe vera gel can help stop bleeding and reduce inflammation, Lin Tian suggested, taking charge. Although the efficacy of plant-based treatments could not compare to pharmaceuticals, they had no choice. Their only recourse lay in nature, and whether or not they would face infection was left to fate. In addition to these plants, they needed to ensure adequate nutrition over the next few days. Only by eating well could their immune cells function properly. Any hunger would drastically diminish their immunity. Fortunately, Lin Tian had cured a significant quantity of wild boar meat, sufficient to sustain everyone for a week. Now, apart from the boar meat, there was a new quarry, wolves. Although the pack had fled, the carcasses of 4 wolves lay upon the beach. While wolf meat may not be the most palatable, it still serves as a valuable source of energy and nutrition. The combined meat from these 4 wolves was considerable, and once processed and cured, it could last for a substantial duration. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. His exhilaration stemmed not solely from the prospect of wolf meat, but rather from the cost incurred that evening. The wolf meat was but a trivial matter compared to the invaluable wolf pelts. The bodies of the wolves were remarkably intact, allowing for the complete removal of their pelts, practically ready-made wolf skin coats, providing ample warmth to withstand the impending frigid winds. This was an immense bounty. Coupled with the brick house as a double assurance, it ensured that they would not perish from the cold. Soon, everyone would have new garments. After cleaning the wound on his arm with tender care, Lin Tian applied aloe vera to halt the bleeding and quell inflammation, then promptly commenced the task of processing the wolf carcasses. Are you intending to skin the wolves for clothing? Chu Yanxi inquired, aware that untreated wolf pelts would retain a foul odor that could not be eradicated, rendering them unpleasant to wear. Such an offensive smell could also attract other predators, posing significant danger. Clearly, you have not experienced high-quality garments, Chen Shuiyun interjected, having emerged from danger and now adopting a more inflated demeanor. She shot Lin Tian a disdainful glance. Do you not realize that all animal hides must undergo tanning? You cannot simply strip them off and wear them as is. Lin Tian retorted, isn't tanning agent derived from nature? I am aware of at least 5 types of plant tannins that can be found in this jungle. He added, if you, as a high-ranking supervisor, deem the wolf pelts beneath you, then when I have processed them with tanning agents, you need not wear them. Chen Shuiyun's eyes widened. You can really process them? Truly, you are a remarkable asset to my department. In any other company, you would be a CEO. Su Sitong stifled a laugh, only to be chastised by Chen Shuiyun, prompting her to lower her head. Chu Yanxi sighed in exasperation, reflecting on her friend's intelligence, yet wondering why she often lacked common sense. Could Lin Tian truly be so easily dismissed? Lin Tian successfully removed the pelts from all 4 wolves, a remarkable acquisition indeed. Once treated with plant tannins, they would not only be warm but also strikingly handsome. However, as night had fallen and given the crises endured, it was impractical to seek tanning agents at such an hour. Exhausted from the day's exertions, he left the carcasses on the beach, allowing the ocean breeze to dry the pelts. He propped the head of the lead wolf on a stick, positioning it between the shelter and the jungle, its gaze fixed menacingly toward the thicket. This served as a formidable deterrent to both the remaining wolves and other beasts. That night, the group slept soundly, and the following day, they would begin processing the wolf carcasses, curing the meat for smoking over the fire. Given the high temperatures during the day, they needed to complete the task early in the morning. Otherwise, the carcasses could spoil, and such precious meat must not be wasted. After checking the brick kiln, which remained intensely hot, Lin Tian added more firewood, knowing it required another 2 days of burning. Chu Yanxi, you stay in the shelter. Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong, you both make dust bombs from the soda bottles. I will venture into the jungle to find tanning agents and expedite the processing of the wolf pelts. Having shivered through the previous night, they needed to act swiftly. The brick kiln would take 2 additional days to burn, followed by days for cooling. Given the construction time, it would take at least 10 to 20 days before completion, coinciding with the coldest period. I've merely injured my hand. It is not severed, Chu Yanxi huffed, joining Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong in crafting the dust bombs. They worked with utmost seriousness, having recognized the power of these devices. Without them, the wolf pack would not have retreated, and had they failed to kill the lead wolf, their lives would have been at stake. Such an effective weapon was invaluable. Yet the dust bombs required glass bottles to unleash their full potential. With 2 crates of soda bottles totaling over 40, they had ample supplies. Though there was still excess taro flour, it was crucial to measure the quantity of flour accurately. Too much or too little could render the bombs ineffective. Lin Tian ventured into the jungle in search of materials, contemplating how best to eliminate the wolf pack without concern for his safety. Traditional plant tanning agents include bramble bark, hardwood, chestnut wood, and tarragum, yet he was uncertain which would be optimal for cleaning the wolf pelts. Although some wood could be transformed into tanning agents, he currently lacked the tools for processing. After searching the jungle for the entire morning, he found no success. While there was an abundance of chestnut and hardwood, unprocessed wood remained just that, wood. At the streamside pond, Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised to discover 2 small Chinook salmon. His heart lifted. More salmon were sure to follow, as fish spawn in large numbers, indicating numerous eggs yet to hatch. With an abundance of fish, they would soon need to catch and consume them, lest the pond's resources dwindle. Observing this scene instilled Lin Tian with greater confidence. Food is never excessive, rather, it is always advantageous. Especially with the boundless ocean available for salt production, allowing provisions to be preserved for years. In the event of no rescue teams arriving and the necessity to construct a vessel for sea travel, the greatest concern would be supply on the ocean. Thus, he resolved to gather and store food, the more the better. Returning to the beach for lunch, Lin Tian found that the 40 dust bombs were completed. He carried a few with him as he continued his exploration in the jungle. This time, he took a different path, following the map, only to notice discrepancies along the way. As he ventured deeper into the jungle, it became evident that the map only detailed a portion of the island, specifically the route to the cliff from his previous excursion. The rest of the directions were uncharted. This island is larger than anticipated, Lin Tian mused, torn between joy and concern. A larger island signifies greater resources, but also heightened dangers. As he progressed, Lin Tian stumbled upon a patch of soft reeds, and an idea sparked in his mind for dealing with the wolves. He recalled a news story where a woman had thrown a cigarette but into a reed bed, igniting a blaze that consumed countless animals, leaving firefighters helpless against the inferno. Reeds are highly flammable and, when caught by the wind, can create a raging fire. If he could lure the wolf pack into this reed bed and set it ablaze, it would effectively eradicate the entire pack. However, if proper precautions were not taken, drawing the wolves in could result in his own demise. The method for preemptively addressing the wildfire is quite straightforward. It involves felling a line of trees before the flames spread further. By doing so, when the inferno arrives, there will be nothing left to burn, and the fire will naturally extinguish itself. Lin Tian plans to create an open area outside the reed marshes, where he intends to lure a pack of wolves. After igniting a fire, he will swiftly make his way to the cleared land. The reeds are exceedingly tall, rendering the wolves incapable of discerning their direction. Lacking a compass, they can only rely on their sense of smell. When the fire spreads and smoke envelopes the area, the wolves will be unable to detect Lin Tian's scent. Without delay, Lin Tian begins to cut grass, successfully clearing a substantial swath of land around the marsh, thus setting his trap to lure the wolves. However, there exists a considerable distance from the shelter to the marsh, approximately a kilometer in a straight line. Although not excessively long, it is evidently impossible to traverse this track amidst the wolves. Nevertheless, Lin Tian devises a clever plan. Along the route, there are numerous banyan trees, spaced closely enough that he can leap from one to another. Even the trees that are further apart can be connected using vines or bamboo. Lin Tian resolves to link all the trees between the shelter and the reed marsh that cannot be jumped over directly. This way, when the wolves run below, he and the girl can traverse the trees above. It is impossible for the wolves to climb these ordinary trees, as they are not the crooked varieties from the previous night. However, this endeavor proves to be quite labor-intensive. While most trees are within jumping distance, many others still require Lin Tian to construct bamboo ladders one by one. He toils for half the day, finally completing the last ladder just as darkness falls. At last, a route from the shelter to the reed marsh can be traversed entirely among the trees. The stars sparkle brightly in the night sky, and Lin Tian, bare-chested, feels the chill of the evening air as temperatures drop sharply. Upon exiting, he finds the girls anxiously waiting at the forest's edge, their eyes filled with concern. "Where have you been, Brother Tian? Why are you back so late?" Su Sitong sighs in relief upon seeing him. "If you can't find the plant tannin, don't be reckless. What if you had lost your life in there?" Chen Shuiyun chides him. "From tomorrow on, we must enter the forest in pairs. We can no longer venture alone." Chu Yanxi adds. Lin Tian, aware of their worries, remains silent. It is indeed late, and it is only reasonable for them to fear he might have perished in the wilderness. That night, none of them sleep soundly, repeatedly awakened by the biting sea breeze. Ultimately, the four huddle together, disregarding any notions of propriety between genders. Lin Tian finds himself nestled among them, realizing that the colder weather might not be entirely disadvantageous. As the chill sets in, he can embrace both Su Sitong and the others, inhaling her delightful fragrance, which strikes him as remarkable. Having lived on this deserted island for days, he wonders how the girls still smell so pleasant. Could it be that their regular use of cosmetics has left them with lingering scents? Due to the cold, the four of them huddle close, and Lin Tian, holding Su Sitong, cannot resist teasingly poking at the fruit rations. Expecting her to react with annoyance, he is surprised by her silence. Is she asleep? He muses, emboldened by the lack of response as his hand slips under her clothing, inadvertently grasping her breast. Su Sitong immediately jolts awake. Xiaosu, what's wrong? Chu Yanxi inquires. In the dark of night, amidst the crackling of the campfire, Su Sitong's voice is barely audible, and nothing. Lin Tian's excitement surges. The girl has chosen to conceal her feelings. What does it mean to take an inch and want a mile? He thinks as he embraces her, feeling his heart race at the warmth emanating from her. As dawn breaks, Su Sitong glares at Lin Tian, her cheeks puffed in indignation. However, her initial anger dissipates, and she turns away, embarrassed. Lin Tian, unfazed, maintains his composure. After all, his actions the previous night were merely to provide warmth to Su Sitong. Driven by a sense of compassion, it was exceedingly cold last night. If it drops further, we might freeze to death. Let us venture into the forest to find the plant tannin. If we cannot find it, we will have to make do with wolf pelts as blankets. I'll stay home. Humph. Su Sitong pouts, refusing to accompany him into the forest. In her heart, she silently chastises him. Brother Lin is such a rascal. Have you offended Xiaosu? That sweet girl is genuinely upset with you. Surely you didn't do anything inappropriate last night? Chu Yanxi casts a suspicious glance at Lin Tian in the forest. Lin Tian's eyelids flicker. Has she guessed correctly? Truly, she possesses an impressive insight, typical of someone in her position. Nonetheless, he perceives that Su Sitong does not harbor any animosity towards him. She is merely shy. Besides, he has not acted inappropriately. Should she object, he would cease immediately. What does it have to do with you? Lin Tian retorts nonchalantly. Chu Yanxi bristles at his response, feeling a twinge of irritation. However, upon reflection, she realizes that whatever transpires between Lin Tian and Su Sitong is indeed no concern of hers. They are both adults. Yet, inexplicably, a pang of jealousy stirs within her, a feeling she cannot quite comprehend. With hands on her hips, she declares, both of you are my employees. What is wrong with me caring about my employees? Lin Tian shrugs. You have no reason to be concerned. Little Lin, Chen Shuiyun interjects in a tone of authority. Xiaosu is a good girl. You shouldn't take advantage of her. Then should I take advantage of you? Lin Tian surveys Chen Shuiyun with a mischievous glint in his eye. Indeed, she lives up to her name, exuding a captivating charm that is irresistible. The aura of allure she possesses seems innate, her gaze enchanting enough to leave one yearning for more. Why you? Don't look at me like that. Chen Shuiyun steps back, her demeanor suddenly wary. Yet, inexplicably, under his gaze, she feels a flush of warmth wash over her, an inexplicable sensation. Are your eyes lasers? You won't let me look at anyone else either? Lin Tian retorts, exasperated. This woman had previously ordered him around incessantly at the company, carrying water, disposing of trash, fetching coffee, and even serving as her designated driver when she was inebriated. Recalling these memories, Lin Tian's gaze toward Chen Shuiyun takes on a different nuance. He imagines her, with that proud expression, submitting to him. The mere thought sends a thrill through him. Chen Shuiyun increasingly felt that Lin Tian's gaze was somewhat unsettling, as if he could see through her completely. Hey, Lin Tian, let us not forget why we are in the rainforest. Chu Yanxi quickly diverted the conversation. She understood this fellow well. While he was extremely reliable in dangerous situations, once that danger dissipated, he could become somewhat perilous himself, especially in this lawless wilderness. If Lin Tian truly intended to act, who could possibly stop him? It all depended on his character. Yet, could one's character withstand such tests? After all, people can change with their surroundings. Lin Tian, look, there are so many hairy beans over there. We can take them back to cook. Chen Shuiyun hastily shifted the topic. However, it wasn't just Lin Tian who remembered their past at the company. She recalled it vividly as well. She had often found the young man insufferable due to his rebellious demeanor, so she had intentionally assigned him extra tasks to target him. Who would have thought that one day her life would depend on this very youth? What if he sought revenge and, Chen Shuiyun was surprised to find that the thought of such a possibility did not frighten her in the slightest. In fact, she felt a subtle warmth. It must be the oppressive heat of the rainforest. For a delicate young lady like her to look favorably upon a mere employee was indeed a grand gesture. Very good, Chen Shuiyun, you've made an interesting discovery. Lin Tian suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He approached the patch of pods that Chen Shuiyun had pointed out. These pods appeared large and vividly red, their colors strikingly beautiful. Is it just a few hairy beans to get so excited about? Chen Shuiyun thought it peculiar to see Lin Tian so animated. This type of leguminous plant, known as thorny cloud fruit, grows in Peru and produces these striking red pods. Also referred to as thorny cloud fruit gum. By grinding these pods, one can obtain a simple tanning agent, perfect for treating leather and fur. With such a bounty of pods available, they would have more than enough to use as tanning agents for 4 wolf pelts. Lin Tian remarked as he harvested the pods. Wow, I can't believe I spotted something so crucial at first glance. Chen Shuiyun was astonished. Their purpose in the jungle was indeed to find tanning agents, and she hadn't anticipated it would go so smoothly. How surprising that it could be found so easily. Yesterday, someone spent the entire day and night in the jungle and returned empty-handed. This is the difference between a big boss and a small employee. Ha ha ha. Chen Shuiyun began to swell with self-importance again. Lin Tian, however, found her antics unworthy of his attention, though he would have eventually discovered the patch of pods himself. It likely would have taken him much longer, even if it was right before his eyes. The dense foliage of the jungle could obscure it. Thus, Chen Shuiyun deserved some credit. After gathering an ample supply of pods, Lin Tian arrived at a cave where water dripped constantly, forming a depression in the stone below. While the saying, dripping water penetrates stone, might be an exaggeration, thousands of years of water dripping could at least create a hollow. He emptied the water from the depression, placed the pods inside, and began to pound them with a stick, aiming to extract their juice. Lin Tian hammered vigorously, while the 2 girls joined in with their own sticks. The red pods were smashed to pieces, and the white juice flowed out, filling the stone hollow. This was the tanning agent they would use to clean the wolf pelts. However, it was not enough. At least another hour of pounding was required since they were doing it manually rather than with machines, which would have been far more efficient. After what felt like an eternity, with their arms aching, they finally transformed all the pods into white juice, the original pods reduced to powder. Let us filter this, and we can use it, Lin Tian declared, cutting open a plastic bottle and laying some leftover cloth over the opening. Then, using another cup bottle, he scooped the white juice and poured it through the cloth. The powdered remnants of the pods remained above, while the collected white juice filled 4 large bottles. Let us wash the pelts. The 2 girls were ecstatic at the prospect of new clothing. Although it was merely wolf fur, wearing a complete pelt could be strikingly beautiful, exuding a wild elegance, especially on a man like Lin Tian, who would appear even more untamed. Regardless of appearance, the warmth these furs provided was thrilling. The nights had been bitterly cold, and without this wolf fur, they might have frozen. By the creek, the 4 of them began washing the wolf pelts. They first wet the pelts with creek water, then applied a layer of tanning agent, scrubbing vigorously until all the residual blood was removed. Rinsing away the agent with creek water, the pelts instantly appeared much cleaner, and the foul odor diminished significantly, but clearly, 1 wash was insufficient. 1 bottle of tanning agent could clean about 10 times, so washing the pelts today would not be a simple task. They would need to wash them 10 times to achieve cleanliness. Each wash took about half an hour, and after 5 hours of labor, they finally succeeded in cleaning the pelts, which merely required drying. The once grimy wolf fur was now a beautiful gray-blue, free from bloodstains and unpleasant odors, only retaining a faint scent of the pods. It was now 3 in the afternoon, the sun at its zenith, and they promptly hung the 4 wolf pelts to dry. By the time the sun set, the furs would be ready, and after a little heat, they could wear them. Lin Tian clapped his hands, pleased. The brick kiln could also cease operations tonight, but it would need to be sealed for 2 days to allow the residual heat to dissipate, letting the bricks adapt to the temperature. Otherwise, drastic temperature fluctuations could cause them to shatter. The small team looked at the wolf fur coats basking in the sun, each member filled with joy they would finally escape the chill tonight. None of them noticed, however, that in the jungle, behind layers of trees, a new alpha wolf led a pack, its eerie green gaze fixed on the beach, as if waiting for nightfall. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the wolf pelts dried, feeling warm and fluffy to the touch. The golden sunlight shimmered on the gray-blue fur, casting beautiful reflections. Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong could hardly contain their excitement as they donned the wolf fur coats, which fit perfectly after being tailored with a knife. They twirled around in delight but quickly removed the garments. As long as the sun shone, the temperature would remain mild. It was only when the night winds howled that they would need to wear the wolf fur coats. Although Chu Yanxi did not try on the coat, a subtle joy glimmered in her eyes. As for Lin Tian, his coat was the largest, crafted from the fur of the alpha wolf. He went to check on the brick kiln once more. The fire was nearly extinguished. There was no need to add more fuel, as it had burned for 3 days. Now, they merely needed to wait for the flames to die down, and in 2 days, they could open the kiln. Nightfall arrived with a chilling wind. The banana leaves covering the shelter rustled ominously, as if on the brink of being torn from the roof. Thankfully, with their wolf fur coats and a few campfires, Lin Tian and his companions were not left shivering in the cold. Although they felt somewhat warmer, the four of them huddled closely, for human warmth was the most comforting. The night was exceptionally quiet, a silence that felt unsettling. Lin Tian, do you think the wild wolves might seek revenge on us tonight? Chen Shuiyun asked, her voice tinged with concern. The new leader of the wolf pack should not be chosen so quickly, right? Chu Yanxi pondered aloud. Lin Tian shook his head and replied, I do not know. After all, we are merely human. How can we possibly fathom the behaviors of wild beasts? Regardless, everyone carries a few dust bombs. If the wolves attack, follow the route I previously outlined, running from the trees straight into the reed marshes. Lin Tian had already shared the reason for his late return yesterday with a few of the girls and had explained the entire route. To ensure their safety, he had even built a bamboo ladder against the first tree, allowing them to ascend easily, and when they were up, they could simply topple the ladder, preventing the wolves from following them up the tree. That night was exceedingly quiet, interrupted only by the occasional call of wild mountain chickens, which oddly provided a sense of reassurance, indicating that there were no wolves or other large predators nearby. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun slept soundly, while Su Sitong, though not deeply asleep, felt more comfortable. Su Sitong furrowed her brow, lying with her back to Lin Tian, and sensed an unrestrained hand slipping into her thick coat, one hand sliding up from the side while the other gently squeezed downward. Lin Tian's heart raced. Ever since their last encounter, where he had unintentionally taken advantage, he had been restless. Tonight, he merely intended to test the waters. At first, Su Sitong subtly grasped Lin Tian's wrist, preventing him from moving. However, when he attempted to withdraw his hand, he found himself held fast, and an understanding dawned upon him. With a sly grin, he pressed forward once more, and indeed, this little girl ceased her resistance. As time passed, she transformed into a content little kitten, not only failing to obstruct him, but also shifting into a position that made it more convenient for Lin Tian to act, snuggling closer into his embrace. Even when Lin Tian began to tire, she instinctively wriggled backward. Goodness, does it feel like I've boarded a pirate ship? Lin Tian thought suddenly. He felt as though he had become a mere tool for Su Sitong's enjoyment, while she reveled in her comfort, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Despite her apparent acquiescence to Lin Tian's wandering hands, she would swiftly halt any more assertive advances. While she was enjoying herself, he felt utterly stifled. Realizing this, Lin Tian decided to withdraw his hand. Su Sitong, lying with her back to him, suddenly froze, having not sensed his movement for some time. She turned her head. Her cheeks flushed like a boiling kettle, her large, watery eyes fixed on Lin Tian, her silver teeth biting her lip. Then, she extended her small hand toward him. The following morning, Lin Tian emerged from the shelter, feeling refreshed. That little girl's delicate hand was indeed incomparable to his rough, calloused hands from 2 decades of solitude. He glanced back to see that Su Sitong was still asleep, clearly having not rested well last night. However, it mattered little. They had no pressing matters to attend to, aside from remaining vigilant against potential wolf attacks. Oh, my mouth hurts. Chen Shuiyun grimaced, covering her mouth while rinsing, a look of profound discomfort crossing her face. What's wrong? Let me see, Chu Yanxi asked with concern. There are several ulcers on my lips. You have oral ulcers, Lin Tian noted. Although we haven't gone hungry, we've still consumed too few vegetables. Insufficient vitamin intake can easily lead to oral ulcers. Our daily provisions consist mainly of meat, with only occasional carbohydrates, and vegetables are limited to fresh pine needles. While pine needles do contain a fair amount of vitamin C, humans are omnivores. Relying solely on this one type of vegetable is far from adequate. It seems we need to venture into the jungle to gather some vegetables, or else, over time, it won't just be oral ulcers, we might end up with sepsis. Lin Tian's words turned Chen Shuiyun's face pale. Oh no. I'm going to get sepsis. You're just dealing with oral ulcers. Stop exaggerating. Lin Tian retorted. In just a few days, sepsis? Do you think we're fast-forwarding through life? You two will chop wood on the beach, and I'll give you a compass. If a wolf pack attacks, you'll lead them into the reed marshes and set them ablaze, Lin Tian instructed. If they entered the marsh and didn't know their direction, they might end up trapped and perish in the flames. What? Chop wood. Chen Shuiyun's face fell. She despised chopping wood, as it always left her arms sore. Although she had grown accustomed to it over time, it remained laborious work. Well, we are running low on firewood, and the weather is getting colder. It's perfect. I can use it to exercise, Chu Yanxi accepted with enthusiasm. She even found chopping wood beneficial, as her previous sedentary work had resulted in neck and shoulder pain. Since taking on physical labor, she felt stronger and her neck and shoulders were much more comfortable. Hey, Lin Tian. You won't bully little Su while you're in the jungle, will you? Chen Shuiyun asked skeptically. As for that, I will only protect her. How could I possibly bully her? Right, little Su? Lin Tian replied. Su Sitong merely pursed her lips in silence. Chen Shuiyun shot Lin Tian a knowing look. You know what I mean. You must tease little Su. Lin Tian feigned seriousness. What nonsense. I am of noble character, with nothing but integrity. Am I the type to indulge in such frivolity? A gentleman is well versed in the 6 arts, especially in archery, which I have mastered to perfection. He went on to speak in convoluted phrases, prompting the girls to roll their eyes in exasperation. Upon entering the jungle, Su Sitong pouted and muttered, A gentleman? Huh? Humph. What a scoundrel. Dare you insult me? Lin Tian retorted, playfully slapping her behind, producing a crisp sound that made her shudder. With her cheeks puffed out in indignation, she glared at Lin Tian. You mustn't act recklessly. Regarding last night, I was asleep, completely unaware. Su Sitong quickly covered her mouth, silencing Lin Tian's retort. All right. Rest assured that our purpose in the jungle is serious business. We'll discuss the rest later, Lin Tian proclaimed with utmost seriousness. The jungle was fraught with danger. Even if he wished to jest, he would not do so in such perilous surroundings. Let us head west. We have yet to explore that area, and perhaps we will discover different plants. Lin Tian selected a direction and pressed onward. Since learning that the map did not depict the entirety of the island, Lin Tian had resolved to explore every inch of it. In addition to seeking essential resources for survival, he also needed to be mindful of potential materials for boat building. After all, constructing a boat primarily requires wood. Everything else is built upon that foundation. Thus, the key was to find sufficient timber. Although the jungle was filled with trees, few were suitable for boat building. The quality of the wood mattered greatly, including oak, spruce, and pine, among others. Different parts of the boat required different types of wood, making this a labor-intensive task. Nevertheless, Lin Tian's primary focus remained on gathering supplies for sustenance. Ensuring they had enough to eat and drink was paramount while awaiting rescue and exploring the feasibility of boat construction. Look, there are ferns, and so many bamboo shoots. Su Sitong exclaimed excitedly as she dashed into a bamboo grove. The island was not devoid of bamboo forests, and Lin Tian found the sight fascinating. The bamboo in the grove where they had previously hunted wild boars was already quite mature and, evidently, inedible except for pandas. In contrast, this bamboo was still tender, with many shoots just breaking through the ground, ready to be harvested and eaten. The nutritional components of bamboo shoots are abundant, containing a variety of trace elements, along with the beneficial effect of promoting intestinal health. Su Sitong bent down to harvest the shoots, seemingly unaware or perhaps not regarding Lin Tian as an outsider. Clad only in a short-sleeved shirt during the day, she inadvertently exposed herself, leaving Lin Tian with a clear view. Gulp. Upon hearing the sound of Lin Tian swallowing, Su Sitong's face flushed, and she scolded, Focus on your work. Hey, I'm just taking a look. I won't touch anything. My hands are filthy and unhygienic. Lin Tian replied with a grin as he began to dig with a spade. A warm feeling enveloped Su Sitong. She recognized his concern for her, realizing he was not solely fixated on trivial matters. Well, if he wants to take advantage of this, let him, she thought. Your method of digging shoots with your bare hands is remarkably inefficient. You should use a spade, she suggested. Lin Tian handed the spade to Su Sitong and took up a Nepalese army knife to commence his digging. Soon, they had unearthed a dozen or so shoot heads. Tian go, let's not harvest too many. We can dig more when we need them. Otherwise, it will be a waste, Su Sitong advised. You're being foolish. If we don't dig them up, they will grow into bamboo. Unless you're a panda, you won't have anything to eat then. Any surplus can be dried and dehydrated, and when we wish to eat, we can simply soak it in water. Furthermore, we can smoke it to create a delicious smoked bamboo shoot. As the saying goes, bamboo grows taller with each segment. If the shoot heads are not harvested promptly, they will soon transform into bamboo, rendering them inedible. Oh, Su Sitong continued, but we walked 2 kilometers to get here. If there are too many shoot heads, it will be challenging to carry them back. Tian go, I can weave a bamboo basket. Can you? Lin Tian inquired, recalling that Su Sitong had previously woven blankets from hibiscus. Though he now had a wool fur coat, the hibiscus blankets were also used for insulation and were remarkably sturdy, indicating Su Sitong's excellent weaving skills. Don't underestimate me. I'll go cut some bamboo, he declared. Removing a logging axe from his back, Lin Tian found a supple, fully grown bamboo stalk nearby and chopped it down. After splitting it into thin strips, Su Sitong began weaving the basket. Her speed and craftsmanship were impressive. Soon, 2 large bamboo baskets were completed. Each took one, and they filled them with dozens of shoot heads. What a bountiful harvest, Su Sitong exclaimed. feeling the weight of the basket on her back, which was nearly as tall as she was. Bamboo shoots can be preserved for extended periods, ensuring a steady supply of trace elements. With still some time before noon, Lin Tian decided to explore further into the jungle, hoping to discover more vegetables. He refrained from foraging wild vegetables, as he did not recognize all the plants, and misidentifying something could lead to grave danger instead of nutritional benefits. However, their exploration yielded results. They soon stumbled upon a patch of golden wild rice, igniting excitement in both of them. More food. Su Sitong's eyes sparkled. It seems there are indeed ample resources in this area, Lin Tian mused, having never ventured in this direction before. He was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of bamboo shoots and now wild rice. This time, Lin Tian did not harvest all the wild rice, knowing he could not consume it all at once. Instead, he rubbed some grains to scatter over the surrounding area, uncertain if they would blossom and yield more wild rice. Leaving it to fate. Let us first harvest some rice to take back. Otherwise, we'll have too much to carry, Su Sitong suggested. Gathering enough rice for 2 days' worth of meals was quite a sizable amount, and the bamboo basket was already full of shoot heads, making it impractical to carry too much rice. Lin Tian and Su Sitong sat down to harvest, only to face difficulties when it came time to store the rice. They had initially thought that once the rice was processed, it would be easy to carry, but overlooked the gaps in the bamboo basket. The rice spilled out like sand through an hourglass. What do we do now? Do you have any plastic bottles with you? Otherwise, we can't carry all this rice. It would be wasteful to leave it here, Lin Tian pondered. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Tian. Lift your shirt a bit, he instructed. Su Sitong's face flushed, and she glared at him before reluctantly complying. Lin Tian, however, did not linger on the view. He filled her lifted shirt with rice, gathering it all together, then pulled the edges to tie a knot. Now, a small rice pouch dangled from her waist. All set. Lin Tian clapped his hands. Humph, you go in front, Su Sitong said, her cheeks still red. The short-sleeved shirt Lin Tian had given her had initially covered her thighs, but now, with the fabric gathered as a rice pouch, it offered little coverage. Humph, for the sake of bamboo rice, I'll endure. Suddenly, a wild animal's roar pierced the air, startling both of them. They turned to see a large wild boar bearing its tusks and charging toward them. The boar kicked up dust as it pawed the ground, then lunged forward. Run! Lin Tian urgently grabbed Su Sitong and dashed away. Is it here for revenge for the little wild boar? Su Sitong panicked. They had previously hunted a smaller wild boar and had likely angered a pack of wolves. This large boar must be avenging its kin, right? Not likely. Wild boars don't concern themselves with such matters. We probably just invaded its territory. If we can escape its range, we should be fine. Lin Tian remained relatively calm. Despite the boar closely pursuing them, he was confident he could outpace it. After all, wild boars are not particularly aggressive as omnivores. They would not engage with humans unless absolutely necessary. Lin Tian chose a path densely covered with banyan vines, which obscured the light and made running cumbersome. This path was difficult even for agile humans, let alone a large wild boar, which soon found itself entangled in the vines. After struggling to break free, the wild boar squealed a few times before turning back. Phew, good thing I added a lid to the bamboo basket. Otherwise, all the shoot heads would have spilled out. Tian Go, you were right. The wild boar has stopped chasing us, Su Sitong gasped, her cheeks flushed. Yes, but it seems we've lost our way, Lin Tian observed, glancing up at the sky, where sunlight was completely obscured by the thick vines. Entering such a dense forest made it easy to become disoriented. They had only been pursued by the wild boar for a short while, yet upon looking back, the scenery around them appeared entirely the same, rendering navigation impossible. Didn't we have a compass? Oh no, you gave it to the two sisters, Su Sitong exclaimed in alarm. She realized the dire situation. Within this thicket of vines, the sun was nowhere to be seen. Even at night, the stars would be obscured. Getting lost here could be perilous. Let us keep moving in one direction and make marks on the trees, shall we? Su Sitong proposed. While this method was likely to lead them astray, it was their only viable option at the moment. Lin Tian nodded slightly, and as they walked, the two began to etch a mark on the tree with a stone. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky. Lin Tian's heart leaped with joy. No need to hurry along, for once it rains, he would have a means to ascertain their direction. Really? The young girl exclaimed, her trust in Lin Tian unwavering. If they could accurately determine their bearings, it would far surpass the method of marking. At that moment, Su Sitong felt something slithering on her leg. Her face flushed as she swatted at it, exclaiming, "Stop fooling around." Huh? A snake? She screamed, initially thinking Lin Tian was being mischievous again, only to discover that a snake had crawled onto her thigh, sending a jolt of terror through her. Lin Tian furrowed his brow and swiftly grabbed the snake, tossing it aside before swiftly severing its head with a knife. It wasn't a large snake, and upon closer inspection, Lin Tian noted its red and black pattern, which eased his mind somewhat. Aside from the notorious rattlesnakes and cobras, many snakes could be distinguished by their coloration. If the pattern were red and yellow, it often indicated a highly venomous species. However, a red and black snake typically possessed less potent venom, and even if it were toxic, the lethality would be considerably diminished. This particular snake, being red and black, suggested that its venom was likely mild. "Oh no, I've been bitten. Am I going to die?" the young girl whimpered, tears welling in her eyes. "Lie down," Lin Tian instructed, placing Su Sitong on a clean banana leaf, and as he spread her legs apart, her face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily overshadowing her fear. Yet, Lin Tian remained composed. He ignited a pile of leaves using a fire stick and heated the blade until it glowed red before making a careful incision on the bite wound on her inner thigh. "Bear with it," he urged. Blood flowed from the wound, and Su Sitong gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. In cases of snake or insect bites, attempting to suck out the venom with one's mouth is ineffective. It is crucial to first make an incision to allow the toxic blood to flow out more easily. Though this snake might have only mild venom, it was wise to ensure that any contaminated blood was expelled for absolute safety. Once the incision was made, Lin Tian positioned his mouth over the wound, drawing out the tainted blood before spitting it out. During this process, it was vital to ensure that all blood was thoroughly expelled from his mouth, especially after a bite from a highly venomous snake, as any accidental ingestion could result in the rescuer becoming poisoned as well. Lin Tian continued to draw out the venomous blood several times before letting Su Sitong rest. And after searching the area, he indeed found some wild red aloe. While wild red aloe was not uncommon, discovering it nearby was a stroke of luck. Venturing too far was too risky, as getting separated in the woods could spell disaster. He applied the fresh aloe to Su Sitong's wound, which quickly formed a protective gel over the injury. "Brother Tian, will I be poisoned?" Su Sitong asked anxiously, her face pale. She was uncertain of her safety. "Let me examine it closely," Lin Tian said, leaning in closer, his breath warming her. She couldn't help but squirm. In that moment, her mind went blank. Su Sitong realized that if the snake's venom were still a threat, Lin Tian would not be so casually distracted. Suddenly, she tensed, instinctively gripping the back of Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and shot her an exasperated look. "You little rascal, you brought this upon yourself," she murmured, her head bowed in guilt. "By the way, it's really pouring now. How are you going to find the way?" She quickly shifted the topic. "Just wait and watch closely," Lin Tian said as he took a small piece of iron wire he had picked up earlier and began to twist it in his hair. He then placed a dry leaf in the puddle, setting the twisted wire atop it. Soon, the leaf began to spin in the water. After a moment, the leaf came to a halt. Su Sitong looked at Lin Tian, puzzled. "Is that it? What now? Did you remember the direction the leaf was spinning?" "The position where it stopped is north," Lin Tian explained, pointing to one end of the wire. "Why?" Su Sitong exclaimed in astonishment. Was the leaf merely floating randomly in the puddle? How could there be any reasoning behind it? To her surprise, the leaf remained still, confirming that its earlier movement was no coincidence. "The wire, after being rubbed against your hair, becomes magnetized. A magnetized metal will always point north when floating," Lin Tian clarified. Su Sitong's eyes lit up with understanding. "The wire can't float, so you placed it on the light leaf to allow it to rotate." "Clever," Lin Tian acknowledged. And with their newfound direction, he led Su Sitong out of the vine-laden forest. The rain would likely attract more snakes to the ground, and it was clear that the downpour would not cease soon, so they needed to hurry. Upon exiting, they came across a large cave. Lin Tian guided Su Sitong into the closest and shallowest entrance, which was only 2 or 3 meters deep. After all, they sought merely to escape the rain, and shallower caves were preferable. Wild animals often took refuge in deeper caves, making them less safe. "Little Tong Tong," Lin Tian suddenly called out cheerfully. "What do you want?" She replied, her expression tense as she instinctively took a step back. "You splashed me earlier. Don't you think you owe me some compensation?" Lin Tian teased with a mischievous grin. "What kind of compensation?" she asked, flustered. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, then plucked a mint leaf from outside the cave and handed it to Su Sitong. "Chew this and swallow. It will leave a refreshing minty taste in your mouth." "And what about you?" she huffed. "Humph." Su Sitong puffed her cheeks, glaring at Lin Tian, her face flushed like a teapot on the boil. Yet she obediently accepted the mint leaf. The rain continued to pour, while Lin Tian closed his eyes, letting the coolness wash over him. Half an hour later, gulp. Su Sitong stood up, wiping her mouth and glaring at Lin Tian. "You're awful. My jaw is sore now," she pouted. Lin Tian chuckled and planted a kiss on her forehead, causing her to shyly lower her head. Over the past 2 days, countless thoughts swirled in Su Sitong's mind. What exactly was her relationship with Lin Tian? Good partners? Yet, if they were merely partners, how could it have progressed to this point? They had done everything except the final step. However, they were not in a romantic relationship. Yet, if they were not lovers and had reached this stage, didn't that imply something rather promiscuous? Impossible. She immediately shook her head, banishing the disturbing thought from her mind. I, Su Sitong, am a pure and virtuous girl. It must be that Lin Tian, that wicked fellow, is the reason I found myself engaging in those activities. Humph, it must be so. I shall never do so again. Well, let's discuss future matters later. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, Su Sitong behind him was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, her face flushing and shaking her head at intervals. You didn't sneak a bite of poisonous mushrooms, did you? Are you hallucinating? The young lady cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian, silently thinking that the only mushrooms she had consumed were those of this wicked man. Speaking of mushrooms, they had indeed gathered a bountiful harvest. Upon returning to the beach, they found Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun, who had also made considerable gains. After chopping wood, they had scoured the surrounding jungle for edible items, ultimately discovering a large basin filled with mushrooms. Lin Tian, you've gathered so much, but don't underestimate us. Look at this entire basin of mushrooms, all found by me and Sister Yanxi. Chen Shuiyun declared, her tail practically soaring to the heavens in pride. Be modest, be modest. It's hardly worth mentioning, Chu Yanxi retorted, her pride overflowing. Seeing the two women seeking praise while glancing at the large portion of poisonous mushrooms in the iron basin, Lin Tian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It's fortunate you waited for my return. Had you eaten them beforehand, you'd be awaiting your corpses. Lin Tian remarked with irritation. What? We picked poisonous mushrooms? Chu Yanxi exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Shuiyun, unable to accept this, retorted angrily. You're just jealous because we found mushrooms while you didn't, and now you're slandering us. Look at these mushrooms, their colors are quite uniform. They're definitely not poisonous. We didn't even touch those colorful ones. Most people know that the more beautiful the mushroom, the more toxic it is. The two friends evidently understood this, as they had not picked a single attractive mushroom, all being of a solid color. You seem quite confident. Care to eat one for me to see? Lin Tian said, casting a glance at Chen Shuiyun. Surprisingly, she was actually prepared to eat one. But upon hearing Lin Tian's words, she hesitated, though she remained unwilling to concede. Grabbing a long white mushroom, she asserted, this is the common mushroom. I used to eat it often while dieting. There is no way I could mistake it. Lin Tian was instantly amused and infuriated. What on earth are you talking about? This mushroom you're holding is called the scaly cap white toadstool, also known as the soul-calling angel. It contains deadly toxins that can rapidly destroy liver cells, with a very high fatality rate. While it may resemble a common mushroom, if you examine the cap closely, you'll see a hint of yellow. Additionally, when damp, it feels slimy to the touch. Eating just one guarantees your demise. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuiyun gasped in shock. Looking at the cap, she indeed saw a faint yellow hue and confirmed that it felt quite slimy to her touch. Terrified, she hastily discarded the mushroom and began to wipe her hands in the sand, fearing the slime might poison her. As long as you don't eat it, you'll be fine, Lin Tian said, rolling his eyes at her before starting to select mushrooms. When he spotted a red-capped mushroom adorned with yellow dots, Lin Tian couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. This mushroom looks just like one from Super Mario, and you dare to pick it. Chu Yanxi glanced at Chen Shuiyun, who shivered slightly. Originally, Chu Yanxi had no intention of picking it, but now she defended herself, saying, I thought since it was in Super Mario, it must be safe to eat. Lin Tian was utterly speechless. You truly are a genius. This mushroom is known as the fly agaric. Consuming it will induce hallucinations, making one feel as if they have transformed into a giant. In the game, when Super Mario eats a mushroom, it's precisely due to this hallucination. Chen Shuiyun pouted. Super Mario getting bigger isn't a hallucination. His head can smash bricks, which is much more impressive. You've got to be kidding me. Lin Tian nearly choked on his breath. That's called creative inspiration for games. Do you understand? Enough of your chatter. While we feast on safe mushrooms, you can have this fly agaric. If luck favors you, you may not die, but you might just grow larger. I refuse. Chen Shuiyun tossed the fly agaric into the sea. I, Chen Shuiyun, am no fool. Knowing it's poisonous, I wouldn't dare eat it. That's absurd. Su, you silly girl, why did you roll up your clothes? Chen Shuiyun suddenly noticed that Su Sitong's attire was somewhat disheveled. I was bringing back rice, Su Sitong said, untangling her clothing to reveal the wild rice she had gathered, placing it upon the rocks. Seeing that they had retrieved wild rice, Chen Shuiyun couldn't help but swallow hard and warned Su Sitong, you must be cautious of this guy. He'll surely try to sneak a peek at you. Lin Tian chuckled. Ask little Su, am I such a person? I, Lin, conduct myself with integrity, mastering all 6 arts. Would I take advantage of little Su? Su Sitong twitched her lips and shook her head. Lin Tian is very considerate of me. He wouldn't take advantage. Haha. Can I claim that I have taken advantage of you? I've devoured several billion of you. The young lady thought angrily. Now, let us take stock of the supplies we have gathered today, along with all our food, Lin Tian began. Our reserves include 150 kilograms of smoked wolf meat, 50 kilograms of smoked pork, and 2 cans of beef. These are all items that can be stored long-term. Little Su and I dug up dozens of bamboo shoots in the jungle. Today you can enjoy them fresh. And any excess we will dry and smoke for storage. Then we have some rice, enough to last us 2 days. Chen Shuiyun pouted. I, along with Sister Yanxi, found 2 pounds of mushrooms. She was heartbroken. Initially, she and Chu Yanxi had gathered 5 pounds of mushrooms, but had to discard 3 due to toxicity. Though she knew they were inedible, it still pained her. Very well, today's lunch will be bamboo shoot fried rice with grilled mushrooms, Lin Tian announced. Having previously enjoyed bamboo tube rice, he desired a change in preparation this time. Of course, this was not a dictatorship, he inquired. If you wish for other methods of preparation, feel free to suggest. The 3 girls remained silent. In this setting, none of them had ever touched a drop of water. With the exception of Su Sitong, who had little cooking experience. Even her culinary skills were less than commendable. On this deserted island, although they could learn, the food would merely be cooked, hardly qualifying as delicious. Rather than that, it would be better for Lin Tian to take charge. After all, good food had become the only solace amidst their survival struggles. Having procured ingredients with great difficulty, it was only sensible for someone with culinary prowess to prepare the meal. Seeing that no one had objections, Lin Tian began to busily prepare over the campfire. He skewered the mushrooms one by one with bamboo sticks and placed them over the flames to roast. Mushrooms cannot be considered entirely vegetarian. Many vegetarians substitute mushrooms for meat to supplement protein. Vegetarianism is not beneficial for health. Do not emulate it. Consume meat, eggs, and dairy. This indicates that mushrooms are highly nutritious. The mushrooms over the campfire emitted a delightful aroma, becoming even more enticing when sprinkled with barbecue seasoning. Why can barbecue seasoning last so long? Because Lin Tian used it sparingly each time, being frugal, until the chili peppers fully matured. They would rely on these seasonings for a hint of spiciness. Moreover, in this deserted island, being able to fill one's stomach was already a blessing. So even a little seasoning would make the meal seem delightful. This principle is simple. If someone usually eats very bland food, an occasional barbecue will feel exceptionally satisfying. However, if one indulges in rich flavors daily, even the most intense flavors will feel mundane. While grilling the mushrooms, Lin Tian also began to stir-fry the rice with a spade. Hey, are you using that as a spatula? Chen Shuiyun felt a surge of anxiety. The entrenching shovel was Lin Tian's versatile tool, utilized for combat and various tasks. Yet using it to fry rice, which was ultimately meant for consumption, raised doubts. Can this really work? She pondered. I've polished and cleaned this shovel more often than you've bathed. In order to excel in any endeavor, one must first sharpen their tools. Lin Tian understood this principle well. Although the entrenching shovel was indeed a miraculous instrument, it required meticulous care. Neglecting it after each use would dull its edge. Earlier, upon returning from digging bamboo shoots, Lin Tian had washed the shovel by the stream, transforming it into a frying spatula. Fortunately, he had stumbled upon an iron basin. Without such a vessel, cooking fried rice would have been impossible. Once the iron basin heated, he added a bit of lard, knowing that rice fried in lard would yield a richer aroma. Just a little oil, please. My hair has become excessively greasy lately, Chen Shuiyun lamented. Although they had charcoal for dental hygiene, there was no shampoo for their hair. And washing it in the stream took considerable time yet failed to remove the oil. Even if you consume less oil, that doesn't diminish the grease in your hair. I nearly forgot about that. I'll just whip up some soap later, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. With the short hair, he could easily rinse it clean without any residue. However, the girls had long, lustrous locks that now appeared greasy. Really? You can make soap? Su Sitong exclaimed, her eyes widening. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Chen Shuiyun echoed in disbelief. Even the ever-composed CEO, Chu Yanxi, was unable to contain her excitement. Just as coconut oil enticed the girls with its sun-blocking allure, the prospect of soap for washing both body and hair was equally tempting. They had long yearned for a bar of soap, and now Lin Tian could actually produce it. Well, I suppose I'm not particularly fastidious about cleanliness, Lin Tian admitted, acknowledging that he had previously focused solely on survival and satisfying hunger, neglecting such seemingly trivial matters. However, in the wilderness, soap was indeed crucial, as nature was rife with bacteria. Increased exposure elevated the risk of illness, which on a deserted island could spell disaster. With soap, The antibacterial properties would significantly reduce the likelihood of infections. Go gather some shells and crush them into powder for later use, Lin Tian instructed. Crush shells for what? I haven't even eaten yet. I lack the energy. Chen Shuiyun protested. Fine, then you can sit there and do nothing. Whoever crushes the shells will be the one to receive the soap, Lin Tian replied coolly. What? Crushing shells can make soap? Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, astonished. Soon, she noticed her close friends, Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong, already gathering shells, prompting her to join in, determined not to fall behind. While Lin Tian prepared the fried rice, the girls returned with a bounty of shells, having collected around 60 or 70, and began smashing them on a concave rock. Initially, they used the blunt end of an axe to break the shells as much as possible, followed by using makeshift stone hammers, smooth pebbles that they wielded to pound the shell fragments. Although breaking the shells was a swift endeavor, reducing them to powder took considerable time. As they were not machines, after several exhausting minutes, they had yet to completely grind the shells into powder when Lin Tian announced that the rice was ready. Let's eat first and tackle the shells later, he said, serving the rice into bamboo tubes and garnishing it with mint leaves, imparting a hint of freshness reminiscent of bamboo. The rice, sautéed in lard, turned a golden hue, each grain perfectly cooked and distinct, not clumping together. The addition of smoked wild boar meat lent a savory richness, while the diced bamboo shoots provided a crispness that balanced the robust flavors, resulting in an exquisite fried rice. Alongside the bamboo shoot and smoked meat dish, each person received a skewer of grilled mushrooms. With Lin Tian discerning and overseeing the cooking, the girls felt at ease, indulging in the delicious meal without fear of mushroom poisoning. As they savored their feast, the concern about oily hair faded momentarily, each girl enjoying every bite, their lips glistening with flavor. It was only when they wiped their hands that they remembered the soap Lin Tian had promised. Soap, they exclaimed, rushing back to their task of pounding shells, the last morsels of rice still in their mouths. After over an hour of labor, the shells were finally reduced to powder. Lin Tian combined the powder with water, stirring it thoroughly, then filtered the mixture through a cloth, setting the resulting liquid aside. He returned to the iron basin, adding 2 blocks of lard to begin the cooking process. What are you doing, Lin Tian? You just finished eating, and now you're heating oil again. Are you making soap for us? Chen Shuiyun urged. Isn't that precisely what I'm doing? He replied. Making soap with lard. Just watch and stop talking. You're slowing me down. One more word, and there will be no soap left, he warned, taking out his prized tool. As the lard heated, Lin Tian poured in the filtered water, waiting for the mixture to reach a boil before adding fresh pine needles, allowing the concoction to bubble vigorously over the fire. Once all the water evaporated, what remained would solidify into soap. Is it really that simple? Chen Shuiyun asked, astonished. If it's so easy, why didn't you do it sooner? I didn't mean that. I meant to ask if soap made from just these ingredients is genuinely effective. Lard, pine needles, and shell powder, how do these relate to soap? Chen Shuiyun questioned, joined by Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong, who shared her skepticism. It's not that you don't trust me, Lin Tian clarified, but you lack understanding. The powdered shells yield calcium carbonate, also known as lime. The pine needles can produce sodium carbonate when boiled. Oils are the fundamental components of soap. What else would you use? Boil yourselves down for human oil. When combined, these 3 elements create soap. His explanation left the girls wide-eyed, marveling at how the simplest elements from nature could combine in such a remarkable manner. Yet, all this remained to be seen. Whether it would indeed result in soap was another matter entirely. As the mixture thickened and bubbles began to rise, Lin Tian removed the basin from the fire, pouring the viscous liquid into a mold he had previously crafted for bricks. The quantity was just enough to fill it completely. As it cooled, the mixture solidified into a half-transparent, yellowish block, with visible pine needles embedded within, emitting a faint, pleasant aroma from the pine. Now you can give it a try, Lin Tian said, slicing the soap into 4 pieces and distributing them among the girls. Holding the soap in their hands, they felt its smooth texture, excitement coursing through them. Could this truly be soap? They wondered. But merely holding it was not enough. They needed to experience its efficacy firsthand. The 3 girls quickly made their way to the stream, with Lin Tian following closely for safety. 3 young women squatted by the water's edge, allowing the stream to dampen their hair before lathering it with soap. With just a few strokes, bubbles began to form, filling the girls with delight. Lin Tian, you are truly remarkable. You've managed to create soap so effortlessly. You truly deserve the title of Brother Lin Tian. We'll make sure to increase your salary when we return. Their flattery and grand promises did not concern Lin Tian. He regarded such things as mere illusions. What truly captivated him was the sight of them washing their hair. After all, wasn't it the way they arched their bodies that was most alluring? Despite the unremarkable appearance of Chu Yanxi's upper body, Her figure from behind held great promise, indicative of her potential for fertility. Chen Shuiyun, on the other hand, possessed a flawless physique, perfectly proportioned without an ounce of excess. Though Su Sitong could not match her. She had the advantage of donning a simple short-sleeved shirt. Lin Tian swallowed hard, eagerly anticipating the arrival of nightfall. Suddenly, the sound of animals echoed through the air. Startling the group as they turned to investigate, they discovered a herd of wild cattle approaching the stream to drink. The girls were immediately filled with trepidation, ready to flee. Each of these animals appeared massive, weighing several hundred pounds, with sharp horns that could easily launch a lion into the air if they charged. The wild cattle mooed as they drank from the stream and grazed on the grass. Just continue washing your hair. We need not concern ourselves with them. Their continued grazing indicates they are not in mating season, and as long as we do not pose a threat to the herd, they will not attack. Lin Tian reassured them. He explained that during mating season, wild cattle become disinterested in food and emit deep bellows rather than the usual mooing. The herd's behavior indicated they were in a normal state, and since this area was not their territory, there was no risk of territorial aggression. Hearing this, the girls felt somewhat relieved. However, Chen Shuiyun glanced down at her attire. I'm wearing red. Having jumped into the stream, her clothing had become wet and clung to her body. Fear gripped her, as it was said that bulls would become enraged upon seeing red. And if her red underwear provoked them, she might suffer a grievous injury from their horns. Indeed, I've seen Spanish bullfighters waving red cloths to incite bulls into a frenzy. Su Sitong added nervously. As long as you don't flaunt yourself in front of them, you'll be fine, Lin Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. He clarified, cattle are colorblind. They only perceive black and white. They have no idea what color your underwear is. The Spanish bullfighters provoke the bulls with aggressive actions to incite rage before waving a cloth as a challenge. Unless you were to approach a wild bull and hit it on the head then turn your back to shake your posterior, you would indeed be in danger. Chen Shuiyun retorted, you're the one who would shake your backside at the wild bulls. Just think of all that beef. Su Sitong, realizing how many formidable wild bulls were nearby, couldn't help but envision various culinary delights made from beef, her mouth watering at the thought. Don't be ridiculous. A herd of wild cattle is far more dangerous than a pack of wolves. There are over 20 of them here. Even lions and tigers would hesitate to attack. One misstep and a wild bull could seriously injure you, if not kill you, let alone us, Lin Tian stated firmly. He held no desire for the cattle. With nearly 200 kilograms of meat already at his disposal, he saw no reason to risk it, despite the allure of beef. Unless he were starving. Lin Tian would never consider approaching the wild herd. Ugh, the wild bulls are defecating. How disgusting. One girl wrinkled her nose in distaste. After all, this stream was a vital resource everyone frequented for water, bathing, and laundry, and it also hosted a nearby fish pond. If the bulls contaminated it with their waste, it would be quite unpleasant. The girls expressed their disdain but felt powerless. They could hardly chase away the herd without inciting their wrath. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was in high spirits. He had been searching for suitable materials to build a shelter. And now the wild cattle had inadvertently provided him with what he needed, manure to collect for construction. The girls were bewildered, questioning the connection between building a house and cattle dung. You all stay here and wash. I'll investigate the wild bull's territory for more manure. This isn't enough, Lin Tian declared as he followed the hoof prints into the thicket. The girls exchanged glances, speechless. Did he really need more dung? Were they expected to live in a house encased in manure? After a brief trek of about 10 minutes, Lin Tian arrived at a meadow he had not previously explored. One absent from the map. The open grassland was sparse in trees and abundant in lush grass, ideal for the cattle's habitation. There, he found a plethora of dried dung scattered about, perfect. To construct a house, one needed more than just bricks. Cement was essential. If bricks were merely stacked without cement, a gust of wind could easily topple the structure. On this deserted island, industrial cement was non-existent, leaving only the option of natural alternatives. Lin Tian had two methods to create cement, both of which would soon be employed. One involved mixing cattle dung with pig's blood, yielding an effective binding agent. This was why he had previously collected the blood from a wild boar, not as sustenance, but to await the opportunity to combine it with cattle dung. Now that the time had come to initiate brickmaking, he was fortunate that the cattle had provided their dung. He hastily returned to the beach, employing a bamboo cart to transport the dung. After the girls had finished washing their hair, they reluctantly joined him, their faces a mask of distaste. It was not that they were unwilling to work. Rather, who would willingly handle such unpleasant materials? Can this truly serve as cement? Chen Shuiyun inquired, still skeptical despite Lin Tian's reassurances. Of course not. Why would I deceive you? If the house collapses while we sleep, we could be buried alive, he replied. But wouldn't the use of dung result in an unpleasant odor? Chu Yanxi frowned, particularly sensitive to cleanliness. Lin Tian shook his head. Once the dung dries, it won't smell much, especially since these wild cattle graze on fresh grass, not the processed feed of domesticated animals. You're allowing your imaginations to run wild. Take a moment to smell it. Isn't it rather neutral? We must be insane to voluntarily sniff dung. Su Sitong shot Lin Tian an incredulous glare, puffing her cheeks. Despite her protest, she noticed that the dung trailing behind them lacked any particularly offensive odor. Left to dry on the beach, it would soon lose any remaining scent. Do you not know that in rural areas, dung is often collected for use as fuel? If it were that foul, who would pile it at their doorstep? Her words held some truth, though the girls, not hailing from rural backgrounds, were unfamiliar with such practices. After a long day of labor, they finally transported several cartloads of dung to the beach, utterly exhausted. After dinner, they retired early, though they took turns standing watch throughout the night, ever mindful of the potential threat posed by wolves. Although the reason for the wolf's prolonged absence remains a mystery, it is perhaps for the best. Who would wish to confront a pack of wolves? Ideally, the new alpha would simply forget the past and refrain from seeking trouble. The following morning, everyone rose early, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they gathered at the brick kiln, their hearts filled with trepidation. After all, none could ascertain how well the black bricks had burned. Sealed within the kiln for a full 5 days, a failure in the firing process would render all their efforts to naught. With the weather growing colder, the stakes were high. Lin Tian was equally anxious. Although he had previously fired brick kilns in the countryside, the circumstances on this deserted island were fundamentally different. Moreover, the implications were far more severe. In the countryside, an unsuccessful firing merely meant starting afresh, but here, a failure could cost lives as the chilling winds intensified. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian began to strike the sealed bricks of the kiln with the back of his axe. With each blow, a tremor rippled through the mountain, causing dust to fall, yet the bricks remained intact, filling Lin Tian with joy. If even the ceiling bricks were so resilient, the ones within must surely be even tougher. Eagerly, he pried a black brick from the kiln, and its sturdy texture confirmed his hopes. They had indeed been successfully fired. As he beheld the neatly arranged black bricks, the girls' gazes towards Lin Tian shifted once more, their disbelief transforming into admiration. What had initially seemed an impossible task on this desolate island had now been accomplished. Testing the brick's strength, Lin Tian hurled one against a rock. After several strikes, it finally cracked, a testament to its impressive durability. Even the red bricks of the countryside would not withstand such punishment. Beyond hardness, he needed to assess their water resistance. He submerged a black brick in water for half an hour, retrieving it without any apparent change. This was the mark of a quality brick. If they could not endure a soaking, how could they withstand the tempestuous winds and rains? Thus far, only one kiln had been opened, yielding 200 excellent bricks, with fewer than 10 exhibiting cracks. Lin Tian found this ratio entirely acceptable, especially as he had intentionally left a margin during the firing process. Provided the number of defective bricks remained manageable, they would face no issues. Next, he opened several more kilns, discovering that each contained equally well-fired bricks. In total, he counted over 900 superior quality black bricks, more than enough to construct a house. We can begin building the brick house, Lin Tian declared, his spirits soaring. To construct a dwelling on this island would significantly enhance their chances of survival. With no defensive capabilities in their makeshift shelter, the prospect of entering a brick house brought newfound confidence. Even if a pack of wolves approached, they would be unable to breach the formidable defense of the black bricks. The allure of a brick house was undeniable. Had they possessed such a refuge during the wolf attack, Lin Tian could have sat with the girls, warming themselves by the fire while watching the wolves rage impotently outside. Time was of the essence. The brick house needed to be erected swiftly. How can we assist? Chu Yanxi inquired. The three girls had no prior experience in construction. Even assembling a modest 20-square-meter house would be entirely foreign to them. You will collect shells, gather as many as you can, and then continue to crush them into powder, Lin Tian instructed. And what about soap? How much do you intend to make? The batch we created yesterday will last us quite a while, Chen Shuiyun questioned, puzzled. When I ask you to gather, you gather. Who said shell powder is only for soap? Do you know the significant role of lime? Lin Tian's tone brooked no argument. The girls had no choice but to comply. Relieved at the prospect of avoiding strenuous labor, shell collecting seemed simple enough. Just bend down and pick them up. The beach was devoid of anything but sand and shells, stretching endlessly before them. They could even collect the more aesthetically pleasing ones as trinkets. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's task was far more arduous. He mixed pig's blood with cow dung, added a bit of absorbent material, and began to stir. Given that the cow dung was somewhat dry and the pig's blood had coagulated over the days, achieving a cement-like consistency required considerable effort. The girls would likely find the peculiar mixture repulsive, so Lin Tian took it upon himself to handle this task. To him, the unpleasantness was irrelevant. As long as it served the purpose of building a house, he was content. The resultant mixture was not the typical gray of cement, but rather a rich burgundy hue. Though the combination of pig's blood and cow dung sounded unappealing, the final product possessed an unexpectedly sophisticated appearance and lacked any offensive odor. Fortunately, a large rock formation bore a deep depression, allowing him to pour the mixture in and stir it with a wooden stick, much like a giant mortar and pestle. After stirring vigorously for several minutes, the mixture transformed into a cement-like substance. Lin Tian took a Nepalese military knife and applied a dollop of the cement onto a black brick. Following the previously established bamboo framework, he placed it on the ground and added another black brick atop it, the two adhering firmly together. He allowed them to dry in the sun before striking them a few times, confirming their bond remained unbroken. Clearly, this homemade cement was remarkably effective, and Lin Tian felt a sense of satisfaction as he continued to construct the house. Though Lin Tian lacked extensive experience in building larger structures, the brick house required only 20 square meters of space. Such a small dwelling necessitated a shallow foundation, and he intended to use bamboo for the roof, eliminating the need for load-bearing walls. Thus, the construction proceeded with relative ease as he stacked the bricks according to the bamboo framework. Lin Tian was thoroughly engaged in his work, while the girls joyfully collected shells along the beach, their excitement mounting at the prospect of soon residing in a spacious home. After a full morning of labor, they had managed to construct only a modest portion of the 4 walls. The girls had gathered over 1,000 shells, and now 3 layers of bricks encircled the area. "Tian-gu, your pace is rather slow," one remarked. "The efficiency of our little worker leaves much to be desired." Lin Tian dismissed their comments, confident that he was progressing at a reasonable rate. "Why have you used 5 rows of bricks for the bottom layer?" Chu Yanxi inquired, puzzled. "More bricks at the bottom provide a stable foundation, gradually reducing as I build upwards. As for the slow pace, it is essential to wait for the pig's blood and cow dung cement to dry before continuing. If the cement hasn't set, adding more bricks would risk displacing the wall." Lin Tian explained. "You girls clearly lack construction knowledge. Spare me the questions. Is it so wrong to seek clarification?" Chen Shuiyun retorted. Lin Tian chuckled. "Fine. Now that you've asked, why don't you give it a try?" Chen Shuiyun was left speechless. Chu Yanxi observed the gaps between the black bricks, noting the burgundy color within. It appeared quite acceptable, devoid of any unpleasant odor. As long as she didn't dwell on the ingredients, it would hardly be bothersome. What is the harm in thinking about it? You've been living in the lap of luxury in the city for too long. Pig's blood is a food source, and cow dung can serve as fuel or fertilizer. Anything beneficial to humanity holds value, regardless of its nature. Lin Tian's words made Chu Yanxi's face flush with embarrassment. She clenched her teeth, unable to find a retort, and could only huff indignantly. "I'll deduct your wages when we return." Such a threat was of little consequence to Lin Tian. In fact, it felt more like a reward. After all, the prerequisite for wage deductions was survival. And what greater reward could there be than life itself? "Your task is to crush all the shells into powder and keep it for later," Lin Tian directed. Su Sitong, puzzled, inquired, "What exactly are we going to do with this shell powder?" Lin Tian replied, "It's for cement." "Can shell powder really be used to make cement? Haven't we already made cement from cow dung and pig's blood? Why do we need more?" Chen Shuiyun echoed her confusion. "Of course. The cement between the bricks can be replaced with cow dung and pig's blood, while a layer of shell cement on the outside will enhance its sturdiness. Then, we can plant climbing ivy around the house, allowing it to envelop the entire structure. This will fortify the house, providing a triple layer of protection. By the time the black bears come, they'll have no way to penetrate." Lin Tian's words filled the girls with a sense of security, and they were astonished to learn that even climbing ivy could reinforce a house. Once Lin Tian had finished repairing the lower 3 layers of the walls, he began tossing shell powder into a basin, adding water to concoct a mixture. Once heated, it became viscous, and upon mixing with sand, it transformed into mortar. Indeed, it resembled cement. It turned out that combining burnt shell powder with sand was the key. The beach provided an endless supply of sand and shells, revealing that natural cement was right before them. The girls were taken aback. Although the color differed from before, presenting a yellowish-white hue, they were amazed. Lin Tian's wilderness knowledge had evidently reached impressive heights. Beyond mere sustenance, he was well-versed in the materials needed for construction, which was truly remarkable. Even Chu Yanxi couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration deep within her eyes. After the 3 layers of cement had dried, Lin Tian began to plaster the walls with the shell powder cement. He had shattered hundreds of shells, and now they were all used up. He anticipated that the remaining shells would likely be consumed by the end of the day. So he continued to collect and crush more shells. This prompted a wave of complaints from Chen Shuiyun. Initially, gathering shells had been entertaining, but after a prolonged period, it became exhausting. Constantly bending or squatting had left her back sore, and the effort to crush the shells had made her arms ache as well. Despite her grumblings, the work had to be done. Unbeknownst to her, her once slender arms were now gradually building muscle, making her even more alluring. The small team toiled day and night, their daily tasks revolving around collecting cow dung to create cement for building and gathering shells to burn for an outer layer of cement. At night, they huddled together for warmth, while Lin Tian felt quite at ease each evening. Fortunately, their food reserves were plentiful, alleviating any concerns about hunger. They merely needed to forage for some vegetables to maintain a balanced diet. As the nights grew colder, the daytime temperatures dropped, and the biting winds at night felt like daggers. Thus, half a month passed. Lin Tian completed the final wall, applying cement, signifying the overall completion of the brick house. Ha ha ha, we finally have a place to call home. After weeks of labor, the girls were utterly exhausted. Upon seeing the finished house, it felt as though all their efforts had been worthwhile. The three girls entered the house for inspection. The structure measured 5 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 2.5 meters in height, all uniformly coated in neat yellow-gray cement, exuding a sense of order. Wow, Lin Tian, why is there such a large hole in the wall? Chen Shuiyun remarked, noticing a circular opening in one wall. Isn't this going to let in the wind? Lin Tian shot her an exasperated glance. You don't understand anything. That's a chimney, allowing us to heat the house. Without a flue, we could only burn a bonfire inside, which would create too much smoke. Now, with a chimney, we can directly use it for heating, ensuring that smoke escapes while keeping the house warm. If only we had an iron stove inside. Heating one side and using a stove on the other would make the entire room cozy at night. Lin Tian recognized the significance of iron. On this deserted island, iron was exceedingly scarce. Aside from some weapons, the only metal object they possessed was a floating basin. Yet, he couldn't conjure metal out of thin air. It was futile to dwell on it. The house was equipped with a door latch, by blocking the entrance with a wooden plank and placing a crossbeam over it. The door could be secured. Once the roof was completed, the brick house would be fully constructed. Observing the interior layout, Lin Tian noticed climbing ivy had already been transplanted at the corners of the walls, adding a touch of vibrant green, unexpectedly enhancing its aesthetic appeal. The length of the roof is sufficient, but we need to add bamboo for width. It seems we'll be sleeping outdoors tonight, he announced. Suddenly, the howling of wolves pierced the night air. The girls were taken aback, their faces paling as they recalled the terrifying scene of the wolf pack's previous attack. Lin Tian furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. You all go inside and secure the door. I'll handle the wolves, he instructed the girls. Lin Tian, now that the house is finished, why put yourself at risk? We can stay inside and the wolves won't be able to reach us, Su Sitong protested, unwilling to see him confront the wolves. Despite knowing Lin Tian's plan to lure the wolves into the reed marsh and set them ablaze, the uncertainty of whether the battle plan would succeed loomed large. What if something went awry and he was bitten? That would truly be a regret for all time. Staying inside would guarantee safety, at least for tonight. No, I must eliminate the wolves. Lin Tian's resolve was firm. He was determined to eradicate the wolf pack that night. The wolves had yet to retaliate, but Lin Tian had been preoccupied with the thought, unable to sleep soundly. After all, there's a saying, you can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. It was not the attack he feared, but the wolves' lingering intent. The sooner he dealt with them, the sooner he could rest easy. Otherwise, encountering them in the jungle would be even more perilous. Currently, he could simply climb trees and traverse the predetermined paths, but being surrounded in the jungle would be a dead end. Seeing Lin Tian's resolute demeanor, the three girls realized further persuasion would be futile. However, just as he was about to close the door, Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong suddenly dashed out. What do you two think you're doing? Lin Tian glared at them. The two girls exchanged glances. Chu Yanxi's intention was clear. She wanted to fight alongside Lin Tian, prompting the others to stay inside. Meanwhile, Su Sitong was concerned for Lin Tian's safety, wishing to join him. Chen Shuiyun, on the other hand, was obedient. She had no desire to encounter the wolves again. If Lin Tian had requested her presence, she would not have refused, but now that he suggested staying inside, she couldn't fathom why anyone would venture out. Yet, as she gazed at the closed wooden door, her own thoughts began to stir. To my dismay, my dear friends and little Su have all gone out to accompany Lin Tian. In the end, I pondered, does this not leave me as the sole coward in retreat? What if this breeds animosity within myself? Despite Chen Shuiyun's bravado in referring to them as little employees, she was acutely aware that her fate now rested entirely on Lin Tian. If you were to treat her differently, her situation would be dire. Gritting her teeth, Chen Shuiyun resolved to join them. Stop your foolishness and hurry inside. It's more convenient for me to act alone, Lin Tian remarked, his brow furrowed. Having 3 women in tow only served to hinder his movements. The eerie green glow in the dark forest was closing in, indicating that the wolf pack was approaching, and time was of the essence. However, Chu Yanxi interjected. This isn't merely a matter of impulse. I believe that acting together is more advantageous. What do you mean? Lin Tian inquired, perplexed. Wolves are cunning creatures. If they see you fleeing alone, they might encircle the house entirely. What will you do then? Chu Yanxi's words left Lin Tian momentarily speechless. If the wolves acted as she suggested, he would find himself in a precarious predicament. He could only lure a portion of the wolves into the reed marsh and set them ablaze, but once the reeds were consumed, they would be left with a portion of the pack still surrounding the house. Moreover, the house lacked any food or water, and if the 3 girls were trapped inside, he would be unable to rescue them. Thus, it appeared that Chu Yanxi's reasoning held merit. Then stay close to me, Lin Tian commanded. Just as he finished speaking, a new lead wolf charged forth. This wolf was comparable in size to the previous one, evidently the strongest from their last encounter. It howled ferociously as it lunged at Lin Tian and the others, followed closely by a dozen more wolves. Climb the tree. Lin Tian had been prepared for this moment. Beneath the nearest banyan tree, he had set up a bamboo ladder, allowing the 3 girls to ascend with utmost speed before he toppled the ladder behind them. The wolf pack quickly gathered beneath the tree, baring their fangs, but unable to climb. Clearly, they were incapable of ascending straight trunks. Only the crooked tree from their earlier encounter had provided a means for ascent. Lin Tian would not remain idle. He swiftly led the girls to another tree. Along the way, he utilized the bamboo ladder for wider gaps and leaped from tree to tree where distances permitted. This extensive setup had taken Lin Tian a long night to prepare. As he and the girls continued to traverse the trees, the wolves below kept pace, closing in quickly. The speed of their ascent paled in comparison to the wolves' swift movements, leaving them in a state of psychological pressure. For a misstep could see them plummeting into the pack below. Fortunately, everything unfolded according to Lin Tian's plan. As long as the wolves remained below, the final tree would lead them into the reed marsh, where he intended to ignite the reeds, leading the wolves to their demise. However, at that moment, Chen Shuiyun leapt forward and, upon landing on a slender branch, lost her footing. With a snap, the branch broke, and she fell. Ah, she screamed, her heart sinking as the world around her plunged into darkness. She could almost hear the terrifying breaths of the wolves below. It's over. Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong's eyes widened in horror, wanting to scream, but finding their voices trapped in their throats, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of despair. The wolves below, their eyes glinting with a green glow, sprang up excitedly, aiming for Chen Shuiyun's head. In that instant, she felt a tight grip on her ankle, lifting her upward. A sharp pain tugged at her hair, leading to tears, but she realized it was only a small tuft being bitten off by the wolves. Yet why was my head not bitten? Chen Shuiyun soon understood that she was still suspended in midair, albeit upside down. With Lin Tian gripping her feet and hoisting her back up with incredible speed, Lin Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank goodness I acted swiftly, otherwise, Chen Shuiyun would have truly been devoured by the wolves. There were instances where the distances between trees were narrow, but when they jumped, they needed to be cautious. As Lin Tian had calculated based on his own leaping ability, after much contemplation, Lin Tian suggested, remove your outer garments and tie them together, forming a single rope. For the wider gaps, secure the makeshift rope around your waists before jumping to ensure safety. Su Sitong immediately stripped off her short-sleeved shirt, revealing her bare skin. Blushing slightly, she calmly handed the shirt to Lin Tian. Chen Shuiyun and Chu Yanxi exchanged glances, astonished by Su Sitong's boldness. What has gotten into you, little Su? Since when are you so decisive and unembarrassed? Seeing Su Sitong's actions, the 2 friends hastily followed suit, tying their shirts together to create a rope. During their subsequent leaps, if the gap between trees was too wide, they would first tie the shirts around their waists before jumping. Although this slowed their pace considerably, it was far better than risking a fall into the waiting wolves below. Lin Tian always leapt first, then turned to wait for the girls, relishing this moment of camaraderie. As Su Sitong bent her long, fair legs and pushed off with force, she soared to Lin Tian's side, causing an involuntary distraction. Flustered, she quickly covered herself to cease the movement. Next came Chen Shuiyun, who, upon spotting Lin Tian, felt a surge of protectiveness over her friend. Though she wore an undergarment, her movements were still noticeable. After leaping over to Lin Tian, she quickly wrapped her arms around him, warning, if you keep staring, I'll poke your eyes out. So brazen? Do you dare to be thrown down? Chen Shuiyun's words caused Lin Tian to reconsider. Frustratingly, her life now hung entirely on his decisions. Finally, it was Chu Yanxi's turn. Lin Tian turned to climb the bamboo ladder to the next tree, leaving Chu Yanxi fuming. What do you mean by this, Lin Tian? Why do you gaze at them yet ignore me? Am I not worthy of your attention? Her feelings were indescribable. She was not keen on Lin Tian scrutinizing her, but was equally upset that he overlooked her while focusing on the other two. If Lin Tian had the ability to read minds, he would have surely turned to offer her a glance to preserve her dignity. Alas, there was nothing captivating to behold. Compared to Chen Shuiyun, it is indeed much smaller. Not to mention in comparison with Su Sitong, that little girl is simply eye-catching, so large that it feels almost excessive. We navigated through tree after tree until we finally reached the reed marsh ahead. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, we all halted atop the trees surrounding the marsh. Howling echoed from below as the wolf pack sensed the absence of trees ahead, mistakenly believing that humans had reached a dead end, prompting their excited cries. If we descended now, we would undoubtedly be surrounded by the wolves. Chen Shuiyun, upon seeing the wolves below, was immediately filled with anxiety. Lin Tian, without hesitation, retrieved 3 dust bombs and hurled them into the midst of the wolf pack. With a series of explosive bangs, the wolves were momentarily scattered. The shattered glass shards inflicted wounds on several nearby wolves, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian and the 3 girls leaped from the trees and sprinted towards the marsh. Unfortunately, none of the dust bombs had claimed a wolf's life. Su Sitong expressed her disappointment. What did you expect? The last time the dust bomb was so effective was because I placed it in the mouth of the lead wolf. The explosion within its skull cannot be compared to an external blast, Lin Tian replied with exasperation. The last explosion had a significantly greater impact because it occurred inside the wolf's mouth. It was a miracle it survived. In reality, the primary deterrent of a small dust bomb lies in the shrapnel from the broken glass, not the explosion itself. Upon entering the reed marsh, the towering reeds obscured all vision, yet Lin Tian could sense the wolves were not far behind. He swiftly produced a fire stick and ignited the pre-prepared wax nuts, tossing them into the marsh. He had a dozen wax nuts in total, and while running, he scattered them, causing thick smoke to billow behind him. The wolves pursued due to their keen sense of smell, but once the fire ignited, a dense white smoke immediately surged from the marsh, enveloping the area. The wolves howled loudly behind them, but their cries gradually faded into the distance. Lin Tian felt a surge of joy. This indicated that the lead wolf had lost its way and was growing more distant. The flames blazed higher, and thick smoke billowed behind him, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. Lin Tian did not run in a straight line. Thanks to his compass, he remained oriented, darting about the marsh while tossing wax nuts, igniting small fires wherever he went. The marsh was vast, and to the south, Lin Tian had previously cleared a path. So as long as he ran southward, he could escape the marsh. The howls of the wolves had diminished to faint echoes, indicating that they were thoroughly disoriented in the smoke and flames. Lin Tian was ecstatic at the prospect of ensnaring the entire wolf pack. Having been haunted daily by a pack of wolves, he found it hard to eat or sleep peacefully. Now, with the entire pack on the brink of being consumed by flames, the threat of the wolves would finally be eliminated. The howls grew increasingly desperate and frenzied, signaling that wolves were being encircled by the fire. Once engulfed in flames, coupled with the suffocating smoke, escape would be nearly impossible. We can exit the marsh now, Lin Tian declared. However, at that moment, Su Sitong's terrified voice rang out. Lin Tian, Shuiyun is missing. Lin Tian's brow furrowed as he glanced around. Indeed, finding no trace of Chen Shuiyun, his heart sank. Damn that foolish woman. Shuiyun had poor eyesight and always wore contact lenses. Could she have lost them while running and gotten separated? I must find her, Chu Yanxi insisted, preparing to turn back. You two stay with me, Lin Tian asserted, pulling the 2 women along as they headed south. Once they emerged from the marsh, he instructed them to wait here, then immediately turned back to search for Chen Shuiyun. Bringing the 2 women along to find her would only prove burdensome. With the threat of the wolves now diminished, he decided to leave them outside while he ventured back. It was impossible to search for her within the marsh without risking everyone getting lost. Chu Yanxi's eyes turned red with anxiety. Witnessing the raging fire and thick smoke from the marsh, along with the anguished cries of the wolves, she felt despair wash over her. If Chen Shuiyun were trapped within, suffering amidst the flames, how agonizing it would be. Chu Yanxi dared not even consider it. Su Sitong's large eyes brimmed with tears. All they could do now was hope that they could rescue Chen Shuiyun by tomorrow. As Lin Tian re-entered the marsh, he called out for Chen Shuiyun while desperately searching. Retracing his steps was futile. As soon as one entered the marsh, they would be disoriented by the towering reeds, all appearing identical to the naked eye. Furthermore, after losing sight of him, Chen Shuiyun would not remain stationary. She was likely running about in a panic. Thus, Lin Tian could only call her name while running, hoping for luck. If he could rescue Chen Shuiyun before the fire spread, it would be a testament to her resilience. However, if the flames advanced rapidly, and he could no longer proceed, he would be forced to retreat. Lin Tian could not recklessly charge into the fire to save someone. It would be a futile endeavor, as a person could only withstand the flames for mere seconds before succumbing to suffocation from the smoke. He could only leave it to fate. Suddenly, an urgent howl from a wolf caught Lin Tian's attention. The sound was normal, indicating that the wolf had yet to be scorched by the flames. Safety lay in that direction. Perhaps Chen Shuiyun was also in that vicinity. After all, she was a living person and would not run towards the fire but rather away from it, seeking refuge where the flames were less intense. Lin Tian promptly followed the sound of the howl, and upon parting a cluster of reeds, he indeed found Chen Shuiyun, crying and running, with a wolf in pursuit. Lin Tian, save me. Upon seeing him, Chen Shuiyun could no longer contain her fear and began to sob. After losing sight of Lin Tian, she had descended into despair, surrounded by the identical reeds, thick smoke, flames, and the howls of wolves. Was this her end? Resigned to her fate, she instinctively began to flee when a wolf charged at her, and miraculously, she encountered Lin Tian, who had come to her rescue. Chen Shuiyun quickly hid behind Lin Tian. The pursuing wolf, filled with animosity, was revealed to be the new leader of the pack. Its emerald eyes locked onto Lin Tian, and it lunged forward. Lin Tian, watch out! Chen Shuiyun screamed in alarm. Lin Tian braced his shovel against his chest to fend off the head wolf's assault. The wolf's paw struck the shovel with tremendous force, sending Lin Tian stumbling back, landing on the ground with a sharp pain in his chest. The head wolf pounced again, relentless in its pursuit. Though this creature's intelligence was limited, it understood that the entire wolf pack was destined to perish in the marsh, all due to this human before it. Even if it could not escape the marsh, it was adamant about taking this human down with it. The enormous wolf lunged at Lin Tian, barking furiously, its vicious fangs glinting in the moonlight as it aimed for Lin Tian's neck. The wild wolf only howls when communicating or intimidating its foes, but in actual combat, it barks like a dog. This signifies that the alpha wolf has no intention of rallying the pack, likely because the majority of the wild wolves have perished in the flames. Lin Tian hastily struggled to free himself from the wolf's paws pressing down on his shoulders, quickly ducking his head to evade the impending bite. The wolf raised its paw again for a brutal strike, causing Lin Tian to feel as if his arm might break, the pain overwhelming as he was sent rolling to the side. The wolf wasted no time, lunging at Lin Tian with the intent to kill him. Cursed fate! Lin Tian drew his military knife from his waist, swinging it with both hands, landing a blow on the wolf's flank. Blood gushed from the wound. Yet the wolf did not retreat. Rather, it became even more ferocious. In a one-on-one confrontation, Lin Tian was at a slight disadvantage due to size, but with a weapon, he still had a fighting chance. However, this particular wolf was different. It was the new alpha, the strongest of the pack, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Lin Tian. With no escape from the marshland, it was a fight to the death, making it all the more perilous. Chen Shuiyun watched the struggle between Lin Tian and the wolf. Filled with guilt, had she not carelessly strayed from the group, this situation would not have arisen. They should have already escaped the marsh, merely needing to observe the wolves perish in the flames. Now, however, Lin Tian was back in the fray, forced to battle the wolf, and the thought weighed heavily on her conscience. Seeing Lin Tian in a precarious position left her at a loss for what to do. With a howl, the wolf opened its jaws to bite at Lin Tian's head once more. Lin Tian swung his entrenching tool at the wolf's head, stunning it momentarily. But the beast continued its assault. This strike caused the wolf to miss Lin Tian's head, instead carving 2 bloody gashes on his shoulder, blood streaming down his arm. Damn it! Lin Tian winced from the pain, his fury igniting. He swung his knife fiercely towards the wolf's neck. Sensing the imminent danger, the wolf swiped at Lin Tian's arm, forcing him to redirect his thrust. Instead of piercing the neck, the blade sank into its back, and with a savage downward slash, Lin Tian opened a deep wound, blood gushing forth. The wolf howled in agony, its pain fueling an even more frenzied attack, lunging at Lin Tian with reckless abandon. Both combatants bore numerous wounds. While neither was mortally injured, they were both bloodied and battered. The battle had reached a fever pitch, with the wolf's eyes gleaming with rage, mirrored by Lin Tian's own bloodlust. Yet the wolf's superior strength bore down on Lin Tian, pinning him to the ground, placing him in a perilous situation. Seeing Lin Tian at a disadvantage, Chen Shuiyun suddenly conceived a bold idea and pulled out a dust bomb. Lin Tian, toss me the shovel. At her cry, Lin Tian instinctively threw the entrenching tool to her. Catching it, Chen Shuiyun ignited the fuse of the dust bomb, flames licking towards the bottle's opening. Aiming at the wolf's head, she hurled it with all her might. With a resounding explosion, Lin Tian quickly shielded his face to avoid glass shards. The blast disoriented the wolf, its tough skull sustaining injuries from the shrapnel, but it was not fatal. The explosion merely dulled its senses momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Tian plunged his knife into the wolf's neck, delivering a decisive slash that severed its artery, blood erupting forth. In its final moments, the wolf, with a last surge of strength, sank its teeth into Lin Tian's neck. Yet, its fangs lacked the power to break the skin, and the torrent of blood quickly engulfed the wolf, plunging it into darkness as it collapsed lifelessly on the ground. Breathing heavily, Lin Tian lay on the ground, feeling as though his bones had shattered. This was his first true duel with a wild wolf, a direct confrontation. And his victory was largely due to Chen Shuiyun's timely intervention with the dust bomb, granting him the chance to strike. Lin Tian, the fire is spreading. Can you move? Chen Shuiyun cried out in alarm. She rushed to assist him, seeing the reeds ablaze all around, smoke billowing ominously. The entire marsh was engulfed in flames. Visibility reduced to nothing. The brief skirmish with the wolf had allowed the fire to spread rapidly, and the situation had become life-threatening. Lin Tian glanced at his compass, quickly orienting himself, only to find the south engulfed in flames and smoke. As they attempted to push forward, a thick cloud of smoke engulfed them, causing Lin Tian's vision to blur and his head to spin, nearly choking him. Injured and subjected to the oppressive heat, it felt as if he had fallen into a hellish inferno, the smoke suffocating his every attempt to escape. This smoke is too dense. We can't push through. Take off your clothes. Chen Shuiyun hesitated, realizing she was left with only 2 pieces of clothing. Removing any more would leave her vulnerable. Yet, there was no time for indecision. The fire was growing fiercer. She quickly stripped down, asking what now? Urinate on them. Lin Tian commanded urgently. Faced with the flames and smoke, they needed damp cloths to cover their mouths and noses to minimize inhalation of the toxic fumes. But where could they find water? The only option left was urine. I don't have any, Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, nearly in tears. After being chased by the wolf, she had been so frightened that she had lost control. How the hell did you run out without my permission? Lin Tian retorted, exasperated. Fortunately, having consumed ample water earlier, he managed to produce enough to soak the fabric. Ripping it apart, they covered their mouths and noses and began to rush forward. Chen Shuiyun's heart ached. Would she, like Su Sitong, end up without undergarments? But now was not the time to dwell on such trivialities, even with the damp cloths. The smoke remained unbearably pungent. The vast marsh had transformed into an inferno. As Lin Tian pulled her along, Chen Shuiyun gasped for air, suddenly feeling lightheaded. Outside the marsh, Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong watched in despair as the flames rapidly engulfed the reeds, their hearts sinking into a pit of ice. Lin Tian, Shuiyun, they shouted, desperate to rush in, but the flames repelled them. It was a force beyond human will, and all they could do was watch helplessly as the fire raged, tears streaming down their faces. Suddenly, amidst the smoke, a movement caught their attention, followed by the sound of coughing. Lin Tian and Chen Shuiyun emerged from the reeds, their bodies blackened by smoke, collapsing on the ground as they gasped for fresh air. Upon witnessing the 2 individuals emerge alive, Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong were instantly overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears as they rushed forward to assess their condition. I'm fine. But Lin Tian was injured while battling a wolf. You must check on him, Chen Shuiyun exclaimed anxiously, her eyes red with worry. Had it not been for Lin Tian's daring rescue, she would have faced certain demise. It was all because of her that he had suffered such injuries. At that moment, Lin Tian felt a wave of darkness engulfing his vision, accompanied by bouts of dizziness that caused him to collapse to the ground, the world spinning around him. This was a consequence of blood loss and the inhalation of dense smoke. He attempted to rise, but found his legs too weak to support him. You must rest here, the 3 girls insisted, gently guiding Lin Tian to lie on clean ground as they hurriedly searched for aloe vera. The wounds must be cleansed first. I will fetch water from the stream, Su Sitong declared. Chu Yanxi glanced at the pitch-black sky, her heart heavy with concern. Venturing alone into the treacherous night forest to gather water was indeed perilous. Yet, if they did not cleanse the wounds first, even with aloe vera, the application could lead to festering. There are many bamboo stalks around. If you strike the joints and the sound is deep, it means there is water inside, Lin Tian weakly suggested, eyes closed. Upon hearing his words, the girls immediately began tapping on the bamboo, albeit unaware of the underlying principle. When they struck a particularly resonant joint, they pierced it with a military knife, and indeed, clear water began to flow from the crack. The girls quickly cupped their hands to bring water to Lin Tian for cleaning his wounds. Is this water clean? Su Sitong asked, her voice tinged with concern. Lin Tian shook his head, reassuring her. This water has percolated through the earth, filtered by layers of bamboo fibers. It is pure and safe to drink. Instantly reassured, The girls washed Lin Tian's wolf-inflicted wounds and then applied aloe vera, forming a transparent protective layer over the injuries. Thanks to the rainforest's seemingly inexhaustible supply of aloe vera, it served as a miraculous antiseptic and coagulant. Lin Tian rested on the ground for a while longer until the entire reed marsh was consumed by flames. Upon seeing the charred remains of the wolves scattered across the ground, he finally felt a sense of relief. Phew, the threat of the wolf pack has been entirely eradicated. Lin Tian exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Suddenly, Lin Tian noticed the scorched earth beneath the reeds, its reddish-brown hue igniting a spark of excitement within him. He rose and began to dig into the burnt soil with a spade. Lin Tian, what are you doing? You need to rest after your injury, Chu Yanxi said, furrowing her brow with concern as she observed him digging. Lin Tian ignored her, continuing to excavate until the spade struck a metallic sound, prompting him to throw his head back and laugh heartily. The girls exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Tian, what's wrong? Su Sitong asked, panic rising in her voice. Chen Shuiyun, too, felt a surge of anxiety. She already felt guilty for Lin Tian's injuries stemming from her actions, and she couldn't bear the thought of him losing control. Chu Yanxi crouched down beside Lin Tian, her hand brushing against the cool surface of the ground. Is this iron ore? She inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed. Lin Tian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. With iron ore, we have endless possibilities. If it weren't for this fire consuming the reeds, we might never have discovered this iron ore. He explained that soil rich in iron typically bore a reddish-brown color, which was what led him to excavate deeper, revealing the iron ore just a few centimeters below the surface, an extraordinary find. But what use is iron ore? It's just pig iron, and we lack the means to smelt it, Chu Yanxi countered, shaking her head. Though she wasn't well-versed in industrial matters, she understood that without proper tools, even a vast iron deposit would be of little use for crafting functional ironware. Who says we cannot smelt it? I'm here, after all, Lin Tian declared confidently. He certainly had methods to extract refined iron from the pig iron. While he couldn't forge large items, he could still create smaller tools. Consider this. The effectiveness of a bow and arrow is significantly determined by the arrowhead. Our current cattail arrows lack lethality primarily due to their tips. If we could equip them with iron tips, we wouldn't have needed to struggle against the wolf pack. A few well-aimed shots would suffice. While cattail arrows were sharp enough for human skin, they were insufficient against beasts unless aimed at their eyes. However, with refined iron tips, the dynamics would change entirely. Even the thick hide of a crocodile could be penetrated. The girl's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, especially Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun, both skilled archers. If they could indeed arm their arrows with refined iron, their combat capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Through their encounters with the wolf pack, the girls recognized the necessity of becoming stronger themselves. They could not rely solely on Lin Tian. If he were to be injured again, as he had been today, they feared for his life. They must forge their own strength and contribute to their small team. What must we do to smelt the pig iron? Chu Yanxi asked. We'll discuss it tomorrow. The iron ore isn't going anywhere. Let's return to the beach. There is much to accomplish tomorrow, Lin Tian replied, finally regaining his composure and turning to head back. Even though the brick house was completed, they still needed to construct an earthen bed, and he looked forward to the comfort it would bring, envisioning cozy nights wrapped in a wolf fur coat, making the biting cold feel far less severe. The three girls followed closely behind, and as Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong observed Chen Shuiyun, they noticed she was now without clothing, prompting them to exchange strange glances. What are you staring at? I had to escape, Chen Shuiyun retorted, covering herself with annoyance, though a hint of shyness lingered. She recalled that had it not been for her wet clothing covering her mouth and nose, she might not have survived. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the air, causing a collective jolt of fear among them. Could there still be wolves remaining? The girls exclaimed, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Lin Tian frowned, stating, that howl sounds youthful. It doesn't resemble that of an adult wolf. Perhaps it's a wolf pup. Let us eradicate every last one, Lin Tian declared as he followed the sound, leading them to a cave. The howls emanated from within, and without hesitation, he entered the darkened cavern. After proceeding for several meters and rounding a bend, he lit a candle nut, revealing two small wolf pups nestled together, one with its eyes open and the other still closed, both appearing to be newborns. How adorable. They look like little puppies, Su Sitong said, crouching down to stroke the one with its eyes open. The pup flinched back, displaying a hint of fear. Indeed, dogs were domesticated from wolves, and newborn wolf pups bore a striking resemblance to young dogs. Must we annihilate these little wolves as well? Chu Yanxi inquired of Lin Tian, her heart seemingly heavy with reluctance. Should Lin Tian decide to eliminate them, she would certainly refrain from voicing further objections, for Chu Yanxi was no naive saint. To avoid complications, it is better to eradicate them. I have witnessed the fierce hatred of wild wolves, Chen Shuiyun remarked without a trace of compassion. Particularly after witnessing Lin Tian's near brush with death during the skirmish with the wild wolves, she felt even more convinced that these cunning creatures should not be spared. Su Sitong merely observed Lin Tian in silence, evidently awaiting his judgment. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian seized the wolf cub that had opened its eyes, swiftly executing it and casting its lifeless body outside. This one we can adopt, he stated, lifting the cub that had yet to open its eyes. At that very moment, the cub in his arms blinked awake and immediately began to lick Lin Tian affectionately, displaying a remarkable bond. The girls were momentarily taken aback by Lin Tian's decisive actions, yet their confusion deepened as they witnessed his intention to adopt this young wolf. While wolves can indeed be tamed, circumstances dictate the feasibility. Adult wolves are beyond domestication, and the likelihood of successfully taming juvenile wolves is a gamble at best. However, a cub that has not yet opened its eyes presents a different scenario, as it can be more easily trained. Lin Tian gently stroked the head of the cub, which responded like a small dog, eagerly licking his palm. Clearly, upon opening its eyes, the cub recognized Lin Tian as its parent. The previous cub, however, was less fortunate, having already opened its eyes for some time. It had likely encountered its pack and understood its identity. Thus, when Su Sitong reached out to touch it, she instinctively recoiled, aware that it did not belong to her kind. While the potential for taming such a cub exists, Lin Tian deemed it unnecessary to take the risk, especially given his recent obliteration of an entire wolf pack, which could potentially lead to future troubles. The unawakened cub, however, would perceive Lin Tian as its kin. Upon hearing Lin Tian's explanation, the girls finally comprehended why he chose to eliminate one cub while preserving the other. With this wolf cub, once it matures, it would significantly enhance their hunting capabilities. It could easily capture wild mountain chickens, far surpassing their own efforts. Lin Tian patted the wolf's head, pondering the immense utility of a single hunting dog. Wolves, being more formidable than dogs, would undoubtedly elevate the team's combat prowess, if raised properly. It would grow larger and stronger than even the lead wolf. Upon returning to the beach, the cold night wind howled, but fortunately, the brick house was nearly completed, providing them shelter for the night. Inside the 20-square-meter dwelling, Lin Tian ignited 4 bonfires, instantly transforming the room into a warm haven. With the roof yet to be completed, the smoke from the fires rose unobstructed. Lin Tian, feeling utterly fatigued and as if his bones were dislocated, collapsed onto the hay strewn across the floor. Donning a coat made of wolf fur, a young wolf cub nestled into his armpit. "Hey, we're using wolf fur. Will this little cub notice anything?" Chen Shuiyun expressed her concern. The cub only perceives us as its kin. Even if we placed a wolf's head before it, it would remain indifferent. I am now its father, understand? Lin Tian remarked before closing his eyes to sleep. The cub, indeed, buried itself deeper into Lin Tian's armpit, soon following suit into slumber. Within the brick house, the group was finally free from the burden of night watch. With the wooden door secured, no beasts could intrude. Additionally, Lin Tian had planted numerous thorny locust trees outside, intending to set traps the following day, ensuring their stronghold would be nearly impenetrable. At dawn, Lin Tian was roused by the sound of howling wolves. His face felt damp, and upon opening his eyes, he found the little wolf cub's short legs perched on his chest, its tongue licking his face, presumably due to hunger. Upon noticing Lin Tian awake, the cub barked excitedly. "How about some smoked wolf meat?" Lin Tian quipped. The girls, rinsing their mouths, burst into laughter, spraying seawater everywhere. "How could you be so cruel? Feeding wolf meat to a wolf? Are you the king of hell?" Chen Shuiyun retorted, exasperated. "You don't understand. In dire circumstances, wolves will eat anything, even their own limbs. This little cub does not view other wolves as kin. It sees us as its kind. What we can eat, it can consume as well." His words held truth. Most carnivorous animals do not concern themselves with the concept of kinship. They may not harm each other while hunting together, but when faced with starvation, such considerations vanish. Historical records are rife with accounts of cannibalism during famines. Even those who pride themselves on being civilized have endured such grim histories, let alone these beasts that feast on raw flesh. You can feed it wolf or pig meat. It matters little. The real question is whether this cub, just a day or two old, can actually eat meat? Chu Yanxi inquired. This question left Lin Tian momentarily speechless. "What should we feed it? Milk?" "None of you have any," he replied. The 3 girls erupted in laughter again, seawater splattering everywhere. "What are you implying, Lin Tian? Are you asking for trouble?" Chu Yanxi said with a stern face. "When we raise pet dogs, those not yet weaned are generally fed goat's milk." "Goat's milk? If I see a goat on this island, I'll roast it on the spot," Lin Tian said, exasperated. "Roasting a whole goat? What a delight! Besides, The presence of goats is irrelevant since we've barely explored this island. If there are wild cattle, there must be wild goats as well, right? Or perhaps we could find chicken eggs. Otherwise, I have no idea. Chu Yanxi shrugged. Lin Tian lifted the wolf cub by the scruff of its neck. Did I bring home an ancestor? Now I must consider its diet? He pondered. Perhaps I should just stew it instead. Woof woof, the young wolf continued to pant, gazing affectionately at Lin Tian. Don't, Su Sitong exclaimed, unable to bear the thought. If they had killed the cub the previous night, it would have been one thing. But having cared for it throughout the night, and seeing how loyal it appeared, Su Sitong felt a pang of guilt at the idea of ending its life now. I'm just teasing you, Lin Tian chuckled, patting the cub's head. Since we've brought it back, we must care for it. It possesses immense potential as a companion. Moreover, its sense of smell surpasses that of a dog, which will significantly enhance our hunting success. Why not search for chicken eggs? There are surely wild chickens around to find some, Su Sitong suggested. Forget that. 4 of us catering to a wolf? You must be out of your mind. Lin Tian dismissed the idea. There were numerous tasks still at hand. The house remained unfinished, iron or needed to be found and smelted. And it was unrealistic to seek out eggs solely for the cub. Eureka! Lin Tian exclaimed suddenly. We don't necessarily have to feed it chicken eggs. All eggs have similar nutritional content. Don't crocodiles lay eggs too? Since we're heading to the marshland today to gather mud for building the stove, let us see if we can find crocodile eggs. Crocodiles are also oviparous animals and certainly lay eggs. Goodness, isn't that dangerous? Chen Shuiyun expressed her anxiety. She loathed interactions with such perilous creatures. Lin Tian had suffered considerable losses with crocodiles in the past, although he eventually grilled one. He questioned the wisdom of seeking out crocodiles again. Let us go. We need mud, Lin Tian urged. He had not initially considered constructing a stove inside, realizing only after the house was built that they were short on bricks. However, there were still over 200 bricks left from the construction, and if they could haul 1 cart of black mud, it would suffice. The upper layer of the stove would require cement boards. But Lin Tian knew he could not produce those. Pig's blood, cow dung, or shell ash could only create a weak version of cement, far inferior to industrial quality. Fortunately, the island was replete with numerous flat, suitable stones that could be directly utilized. Upon reaching the marshland, Lin Tian set the wolf cub down to explore as he scanned the water's surface for signs of crocodiles. If bubbles began to rise, it would indicate the presence of a crocodile. Even if you find the location of a crocodile, how can you be sure it has eggs? Chen Shuiyun, now covered in mud, queried. She had been unusually diligent today, volunteering for all the laborious tasks. Perhaps out of guilt for Lin Tian's injury while rescuing her the day before. If there's a spot with persistent bubbling right at the marsh's edge, it's highly likely there are crocodile eggs. Crocodiles typically lay eggs in marshes or at the interface of waterways. This area is quite suitable for nesting. After observing for a while, Lin Tian noticed that in a shaded spot beneath a tree, bubbles would intermittently rise. I suspect that location may indeed have crocodile eggs. Lin Tian concluded, while the girls looked on, puzzled. There were several bubbling spots. Why had he determined that one in particular was the right choice? If he were mistaken, the consequences could be dire. It's quite simple. Lin Tian seemed to read their minds, explaining. Didn't I mention that crocodiles are cold-blooded and enjoy basking in the sun? Oh, I see. Su Sitong exclaimed, slapping her forehead. The place you pointed out is in the shade, devoid of sunlight, yet a crocodile remains still, indicating it is guarding its eggs. Exactly, Lin Tian nodded in agreement. The majestic banyan tree stood precisely at the confluence of the soil and the wetland, making it an ideal spot for laying eggs. Nearby, several small pits were clearly excavated by crocodiles. Before laying their eggs, crocodiles dig a hole in the ground, suggesting that they had likely dug several before selecting the most suitable one for their offspring. Should we deal with the crocodile first? Chu Yanxi inquired. Having gained a bit of courage after the trio had successfully taken down a Nile crocodile together, there's no need to engage in a battle with the crocodile. I will devise a way to divert its attention, and you can retrieve the eggs, Lin Tian replied, with an abundance of food available. There was no reason to risk a confrontation with a potentially formidable crocodile, especially since Lin Tian was still nursing his injuries. Fortunately, his legs had escaped the clutches of the wild wolves. Otherwise, he would not have dared to venture into the wetland, as any contact with the bacteria-laden water could lead to infection. Lin Tian fashioned a long branch to secure his Nepalese knife and approached the banyan tree, aiming at the bubbling water below. With a swift thrust, the water erupted, and a Siamese crocodile, approximately 2 meters long, surged forth with a low growl, a bloody wound evident on its back from Lin Tian's blade. It is noteworthy that crocodiles are capable of vocalizing. Their deep, resonant calls often resemble a low roar. Upon injuring the crocodile, Lin Tian quickly retreated as it angrily pursued him. Now, Lin Tian commanded, and the three girls dashed toward the original location of the Siamese crocodile, bending down to feel around in the water. Their hearts leaped with joy as they discovered the round objects. Indeed, there were eggs. After pursuing Lin Tian for a short while, the crocodile saw him ascend into the branches of the banyan tree, indicating prior preparation on his part. At that moment, a little wolf cub scampered over, barking defiantly at the crocodile beneath the banyan, clearly attempting to protect its master. Lin Tian couldn't help but think, "You better appreciate my effort to retrieve the eggs. If you get eaten by the crocodile, my risk would have been in vain." Just as the enormous Siamese crocodile lunged towards the little wolf cub, the sound of rushing water caught its attention. Turning around, it spotted the three individuals collecting the eggs and let out an enraged roar before returning to attack them. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian descended from the tree, scooped up the little wild wolf, and ignited a powder bomb, hurling it at the crocodile's head. The explosion caused the crocodile to howl in pain. Meanwhile, the three girls had successfully retrieved over 20 crocodile eggs and made their way to the shore. On solid ground, the four of them felt a newfound confidence. Although the Siamese crocodile was formidable, its vulnerabilities remained consistent. As a cold-blooded creature, it could not sustain prolonged combat. With Lin Tian employing an S-shaped maneuver to outwit the crocodile, they no longer felt fear. After a brief chase, the crocodile, realizing it could not catch them, retreated into the water, grumbling in frustration. "Over 20 crocodile eggs. What a bounty!" Su Sitong exclaimed, cradling 7 or 8 eggs with delight. Lin Tian noted that nearly all of the Siamese crocodile's eggs had been collected, as they typically lay around 20 to 30 at a time. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, and a small crocodile emerged from one of the eggs Chen Shuiyun was holding, its yellow eyes revealing a vertical black pupil as it blinked curiously. "The first thing this little crocodile sees is us. Can it be tamed?" Su Sitong began, but before she could finish, Lin Tian swiftly yanked the hatchling by its tail and tossed it back into the water. "Tame? Do you understand what cold-blooded means? How could a cold-blooded creature be tamed? Besides, what use is taming a crocodile? It's a mercy that I didn't just chop it into pieces. There is hardly any meat on such a small creature." "But we're raising a wolf, aren't we?" Su Sitong retorted, pouting. "Fine, I'll toss this little thing in to feed the crocodile," Lin Tian said, holding the little wolf cub. No, Su Sitong hurriedly interjected, snatching the cub away. They returned to the beach, carrying the mud and the crocodile eggs, and began the familiar process of making black bricks, with Su Sitong preparing steamed eggs from the crocodile eggs to feed the wolf. They planned to use all the crocodile eggs to nurture the little wolf cub. The wolf had shown some loyalty when it barked to protect Lin Tian from the crocodile, which could be considered a sign of good faith. The steamed eggs, placed in half a coconut shell, were promptly devoured by the cub, which quickly finished every last morsel. Lin Tian had even mixed in bits of delicious wild boar meat, despite knowing wolf meat was also an option, as he still felt a bit squeamish about it. After several hours of labor, they completed the production of all the black bricks and continued to stoke the kiln, this time without the urgency of before. Even if the earthen stove was not yet completed, they could still sleep comfortably inside the brick house. "In the afternoon, gather some bamboo, and when I return, we will modify the roof," Lin Tian instructed. "I want to join you in the jungle. I want to go too." The girls protested, concerned for Lin Tian's well-being given his injuries. "Why are you all trying to avoid work? The task is substantial. Hurry and chop the bamboo," Lin Tian urged. "I'll accompany you to mine for iron," Su Sitong volunteered. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun nodded in agreement. They felt it crucial for one of them to accompany Lin Tian for safety. Thus, Lin Tian had no choice but to take Su Sitong with him into the jungle, with the little wolf cub tagging along eagerly. "Get back, you little nuisance. Don't interfere with my important business," Lin Tian scolded as he kicked the cub lightly, causing it to tumble over. The cub quickly bounced back, circling Lin Tian's legs. Su Sitong blushed at the scene. She had an inkling that Lin Tian might engage in something inappropriate with her in the jungle, but inexplicably, a part of her anticipated it. And she felt a slight weakness in her knees as they walked. "Let us give the little wolf cub a name. I want to see if it's male or female," Su Sitong suggested to divert her attention. "Who cares if it's male or female? Let us just call it Wanxi. That's a dog's name." "Exactly, we'll raise it like a dog. Wankai, come here," Lin Tian called, and the little wolf cub eagerly rushed over, wagging its tail, behaving just like a dog. Wankai is a great name. In the countryside, at least half of the dogs are named Wankai, while the other half are called Lifu or Dahu. Lin Tian made his way to the iron mine they had visited the previous day, with Wankai stumbling along behind him, already able to walk just a day or two after birth. Su Sitong felt a tinge of concern, especially considering that the reed marsh contained a dozen charred wolf carcasses. She wondered if Wang Kai would be affected by such a sight. However, Wang Kai paid no heed to the bodies and followed closely behind Lin Tian. Moreover, the scorched wolf remains were unrecognizable, resembling mere lumps of charcoal, rendering Su Sitong's worries rather unfounded. Lin Tian wielded a spade, digging into the earth until he struck iron ore at a depth of several centimeters. He then cleared the soil, excavating an area of over 10 meters, revealing fine fragments of black iron ore, unrefined and raw. Su Sitong was not idle either. She took the opportunity to weave 2 bamboo baskets, clearly intending to transport the iron ore back home. The iron ore varied in size, most pieces being about the size of goose eggs. Lin Tian selected several smaller pieces, suitable for crafting arrowheads, and tossed them into the bamboo baskets. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a piece of semi-transparent rock with a hint of yellow. The rock had a peculiar shape, resembling a cylindrical form with a long stone protrusion, reminiscent of a hammer. Is this a diamond? Lin Tian pondered as he hefted the rock, immediately feeling its weight. When he picked up a similarly sized piece of iron ore for comparison, it felt more than 3 times lighter, leading him to conclude that this was indeed a naturally occurring diamond, filling him with immense joy. The density of diamonds is approximately 3.5 times that of steel, thus, a diamond of the same volume would weigh significantly more. After all, this was the raw material for diamonds, the hardest known substance in the world. What a fortune we would have if we could transform such a large diamond into jewelry, Su Sitong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Not all diamonds can be turned into jewelry, and besides, what use is money to us now? Lin Tian retorted. Then why are you still holding on to this diamond? It's so heavy, it must be tiring. Haven't you noticed how much this diamond resembles a hammer? We currently lack a hammer, and this is a divine gift, essential for our ironworking. Lin Tian's exhilaration stemmed from this very reason. To him, the notion of diamonds was trivial. What truly mattered was the object's hammer-like form, perfect for forging iron. With their baskets full, the duo made their way back. As Su Sitong followed, she noticed several wounds on Lin Tian's body, which looked quite alarming. I'll go find some aloe vera to treat your wounds, she said. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, signaling another impending downpour. Lin Tian was unfazed. After all, what defines a rainforest if not frequent rains? Sometimes multiple times a day. Hurry into the cave. Your wounds shouldn't get wet, Su Sitong urged, pulling Lin Tian towards the nearest cave. Her face flushed slightly, clearly recalling their previous encounter in such a setting. However, as they approached the cave, Wang Kai began to whimper, appearing a tad frightened, yet still positioned protectively in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly glanced warily at the cave before leading Su Sitong and Wang Kai towards a more distant cave. Indeed, before long, 2 wild boars emerged from the cave, evidently seeking refuge from the impending rain, as the cave was quite damp and stifling. It was fortunate they hadn't entered, or they would have faced the boars head-on, which could have been perilous. Well done, Lin Tian praised Wang Kai, patting his head. This is the advantage of having a dog, or rather, a wolf. The ability to evade danger is truly remarkable. You've been a good boy. When we return, I'll steam some eggs for you, he added. Su Sitong also affectionately patted Wang Kai's head and suddenly spotted a few red aloe vera plants outside the cave. She hurriedly picked some and brought them inside. Lin Tian, let me apply the aloe vera on you. The young girl sliced the aloe vera into pieces and began to apply it on Lin Tian's back. The cool sensation of the aloe vera against his wounds was quite refreshing, eliciting a slight thrill within him. After finishing the application on his back, Lin Tian unexpectedly pulled Su Sitong into his embrace. What are you doing? She stammered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. What do you think? Lin Tian teased, peeling away her outer layer and applying the aloe vera on her ample form, occasionally poking at her sensitive areas. In no time, her skin was evenly coated with aloe vera, glistening under the dim light. Lin Tian continued his ministrations. She tilted her head back, eyes slightly closed, swaying gently with his movements, until she suddenly arched her back and trembled for several seconds. Lin Tian felt warmth radiating from her. Is it my turn now? Su Sitong feigned ignorance, turning her head away. Understanding that this gesture indicated her consent, Lin Tian felt a rush of delight and lay back on the ground. After a while, Su Sitong leaned closer, pushing against Lin Tian with her aloe-covered form. The rain continued to pour. Half an hour later, Lin Tian playfully splattered aloe all over her face, eliciting a gasp from her. How mischievous, Su Sitong huffed, pouting as she wiped her face, only to smear the aloe further. Under Lin Tian's gaze, her heart raced, and she buried her face in her palms, slowly consuming the remnants. Good girl, Lin Tian said, ruffling her hair, noticing her cheeks were as hot as a boiling kettle. Suddenly, Wang Kai barked, startling both Lin Tian and Su Sitong. Damn it! I almost forgot about this third wheel. Just then, Wankai darted out of the cave and leaped into a thicket, causing a commotion. Moments later, a wild chicken burst forth, flapping its wings, but one wing was firmly clamped by Wankai's jaws. Good job, Wankai! Lin Tian exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy. He rushed forward to seize the wild chicken, which weighed over 10 pounds, a delightful unexpected bounty. Their expedition into the forest was initially for iron ore, yet they had stumbled upon a natural hammer and now captured a wild chicken. Adopting this little wolf had proven to be an excellent decision, not only aiding in catching wild chickens, but also avoiding the risk of wild boars, which could have led to danger today. Wankai seemed to sense Lin Tian's praise, barking excitedly. On their way back, Lin Tian also gathered some perilla, mint leaves, and rosemary. These spices were abundant in nature and could be used directly, significantly enhancing the flavor of their meals. Especially for someone like Lin Tian, who lacked seasoning, these natural herbs were essential, as their previous barbecue supplies had been completely consumed over the past 20 days. Upon returning to the beach, the two ladies were thrilled to see the large wild chicken they had caught. However, Chen Shuiyun's expression soon soured. How do we cook the chicken? She inquired. Why are you even pondering such a sinister question? Alas, what a decline in morality. Lin Tian shook his head. For heaven's sake. I meant how to prepare this wild chicken. Chen Shuiyun exclaimed in exasperation. With the barbecue seasonings exhausted, the options for preparing meals were dwindling. If they were left with only salt and lard, the only way to make the dish particularly delicious would be to endure a good hunger first. Yet, clearly, this method was rather unscientific. Oh, the chili peppers. Why have you yet to sprout? The foremost concern for Chen Shuiyun each day revolves around tending to the potatoes, corn, and chili peppers she has planted. Unlike Lin Tian, who is primarily focused on the staple crop of potatoes, Chen Shuiyun holds a particular fondness for the chili peppers. Once the green peppers emerge, the delectability of their meals will undoubtedly soar. Alas, the current state of the chili peppers reveals only a few leaves, with the fruits still a distant promise. Thus, they must wait several more days. Lin Tian, without hesitation, dampens Chen Shuiyun's enthusiasm. He has already envisioned the preparation of wild mountain chicken, placing a metal basin over the campfire to dry roast it. He plans to toss in several pounds of sea salt and stir until the moisture evaporates, setting it aside for later use. The chicken will be generously coated in lard. Although peanut oil would be preferable, the constraints of their deserted I'll dictate this choice. Subsequently, he will smear the basin with lard, create a bed of dried salt, lay the chicken upon it, and cover it with another layer of salt, enveloping it entirely, with a wooden lid placed atop. The dish will be ready after an hour of steaming, salt-baked chicken, courtesy of Wankai. The method Lin Tian has chosen requires minimal seasoning. Merely oil and salt suffice for a delectable dish. Once the chicken is steaming, he will add a hint of spices. During the cooking time, Lin Tian remains industrious, whisking a few eggs in a coconut shell and steaming them as a treat for Wankai. He then turns his attention to constructing a roof, as the absence of one is impractical given the ever-present threat of rain. The two girls have already felled the necessary bamboo. As Chen Shuiyun eagerly seeks praise, she recounts. Following your instructions, Yanshi and I have cut down 50 bamboo stalks in just one morning. Impressive, isn't it? After more than 20 days of survival, the girls have significantly improved their physical capabilities, completing many labor-intensive tasks with ease. Indeed remarkable, a testament to your prowess as my department supervisor, Lin Tian compliments. After all, felling such a quantity of bamboo in a single morning is no small feat, indicating the two friends have been diligently occupied. In contrast, he and Su Sitong, while hauling iron ore, had taken a moment to fish. Lin Tian meticulously hollowed out a portion of each freshly cut bamboo stalk and placed them over the fire. The girls understood the purpose, to bend and shape the bamboo properly. Once heated, he curved the bamboo at its midpoint and supported it on a longer piece. The bamboo in their vicinity is robust, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, which is why Lin Tian insisted on 50 stalks. He aims to build a sturdy bamboo roof. With a straightforward yet effective approach, he bends all 50 stalks in half and aligns them side by side on a long piece of bamboo, thus forming the roof framework. However, merely securing one horizontal piece is insufficient to maintain balance. Lin Tian drills holes in every joint of the bamboo, threading thinner pieces through to stabilize the structure. The apex of the brick house, originally designed in a pyramid shape, retains holes for securing the roof, making assembly akin to a child's play with building blocks. Yet, this endeavor is not as simple as it may seem. Even drilling holes in the joints constitutes a considerable workload. The four of them labor together, and by the time the wild mountain chicken is fully cooked, they have managed to complete less than 10 bamboo pieces. Let us eat first, Lin Tian declares, setting down his work. The The four gather around the campfire, lifting the wooden lid to release a fragrant aroma of chicken. Lin Tian promptly sprinkles mint and rosemary, enhancing the savory scent with a refreshing note. Although only sea salt and a few natural spices have been used, the dish is still visually appealing and aromatic. Chen Shuiyun tears off a piece of chicken, only to be met with the heat, yet she relishes it nonetheless. Chu Yanxi exhibits the most refined eating habits, delicately tearing the chicken into small strips, reminiscent of enjoying fries. Wang Kai, eager to partake, circles around, prompting Su Sitong, who has yet to eat, to begin feeding the wolf cub, tearing the chicken into bite-sized pieces. Having already savored the steamed eggs, Wang Kai is now drawn to the enticing aroma of the salt-baked chicken. Xiao Su, you have something white on your face, Chen Shuiyun observes keenly, reaching out to wipe it away. What is this? She inquires, intrigued by the gelatinous white scab. Su Sitong stammers, her cheeks burning hotter than the campfire. Chu Yanxi, equally perplexed, glances over, both friends unaware of the source. It's milk, Su Sitong murmurs softly. Lin Tian, initially amused by the situation, cannot contain a spray of coconut water in surprise. Yes, indeed. That S from the wild cattle we encountered last time, he chuckles. Why didn't you bring some back for us? Favoritism, is it? We want some too. Very well. I promise to share with you next time, Lin Tian affirms, nodding earnestly without laughing out loud. With a playful gesture, Su Sitong pinches Lin Tian's waist in annoyance before diving into the chicken, neglecting to share with Wang Kai. A wild mountain chicken, weighing several pounds, is swiftly consumed by the group. As days pass, the small team dedicates all their energy to constructing the roof. Although the method is straightforward, the workload is substantial. This is the sturdiest roof Lin Tian can conceive, capable of withstanding the elements. Finally, on the day the black bricks are ready for kiln firing, all the bamboo has been prepared. Right on time. Once the roof is complete, we can start on the earthen stove, Lin Tian exclaims eagerly. Following a torrential downpour the previous night, the absence of a roof led to the extinguishing of their campfire, waking all four from the chill. They resorted to tossing an outdoor tarp into the 2-meter-high house and igniting charcoal within for warmth. The thought of dwelling under such makeshift conditions is stifling. Today, they must finish the roof. Be careful, Lin Tian. The girls express their concern as he climbs atop the house. Though only a couple of meters high, the lack of secure footing poses a risk of falling. Do not worry, just hand me the bamboo, he instructs from atop. Using the longest and thickest bamboo as a beam, he begins the assembly. While bamboo is lighter than wood, hoisting over 50 interconnected pieces without tools is impossible. Thus, he ascends first to construct it like a game of building blocks. As the girls pass him the pre-bent bamboo, he skillfully assembles them one by one. Once all 50 pieces are aligned, he threads thinner bamboo through the drilled holes, inserting the excess into the pre-made openings in the walls, creating a roof that is incredibly secure. At long last, the roof is complete. Is our house finally finished? Lin Tian inquires. It looks splendid. Now we need not fear the rain, the girls exclaim joyfully, clapping their hands in celebration. To my astonishment, the bamboo roof is remarkably aesthetic, set atop the ochre-bricked house, infusing a refreshing green that significantly uplifts one's spirits. The walls are adorned with lush ivy, and I am pleasantly surprised that this structure on the deserted island not only provides shelter from the elements but also exudes a pastoral charm. However, mere rain protection is insufficient. Although the bamboo is aligned closely, gaps still allow rain to seep through, necessitating the addition of banana leaves and palm tree bark on top. These materials have long been prepared by Lin Tian, and once the girls pass them up to the roof, they will secure them with ropes, effectively covering the entire surface to prevent leaks. As for the source of the ropes, Lin Tian discovered several short-lived trees in the jungle. The peculiar name may stem from their notably brief lifespan, as they are typically infested with ants that gnaw away at them, leaving the insides hollow and thus not conducive to longevity. However, once the bark of these trees is stripped and the outer layer removed, the inner fibers are perfectly suited for rope making. And with Su Sitong's deft hands, a multitude of hemp ropes can be crafted in no time. Previously, makeshift bindings were created from casually gathered palm leaves, which naturally lack the sturdiness of woven hemp. The hemp ropes provide a more robust hold, ensuring that even in the strongest winds, the palm bark and banana leaves atop the roof remain firmly in place. Next, the final task is to construct the heated bed. Lin Tian deftly descended from the roof to commence the kiln operation. The monsoon may last several months, and having a heated bed during this time will undoubtedly enhance comfort. Drawing from his previous experience, he managed to minimize the damage to the black bricks this time. After a day of diligent work, the heated bed was finally completed. Fortunately, Lin Tian hails from a rural background, where his grandfather specialized in constructing such beds, a skill that requires expertise. The interior of the bed features several channels that must regulate airflow effectively. Any misalignment could lead to smoke billowing back into the room, which would be disastrous. Moreover, the location of the bed is crucial. Choosing the wrong spot could render it ineffective regardless of the fire's intensity. It is noteworthy that the construction of a house and the building of a heated bed are two entirely different crafts, meaning even those skilled in house building may not possess the knowledge required for bed construction. Lin Tian learned through years of accompanying his grandfather. Outside the house, he also built a small fortress-like structure with bricks connected to the flue and erected a bamboo chimney to allow smoke to escape seamlessly. At last, the brick house was fully constructed. Though it is merely a modest dwelling, it imbues a profound sense of belonging, providing refuge on this perilous island. Not only is it secure, but it is also aesthetically pleasing. Lin Tian transported all the wood hidden in the cave back into the house, thus eliminating worries of rain soaking it. Although the cave remains dry during rain, it tends to be quite humid, causing significant smoke when attempting to ignite a fire. As for the cured meat, Lin Tian hung it all from tree branches, as this is the safest method. Storing it within the house could attract wild animals. Even though the house is sturdy, there is no need to alert beasts to its presence. The best way to preserve meat in the wild is to hang it high, out of reach of any predators. The fire within the heated bed has been kindled, and Lin Tian added plenty of firewood until it radiated warmth, allowing him to rest. Instantly, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping his back. Draped in a wolf fur coat, he felt an immense sense of contentment. Outside, the cold wind howled, but inside, it was as warm as spring. The girls hastily joined him on the bed, snuggling into their wolf fur coats. Having grown up in the city, they had never experienced a heated bed before and found it utterly novel. Upon settling in, they were instantly cocooned in warmth. What a delightful experience. This is the most comfortable night on the island. No more enduring that dreadful cold wind that nearly froze me to death, one of them exclaimed. The warmth and safety felt utterly perfect, though one noted the bed's firmness. The bed is a bit hard, Chu Yanxi remarked, acknowledging the rocky construction. Tomorrow, we should cut down a palm tree to use its bark for a mattress, Lin Tian suggested. The bark of palm trees is quite valuable, specifically for crafting mattresses. With a mattress, the bed would not only be softer but also warmer. The two friends soon drifted into slumber, while Su Sitong also closed her eyes. On the brink of sleep, suddenly, she felt a pair of hands reaching out, causing her to shudder as her heart raced, instinctively drawing closer to Lin Tian. Clearly, the young girl was becoming accustomed to this routine. Whenever Lin Tian extended his hand, she understood what was to come. After Lin Tian assisted her, she instinctively burrowed into his wolf fur coat, causing it to shift slightly. "Where's little Su?" Chen Shuiyun, half awake, noticed the emptiness beside her. The movement beneath the wolf fur coat halted, and in the hushed night, one could even hear the rapid beating of the young girl's heart. She went to relieve herself. Lin Tian replied, somewhat annoyed at having been interrupted by Chen Shuiyun just as things were about to unfold. "Be careful. It's not safe for a girl to be alone on the beach at night," Chen Shuiyun admonished, flipping over and sinking back into a comfortable sleep. Lin Tian gently pressed the back of the young girl's head, and the motion resumed. A quarter of an hour later, with a soft rustling sound, the young girl re-emerged, returning to her wolf fur coat and whispering to Lin Tian, "Next time, you mustn't do that. It's too dangerous." Lin Tian pondered the notion of danger. What is the worst that could happen? Being discovered? It's hardly a calamity. Everyone is human, and having normal desires is quite natural. Moreover, it could provide nourishment for Su Sitong, a win-win situation. "What is the matter? Are you envious of my special treatment for little Su? You can join in too," he jested. To spare the young girl any embarrassment, Lin Tian nodded and said, "Next time, you don't need to come over. Just stretch your foot this way." "How naughty. I'm ignoring you now," she retorted playfully, her face likely flushed, though obscured by the darkness. The following day, all four awoke refreshed. Even Wankai, who couldn't access the heated bed, found warmth by leaning against it. Today's task is to locate a palm tree and strip its bark for a mattress. The second task involves constructing a clay furnace for iron smelting to create arrowheads, significantly enhancing the combat capability of their small team. Constructing the iron furnace is not particularly challenging, as they only need to forge small arrowheads, not large weapons like swords. Initially, Lin Tian was uncertain about his ability to create arrowheads, but after acquiring a diamond hammer, his confidence soared. The girls, upon rising, now include an added step in their routine: hairstyling. Previously lacking hair ties, Su Sitong had woven many items from the short-lived trees, including hair ties. As the young girl tied her hair, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She recalled Lin Tian's suggestion that it would be best to style her hair in twin ponytails, which would allow for a more vigorous embrace. The words sent a shiver through the young girl's heart, leaving her bewildered. How could he speak so boldly when they had yet to establish any substantial relationship? She resolved not to give him the satisfaction. Nevertheless, she obediently tied her hair into pigtails. Although she would not acquiesce to Lin Tian's further advances at the moment, she found herself unable to resist his requests. I'm going to chop wood. I'll join you today, Chu Yanxi said, following him. Naturally, Lin Tian preferred to venture into the forest with Su Sitong, not out of favoritism, but because only with her could any meaningful interaction occur. Accompanying her friend into the jungle would likely yield little. However, Lin Tian did not suggest that Su Sitong accompany him, as that would seem overly deliberate. Moreover, each time he entered the woods, it was always a rotation of 3 girls, each taking turns to learn wilderness skills from him. Though palm trees abounded, few were suitable for making mattresses. It was likely they would not find even one that morning. After wandering for an hour or two, with fatigue setting into his legs, they still had not encountered an appropriate palm tree. While good news was scarce, a piece of bad news arrived when Lin Tian glanced at his fish pond while passing a stream and was astonished to find one of the 2 largest salmon missing. "Where's my fish?" he exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Having isolated the pond from the stream, there was no way the salmon could have escaped over the high rocks. Could it have been taken by some animal? The possibility furrowed his brow. At that moment, Wang Kai, who had been trailing behind, began to whimper, raising Lin Tian's alertness. The sound was reminiscent of what he had heard outside the wild boar cave, and it seemed even more severe this time, infused with a palpable fear. Lin Tian quickly pulled Chu Yanxi close and, cradling Wang Kai, sought refuge behind a distant rock. Before long, a massive creature, adorned with striking black stripes, ambled to the edge of the stream and reached into the fish pond with its paw. The remaining large salmon was swiftly extracted and devoured in mere moments. Chu Yanxi's face turned pale. This was her first encounter with such a colossal tiger. Although she had observed them up close at the zoo, this was entirely different. There was no thick glass barrier, and the tiger's size was beyond anything she had witnessed. Wang Kai trembled in Lin Tian's arms, having lost its usual brashness, clearly overwhelmed by the primal dominance of the jungle's king. In the presence of such a formidable creature, all other animals faded into insignificance. This was a Bengal tiger. Lin Tian recognized its slender waist, robust chest, and powerful legs. Confirming its species, only the Siberian tiger surpassed the Bengal in size, making this one of the second largest tiger populations. The tiger before him appeared to weigh around 200 kilograms, with fearsome teeth measuring 10 centimeters long. The trio remained concealed behind the rock until the tiger departed, daring to move only then. They had not dared to make a sound while the tiger was nearby, knowing that even the faintest noise could draw its attention, leading to certain demise. Against such a terrifying predator, even a dust bomb would be of little use. This fish pond has attracted the tiger. It could pose a danger whenever we come to fetch water, Chu Yanxi remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. Lin Tian hadn't anticipated that his seemingly fortunate creation of a fish pond would result in such peril. Instead of a steady supply of fish, he had lured a dangerous predator. Not only had his fish become a meal for the tiger, but the creature might now have its sights set on this area. If they encountered it while fetching water, their lives would be at stake. "I need to quickly craft some arrowheads," Lin Tian declared, furrowing his brow. Although iron arrowheads would hardly be lethal to a 200-kilogram Bengal tiger, they were certainly preferable to the current reed arrows, which would merely tickle the beast. Using arrows against the tiger will only provoke it further, and with the stream situated some distance from our shelter, if it were to become enraged, we wouldn't even have a chance to escape, Chu Yanxi said gravely. The tiger's fearsome reputation stemmed from its lack of vulnerabilities. It was not only enormous with razor-sharp fangs, but possessed the terrifying strength to kill with a single swipe. More alarmingly, tigers could climb trees and swim, rendering escape to higher ground or water futile. "I hope this tiger won't return. If it keeps coming to this stream, I'll have to find a way to eliminate it," Lin Tian vowed fiercely. He felt compelled to take action against this threat. Water was the essence of life on the deserted island, and their survival for nearly a month was due to the reliable stream. Thus, any danger to this precious resource must be eradicated. Lin Tian's mind raced, but he struggled to devise a plan to kill the tiger. Ideally, if the tiger ceased its visits, they could coexist peacefully. He had no desire to engage in a fight with the king of the jungle, as a single misstep could lead to their annihilation. However, the unfortunate news was that the tiger returned shortly after, this time leaping into the upstream stream and beginning to fish for its meal. It seemed that the creature had developed a taste for fresh prey, solidifying Lin Tian's resolve to eliminate it. Just arrows alone won't suffice. Unless we can replicate what we did to that wolf and have the tiger consume several dust bombs, Only then would we stand a chance. It must swallow them whole to be effective, Chu Yanxi suggested. Eureka! Lin Tian exclaimed, patting her shoulder. Your idea has sparked inspiration. I recall a method for hunting large carnivores, feeding them. After being patted, Chu Yanxi felt a tingling sensation in her shoulder and shot Lin Tian an annoyed glance, only to find he was wholly absorbed in his thoughts. Are you suggesting we poison the tiger? It's not that simple. After surviving in the jungle for so long, the tiger likely knows more about poisons than you do, Chu Yanxi countered. Animals that thrive in the wilderness can generally identify toxic substances, as their survival depends on generations of learned experiences. For instance, the myriad of walnut shells near the stream, which are poisonous, is evidenced by the absence of dead animals, indicating that creatures here possess the ability to discern toxins. Furthermore, acquiring man-made poisons is not feasible in their current situation. Not poison, but meat, Lin Tian clarified, recalling that this approach is particularly effective against ferocious beasts like tigers. He resolved to prepare a plan that evening, ready to execute it the following day. If the tiger returned to the stream, it would face a deadly fate. Thus, he needed to craft iron arrowheads that afternoon. A dual approach was necessary. Relying solely on feeding the tiger that substance might not be secure, and preparing bows and arrows was equally imperative. Observing the tiger joyfully catching fish in the stream, Lin Tian hastily led Chu Yanxi and Wang Kai away from the area. They ventured eastward into an uncharted territory, and after traversing the bamboo grove, where they had previously dug for bamboo shoots, they indeed discovered a suitable palm tree. Without hesitation, Lin Tian seized his axe and began to chop, severing the palm tree at its roots. The bark, known as the palm skin, was layered and thin, presenting brown fibers. He made a vertical incision with his knife, gently peeling away a layer of palm skin. This process was repeated a dozen times, yielding an ample supply of palm skin to cover the entire earthen bed. Chu Yanxi, observing the scattered pine bark, felt a sense of satisfaction. With these materials as a mattress, she would no longer have to directly contact the hard, unyielding rocks. Meanwhile, Lin Tian continued to carve into the heart of the tree. As he peeled away the layers, the bark transitioned from brown to white, its surface becoming smoother and more tender, reminiscent of fresh bamboo shoots. What are you doing? Chu Yanxi inquired, puzzled. I've grown weary of smoked meat. Today, I seek something refreshing, Lin Tian replied, continuing to peel away. Eventually, the brown bark was entirely removed, leaving only the white, tender heart of the tree. Lin Tian sliced off a piece and began to munch on it heartily. Chu Yanxi was taken aback. Is this edible? One can gnaw on a tree? Would you like to try some? Lin Tian crunched away, the texture akin to raw sweet potatoes, crisp and subtly sweet, providing a refreshing contrast and a strong sense of satiety, rich in trace elements. The heart of the palm tree was indeed edible, especially from such a lush specimen. If the palm were old or dead, the heart would turn bitter and astringent, but the fresh variety was sweet and crunchy. Seeing Lin Tian relish the treat, Chu Yanxi felt a twinge of desire and requested a piece, which he sliced into thin chips for her to enjoy like potato crisps. With a gentle chew, the sweet juice burst forth, instantly illuminating her lovely eyes. After finishing a few slices, still feeling unsatisfied, she shyly asked Lin Tian for another piece, which she savored delightfully. Shall we bring some for Shuiyun and Xiaosu? Chu Yanxi recalled the two girls on the beach. Lin Tian, having devoured the heart of the palm, noticed that there was yet another palm tree nearby. He continued to chop it down, stripping the bark and extracting more of the heart to eat. There's no shortage of this. We might as well take some with us, he remarked. The reason Lin Tian had searched so diligently for palm trees was that suitable materials for bedding were scarce, yet every palm tree possessed a heart, easily accessible for consumption. The preparation was somewhat tedious, requiring the complete removal of the bark to reveal the slender inner core, thinner than bamboo and no thicker than 3 sugar canes. After securing more hearts along with the palm bark, they headed back. On the way, Lin Tian's eyes brightened at the sight of a Caribbean pine tree. He promptly wielded his axe against it. Are you chopping down another tree? Chu Yanxi asked, intrigued. With a decisive stroke, a viscous resin began to flow from the trunk, which Lin Tian quickly collected in a plastic bottle. The resin was exceedingly thick, slowly oozing down the inside of the bottle, even stickier than loquat syrup. The resin of the Caribbean pine serves as natural glue. I have a pressing need for this, Lin Tian explained. Chu Yanxi, observing the resin's consistency, recognized the truth in his words, though she remained unaware of his specific intentions for the adhesive. With a bottle of natural resin and several palm hearts in hand, the two returned to the beach. Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong were enjoying the palm hearts, completely oblivious to their nature. Chu Yanxi playfully kept them in suspense before revealing that it was the heart of the tree, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the two girls. While she covered her mouth in a smile, clearly relishing the surprise she had caused, it dawned on Chu Yanxi that Lin Tian continually showcased his survival skills, leaving the three girls in awe each time. Surely, he must be secretly reveling in their astonishment. Su Sitong, clutching the palm bark, dashed into the hut but quickly emerged, drenched in sweat, having spent only a brief moment inside. The daytime temperatures on the coast were still quite high, making the interior of the hut stifling. Those who tended the earthen bed knew that to maintain the heat within, the fire must never be extinguished and needed constant fuel. Thus, during the day, the brick house resembled a steamer, and everyone avoided entering unless absolutely necessary. Once inside, Lin Tian merely needed to seal the opening to the fire, and without oxygen, it would extinguish swiftly. After the monsoon season passed, the fire could finally be put out. Next to the brick house, a small shelter had been constructed for resting during the day. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun glanced at Su Sitong and immediately turned to Lin Tian, intending to warn him against peeping. However, they found that Lin Tian had not cast a single glance in that direction. Could it be that they had misjudged him? Perhaps he truly was a paragon of virtue. Chu Yanxi pondered. She was unaware that Lin Tian had long since lost interest in mere observation. As the saying goes, seeing but not tasting is the most frustrating. Yet now, Lin Tian could indulge every day, rendering the act of watching rather redundant. No meat was consumed at lunch, as the group felt sufficiently full from the palm hearts. Their satiety was substantial, though the nutritional value was lacking. Nevertheless, the small team maintained a daily intake of meat, so they were not deprived of essential nutrients. In contrast, the salted and cured meat they typically consumed was overly rich and salty. A day of pure vegetarian fare felt refreshing and cleansing. In the afternoon, Lin Tian made another trip to the forest and returned with a cartload of black mud to construct a small furnace for smelting iron. To melt iron requires temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Can we truly reach such heat? Chen Shuiyun expressed her doubts. Lin Tian scoffed. Of course not. You must be joking. Wood fires can reach only about 600 degrees. Iron melts at over 1,500. It's impossible. But who said that smelting iron requires turning it to liquid? Lin Tian clarified. Refining iron mainly involves dissolving impurities from iron ore through high-temperature combustion, followed by washing and grinding to obtain workable iron. Without further ado, Lin Tian set about constructing the furnace. A clay furnace for smelting iron was not overly complicated to build, as Lin Tian only needed small iron pieces for arrowheads. Using leftover black bricks from building, he arranged them vertically into a cylindrical structure about a meter high, resembling a small chimney. 2 bricks were laid horizontally in the center to create an opening. He then coated the interior and exterior of this chimney with the transported clay, firmly compacting it. Next to this small chimney, he built a small fortress about the size of a basketball, roughly 1/3 the height of the chimney, leaving openings on the front and sides. After compacting the clay, Lin Tian connected the chimney and the fortress with a hollow bamboo tube. He then added burning charcoal and wood into the small chimney, followed by the finely crushed iron ore, which was topped with another layer of charcoal and wood. At that moment, white smoke began to billow from the chimney. This is still insufficient. Lin Tian stood outside the side entrance of the small fortress, inserting a wooden stick with grooves carved in the middle. He then fashioned a straight wooden stick, coating it generously with the resin of Caribbean pine, akin to glue. Next, he retrieved feathers from the wild chicken, adhering them piece by piece onto the stick, creating a makeshift feather duster. The internal organs of the wild chicken were buried in the earth, yet Lin Tian preserved the feathers, recognizing their utility. This feather duster, though shorter than the household variety, boasted longer feathers, as Lin Tian had joined 2 pieces together. He then inserted this feather duster into the side hole of the small fortress, using the bowstring from his bow to tie the unglued end, securing it into the groove of the adjacent stick. As Lin Tian pulled the bowstring, a rush of wind echoed from within the small fortress. Each tug on the bowstring spun the feather duster rapidly, causing the wild chicken feathers to flutter like a whirling fan. The wind traveled through the bamboo pipe connected to the small chimney, carrying it to the bottom of the chimney. With the introduction of wind, the temperature of the charcoal soared, igniting the wood above. Suddenly, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from the top of the small chimney. Wow, it's spitting fire! The girls exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, only a few flickers of flame had emerged from the chimney, but as Lin Tian continued to pull the bow, the fire grew fiercer, climbing rapidly. You all take turns pulling the bow. I will set traps, Lin Tian declared, assuming the role of the overseer. After all, pulling the bow was a simple task, one that posed no challenge for the girls. The traps around the brick house had yet to be established. Particularly after spotting a Bengal tiger that day, Lin Tian grew increasingly aware of the importance of traps, knowing that an additional layer of protection equated to greater safety. He began by placing thorny locust trees around the house, sufficient to deter any wolf packs. It was not merely a single pack of wolves in the jungle. Other packs could also be lurking. Typically, they would not risk breaching the thorns unless provoked. Behind the thorns, Lin Tian started digging a pit trap. Akin to those used for capturing wild boars, inserting sharp bamboo spikes at the bottom, any beast that fell in would meet a fatal injury. He then added another layer of locust trees to cover the pit. This layer was not to deter wild animals, but to alert the girls to the trap, ensuring that if they were absent-minded upon exiting, they wouldn't unwittingly step into it. To further safeguard against mishaps, Lin Tian ventured back into the jungle, straining to listen for bird calls. Upon hearing the distinctive call of Azz hey bird, he followed the sound, soon discovering a multitude of sparrows atop a small hill. As soon as the sparrows noticed his presence, they flapped their wings and took flight. Lin Tian approached with a branch, collecting the sparrow droppings and storing them in a plastic bottle to take back to the beach. "Why are you bringing back so much bird poop? That's disgusting," Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, rolling her eyes in disdain. "You don't understand. Tigers fear this substance," Lin Tian replied. "The king of the jungle, the tiger, is unfazed by most threats, yet the droppings of these small birds can pose a significant danger. When a tiger's skin comes into contact with it, it is prone to rotting. Once infected and inflamed, even the mightiest tiger becomes vulnerable and may perish. Thus, areas frequented by sparrows are generally avoided by tigers to prevent contact with their droppings." Lin Tian spread some sparrow droppings along the outer path beneath the locust trees, establishing a barrier against tiger approaches. Although Lin Tian planned to confront the Bengal tiger the following day, it was prudent to remember that the jungle harbors more than just one wolf pack and one tiger. Thus, all precautions must be taken. He spent the entire afternoon setting traps around the house. With these defenses in place, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could rest assured within the brick house. "Lin Tian, is the iron ready?" Su Sitong inquired. The two girls, now sprawled on the ground, were breathing heavily, clearly exhausted from the continuous bow pulling. Though seated, their arms were sore and numb. Several bowstrings had snapped. For the entire afternoon, the three girls had tirelessly pulled the bow, adding fuel to the small chimney. Lin Tian peered into the chimney, noticing that all the iron ore had turned a brilliant red. He nodded, signaling it was time to cease their efforts. Armed with a formidable diamond hammer, he struck the earthen wall of the chimney, causing cracks to appear and chunks to fall away. He then knocked down the black bricks within, allowing all the glowing iron ore to tumble out. Seizing the moment, Lin Tian utilized a wooden clamp to place the ore onto a rock. He observed the clamp ignite upon contact with the hot ore, illustrating the tremendous heat of the red-hot metal. Lin Tian began hammering the ore on the rock. These pieces were small, each no larger than a pinky finger. The smaller size made them easier to work with. He did not strive for the perfection of a diamond-shaped arrowhead, but aimed to flatten the ore as much as possible. In this desolate island, perfection was unattainable without tools. Thus, the goal was to create as sharp a point as possible. The flatter the arrowhead, the sharper it would be. After considerable effort, Lin Tian had flattened all the iron ore. While the girls watched, skepticism etched on their faces at the sight of the dark arrowheads. "Is this really iron? It looks so rusty. Are you sure you can do this?" Lin Tian dismissed their doubts, taking the finished arrowheads and rubbing them against the rock, akin to sharpening a knife. After some time, he poured water over the iron ore and resumed sharpening. Gradually, the black surface disappeared, revealing the pure iron beneath. Finally, the entire arrowhead gleamed in a pure iron color, convincing the girls of its authenticity. They had not anticipated that pure iron could be forged. "If only we had more tools, we could create so much more from that vast iron deposit in the reed marsh," Lin Tian expressed his excitement. Having survived on the island for a month without any sign of rescue, he pondered whether help would ever arrive. Perhaps he would ultimately have to venture out to sea alone. While he could not forge large iron implements, he could indeed create items like iron nails. The utility of nails in construction is self-evident. They would enable better joining of timber, and with the mortise and tenon joints. Crafting a boat one day might not be an impossibility. It was impractical to insert cattail directly into the arrowheads. He would have to rely on the ropes woven by Su Sitong to bind the arrowheads to the tips of the cattail. Everything was a compromise. There is no true perfection in this world. Completion is far more significant than perfection. Even though the newly fashioned arrows may not appear professional, their lethality far surpasses that of the simple cattail arrows of yore. Such arrows could penetrate the hides of wild wolves, and had they existed before, Lin Tian would not have had to face the wolf pack with such peril. His combat capabilities had significantly increased. Chen Shuiyun was filled with excitement. Both she and Chu Yanxi were skilled archers, and with better bows and arrows, their abilities were sure to see significant improvement. However, could such arrows penetrate the hide of a tiger? Worry was evident in Chu Yanxi's eyes. A tiger? What tiger? Su Sitong and Chen Shuiyun widened their eyes. Clearly unaware of the encounter Lin Tian and Chu Yanxi had with a Bengal tiger in the jungle. After Chu Yanxi recounted the events that transpired in the forest, her face turned pale with fear. Tigers were far more terrifying than black bears. The king of the jungle needed no introduction. The thought of possibly encountering a tiger while fetching water sent shivers down their spines. Therefore, I must hunt that tiger. Its hide would be a valuable asset. Big enough for us to snuggle under together, Lin Tian chuckled. A single tiger skin could easily cover 4 people and would be warmer than a wolf fur coat. What snuggling? You mustn't speak so frivolously. Chu Yanxi shot Lin Tian a blushing glare. This was a topic she had been avoiding in her heart. After all, the current situation was hardly different from sharing a bed, as 4 people were sleeping on the same heated kong. Lin Tian, how do you plan to hunt the tiger? Surely, these bows and arrows alone won't suffice? Su Sitong asked, her concern evident. Don't you feel it's getting colder? Lin Tian changed the subject. The skies had darkened, the sun had set, and the sea breeze howled. The monsoon had lasted nearly a month, and nighttime temperatures could plummet below freezing. The temperature difference between day and night was a staggering 40 degrees, an alarming prospect. No kidding, Chen Shuiyun retorted. A gust of sea wind swept in, causing them to shiver and hasten back indoors, where warmth enveloped them, bringing immediate comfort. Coldness could indeed be utilized to hunt that tiger. As he spoke, Lin Tian began chopping bamboo inside. What are you rambling about? The tiger's hide is far thicker than that of a wolf, even if we freeze to death. The tiger won tea. Chen Shuiyun scoffed. Who said anything about freezing the tiger? I'm talking about using the cold, do you understand? How can someone as foolish as you be a manager without fearing your friend's company going under? This remark infuriated Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun, leaving them speechless as they stared at Lin Tian, their chests heaving with indignation. Lin Tian, why are you chopping the bamboo so finely? Su Sitong asked curiously, sensing that his actions were related to dealing with the tiger. She couldn't help but feel a strange certainty about this, as if her frequent indulgence in Lin Tian's brilliance had led her to understand his thoughts. Blushing at the realization, she felt a warm flush on her cheeks. Little Su is clever, Lin Tian remarked. He was indeed chopping bamboo to confront the tiger. Su Sitong couldn't suppress her joy at his compliment, feeling elated as if being praised by Lin Tian was an honor. Meanwhile, Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun pouted, feeling a pang of jealousy. Did this mean they were foolish? They were unaware of how much they cared about Lin Tian's opinion. Chen Shuiyun protested. Those little bamboo skewers can barely pierce human skin. How could they possibly kill a tiger? Indeed, tiger skin is thicker than human skin, but what about its innards? Lin Tian retorted with a cold smile. Even if a tiger's hide is thick, its organs are still quite fragile. If we can get the tiger to consume these bamboo skewers, it will be enough to cause it severe harm. The girls were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, while the logic was sound. Convincing a tiger to eat bamboo skewers was another matter entirely. You think a tiger will eat these bamboo thorns? They're carnivorous, you know? Chen Shuiyun challenged. Lin Tian looked at her, as if she were foolish. You know tigers eat meat? So what if we hide these bamboo skewers inside the meat? At this, the girls' faces registered shock. They had not considered such a method to deal with a tiger. Will that really work? Of course it will, Lin Tian replied with unwavering confidence. This was not a whimsical idea. There were documented cases of individuals in the wilderness using this method to kill a tiger, though specific environmental factors were necessary. That bamboo skewer is too long. It won't stay concealed in the meat unless it's a large piece. The tiger will realize something is amiss the moment it bites down. Chu Yanxi still doubted. Lin Tian shook his head. You've overlooked the most crucial characteristic of bamboo. He began to coil the bamboo skewer, transforming it into a closed loop. Now, this long skewer has become a palm-sized ring, hidden within meat. How could the tiger possibly detect it? The girl's eyes widened in astonishment once more. It can be done like this. But Lingu, meat is soft. Once the skewer is inserted, it will spring open quickly, which won't work. That's why I mentioned utilizing the cold. Lin Tian procured a prime piece of smoked wild boar meat. To ensure the tiger would consume this meat, he spared no expense. This was a choice cut, perfectly cured, rich yet not greasy, and its aroma would attract the tiger even more effectively. Wow, you're using the best meat to bait the tiger? We have so little meat left, Chen Shuiyun lamented. Despite previously having stored meat from 1 wild boar and 4 wolves, their hunting efforts had dwindled over the past 20 days, consumed by the construction of their shelter. Consequently, their remaining reserves would only sustain them for 3 days, especially with an additional mouth to feed. The thought of sacrificing such a large piece of boar meat to lure a tiger was painful. There is no choice. If we don't eliminate the tiger, we won't be able to secure a stable freshwater source, and that would lead to our demise even faster. If a piece of meat can kill the tiger, then we have tiger meat to eat, Lin Tian stated matter-of-factly. He then pierced one end of the bamboo skewer into the pork and bent the other end to insert it from the opposite side, ensuring the skewer remained in a curved position within the meat. However, he noticed the skewer slowly springing back, so he placed the piece of smoked pork outside. The cold wind immediately began to harden the meat. With the outside temperature dropping below freezing, the pork would soon become quite firm, effectively securing the skewer inside. So, this is what you meant by utilizing the cold, Chu Yanxi exclaimed, astonished. She had never anticipated that a piece of meat, a bamboo skewer, and the cold sea breeze could become a lethal weapon against a tiger. Of course, all this remained a mere hypothesis for the girls. Whether it would succeed depended on the actual circumstances. Afterward, they all climbed onto the Kong to sleep. Before dawn the next morning, Lin Tian rose first, startling the girls awake. I'm heading to the creek. You all stay in the house and wait. It's better not to follow when there are fewer people. The girls swallowed their words, wanting to suggest joining him or warn him of the dangers, but upon reflection, they realized such statements would be futile. Ultimately, it was Lin Tian who would confront the tiger, and they felt powerless to assist him. Lin Tian stepped outside, picked up the piece of smoked pork, which had frozen solid after a night of exposure to the icy sea breeze. The meat, lacking the rigidity found in a freezer, proved to be more advantageous. If it were too solid, the tiger would surely refrain from consuming it. It sufficed to secure the bamboo spikes within. With the cleverly concealed meat in hand, Lin Tian approached the stream, closely followed by Wang Kai. Such endeavors invariably included Wang Kai, the young wolf's utility far surpassing that of the women. Wang Kai's sense of smell was perhaps the finest in the jungle, second only to bears, allowing him to anticipate the tiger's arrival. Glancing at his Rolex, Lin Tian noted that though it was now 5 in the morning, darkness still enveloped the sky, the sun yet to rise, leaving the cold unrelieved. Fortunately, his wolf fur coat shielded him from the chill, otherwise he might have succumbed to the frigid air. Cradled in his arms, Wang Kai's body heat, combined with his own, rendered them impervious to the cold, yet Wang Kai began to tremble. Sensing the tremors, Lin Tian became alert, promptly placing the prepared meat at the site where the Bengal tiger had last entered the water. This placement ensured that the tiger would spot the bait immediately upon arrival. He then retreated to a safe distance, utilizing a telescope discovered among the pirates to observe the surroundings. This instrument proved invaluable, allowing him to maintain distance from the tiger, which could prove fatal if approached too closely. Moments later, sounds emanated from the distant foliage, prompting Lin Tian to focus intently on that direction. Soon after, the underbrush stirred, revealing a large wild boar. Lin Tian was momentarily speechless. He had anticipated the arrival of the tiger, only to be confronted by a boar instead. He patted Wang Kai's head in disappointment, to which the young wolf emitted a soft whine, prompting Lin Tian to stroke him reassuringly. In truth, it was unfair to blame Wang Kai. After all, the little wolf had previously helped him avoid danger by sensing the boar's approach outside its den. It was only natural for him to feel apprehensive. Once he matured, Wang Kai would no longer fear wild boars. The boar approached the stream to drink, and upon finishing, it noticed the meat on the ground. With no hesitation, it seized the offering and devoured it voraciously, oblivious to its origins. Carnivorous creatures, driven by hunger, often consume whatever meat is available, even that of their own kind. After finishing the meat, the boar departed, leaving Lin Tian in shock. What the hell? That was meant for the Bengal tiger. After enduring the cold wind for nearly half an hour, Lin Tian was at his wit's end. Just then, the underbrush quivered again, and the Bengal tiger indeed arrived. The tiger sniffed around the area where Lin Tian had placed the meat, then licked the ground before jumping into the stream to catch fish. Despite the low temperatures, the cold posed no threat to the tiger. Lin Tian felt a pang of regret. Had the wild boar not consumed the bait he had prepared, the tiger would have surely taken it, accomplishing his objective. Wang Kai trembled violently in his arms, the earlier tremors having escalated into a full-body shake, clearly indicative of the mounting pressure. Even an entire pack of wolves would not dare confront a tiger head-on, preferring to circumvent it. Damn it! You think you can just eat my meat without consequence? Lin Tian muttered angrily, lowering the telescope and addressing Wang Kai. Where did that wild boar run off to? Go after it. Wolves possess a keen sense of understanding. Especially after Lin Tian's training, Wang Kai was now a highly functional wolf, even more useful than a domesticated dog. With Lin Tian's command, Wang Kai cast aside his fear of the wild boar, sniffed the air, and swiftly determined the direction of its escape, bolting after it with Lin Tian in pursuit. The boar's greed had led it to consume what was not meant for it, and now it would pay the price. with the remaining meat supplies dwindling. Capturing this 200-kilogram wild boar would ensure sustenance for a considerable time. With the boar in hand, Lin Tian could weather another day of cold winds while strategically placing the bamboo-spiked meat for the tiger, confident that success would eventually follow. The bamboo spikes that could injure a tiger would undoubtedly harm a wild boar as well, a truth Lin Tian held no doubt about. The chase led them to the cave where Lin Tian had once sought refuge from the rain. Wang Kai had been his companion during that time and had warned him to avoid entering the boar's den. It was an astonishing coincidence that the boar feasting on his bait was the same one from that day. Perhaps even the one that had pursued Su Sitong when she was bitten by a snake. If so, today would be a fitting reckoning. Inside the cave, the sounds of the boar's agonized cries echoed, revealing its torment. Lin Tian surmised that the bamboo spikes had fully deployed, piercing the wild boar's digestive tract. Regardless of the boar's formidable exterior, its inner workings were highly vulnerable. Exercising caution, Lin Tian refrained from entering immediately. Wild animals, especially in agony, can exhibit unpredictable aggression. A 200-kilogram wild boar, cornered and enraged, would be a formidable adversary, far outmatching a lone wolf. Patiently, Lin Tian waited outside the cave for nearly an hour, until the boar's cries subsided. He fashioned a long spear by binding a military knife to a sturdy stick, preparing to confront the beast. With the sun now risen, the cave was illuminated, revealing the wild boar collapsed on the ground, its body twitching and blood flowing from its mouth and nose, a clear sign of severe internal bleeding. The bamboo spike had likely perforated its intestines. Had the boar not succumbed to madness, it might have avoided such a fate. However, its frantic struggles only exacerbated its injuries. Approaching cautiously with his makeshift spear, Lin Tian prepared for the final confrontation. Suddenly, the boar emitted a fierce roar, rising once more, its eyes now a furious crimson. Filled with rage, blood dripped from its jaws as it charged at Lin Tian, summoning its last reserves of strength. Wang Kai barked loudly, but the small wolf could not deter the frenzied boar. Recognizing the boar's fragile state, Lin Tian steadied himself, aiming the spear at the creature's neck. And at the moment it lunged, he thrust the spear forward. With a sound of splattering blood, the blade plunged deep into the boar's throat. Had this been a healthy boar, it would have fought back. Yet, in its madness, it could only advance, oblivious to the fatal consequences. Lin Tian's strength may not have been particularly remarkable, yet the wild boar charged with tremendous force. Under the influence of this momentum, his knife pierced through the thick hide of the beast, emerging from its nape. Lin Tian yanked back, but the knife became lodged in the boar's vertebrae, refusing to budge. In pain, the wild boar became even more frantic, charging towards Lin Tian once again. He swiftly retreated with Wang Kai towards the cave's entrance, simultaneously twisting the wooden handle of the military knife, which exacerbated the wound on the boar's neck, causing blood to spurt forth in a vivid spray. The boar, in pursuit, crashed against the cave wall like a small mountain collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from the gaping wound in its neck. Wang Kai, filled with excitement, circled the carcass, having lost all fear of wild boars from that moment on. Lin Tian exerted considerable effort to extract the knife from the boar's neck, swiftly severing its head, skinning it, and eviscerating it while leaving the entrails behind, taking only the liver. This was not due to wastefulness, but rather the sheer weight of the boar, over 200 kilograms, making it impractical to drag back. The effort was daunting, and the danger was palpable. A slain boar, bleeding profusely, would surely attract predators, and if a tiger were drawn to the scene, it could spell disaster. Hence, Lin Tian drained all the blood and left the most pungent organs behind, returning only with the meat and liver. Originally, he had no intention of taking the liver, but it was ideal for Wang Kai, the young wolf cub. Mixing some liver into the steamed egg would provide excellent nourishment for the little creature. The entire process took nearly 20 minutes. Though done hastily, time was of the essence. After processing the boar, he was left with over 100 kilograms of meat, having reduced its weight by nearly half, with all entrails and blood removed. Yet merely 10 minutes had passed when Lin Tian realized his decision had been astute. After a 10-minute return trip, he glanced back through the binoculars and confirmed that the Bengal tiger had arrived at the wild boar's cave, evidently drawn by the blood to consume the entrails. Had he delayed even a few minutes longer, the tiger would have feasted not only on the entrails but also on the boar's flesh, and perhaps even on human flesh, including Wang Kai's. This realization further solidified Lin Tian's resolve to eliminate the Bengal tiger, given its strong territorial instincts. The tiger, having found such an abundance of resources, water, fish, and now the blood and flesh of the wild boar, would undoubtedly consider this area its territory. If the Bengal tiger remained, they could never safely collect water again, as it posed a lethal threat. Upon returning to the beach, Lin Tian found several girls foraging for mushrooms and wild vegetables near the jungle. He educated them on distinguishing between poisonous mushrooms and edible greens, and they quickly mastered this new skill. However, they frequently glanced into the jungle, clearly anxious about Lin Tian's prolonged absence. When they saw him return with such a large wild boar, their expressions turned to astonishment. "Were you not supposed to confront the tiger? How did it go?" One girl inquired. "Lin Tian, why did you bring back such a massive wild boar?" Another chimed in. "Now we need not worry about food for a while." Hearing their chatter, Lin Tian sighed and recounted the events of the day. The girls were astonished, realizing that instead of confronting the tiger, he had inadvertently brought back a large boar. However, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Do we still have enough water? If not, we can use coconut water. Until the tiger is dealt with, no one is allowed to fetch water, he cautioned. The girls nodded, confirming that they had enough water for the day, though each wore a frown. Their concerns stemmed not only from thirst, but also from the need to bathe. Ever since the appearance of the Bengal tiger, they had refrained from washing, leaving them feeling sticky and uncomfortable. The nights had grown cold, and they were compelled to huddle together for warmth, which only exacerbated the discomfort of sweat. "Curse that tiger!" one girl exclaimed fiercely. "There is nothing to be angry about. Nature is ruthless. Either we eliminate the tiger and reclaim our water supply, or it will consume us," Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. "Survival is justice. Every creature seeks to live. Thus, in nature, no animal is inherently evil. The desire to survive is a noble instinct, while humanity's darker inclinations often stem from desires beyond mere survival. Indeed, the insatiable hunger for more is a perilous path." Lin Tian proceeded to meticulously process the wild boar once more, having previously done so in haste within the cave. Now he aimed to cut the meat into strips for curing and smoking. "How delightful it is to have fresh meat!" Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, her mouth watering in anticipation. The sight of the fresh wild boar meat alleviated some of her fears regarding the tiger. After all, they had been consuming smoked meat for over half a month. While it filled their bellies, its saltiness became overwhelming. Fresh wild boar meat promised to be a true indulgence. Lin Tian cut enough meat for the next 2 days, some of which did not require smoking, as it could be consumed fresh. He set aside 2 pieces specifically for feeding the tiger later, which would be easier to skewer. Next, he began rendering the lard. Having used only half of the lard from the previous small boar, this larger one would yield an ample supply for the foreseeable future. Fortunately, the deserted island was littered with plastic bottles, a consequence of people's disregard for hygiene, carelessly polluting the ocean. The sight of these plastic labels reminded him of the hypocrisy of those who preach environmental protection while contributing to the pollution of the seas. The rendered lard filled dozens of bottles, which could be utilized for various purposes later. As he rendered the oil, Su Sitong crushed the steamed eggs in the coconut shells and mixed them with boiled, chopped liver before presenting it to Wang Kai. "Hurry and eat. Grow strong," she urged. Having taken on the role of caretaker for the young wolf, Wang Kai eagerly devoured the food, growing at an astonishing rate, even faster than that of a typical puppy. In just a few days, he had doubled in size since he was first adopted. Meanwhile, Lin Tian began grilling the pork chops, the prime cuts of the wild boar sizzling over the fire, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Once golden brown, he brushed them with honey and sprinkled sea salt, a simple seasoning that rendered them utterly irresistible. The 4 of them feasted heartily, while Wang Kai, having already eaten, barked eagerly at their side. Lin Tian, unable to resist, offered him a small piece of pork chop. At this rate, how could he not grow quickly? After a satisfying meal, Lin Tian prepared to rest in the shelter. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do, Lin Tian decided to wait until tomorrow to feed the tiger. While today he simply needed to wait for the smoked pork to be ready to hang on the tree. However, Su Sitong proposed a clever idea. "Tian Ge, I can use that rope to tie the ends of the bamboo skewer together. This way, even if the meat isn't frozen, the skewer will remain secured. Once the tiger consumes it, the thin rope will be quickly severed by the stomach acid, allowing the skewer to spring free." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately sat up straight. Su Sitong's reasoning was sound. This meant he could feed the tiger sooner, avoiding the need to wait in the cold dawn, sparing him from restless nights. Until the tiger was dealt with, Lin Tian feared he wouldn't sleep soundly. "All right, get on with it. Once it's done, I'll reward you tonight." The young girl blushed, lowering her head, her cheeks rosy, letting out a soft hum in embarrassment, though it sounded more like a coy refusal before she began tying the bamboo skewers. "Ah, you're secretly preparing a special treat for little Su. What are you going to reward her with tonight?" "I want some too," Chen Shuiyun said, feeling rather disgruntled. The young girl's face sank even lower. "You really want some? I could share a bit, but it's quite a lot. Just one piece could be worth billions." After Su Sitong secured the ends of the skewers, Lin Tian sliced into the fresh wild boar meat with a knife, inserting the slender skewer inside, rendering it completely undetectable from the outside. Not to mention, the tiger's intelligence would certainly not allow it to discern anything unusual. Lin Tian hurriedly took this concealed piece of meat to the stream, causing the girls' hearts to race again. Although they had successfully hunted a large wild boar, they were now dealing with the perilous king of the jungle. One misstep could mean life or death. However, Lin Tian felt little psychological burden, knowing he had a capable ally in the form of his agile companion, Wang Kai, who could sense danger ahead. Upon nearing the water's edge, Lin Tian quietly concealed himself, instructing Wang Kai, "If the tiger approaches, alert me." He was uncertain if Wang Kai understood. After waiting for about an hour, he suddenly felt Wang Kai tugging at his belt. The little wolf cub was trembling slightly, though not as severely as in the morning. Lin Tian realized Wang Kai was indeed alerting him, indicating the pup grasped his commands. Lin Tian dashed to the riverbank, placing the concealed pork there before running off without a backward glance. He stopped only when he reached a relatively safe distance to take out his binoculars and observe the stream. To his excitement, the Bengal tiger approached the water's edge, first drinking a few sips before glancing at the meat on the ground and moving closer to sniff it. Lin Tian's heart raced. If the tiger consumed the meat, the skewer would spring free in its belly. The tiger's demise would be imminent. However, to Lin Tian's astonishment, after sniffing the meat a few times, the tiger abruptly turned and leaped into the stream to catch fish instead. In no time, the tiger caught a large salmon with a powerful paw and began devouring it voraciously. Lin Tian was furious. This plan was futile. Tigers were adept fishermen, and the stream was abundant with delectable fish, undoubtedly more enticing than the meat he had prepared. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Tigers are fond of water and are exceptional swimmers, capable of attracting fish using their tails in the water before capturing them. Their intelligence is remarkable, and their fishing skills are formidable. Lin Tian observed for another half hour, noting that the Bengal tiger successfully caught 7 fish before drinking some water and sauntering away, completely ignoring the meat he had placed. Only after the tiger had departed for a quarter of an hour did Lin Tian dare to return to the stream to retrieve the meat, not wanting to let it go to waste. However, the main reason for the risk was not to reclaim the meat, but to gather water. Lin Tian had brought along several military water bottles, all empty except for those filled with alcohol, intending to fill them with water whenever possible. With the presence of the tiger, each trip to gather water was fraught with risk, making it wiser to act alone. He quickly filled all the bottles and hurried back to the beach. After recounting the events to the girls, they wore expressions of concern. Although Lin Tian's skills were indeed useful, if the tiger refused to eat the meat, it rendered their efforts pointless. "What if we can't bathe?" one girl lamented, feeling the discomfort of perspiration. "Instead of bathing, we should focus on how to stabilize our fresh water supply," Chu Yanxi remarked, her perspective more pragmatic than the others. She understood that their purpose on this deserted island was not for leisure. The inability to bathe was trivial compared to the dire consequences of running out of water. "Don't worry, the tiger will eventually be dealt with. It didn't eat the meat because it had fresh fish available. But if it can't catch any fish in the stream, it will have no choice but to eat the meat I left behind," Lin Tian asserted confidently. "Oh, so you think you can catch all the fish in that stream to deprive the Bengal tiger of food?" Chen Shuiyun said skeptically. "You think I'm silly? I can't catch every fish, but I can scare them all away," Lin Tian replied, rolling his eyes. The girls widened their eyes at this unexpected idea. "But how would you manage to drive all the fish away?" "It sounds like an impossible task," they questioned, pondering the feasibility. "Unless he jumped into the water to scare them off, but then he'd be in danger himself," Chen Shuiyun teased. Chu Yanxi suddenly had an epiphany. "Lin Tian, remember how we used light to disperse the water snakes in the cave? Could we catch an electric eel and throw it into the stream to scare the fish away?" Lin Tian nodded, saying, "To drive the fish away, I indeed need an electric eel, but not to shock them directly. If all the fish were stunned, it would only serve to provide an easy meal for the tiger." Chu Yanxi's thought process was still incomplete. "So what do you intend to do with the electric eel?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lin Tian explained, "I plan to use the electric eel to catch a swarm of piranhas, then release them into the stream, which would scare off all the fish. Even the king of beasts, the tiger, would hesitate to enter a stream filled with piranhas." The girls were immediately filled with astonishment at the mention of piranhas. Lin Tian could see the palpable fear on their faces, as if they had heard something truly terrifying. "I've seen movies about piranhas. They can bite a person's head off in an instant. That's too frightening. How could we possibly catch piranhas?" Lin Tian, isn't that just as dangerous as facing the tiger? Perhaps even more so. "Lin Tian, you cannot make such decisions unilaterally. We must all agree before you take such risks." The 3 girls surrounded Lin Tian, resolutely prohibiting him from undertaking such a perilous endeavor. What do you think piranhas are? Some kind of monstrous fiends? Lin Tian exclaimed, nearly at a loss for words. The group of girls appeared to possess knowledge about piranhas gleaned from films or various dubious marketing channels. In truth, piranhas are far less terrifying than depicted in movies or promotional content. While they do pose a danger, it is not insurmountable. As Lin Tian pointed out, utilizing electric eels is an effective strategy since they are the natural enemies of piranhas. The actual piranha, known scientifically as Pygocentris, is only about the size of a palm and is a type of fish. Why would they seek to consume humans when there are countless fish in the river? Unless one were to witness a multitude of piranhas actively jumping into the water to be consumed, the fear seems exaggerated. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the girls felt a sense of confusion, yet their hearts were somewhat reassured. It turned out that the notion of piranhas was indeed more frightening in theory than in reality. However, since piranhas are freshwater fish, and they had not spotted any in the stream, Chen Shuiyun expressed her confusion. Where then shall we find piranhas? Lin Tian replied. This jungle contains more than just the stream. There is a tributary nearby the swamp. I noticed it during my last visit, and I am certain piranhas inhabit that river. Although the basis for Lin Tian's certainty was unclear, Su Sitong couldn't help but inquire, can we drink the water from that river? Despite its proximity to the swamp. It was flowing water, so it should be drinkable, right? It can be, but it is rife with bacteria. It must be filtered and boiled before consumption, and even then, safety cannot be guaranteed. The best option remains the stream, which we must not forsake. For now, let's focus on catching the electric eel. Lin Tian declared as he guided the small team deeper into the jungle, equipped for their expedition. They had constructed a shelter by the riverbank. Should a rescue team arrive, even if no one was stationed at the edge, it would be evident that habitation existed, alleviating concerns of missing the rescuers. The group ventured into the cave, where they had previously been pursued by pirates. Lin Tian skillfully punctured several candle nuts onto a stick and lit them before entering the cavern. Despite having entered once before and being mentally prepared, the thought of the densely clustered bats overhead caused anxiety among the girls. However, having decided to accompany Lin Tian, they voiced no complaints. Suddenly, Su Sitong yelped, causing their hearts to leap. What happened? Lin Tian hastily inquired, approaching with the lit candle nut. A drop of water fell on my head, she said, feeling embarrassed. I apologize for startling everyone. The tension had made her jump at the slightest disturbance. After all, it was normal for water to drip from the cave's ceiling. Yet, Lin Tian had made a remarkable discovery. That drop of water is quite fortuitous. The girls were puzzled by his enthusiasm, especially given his excited demeanor. What was the cause for such joy? It was merely a drop of water that had landed on Su's head. After all, this is bat droppings that have merged with the moisture from the cave ceiling. And do you know how valuable this water is? Lin Tian explained. The girls were put off by the mention of bat droppings, with Su Sitong feeling nauseous as she vigorously wiped her head, her face puffed with indignation. After several days without a bath, the audacity of the bats to relieve themselves on her head was infuriating. Quickly collect all the golden brown bat droppings from the crevices. They will prove invaluable. Lin Tian immediately produced a plastic bottle and began gathering the droppings. He always carried bottles into the jungle, cleverly strung together with ropes crafted by Su Sitong, which made them easy to transport. But what is the use of bat droppings? It sounds revolting. Chen Shuiyun protested. Lin Tian elucidated. Bat droppings contain potassium nitrate, which dissolves in water. The damp conditions allow the droppings to amalgamate with the water, and after years of this process, the droplets that form are rich in nitrate. By boiling this water, we can extract a highly concentrated form of nitrate, which has numerous applications. In essence, this droppings water is exceedingly precious. This is a significant find, although the girls lacked comprehension of the chemical details. Witnessing Lin Tian's excitement conveyed the importance of their discovery, and they overcame their disgust to collect the droppings. Thus, while they had yet to capture the electric eel, each girl now carried several bottles of bat droppings. Do you realize how many years it takes to accumulate this? Not a single drop can be wasted. We must gather it all. Lin Tian insisted, and the girls complied without objection. After collecting all the bat droppings, Lin Tian approached the water snake pit, the very place they had traversed during their flight from the pirates. He adeptly positioned himself beside the pit, where the flickering light reflected off the dark water, revealing a boiling surface indicative of numerous water snakes within. Lin Tian tossed some prepared meat into the pit, and almost immediately, a water snake leapt to the surface to devour the bait. Quick as lightning, Lin Tian plunged his knife into the snake, piercing it cleanly and tossing it into the nearby mud. Though the snake had not been severed at its vital point, it writhed in agony in the mud, stirring up a hidden electric eel. With a crackle, The eel released an electric charge that incapacitated the water snake. Lin Tian, wielding the woven fish basket crafted by Su Sitong, deftly captured the electric eel within. There was no need to wait for the eel to exhaust its energy. With the bamboo basket at his disposal, he was free from the risk of electric shock, confident that more eels lay hidden in the mud. Lin Tian captured another 7 or 8 water snakes before concluding that he had successfully caught all the electric eels in the pit. This is more than sufficient. Let's return the collected droppings to the beach before heading to the swamp river. Each girl bore the weight of a dozen or more bottles, totaling a considerable burden. While this was manageable for Lin Tian, the girls felt the strain acutely. Once they returned the bat droppings to the shore, Lin Tian instructed one of them to begin boiling the water to evaporate it, collecting the nitrate left behind. The girls were reluctant to undertake this task, as the very thought of boiling bat droppings was off-putting, and they preferred to assist Lin Tian in other ways. Ultimately, Su Sitong volunteered for the task, perhaps due to her frequent collaborations with Lin Tian, fostering a deeper understanding between them. The two girls rejoined Lin Tian in the jungle, and their passage was uneventful, allowing them to reach the swamp safely. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun glanced toward a tree-lined path beside the swamp and were pleasantly surprised to discover a river flowing nearby, which they had previously overlooked. The flow of the water was rather sluggish, and the quality appeared undeniably poor. Unlike the crystal-clear streams where one could see the bottom, this water, though somewhat transparent, had shallow visibility and was murky with a yellowish hue. Such water was unfit for consumption, even if boiled, Chen Shuiyun remarked disdainfully. Previously, she had contemplated finding an alternative water source as a compromise, sparing them the necessity of a life-and-death struggle with the Bengal tiger. However, upon witnessing the current state of the water, she realized just how precious the clear stream truly was. It was no wonder that Lin Tian was so intent on eliminating that tiger. Are there piranhas in this river? Chu Yanxi inquired curiously, squatting by the riverbank to inspect the water, yet seeing nothing. The river was not deep. Despite its murkiness, one could still discern the bottom, which appeared devoid of life. Of course, it's just that you can't find them, Lin Tian responded, leaving Chu Yanxi feeling quite offended, sensing that she was being underestimated. Yet, she had no means to refute him, as she truly didn't know where piranhas might gather. Lin Tian strolled along the riverbank, his gaze fixed not on the water's surface but on the trees lining the shore. The two friends exchanged puzzled glances. Weren't they supposed to be searching for piranhas? Why was he focused on the trees? After a short distance, Lin Tian suddenly halted, causing the two girls, who were following closely behind, to collide into him due to their momentum. You did that on purpose, Chu Yanxi exclaimed, irked, as she lightly smacked Lin Tian's shoulder, the impact startling him. What? I didn't feel a thing, Lin Tian replied, bewildered, only to see Chu Yanxi's face darken, her expression suggesting an impending explosion of frustration, prompting him to fall silent. Chen Shuiyun dared not utter a word. Lin Tian had repeatedly tested Chu Yanxi's limits, seemingly fearless. Do you see anything on the roots of that tree? Lin Tian pointed to a banyan tree whose roots extended into the water. The subject shift caught Chu Yanxi's attention, and she glared at Lin Tian before following his gaze. She noticed numerous pale yellow spheres clinging to the roots, provoking a sense of unease within her, as goosebumps erupted across her skin. How disgusting. What are those? Chen Shuiyun shivered, asking. Chu Yanxi speculated. I guess those are piranha eggs. Correct, Lin Tian affirmed, explaining that piranha eggs are adhesive and must attach to roots or aquatic plants to hatch. The banks of this river were densely populated with trees, many of which had roots submerged in the water, which was why Lin Tian had been observing them. If the roots of any tree bore piranha eggs, it indicated the presence of piranhas nearby. Just then, a subtle sound rippled through the water, and Lin Tian focused, spotting a piranha swimming towards the roots. The fish was shaped like a disc, larger than a palm, with red scales on its belly, indicating it was a female in spawning condition. After laying eggs, female piranhas often returned to guard them, meaning the eggs attached to the banyan tree belonged to this particular fish. To the surprise of both girls, Lin Tian crouched at the water's edge and reached in, effortlessly scooping the piranha out of the water. The fish trembled in his grasp, desperate to escape, its sharp, fine teeth looking fearsome, yet it dared not bite him. So, piranhas can be so docile, Chen Shuiyun exclaimed in astonishment. I thought they would be terrifying. But it seems they're quite timid. Look over there. A school of piranhas is swimming this way, at least 30 of them. Chu Yanxi pointed excitedly at a group of dark green, disc-shaped piranhas approaching. Just watch me. What is so difficult about catching piranhas? I can do it too, Chen Shuiyun declared confidently, patting her chest, emboldened by Lin Tian's earlier success. She even thought Lin Tian's intention to catch an electric eel to deal with the piranhas was unnecessary. However, in the next moment, A catfish swam into the midst of the piranha school, inadvertently entering their territory. It was as if the massive catfish had ventured into a meat grinder within seconds. It was reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame, with no blood spilling into the water. Ah, this. Chen Shuiyun's face paled in fear. That catfish, nearly half a meter long, had been devoured in mere moments without a trace of blood? How terrifying. You were going to catch them barehanded, weren't you? Go ahead. I'm waiting for your good news, Lin Tian said with a smirk. Chen Shuiyun's face oscillated between red and white, having witnessed such a scene. She no longer dared to attempt it. That would be tantamount to seeking her own demise. Why was the piranha you caught earlier so tame? Is it because it was a female? Chu Yanxi asked curiously, always eager to understand the reasoning behind things. A small piranha can't do much on its own. When isolated, it's naturally timid. It's like you going into a fight alone. You'd likely feel afraid, but with dozens of friends by your side, wouldn't you become more audacious? Lin Tian explained. Piranhas behave similarly. In groups, they become formidable. Did you not observe their feeding method? They tear into their prey in an instant, devouring creatures much larger than themselves within seconds. This is the power of numbers. Their behavior is ingrained in their genes. Thus, when piranhas swarm together, they become extremely dangerous, targeting the eyes and bellies of their prey, exploiting their most vulnerable spots before overwhelming them in a frenzy. It all happens so swiftly that it's hard to perceive. The entire process unfolds in mere seconds. If you were to jump in, you'd be consumed in under a minute. Lin Tian's words struck fear into Chen Shuiyun. The thought of having almost jumped in made her shudder. She could have easily become a skeleton. Once the piranhas began to converge, Lin Tian deftly used a stick to prod an electric eel from the fish basket into the river. The electric eel, already stressed from being caught, was now in an unfamiliar environment and immediately began to discharge electricity. Upon sensing the electric eel, the piranhas attempted to flee, recognizing it as their natural enemy. But the instantaneous jolt rendered them unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian quickly began to scoop up the stunned piranhas, with the two girls assisting him in filling their fish basket. As for the electric eel, Lin Tian swiftly dispatched it, its blood spilling forth and flowing downstream. Piranhas possess an acute sense of smell, akin to that of sharks. The scent of blood would drive them into a frenzied pursuit, causing them to accelerate. This is precisely why piranhas consume their prey with such astonishing speed. Once they detect blood, they enter a frenzied state, devouring faster and faster. As Lin Tian had predicted, a new swarm of piranhas swiftly approached, ravenously gnawing at the lifeless electric eel. Although electric eels are the natural enemies of piranhas, a deceased electric eel is merely a source of sustenance. While these piranhas delighted in their feast, Lin Tian cast another live electric eel into the fray. Immediately, it began to discharge electricity, stunning the group of piranhas just as before. Lin Tian continued this cycle, severing electric eels to attract the piranhas with blood, then using a live one to incapacitate them. After capturing over 100 piranhas and placing them in a basket, Lin Tian made his way toward the stream. Piranhas can survive for a while in the basket, but they must be returned to the water as soon as possible. You two can return to the beach for a while. I'll stay with Wang Kai here. It's not advisable to have too many people around. Remember, whatever happens, return to the room immediately, understood? Lin Tian instructed his two close friends. Be careful. Although Chu Yanxi was concerned about Lin Tian acting alone, she understood that observing a tiger with too many people present could lead to unforeseen complications, turning Lin Tian into a burden. Wang Kai, make sure to keep an eye on your master, Chen Shuiyun said, patting the little wolf cub's head, regardless of whether it understood her. Once his friends departed, Lin Tian resumed his observation. With the basket of fish on his back, he waited patiently as dusk descended. The tiger had eaten around noon, and it was likely to return for another meal soon. Despite the seemingly erratic feeding habits of wild beasts, this was due to the absence of a stable food source. If they could consistently obtain meat, they would certainly return when hungry. Several hours would suffice for the tiger to digest its previous meal. Sweat trickled down Lin Tian's forehead as he felt a mix of nervousness and urgency. If he delayed too long, the piranhas might perish in the basket, rendering his efforts futile. However, tossing the piranhas into the stream too soon would also be unwise. They were alive, and if they consumed the fish in the stream or were scared away, they would leave immediately. Thus, it was imperative to wait until the tiger was nearly upon them before releasing the fish. Suddenly, Wang Kai began to emit a soft alarm from Lin Tian's pocket, nipping at his waistband. This time, however, Wang Kai did not tremble in fear, having learned that Lin Tian would not put it in danger. Good boy, Wang Kai, Lin Tian exclaimed joyfully, hurrying to the stream with the fish basket and releasing all the piranhas into the water. The moment they entered, the piranhas sprang to life, instantly devouring the nearby salmon, leaving only bones behind. The piranhas, as if driven mad, began to tear into any fish that dared to approach, quickly either consuming them or driving them away. Lin Tian gazed upon this scene with immense satisfaction. He then tossed the prepared piece of meat onto the shore and quickly retreated to a relatively safe spot, resuming his observation with binoculars. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the Bengal tiger reappeared in his line of sight. This time, as it approached the stream for a drink, it halted. Although Lin Tian could not see the precise situation within the stream, he could easily imagine the sight of hundreds of piranhas gathered together would surely frighten the tiger. Despite its ferocity, should it leap into the water alone to confront so many piranhas, it would likely suffer grievously, and even if it managed to escape, it would emerge severely injured. With a roar filled with fury, the Bengal tiger displayed its frustration. Consider the circumstances. It had once enjoyed a stable water source and an abundance of fish, only to be confronted by unexpected intruders. Now hesitant to drink for fear of having its tongue bitten by the piranhas. Even if the piranhas were to vacate, the remaining fish would be too terrified to approach for some time. The tiger prepared to leave, but then noticed the piece of meat it had seen earlier. It approached, sniffed the meat, and after scanning the surroundings for 2 full minutes, finally picked it up, chewed, and swallowed. Lin Tian was elated to see the tiger consume the meat, realizing it had waited so long to ensure it was not a trap. At last, the meat, which contained several bamboo skewers, had been swallowed, designed to inflict injury upon the tiger. Meanwhile, the piranhas had already dispersed, and after eating, the tiger moved westward to drink a few gulps of water. However, as soon as the cool water entered its belly, it shuddered violently. With a fierce roar, the tiger arched its neck, the sound echoing with anger and a hint of pain. Then, it collapsed onto the ground, writhing as it had done when confronted by the wild boar in the cave. Clearly, the bamboo skewers had straightened within its stomach, slicing through its intestines, and the tiger was in excruciating agony. Lin Tian's eyes glinted coldly. Though he had orchestrated this entire scenario, the struggle for survival is one of relentless advancement. He felt no remorse for the tiger's suffering. Even if he were the one lying there, about to be slain, he would only blame his own weakness rather than the tiger for its predatory instincts. The tiger, after all, existed to survive, even at the cost of human lives. Humanity evolved from the tiniest of creatures, initially preying upon fish and shrimp. Gradually, they transformed, adapting to their environment, and eventually ventured onto land, facing the reign of dinosaurs. To survive, ancestral humans climbed trees, developing dexterous fingers to grasp branches. After the extinction of the dinosaurs, the ancestors of humankind descended from the trees, and with the development of vertebrae and brains, they learned to throw weapons. The human hand is a magnificent marvel among all species. It is through the evolution of hands that civilization emerged, and as intelligence flourished, humanity stepped into the brilliance of modern civilization. In the grand scheme of existence, humankind has only recently assumed dominance over the world, while for the majority of time, they were merely prey to other creatures. Observing nature and its myriad species from a godlike perspective is the true arrogance. Lin Tian has always considered himself one of the animals, striving to survive with no guilt. Perhaps due to his upbringing in the wilderness with his grandfather, he retained a fragment of primal instinct. In the face of life and death crises, he could maintain a necessary coldness towards any creature. Nature is indeed cruel, and so too is human society, though the sheltered may remain oblivious. Look upon the battlefields across the globe. Who truly values human life? Only by strengthening oneself can one pursue the correct path. The Bengal tiger writhed in agony on the ground, kicking up thick clouds of dust, even rolling directly into the water, from which it emerged with a mournful roar, continuing this torment for nearly half an hour before finally lying still. Dead. Lin Tian's heart raced. The Bengal tiger had been dealt with, and such a large beast could yield over 100 kilograms of meat. Even more precious was its magnificent hide, which, once removed, could serve as a warm blanket. Due to Lin Tian's method of hunting, the tiger bore no external wounds. All injuries were internal, rendering its pelt flawless. The mere thought of acquiring a complete tiger skin filled Lin Tian with excitement, and he quickened his pace. However, just as he was about to exit the jungle and approach the creek, he suddenly realized the tiger's eyes were still open. This was perilous. A horrifying thought surged in Lin Tian's mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled in a panic. The roar of the king of the jungle reverberated, seemingly tearing Lin Tian's soul from his body. The tiger, which had lain motionless on the ground, suddenly erupted into action, letting out a fierce roar. Blood sprang from its mouth, yet it paid no heed to its injuries and began to pursue Lin Tian with unrestrained ferocity. Lin Tian had felt he was cautious enough, having waited half an hour after the tiger had collapsed before approaching. Little did he know that the creature had been cunningly biding its time. feigning death to await the arrival of its next meal. The tiger possessed a high intelligence, although inferior to humans. It understood that consuming a piece of meat would cause excruciating pain within itself, a torment that could only be inflicted by humans. After struggling for over half an hour, the Bengal tiger realized it was losing vitality and felt certain it would not survive. Yet, unlike the wild boar, the tiger conserved its strength, enduring its internal agony while lying in wait for its foe to approach, ready to deliver a lethal strike. As Lin Tian sensed the terrifying threat closing in behind him, an inexplicable exhilaration surged within him. Ha ha ha, splendid, magnificent tiger, the wildness of nature, where all things strive for existence. If today were to be my last in the jaws of a tiger, I would not have lived in vain. After so many days on this deserted island, Lin Tian's primal instincts had been fully awakened. At the moment of the tiger's roar, he felt as though his soul had escaped his body, taking with it the last remnants of fear, leaving behind only boundless wilderness. He finally comprehended the true path of survival, to immerse oneself wholly in the embrace of nature. A lone man, accompanied by a wolf, raced through the jungle, pursued by a tiger. Lin Tian's vigilance momentarily saved his life, just before fully exiting the thicket. He observed that the tiger's eyes were open. Had he advanced even slightly closer, he would have been instantly pounced upon by the beast. The distance he maintained now became his only advantage for continued escape. Although the tiger was much faster than a human, it was a severely injured creature, blood pouring from its mouth and nose as it ran, reducing its speed by 2/3. Yet, even at this diminished pace, the gap between them continued to close. Lin Tian sprinted madly toward the shore, realizing that his only chance of escape from the tiger's grasp lay in leaping into the sea. While tigers could swim, their agility would be significantly hampered in their injured state, allowing him a fighting chance to evade. However, Lin Tian's escape route diverged from his entry. Retracing his steps would lead him back to the shelter. Confronting the tiger alone was one matter, but should it encounter the three girls, they would surely meet a grim fate. As the tiger closed in, Lin Tian ignited a dust bomb and hurled it behind him. The dust bomb was one of Lin Tian's most potent weapons, kept close at hand for emergencies. Bang! The bomb exploded before the tiger, shards of glass embedding themselves in its body. Such damage was inconsequential to the Bengal tiger, as its internal torment far outweighed these superficial wounds. The tiger had resolved to kill the human before it. Thus, the dust bomb merely caused the tiger to hesitate for 3 seconds before it resumed its relentless pursuit. In a life-or-death situation, 3 seconds was ample time. Lin Tian pushed forward and soon felt the cool sea breeze on his skin, nearing the shoreline. With all his speed, he burst from the jungle onto the beach, and the tiger followed closely behind, letting out a deafening roar that shook the surrounding coconut trees, causing 2 ripe coconuts to plummet to the sand. The girls, preparing to cook in the shelter, were startled by the tiger's roar echoing from the beach, their hearts leaping into their throats. Though they could not see the situation clearly, they sensed the danger. Lin Tian was battling the tiger. Was his plan backfiring, inciting the Bengal tiger's wrath? Oh no, how could a human possibly contend with a tiger? Grab your gear and come help me, Chu Yanxi shouted, quickly regaining her composure, slinging her bow and dust bombs over her shoulder as she hurried toward the source of the roar. Chen Shuiyun trembled, nearly stumbling several times, but was always supported by Su Sitong. The tiger's roar had nearly frightened the soul out of her. It was utterly terrifying. Su Sitong was equally filled with dread, but resolutely followed Chu Yanxi. As the 3 girls advanced, they spotted Lin Tian charging toward the sea, and Lin Tian noticed them approaching. Get back to the shelter, Lin Tian shouted fiercely. The girls were taken aback by his outburst, feeling a twinge of grievance. They had risked their lives to help, yet he was so harsh. Girls often felt emotional, yet they understood that Lin Tian was acting for their safety. Don't underestimate me, Chu Yanxi declared, drawing her bow and releasing an arrow that zipped through the air, striking the tiger squarely in the eye and blinding it on one side. Roar! The already frenzied Bengal tiger roared in agony, its vision impaired, plunging into a state of heightened rage as it turned and charged directly at Chu Yanxi. Lin Tian was at a loss for words. Having finally lured the tiger to the beach, on the verge of dragging it into the water for a final confrontation, only to have Chu Yanxi intervene. Though he understood she was trying to help by diverting the tiger's wrath, Lin Tian's intention had been to confront the beast in a desperate battle for survival in the ocean. I can die, but you cannot, Chu Yanxi shouted, her voice resolute. She understood that if Lin Tian were gone, their survival would be compromised. However, if Lin Tian remained alive, her own death would not endanger their chances of survival. If one could exchange a life for another, allowing the tiger to end its own existence rather than take Lin Tian's would indeed be preferable. As Chu Yanxi was about to flee in another direction, Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong swiftly restrained her, retreating back to the brick house and securing the wooden door. The Bengal tiger leaped outside, only to fall into a trap. Its paw impaled by sharp spikes. It roared ferociously as it emerged once more. Bang! Bang! The tiger battered against the wooden door with reckless fury. In just 2 strikes, the door splintered into pieces. The 3 girls inside beheld the enormous head of the tiger, one eye pierced by an arrow. As the terrifying heat from its breath nearly scorched their faces, the sheer intimidation rendered them almost soulless. Chen Shuiyun, overwhelmed with fear, lost control and wet herself. Roar! The Bengal tiger thrust its head into the room, roaring in rage, yet its massive body could not fully enter due to Lin Tian's deliberate design of the small door, which required even a human to stoop down to enter, preventing larger beasts from intruding. Lin Tian had now arrived near the house, igniting several dust bombs and hurling them at the tiger, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. Roar! Upon spotting Lin Tian, the tiger recognized him as the true instigator, the relentless adversary. The detonating dust bombs left the tiger's hide littered with shards of glass, inciting it to pursue Lin Tian with fervor. Just as it was about to pounce, Lin Tian dove into the sea. Splash! Without hesitation, the tiger followed, plunging into the ocean in relentless pursuit. The tiger's roars echoed, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, spreading through the water. Roar! With a mighty swipe, it aimed at Lin Tian's back. Swimming freely, Lin Tian instinctively raised his shovel, the tiger's paw crashing against it with such force that it forced him downwards, leaving him feeling as if his bones might shatter. How terrifying! This was a severely wounded tiger, yet even with the resistance of the ocean and the shovel absorbing some of the impact, Lin Tian nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Had it been a fully healthy Bengal tiger, a single strike would have spelled his doom. Lin Tian. The 3 girls had now emerged from the brick house, witnessing the battle on the water's surface. Upon seeing Lin Tian smacked into the water, disappearing from view, they cried out in alarm. How could they remain in the room and not watch? Each moment spent inside was a torturous agony. Watching the fight unfold in the sea, they felt as anxious as ants on a hot skillet. Chu Yanxi could no longer contain herself and began shooting arrows at the tiger in the water, with Chen Shuiyun joining in. The metal-tipped arrows proved significantly more powerful, able to penetrate the tiger's hide. Roar! However, the tiger seemed impervious to their attacks. Such external wounds were inconsequential to it. Its singular focus was to eliminate the human before it. Submerged beneath the water, Lin Tian pressed on despite the excruciating pain in his back, propelling himself forward. He submerged himself entirely, holding his breath as he swam, forcing the pursuing tiger to follow him underwater. The tiger, suffering internal injuries, found it more burdensome to swim while holding its breath. After a strenuous effort, it managed to catch up and swiped at Lin Tian again. This time, Lin Tian turned and braced himself against the shovel, absorbing the blow. His arms went numb from the impact, and he couldn't help but exhale his last breath, bubbles escaping as he quickly ascended to the surface. Such formidable power! The resistance underwater was far greater than above, and even bracing himself with both arms left him in pain. Gasping for air as he surfaced, Lin Tian noticed the tiger closing in again. He detached the self-made spear from his back and, while swimming, thrust it towards the tiger. He had no intention of killing it with the blade. His strategy was to wear it down. The tiger was already on the brink of exhaustion, and Lin Tian need only to let time take its toll. Eventually, the tiger would succumb to its injuries and bleed out in the ocean. His goal was to sap the tiger's strength, forcing it to bleed more and expend energy until it perished in the depths. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian dove once more, suddenly pivoting to swim beneath the tiger's belly, stabbing upward with his blade. He inflicted a deep gash, blood flowing profusely from the wound. A tale recounts that a sliding stab could pierce a tiger's belly on land, but in the water, Lin Tian was granted this opportunity. The tiger, in agony, paused momentarily before turning to pursue him again. A healthy tiger would be more agile in the water than a human. However, this was a wounded creature. Lin Tian swam forward with remarkable endurance, able to remain submerged for 2 to 3 minutes before surfacing for air. The girls on the shore, watching Lin Tian lead the tiger farther away, felt their hearts race as he drifted beyond the range of their arrows. Suddenly, Chu Yanxi gasped, nearly losing her composure. Sharks! Lin Tian! Sharks are coming! She spotted numerous fins slicing through the water, swiftly heading toward Lin Tian's location, 5 fins in total, signaling the presence of 5 sharks. Lin Tian felt a jolt of alarm. This was far more menacing than a school of piranhas. This was a pack of sharks. It seemed the blood from the tiger had attracted them. One must remember that a shark's sense of smell in the ocean rivals that of a bear. Instantly, 4 sharks accelerated towards the tiger, circling around it, seemingly intrigued by such a novel prey. Meanwhile, one shark headed straight for Lin Tian. Roar. After circling the tiger a few times, the four sharks recognized that this creature was severely compromised in the ocean and immediately attacked. The tiger roared, thrashing and biting. But a wounded tiger in the water stood no chance against the sharks. This was a school of great white sharks, and they swiftly began tearing the tiger apart, blood soaking the surrounding waters. After a brief period of roaring, the Bengal tiger fell silent, its throat severed by the sharks. This was an outcome Lin Tian had never anticipated. His plan to exhaust the tiger was thwarted as it succumbed to the jaws of the sharks in mere moments. Looking at the tiger's pelt now gone, he felt no sorrow as another great white shark bore down on him. With a swift decision, Lin Tian thrust his spear fiercely into the vulnerable snout of the several-meter-long shark. The shark's most vulnerable spot was indeed its nose, and Lin Tian drove the blade deep within. Gripping the wooden shaft, he twisted forcefully, stirring the blade within the shark's snout. The great white shark writhed in agony, thrashing in the water, and Lin Tian seized this opportunity to swim towards the shore with all his might. Now that the tiger has perished and the threat to the water source has dissipated, he has no desire to continue battling these formidable sharks in the sea, for he lacks the prowess for such a confrontation. However, the shark relentlessly pursues Lin Tian, its snout grievously punctured by him, evidently incensed beyond measure. The terrifying, jagged teeth of the great white shark bear down upon Lin Tian with ferocity. In a swift counter, Lin Tian wields an entrenching tool, striking the shark's maw. Successfully resisting its crushing force, the sheer might of the blow inflicts a grievous wound, exposing bone within the shark's mouth. With a fierce tug, Lin Tian yanks the tool free, causing blood to spurt forth from the shark's gaping jaws. In agony, the great white lunges forward, and within the ocean's depths. Lin Tian cannot outrun the creature. He is violently slammed against its back, feeling his internal organs quiver, before sinking into the depths. Lin Tian. On the shore, Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong witnessed this harrowing scene, their eyes brimming with tears. Vines have arrived. At that moment, Chen Shuiyun bursts forth from the jungle, clutching a dragon vine. Her capacity for learning is remarkable, since Lin Tian rescued her from the sea. She has discerned the subtle differences between dragon vines and other climbing plants. Although these distinctions are minute, she can identify them effortlessly, prompting her to search the jungle for vines to aid Lin Tian. Catch it, brother Lin Tian. Su Sitong quickly secures a stone to one end of the vine. But Lin Tian is out of sight, having been plunged beneath the water by the shark. However, she spots the dorsal fin of the pursuing shark and accurately predicts its position, launching the stone into the water with a splash. Lin Tian, submerged, catches sight of the stone falling nearby and promptly grasps it, shaking it vigorously. The three girls on the shore feel the tremors transmitted through the vine. Their hearts leaping with joy, they collectively hoist the vine onto their shoulders and dash in the opposite direction with utmost urgency. Wankai leaps to assist, seemingly aware of their intentions, as it also seizes the vine and pulls with all its might. Lin Tian clings tightly to the stone, his legs propelling him backward, swiftly emerging from the water and racing toward the shore. This is not solely Lin Tian's strength. The combined efforts of three girls and a little wolf bolster his speed. Of course, the great white shark, too, is not slow. Several times, as Lin Tian kicks, he inadvertently lands on the shark's back. On one occasion, he narrowly avoids being bitten as his foot almost enters the shark's maw, escaping with only a deep gash on his calf, blood oozing forth. Yet ultimately, he is pulled back to the sandy beach, escaping with his life. If he had been any farther from the shore, his life would have been forfeit to the sea. Panting heavily, Lin Tian collapses on the beach, gazing at the twilight above, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Brother Lin Tian, how can you still find humor in this? Su Sitong sniffs, her eyes still red from fear. She applies aloe vera to Lin Tian's wounds, aware of the propensity for injury on this desolate island. The girls having collected aloe vera for such emergencies. Indeed, it proves useful now. Do you realize you nearly perished just now? And yet you laugh. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun were expressions of relief. Though Lin Tian walked the fine line of death, the girls feel they too have brushed against the gates of hell. Their gazes sternly fixed upon him. To struggle against nature is exhilarating. Why not laugh? Lin Tian's smile remains unwavering. At this moment, he perceives a profound understanding. The dangers of the deserted island seem insignificant. Immersing oneself wholly in the embrace of nature renders death on this island inconsequential. Birds, insects, fish, ferocious beasts, trees, and forests. Everything in nature exists in a constant state of peril, so why should these creatures harbor any anxiety? Embracing the natural flow of existence brings enlightenment. The girls, evidently not yet attuned to Lin Tian's newfound clarity, do not grasp his thoughts, but are nonetheless captivated by his wild and warm smile. They find the once glamorous stars of television utterly mundane in comparison to Lin Tian, whose heart bears a spirit unrestrained and pure. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the tiger and the shark, Lin Tian exudes ambition rather than fear, a quality that draws them in irresistibly. Su Sitong gazes at Lin Tian, her eyes sparkling, feeling a warmth envelop her. Upon realizing her feelings, her cheeks flush. Yet she notices that not only her gaze is filled with admiration, even the aloof Chu Yanxi's expression has shifted. Not to mention Chen Shuiyun, who has always regarded Lin Tian as a subordinate, now finds herself equally entranced. Ahem, I'm glad you're all right, Chu Yanxi says, clearing her throat in embarrassment. Take care to rest, and watch that leg for infection, you reckless little employee. Chen Shuiyun observes the gash on Lin Tian's calf inflicted by the shark, as well as the bruises from the tiger and shark, her heart aching with concern. Yet Lin Tian remains unfazed. Wang Kai? The little wolf barks joyfully around Lin Tian. He pats Wang Sai's head, noticing the 5 fins converging in the water, surrounded by increasing blood. Evidently, the pursuing shark has realized it cannot catch him and has returned to feast upon the tiger. However, at that moment, the 5 fins abruptly shift direction, as if influenced by an unseen force, hastily retreating from their feast. What is happening? Lin Tian muses, perplexed. Why have these great white sharks abandoned their meal so soon? A tiger's flesh is ample sustenance, and 5 sharks could not possibly be satiated in such a brief span. Could something else have entered the waters? Lin Tian ponders the possibilities. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Could it be? In that instant, he recalls that in nature, the true apex predator of the ocean is none other than the orca. While great white sharks are frequently depicted in media, they are mere subordinates compared to orcas, who do not even deem them worthy of direct confrontation, opting instead to steer clear. Orcas hunt sharks only occasionally, often consuming only the liver, leaving the rest of the carcass untouched. This is the privilege of the ocean's sovereign. Lin Tian's hypothesis is swiftly validated. With a splash, a column of water erupts in the distance, unmistakably from the blowhole of a whale. A half-black, half-white creature, resembling a panda of the sea, leaps high into the air, creating a cascade of waves. This singular orca has frightened away all 5 great white sharks, showcasing its formidable presence. Yet, remarkably, this small orca begins to approach the shore, seemingly drawn to Lin Tian, diving and surfacing repeatedly, splashing water and vocalizing. Although Lin Tian cannot perceive its ultrasonic calls, Lin Tian furrows his brow. The little orca could not possibly be performing for attention. It appeared anxious, as if seeking assistance. I'll dive in to investigate, Lin Tian said to the group of girls. Are you out of your mind? You're already injured. Why risk it further? Those whale teeth are likely sharper than a shark's. They could easily cause harm. The 3 girls were perplexed by Lin Tian's intentions. However, orcas are not known to harm humans. Despite being apex predators of the ocean, there have been no recorded incidents of wild orcas attacking people. The sole exception was a captive orca, driven mad, that once attacked a human. I see this little orca jumping about as if seeking my help. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Orcas often appeal to crew members for assistance when they face insurmountable challenges, Lin Tian explained before plunging into the water. It wasn't he that he had a profound love for animal protection. After all, he had just schemed to kill a tiger. Rather, there exists a mutual understanding. Since orcas are friendly towards humans, it's natural for goodwill to blossom. Much like dogs, which are loyal to humans and thus regarded as companions. Orcas too foster a sense of kinship. Most people overlook this. Consider, apart from dogs and cats, how many other animals can be seen roaming the bustling streets of a metropolis. Consequently, as humanity ascended to the top of the food chain, other species seeking to thrive must gravitate towards humans. Of course, this is also related to the rarity of orca hunting. The minuscule amount of whale oil extracted from orcas diminishes the incentive for slaughter. Look, that little orca has ceased its jumping. The girls watched anxiously from the shore. Once Lin Tian entered the water, the little orca stopped its frantic movements and swam ahead, guiding him. Lin Tian did not stray far from the coast. He was led along the shoreline by the orca, with the girls running along the beach in pursuit. After nearly 15 minutes, they finally spotted a commotion. On a beach of the island, an adult orca was stranded, sunbaked and devoid of energy, ensnared in a large fishing net, one end caught among numerous branches. So that's it. The orca became entangled in the net during high tide and, unable to free itself, was stranded when the tide receded. This little orca is quite clever. Knowing to seek help, the girls finally relaxed their apprehensions. They perceived humanity within the little orca, naturally fostering a sense of warmth. Lin Tian swam to the adult female orca. As for how he identified it as female, orcas are matriarchal. Typically, a grandmother or mother leads the family unit in life and hunting. In the water, 5 little orcas poked their heads out, gazing intently at Lin Tian. The stranded adult orca swayed its tail with all its might. Lin Tian brandished a knife, cutting through the fishing net, severing the bindings that ensnared the whale. However, the danger remained. The orca was beached and lacked the strength to return to the sea without assistance. But how heavy is an orca? This adult orca measured approximately 7 meters in length and weighed at least 4 tons. This is a staggering concept for 1,000 kilograms. The weight of the previous tiger boar was insignificant compared to this orca, presenting a true challenge for Lin Tian. He pushed against the orca with all his might. But it did not budge. Lin Tian, even with all 4 of us pushing, we cannot move this orca. The 3 girls joined in the effort. Yet their attempts were futile. The 5 little orcas in the water were agitated, jumping up and down. Orcas are exceptionally intelligent, arguably the second smartest creatures after humans. They understood that these humans were there to help, but their strength was insufficient. Will it be able to swim back when the tide comes in? Chu Yanxi inquired. Lin Tian assessed the orca's condition, his brow furrowing. During monsoon season, the tides are unpredictable. No one knows when high tide will return. It could be days. This orca appears quite weak. If we do not return it to the sea quickly, it may perish before the tide rises. The mortality rate for beached whales is exceedingly high. Many accidentally strand themselves on the shore, unable to return to the water, and ultimately die. The sheer weight is a tremendous burden for them. While submerged, buoyancy alleviates the pressure on their bodies. On land it is a different story. Their weight becomes unbearable. First, we must hydrate the orca. Lin Tian began to organize a plan. After an afternoon under the sun, the orca had lost much moisture. Without sufficient hydration, it could die. The girls and Lin Tian filled wooden buckets with seawater, pouring it over the whale's body and into its mouth. These buckets had been crafted during their leisure time over the past month. Lin Tian did not instruct the girls to assist. They volunteered, especially Su Sitong, who was adept at crafting. She had produced many wooden items, and the buckets, made from Caribbean pine resin, were watertight. After pouring dozens of buckets of water, they managed to moisten the orca. Yet, this was merely a temporary measure. It would not solve the fundamental issue of moving the whale. Lin Tian began to dig a sand pit beneath the whale's fin, allowing seawater to flow in to alleviate the pressure on its internal organs. He used a shovel to excavate the sand beneath the orca, ensuring that at least half of its body remained submerged in seawater. The greatest danger to beached whales stems from the immense weight pressing on their internal organs. Fortunately, orcas are among the smaller whale species. If a baleen whale were stranded, survival would be nearly impossible. After a series of rescue measures, the beached orca emitted a soft sound through its blowhole, perhaps regaining some strength. Yet returning to the ocean remained a formidable challenge. We need to move this orca at least 10 more meters into the sea to ensure that water fully envelopes its body, allowing it to swim, Lin Tian concluded. Though a portion of the orca's body was submerged, it was insufficient for recovery. We cannot budge it even by a centimeter. The girls were at a loss. They exerted all their strength, but for a 4-ton orca, their efforts were negligible. We must rely on machinery to succeed in this rescue. Brute force will not suffice. Lin Tian stated. But what machinery do we have out here? We have nothing. Chen Shuiyun protested. Machinery need not be complex. Even a single log can serve as a lever. Lin Tian replied, springing into action. Indeed. He intended to utilize the principle of leverage to lift the whale back into the sea. The lever principle is simple. It requires a lever and a fulcrum. The lever could be fashioned from wood, while the fulcrum would be a rock. The longer the lever, the greater the force it can exert. On the island, the tallest trees, clearly, were the coconut palms on the beach. Bam! Bam! Lin Tian wielded his axe with great vigor, swiftly felling a coconut tree that stood over 20 meters tall, a lever of considerable length. Is one tree truly sufficient? Chu Yanxi expressed her concerns. Certainly not, Lin Tian replied, continuing to chop down trees. He felled a total of 2 coconut trees, binding their trunks together with hibiscus fibers. Next, he dragged over the bamboo cart he had previously used to transport black mud, inserting it into the sandy area where the orca had beached itself. Aiming to position it beneath the whale's body, they would then use the coconut trees to pry up the bamboo board, allowing the orca to distribute the force across its entire body. Accompanied by 3 girls, Lin Tian managed to relocate a stone weighing over 300 pounds beside the orca. The stone did not need to be excessively large. It merely served as a fulcrum, provided it had a concave surface to stabilize the coconut trees. They placed the bound coconut trunks atop the stone, digging a small pit in the sand beneath the bamboo board, inserting one end of the coconut tree into the depression. They then moved to the side of the orca closest to the sea, using shovels to create a gentle slope in the sand. Let's begin. Lin Tian called to the three girls, who gathered near the elevated coconut tree. He leapt first, wrapping his arms around the trunk and climbing atop it. However, Lin Tian's solitary strength was insufficient to budge the orca, which remained steadfast. It resembled an imbalanced seesaw, standing on the heavier side. Lin Tian remained suspended in the air. The three girls, lacking his physical prowess, cautiously made their way over the rocks to join him, until all four stood at the pinnacle of the lever. They felt the coconut trunk tremble beneath them, yet it was not enough to lift the bamboo board beneath the whale. On my count, we will jump. 3, 2, 1. Jump! Lin Tian decreed. As the countdown concluded, the four leapt vigorously from the top of the lever, and at last, the bamboo board was dislodged. The orca rolled over, tumbling into the sea. It worked. The success of their lever system filled them with elation. Though saving the orca brought no immediate benefit, they felt a profound sense of accomplishment in preserving a life. However, the strain of the lever had reached its limit, and the two coconut trunks snapped, sending the four tumbling down. Fortunately, they landed on the sandy beach, which cushioned their fall. A few more tries and we'll succeed. Lin Tian resumed chopping trees, while the three girls filled buckets with water to pour over the orca. They repeated the cycle of cutting wood, moving stones, and leveraging the bamboo board for over an hour. By the time darkness enveloped the day, after 4 attempts, the adult orca finally rolled back into the ocean. Its massive body submerged and free to swim once more. With a splash, 6 jets of water erupted from the sea as the orca family surfaced, circling around and spraying water as a gesture of gratitude towards Lin Tian. Exhausted, the girls collapsed onto the beach, while Lin Tian, drenched in sweat after felling 8 trees, reflected on the arduous rescue mission. Suddenly, the orca family dove briefly, resurfacing with a devilfish, which it tossed into the air. With a powerful flick of its tail, it sent the freshly caught fish landing at Lin Tian's feet. This is their way of thanking us, Lin Tian chuckled. The girls were astonished. But Lin Tian understood that orcas often shared their catches with boaters, though the motivation behind such acts remained a mystery. As if in response to the gratitude, the orca family continued to bring fish ashore, offering a bounty of treats such as prized starry flounders and tunas. That's enough. We can't possibly eat all this, Lin Tian exclaimed to the ocean. The sheer volume of fish was overwhelming. Yet, who could truly complain about an abundance of food? Preserving the excess as smoked fish seemed a reasonable solution. Seemingly understanding Lin Tian's words, the orca family swam in circles around the shore before gradually drifting away. Orcas are remarkably intelligent, almost human-like, Lin Tian mused as the girls gathered around the campfire, savoring the grilled fish. The thought that these delicious morsels were gifts from the orcas felt surreal. The enigma of why orcas display such friendliness towards humans lingered in the air. Yet, one thing was certain. Orcas possess familial bonds, with elder orcas imparting knowledge to the younger ones. Perhaps there was a deeper connection between human ancestors and these magnificent creatures. Biting into a perfectly grilled starry flounder, Lin Tian smiled, feeling a sense of relief despite his injured calf. The issue of freshwater was resolved, allowing him to finally anticipate a good night's sleep. He resolved to set traps around the creek the following day, aiming to minimize the chances of large predators, like tigers and black bears, approaching for water, lest they provoke another fierce confrontation. Lin Tian, we're nearly out of honey. Should we venture into the jungle tomorrow to gather more? Chen Shuiyun proposed, licking her lips. Honey, rich in sugars, was essential sustenance on the deserted island, enhancing the flavor of grilled foods. Having rationed it for nearly a month, they had managed to stretch its use, but it would have vanished long ago otherwise. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to explore the jungle further. After a month of exploration, Lin Tian had become familiar with a significant portion of the jungle. Aside from a few small areas to the east yet to be explored, he understood that no matter which direction one ventured into the jungle, they would ultimately arrive at the cliff, the very precipice from which he had been pursued by pirates. Standing 50 meters high and encircling the rainforest, dividing it from the terrain below. To thoroughly explore the island, he would need to descend the cliff. Having finished their grilled fish, the girls collectively suggested a dip in the creek. Although night had fallen, the persistent calls of wild chickens and birds assured them there were no large predators nearby. As long as they traveled in a group, safety was guaranteed. After days without a bath and laboring under the sun, they were drenched in sweat, feeling as though they were drowning in their own scent. A little perspiration could be considered fragrant, but too much rendered them anything but pleasant. Very well, Lin Tian conceded, feeling equally grimy. He gathered a torch he had prepared in advance, which was quite simple to make, just a wooden stick wrapped in camphor resin and bound with hibiscus fibers, repeated until solidified. Once lit, it would burn for an extended period. Upon entering the jungle, Lin Tian ignited the torch, illuminating their path while tapping the ground with a stick to ensure safety. They finally arrived at the long-anticipated creek, free from the threat of Bengal tigers. Lin Tian illuminated the water with a torch, discovering that the piranhas he had previously tossed and had all swum away. Once he confirmed their safety, the girls joyfully leapt into the water, swimming with glee. At that moment, Lin Tian, holding a squeezable plastic bottle, mischievously beckoned to Su Sitong, playfully tapped her shoulder, and with a grin, presented her the bottle. "There's nothing to worry about," Lin Tian whispered. "You pervert, brother Lin Tian," the young girl exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Don't get caught." Lin Tian chuckled, preparing to provide cover for Su Sitong's cleaning. Previously, he had contemplated taking things further, but the girl had insisted that on a deserted island, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Lin Tian reflected on her words, recognizing his own recklessness. Thus, he resolved that only later would it be completely safe. Gazing towards Su Sitong, he observed her filling the bottle with water before she shot him a flustered glare and hurried ashore, disappearing into the bushes. "What is Xiao Su up to?" Chen Shuiyun inquired, puzzled by Su Sitong's sudden retreat into the foliage. Lin Tian mentally scoffed. "Why must you always pry into others' affairs?" He approached the shore, his gaze fixed intently on the two girls. With a leg injury, he refrained from entering the water, opting instead to scoop water from the bank to cleanse himself, his eyes never straying far from the two girls. "Do you dare to blind me?" Chu Yanxi blushed, turning her back to Lin Tian to wash. Chen Shuiyun was reluctant to turn away. She found herself inexplicably drawn to Lin Tian's gaze, an idea that left her astonished and her face warmed. After being nudged by Chu Yanxi, she felt even more embarrassed as both turned their backs to Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled, his true intention not to observe the two friends but rather to provide cover for Su Sitong. As long as the two friends were turned away, they would not notice Su Sitong hidden in the jungle. 2 minutes later, Su Sitong emerged from the thicket, passing Lin Tian and stepping on his foot with her delicate fair toes, fuming as she jumped back into the stream. Watching her wash in the water, Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. The anticipation of what was to come quickened his heartbeat. After several days without a bath, the girls indulged in their cleansing ritual for over half an hour, emerging from the water shivering from the chill. The night had fallen, and although the jungle was not as cold as the coast, the temperature was still quite low, with the water surprisingly warmer, hence their initial comfort in it. Fortunately, Lin Tian had foreseen this and had brought wolf fur coats. After drying off, he quickly donned the coat, carrying the torch back to the house, instantly enveloped in warmth. "How delightful! Finally, I feel fresh," Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, delighting in the fragrance of her hair after using natural soap. Chu Yanxi sprawled on the bed, finally able to relax her tense mind after days overshadowed by the looming threat of the ferocious tiger. Tonight, she could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Su Sitong, however, remained flushed as she noticed Lin Tian discreetly hiding an aloe vera plant beneath the mattress. Her face reddened like a boiling kettle, nearly steaming. What could that aloe vera be used for? It was evident. Before even reaching the bed, she felt warmth radiating from within, her heart racing uncontrollably. In the deep of night, as her friend slumbered peacefully, Su Sitong stealthily emerged from her wolf fur coat, slipping into Lin Tian's coat like a slippery white eel. Lin Tian's heart fluttered as he retrieved the hidden aloe vera, applying it to his palm before reaching behind the young girl. Once done, she crouched down, not wanting Lin Tian to see her face, now resembling a ripe red apple. Lin Tian supported her as he pressed down. Su Sitong felt as though her soul was about to escape her body. Upon seeing her snow-white back, adorned with twin ponytails cascading down, Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle, playfully tugging at her ponytails, causing her to arch her neck like a swan in motion. At that moment, Chen Shuiyun's heart raced. Her sleep had never been particularly sound, often waking several times throughout the night. However, she never expected to witness such a striking scene. Almost unable to believe her eyes, she saw Lin Tian with Su Sitong. But the sight of Su Sitong's swaying figure nearly blinded her. Was she dreaming? A pinch to her arm confirmed it was no dream. This was the reality. Should she intervene? No, what they did was none of her business. They were no longer children. Everything was perfectly normal, and she had no right to interfere. Why should it concern me? I might as well get some sleep, Chen Shuiyun thought, closing her eyes. Yet, her mind refused to quiet. The earlier scene replayed in her thoughts, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. There seemed to be an irresistible allure drawing her to open her eyes and sneak another glance. As if compelled, Chen Shuiyun opened her eyes again, witnessing Su Sitong seemingly floating on cloud 9 in Lin Tian's embrace. She suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Oh, Chen Shuiyun, how could you think such shameless thoughts? She chastised herself internally, yet her hand unconsciously wandered down, pressing against the joyous button. The following morning, Chen Shuiyun, sporting dark circles under her eyes, was the first to rise and wash up, feeling shy to face Lin Tian. Why was she the one feeling embarrassed when it was Lin Tian who had indulged in those frivolous antics? She couldn't quite fathom the reason. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and Su Sitong appeared unaffected, chatting and laughing as they emerged from the house, exuding an air of normalcy without a hint of awkwardness. Chen Shuiyun quickly realized that last night was not their first escapade, which left her somewhat irritated. So, you two were playing without me. Wait. No. You're developing a secret relationship. Lin Tian noticed the dark circles under Chen Shuiyun's eyes. What's up? Did you sneak out to catch ghosts last night? And no. Just a typical case of insomnia, Chen Shuiyun stammered, feeling guilty. Why was she the one feeling guilty when it was them who misbehaved? This world was truly perplexing. Yet, deep down, she harbored a secret hope that Lin Tian and Su Sitong would continue their escapades, so she could enjoy the show. Why are you daydreaming? Hurry up and wash up. We need to find honey today. Chu Yanxi patted Chen Shuiyun's shoulder, startling her. Today, she felt anxious, as if she were the guilty party. Though she wasn't the one at fault. I think I'll stay home today. I didn't sleep well last night, Chen Shuiyun decided. Knowing that if she joined Lin Tian, her mind would be plagued with those unwanted thoughts, and that vivid scene would haunt her incessantly, driving her mad. Chu Yanxi nodded. Noticing that Chen Shuiyun's condition appeared less than satisfactory, so she allowed her to rest in the shelter. The brick house was sweltering during the day. Thus the only option for rest was the outdoor awning. Once Lin Tian, Su Sitong, and Chu Yanxi ventured into the jungle, Chen Shuiyun, left alone, found herself ensnared by the haunting images that plagued her mind. Unable to contain herself, she furtively glanced around, confirming that the three had indeed entered the thicket before slowly extending her hand, closing her eyes as she succumbed to her thoughts. Lin Tian, having forgotten to bring his entrenching tool, returned and was taken aback by the scene before him. Almost taken aback, he nearly lost his composure, never expecting to witness such a sight due to his oversight. Fortunately, Chen Shuiyun's eyes were closed, and she did not perceive him. He quickly tiptoed back into the jungle with his tool in hand, realizing that this girl must have seen the intimate moment he shared with Su Sitong the previous night, which accounted for her lack of sleep and the dark circles under her eyes. Clearly, the events of last night had stirred something deep within her, leading her to engage in such behavior during the day. Lin Tian chuckled to himself. It seemed this girl was developing in her own way. Previously, she had a penchant for treating him like a servant. It would be interesting to see who truly played the subordinate role now. Suppressing his thoughts, he led the two girls into the jungle in search of honey. They first headed to the spot where they had previously harvested honey, but before they could approach, a swarm of bees began to attack, with some returning to alert the hive. Run, Lin Tian commanded decisively. It appeared the bees recognized his scent, remembering him as the one who had previously destroyed their home and labor. Thus, they immediately set out to chase him down. If he were to be overwhelmed by so many bees, it would likely result in severe injury or worse. Moreover, he had observed that the new hive was still under construction and offered nothing of value. They would need to look elsewhere. Panting heavily, the two girls had narrowly escaped danger. Although bees were not as fearsome as wild beasts, their ability to fly posed a significant threat. If not for Lin Tian's quick reflexes, as he swatted at the pursuing bees with his entrenching tool, they might have sustained several stings. His accuracy ensured their safety. Where there are flowers, there will be honey, Lin Tian mused. After all, bees needed blossoms to gather nectar. Su Sitong understood this simple principle and led the trio eastward through the jungle. However, they encountered neither flowers nor bees along the way. They did spot several wasp nests, causing them to flee in fear. The large wasp nests perched high in the trees were larger than their heads, and the menacing buzzing of the wasps suggested a far more potent venom than that of bees. A few stings could prove fatal. Perhaps this jungle contains only that one colony of bees, while the rest are wasps. We may not find any honey after all, the young girl lamented. She had not tasted sweets in a long time. It had been a month since they arrived on this deserted island, and after finishing the honey, she had not experienced any sweetness since. Though Chu Yanxi did not voice it, her sentiments mirrored those of Su Sitong. Honey is not the only sweet thing. Do you really wish to exploit the bees? They work tirelessly to produce honey, and what would happen if we consumed it all? Lin Tian proclaimed with righteous indignation, feigning innocence as if he had never tasted honey himself. Just as the two girls were about to scold Lin Tian, he pointed to the birds flying overhead. Did you see the direction in which those birds are flying? He asked. The direction they fly indicates a water source. You already mentioned that, Lin Tian. Su Sitong chimed in, eager to answer. Lin Tian playfully tapped her on the head. Birds typically drink in the early morning and at dusk. Right now, it's midday, so they are likely foraging for food. If we follow their flight path, we can find something to eat. Don't birds eat insects? Are you really that strange? Chu Yanxi replied, looking at him quizzically, a shiver running through her. Lin Tian sighed in exasperation. Have you been infected by your foolish friend? Birds eat more than just insects. They also consume fruits. You can obtain sugar not only from honey but also from fruits. Feeling insulted by Lin Tian's remark about her intelligence, Chu Yanxi's annoyance grew, especially since her friend was dragged into it. Although she could not retort or physically confront him, she could only seethe. I'll deduct your wages when we return. Thank you for the lovely wishes, Chu, Lin Tian replied, further inciting her frustration. To him, her comment held no sting. Rather, it was a hopeful sentiment, as returning alive to the bustling city was a dream for many. Lin, look. The number of birds flying ahead is increasing. There might truly be fruit up ahead. I can see it. Su Sitong exclaimed in delight. Chu Yanxi cast aside her irritation towards Lin Tian and, alongside Su Sitong, rushed forward, spotting a plethora of tropical fruit trees flourishing ahead, which filled them with excitement. Mango trees, banana trees, and various other tropical fruit trees were abundant. Why are you two so joyful? If they aren't ripe, the birds have likely devoured the ripe ones. Lin Tian cautioned, dousing their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Upon closer inspection, his words rang true. Despite the abundance of trees, birds were pecking at the fruits, leaving little behind or feasting on unripe offerings. Lin, look. There's a grapevine over there, and the grapes are plump and purple. They're ripe and untouched by the birds. Su Sitong exclaimed, eager to rush towards it. However, Lin Tian halted her, pulling her ponytail gently. The jolt of pain elicited a surprising reaction from Su Sitong, stirring memories that made her feel a rush of sweetness. What are you doing, pulling on Su's hair? Chu Yanxi glared at Lin Tian, intending to approach the grapevine, but was stopped once more. I think you've been befuddled by your foolish friend. Use your brain. Why are all the other trees being pecked at by birds while this grapevine remains untouched? Do you think birds simply don't like grapes? Her eyes widened as realization dawned on her. Could there be a predator in that tree? She said nervously, her complexion paling. Su Sitong, still caught in her thoughts, snapped back to reality. Many creatures were enemies of birds, but if one was hidden in that tree and they hadn't seen it, it could only be a snake. Could there be a snake in that grapevine? I see it. A branch is moving. Su Sitong suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a brown branch, her fingers trembling. Lin Tian followed her gaze and indeed spotted a snake, its coloration mimicking that of the branch, stealthily moving and lying in wait. Just then, a small bird, oblivious to the snake's presence, flew onto the grapevine, ready to feast on the grapes. But before it could even take a bite, the snake sprang into action. The speed was so rapid that it left a lingering shadow. With a swift motion, the serpent opened its jaws and seized the small bird. The seabird, sensing the snake's sudden movement, attempted to take flight. However, it had barely spread its wings before being caught. Clearly, its speed was no match for that of the venomous snake. The little bird let out a heart-wrenching cry, and after being bitten by the snake's fangs, it soon lay motionless, evidently succumbing to the lethal toxin, before being entirely swallowed whole. Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong both swallowed hard. Had it not been for Lin Tian's warning, they realized, it could have been them on the receiving end of the snake's attack. Su Sitong recalled an incident when she had been bitten by a snake, and Lin Tian had helped to suck out the venom, her cheeks flushed at the memory. After all, that had been a moment when she had inadvertently splashed Lin Tian's face. Noticing Su Sitong's cheeks reddening once more, Lin Tian furrowed his brows in confusion. What was wrong with this girl? It felt as though she had consumed a hallucinogenic mushroom, her emotions fluctuating wildly. Lin Tian, is this snake venomous? Chu Yanxi inquired. Having only seen the snake consume the bird, unable to ascertain its nature, Lin Tian chuckled softly. Did you see the diamond patterns on that snake's body? That is one of the most venomous snakes, the fer-de-lance. In Central and South America, a significant portion of snakebite fatalities are attributed to this creature. A single bite can inject approximately half a cup of venom into your body. Do you comprehend what half a cup entails? The area where you were bitten will immediately lose sensation, followed by convulsions and unconsciousness, leading to death within a few hours. Upon hearing this, Chu Yanxi shivered. She had not anticipated such a formidable snake to be lurking nearby. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she saw Lin Tian retrieving a salted fish from his backpack, heading towards the grapevine where the venomous snake resided. The two girls gasped in unison, eager to dissuade him from risking his safety for mere grapes. After all, without grapes, their loss of fruit was hardly worth such a perilous endeavor. You do not comprehend the value of grapes. Lin Tian shook his head. If it had been another fruit occupied by a venomous snake, he would have refrained from such a risk. However, grapes were different. When juiced, they could yield sugar crystals, making them one of nature's most accessible sources for winemaking. Sugar and wine serve purposes beyond mere consumption. They can even be life-saving in the wilderness. Thus, he was determined to obtain the grapes. Declaring that the fer-de-lance would meet its demise today, no divine intervention could save it. Of course, Lin Tian was not reckless. There was a method to his approach. The snake's venom was not infinite. Typically, it possesses a venom gland in its mouth. Each time it bites its prey, venom is injected through the puncture. However, the venom stored in the gland is limited. After expending some, it requires time to replenish. Having just killed a seabird, the snake had likely expended some venom, making it less of a threat at this moment. Lin Tian intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate the fer-de-lance. What is Lin Tian planning to do with that salted fish? Su Sitong was incredibly anxious. She observed Lin Tian drawing near the fer-de-lance, which began to elevate its body, clearly sensing the disturbance. Its triangular eyes fixated on Lin Tian, and its tongue flicked in and out, seemingly threatening the intruder. However, snakes possess poor eyesight. The fer-de-lance was not seeing Lin Tian, but rather detecting him through thermal sensing. Then, to their astonishment, Lin Tian took the salted fish and wrapped it around his arm. Lunging toward the venomous snake, the fer-de-lance, feeling provoked, lunged to bite, only to find its fangs sinking into the salted fish instead. The snake, devoid of high intelligence, merely understood that it had bitten down and began injecting venom. From its thermal perception, Lin Tian appeared to be a substantial prey, warranting a full dose of venom. Afterward, the snake released its grip and quickly retreated. Any snake knows that without venom, it is vulnerable. Lin Tian smirked, tossing the salted fish aside and deftly seizing the snake by its neck, capturing the fer-de-lance with his bare hands. The two girls gasped in shock. They had not anticipated Lin Tian's audacity in grappling a venomous snake barehanded. Yet, Lin Tian was acutely aware that the fer-de-lance posed no immediate danger, for it had exhausted its venom supply into the fish. With a swift motion, he severed the snake's head from its body and kicked it away. Even after death, a snake's nervous system can still react. Thus, he was cautious, knowing that the severed head could still pose a risk. Once the threat was neutralized, Lin Tian led the two girls to begin harvesting grapes. There are so many grapes. We can pick some to eat, and then gather more, Su Sitong envisioned blissfully. Foolish girl, Lin Tian replied. Did you not notice all the birds? If we do not harvest all the grapes, they will be consumed before long. But we cannot consume all of these, Chu Yanxi countered. If we take them all, they will spoil. It is better for the birds to eat them than for them to go to waste. You understand nothing, Lin Tian chuckled. I guarantee that none of the grapes I take back will go to waste. They will all be used for sugar production and winemaking. And I will even leave some for the birds. How benevolent of you. He lamented the fact that there were not enough grapes, having no intention of leaving any behind. Chu Yanxi felt a bit irked by his retort, her lips pouting in annoyance. How was she to know that he had so many uses for the grapes? If only he had mentioned it beforehand instead of teasing her. It was infuriating. The three of them, each carrying bamboo baskets crafted by Su Sitong, began to gather grapes from the tree. Lin Tian leaped onto the branches, while the two girls held the baskets below to catch the falling grapes. Soon, every grape on the tree had been harvested, filling 3 baskets to the brim, each containing over 50 pounds of grapes, totaling well over 100 pounds. Lin Tian strode ahead effortlessly, while the two girls found the task more laborious. When asked if they needed assistance, they both shook their heads, insisting they could manage, prompting Lin Tian to refrain from further questioning. Having survived on the deserted island for over a month, the girls had evidently strengthened their physiques, their bodies becoming more robust and appealing. A frail appearance did not equate to beauty. True beauty lay in health. Now, with over 50 pounds on their backs, the two girls were able to keep pace with Lin Tian, a feat that would have seemed unimaginable just a month prior. These grapes are so sweet. Su Sitong couldn't resist plucking one and savoring its delightful flavor, her eyes squinting in bliss. She immediately considered sharing one with Lin Tian. But upon noticing Chu Yanxi beside them, she hesitated, wondering if it would seem too deliberate to only offer Lin Tian a grape. What if their relationship was discovered? Thus, feeling a bit guilty, Su Sitong first peeled a grape for Chu Yanxi, and only then did she naturally peel one for Lin Tian as well. These plump, purple grapes were ripe and bursting with sweet juice, bringing immense joy to the girl who had long been deprived of sweets. Indeed, they are quite delightful, with a hint of pink amidst the rich purple, large and succulent, just like the ones you have, Lin Tian remarked with a grin after savoring one. The young girl's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a kettle reaching a boil, nearly bubbling over with embarrassment. What are you talking about? Really? What if Yanxi finds out? Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. What do you mean by your rations? Chu Yanxi curiously inquired. Isn't food just food? How can grapes grow on it? What on earth is that supposed to mean? At this moment, Su Sitong wished she could dig a hole in the ground and bury herself. She playfully pinched Lin Tian's arm, exclaiming, "You really are infuriating." Noticing the peculiar exchange between the two, Chu Yanxi felt an unusual tension in the air. It seemed that everything was as usual, yet Lin Tian had always maintained a nonchalant demeanor with everyone. Was it merely her imagination? Upon returning to the beach, they found Chen Shuiyun sprawled like a salted fish on the platform, her clothing disheveled. Chu Yanxi hurriedly approached to tidy her up. She has no sense of decorum. Not even worried about being seen. She muttered as she adjusted Chen Shuiyun's attire. Don't be sly and twist my words. There are no other men on this deserted island. So if you want to accuse me of peeping, just say so, Lin Tian retorted with irritation. Is that really an accusation? Aren't you the one staring? Chu Yanxi shot back. Lin Tian firmly replied, what do you mean by peeping? I was merely observing openly. Besides, I've seen far more scandalous scenes. Do I need to recount them to you? The image of that previous encounter with the construction shovel lingered vividly in his mind. As Chen Shuiyun stirred awake, she turned her gaze away from Lin Tian, feeling somewhat sheepish. However, upon spotting the 3 baskets brimming with grapes, her excitement surged. She quickly grabbed a handful, peeling them and stuffing them into her mouth, her expression radiating pure delight, evidently starved for such indulgence. 1 basket for eating, 1 for winemaking, and 1 for sugar production. Lin Tian outlined. In fact, 1 basket might not even suffice. They will spoil in 3 days. 4 of us would need to consume over 10 kilograms of grapes daily. The intake of fructose could be excessive. Yet, observing the 3 girls gathered around a basket, eagerly crushing and devouring the grapes, it appeared they might indeed finish them all within 3 days. The potential consequence, however, could be an aversion to grapes in the future. Lin Tian, generally indifferent to sweets, munched on a couple of grapes before shifting his focus to work, winemaking, and sugar production. Isn't winemaking a hassle? Do we have the necessary tools? Su Sitong asked while munching on grapes. Of course we do. You've already made them, Lin Tian replied. Me? Su Sitong pointed incredulously at herself, unable to fathom that she had unwittingly prepared what Lin Tian needed. Am I really that capable? Lin Tian nodded, brandishing a wooden barrel. This is all we need. The girls exchanged astonished glances. A single wooden barrel for wine? Are you joking? We've only ever tasted 82 Lafite. Chen Shuiyun scoffed. Fine. Just don't drink it when I'm finished, Lin Tian said nonchalantly. Wait, you're my employee, so naturally, you'll be able to serve as the president of another company. Cut that out. Lin Tian had grown weary of her flattery, opting instead for a straightforward explanation. The fermentation of wine is quite simple. It involves crushing the grapes in the barrel, extracting the juice, and stirring it daily to allow fermentation. The girls were astonished. Is it really that easy to make wine? They wondered. While achieving the quality of commercially sold red wine was unattainable, producing something drinkable was feasible. Lin Tian, not one to indulge in wine for its own sake, had a different purpose in mind, to create other products. He began vigorously pounding the grapes in the barrel with a large stick, and the girls, having finished their grapes, joined in, each with a barrel in hand, pressing out the juice. Soon, the skins and pulp separated completely from the juice, which Lin Tian poured into a larger barrel, covering it with a wooden lid and placing it in a shaded area under some branches. Just stir it daily. I'm not sure how long it will take to ferment. Considering the unstable environment, he wiped his brow. Making wine is easy, but extracting sugar is a bit more complicated. Instead of pressing the grapes for juice, he placed the barrel in a large iron basin filled with water, which he then set over a fire. Is this how he makes sugar, Lin Tian? Su Sitong inquired, intrigued. Absolutely, he replied. Haha, you really lack common sense, little employee. Chen Shuiyun chimed in, hands on her hips. Isn't the steaming? Do you think sugar is made like steam buns? Do I need you to remind me? Lin Tian shot back. Do you understand that there is a method called distillation? With a distillation apparatus, you can extract the sugar from the grapes. He then carved a hole in the lid of the barrel, sealing it tightly, and inserting a thin bamboo tube into the hole, sealing the gaps with clay to ensure a completely closed system, with the only outlet being the bamboo tube. Next, he made a corresponding hole in a large plastic bottle, inserting the tube and connecting the barrel to the bottle, which was inverted above a wooden container. With this simple distillation apparatus set up, all they had to do was wait for the water to boil, initiating the distillation of the grape juice. As he spoke, steam began to bubble up through the bamboo tube, filling the plastic bottle with a layer of purple vapor that condensed into droplets, which then dripped into the container below. This is the pure sugar water extracted from the grape juice. Once boiled and solidified, it will become sugar, Lin Tian explained. Who knows if your contraption actually works? Chen Shuiyun retorted, still skeptical. She took a drop of the distilled purple grape water, tasted it, and was immediately engulfed by a wave of sweetness. Realizing that Lin Tian's method was indeed effective, which quelled her irritation. As the water in the iron basin boiled, the rate of distilled grape juice increased, flowing into the collection container in a steady stream. Lin Tian, this plastic bottle condenser needs some modification. It's getting too hot. And the condensation isn't as effective anymore. Su Sitong evidently understood some of the principles at play. The steam produced from the grapes contained sugar, which would condense into droplets upon cooling. Thus, if the Coca-Cola bottle became heated, it would fail to convert the steam back into liquid. Lin Tian directly took a larger plastic bottle, cutting a circular opening at the bottom, and fitted it snugly beneath the condenser Coca-Cola bottle, sealing the entire opening before pouring water into it. This way, the entire condenser Coca-Cola bottle remained enveloped in a cool environment. Once he sensed the water temperature rising, he could promptly add more water, allowing the distillation of the sugary water to flow continuously. Can we possibly consume so much sugar? Chen Shuiyun, having evidently indulged in the grapes earlier, now felt somewhat overwhelmed. What do you understand? Do you truly believe that sugar is made for your consumption? I intend to use it as a weapon, Lin Tian replied. This statement left the three girls bewildered. Sugar as a weapon? Was there any correlation between these two entities? Were they to sweeten the enemy to death? Don't we already have dust bombs? I believe their potency is substantial. Are you planning to use granulated sugar to create more dust bombs? We lack sufficient glass bottles, Chen Shuiyun remarked. Dust bombs? Please, Lin Tian scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. I have little regard for the efficacy of dust bombs. They rely solely on explosive glass shards and are utterly ineffective against large beasts. My interest in granulated sugar is for a genuinely lethal weapon. Lin Tian, what sort of weapon are you referring to? Su Sitong inquired, tilting her head. Chu Yanxi, equally curious yet too shy to directly pose the question, leaned in to listen. They did not doubt Lin Tian's capability to forge a powerful weapon. They simply could not fathom the connection between a formidable weapon and sugar. You will naturally understand in due time, Lin Tian said, feeling too languid to elaborate. Crafting a lethal weapon required more than mere granulated sugar. It demanded 4 essential elements. He had already gathered 3, leaving 1 more to locate, hopefully on this island. Regardless, he aimed to be thoroughly prepared. Should he succeed in creating that weapon, their chances of survival on the island would significantly increase. Once the sugary water was distilled, it was immediately placed over the campfire to boil. Lin Tian tirelessly stirred with a spatula until all moisture evaporated, resulting in a granulated sugar resembling brown sugar. He meticulously collected all the sugar. After several days of diligent work, the grapes were finally processed into bottles of wine and jars of sugar stored in plastic containers. The wine was plentiful, buried in the ground for preservation, while the sugar was far less abundant. From dozens of pounds of grapes, after distillation and boiling, only a single jar of sugar was produced, an indication of the arduous process involved. He stored these crucial items in his backpack for convenient transportation, including the 2 bottles of nitric acid extracted earlier. Shuiyun, why do your dark circles seem to deepen each day? That morning, Chu Yanxi glanced at Chen Shuiyun, who lay listlessly on the bed, and asked curiously, there hasn't been much work lately. Why do you appear so devoid of energy? Chen Shuiyun flushed, knowing she could not admit to staying up all night watching streams and engaging in crafts. Nothing, just a bit of insomnia, she replied. Do you miss home? Upon reflection, they had been stranded on this deserted island for over a month. However, I believe that one day, we will return to our homeland. Chen Shuiyun felt a wave of emotion at Chu Yanxi's words, wanting to cry. My dear sister, I was merely exhausted from joy. Why must you make me feel so sorrowful? Initially, she had avoided contemplating returning home, not that she did not wish to, but she had learned to keep that hope buried deep within, afraid to harbor any further aspirations. As time passed, the small team seemed to have come to a grim realization. The rescue team might truly not come. The golden window for rescue had long since closed, surpassing tenfold the expected duration. It was likely they had been declared missing or had sunk to the depths of the Pacific. Although Lin Tian spoke of the slim hope of building a boat to escape, each member understood that the prospect of constructing a vessel from scratch with merely 4 people was akin to walking to the moon. Look, a ship is approaching. Suddenly, Su Sitong's exclamation captured the attention of the 3 others, and they rushed to see a distant dark spot on the horizon. Su Sitong, peering through binoculars, appeared pale and visibly anxious. Lin Tian swiftly seized the binoculars from her. Judging by her expression, it was evidently not a rescue vessel. A glance through the binoculars revealed that it was the pirate ship of Dade, the very pirate they had thought vanquished. Wasn't Dade eliminated by us? Why is his ship returning? Lin Tian pondered, perplexed. Could it be Zhang Haoyong? Did he commandeer the ship? This thought sent a shiver down his spine. Is he seeking revenge against us? Look, the pirate ship is brimming with hundreds of pirates. Zhang Haoyong stands at the forefront. Chu Yanxi also took a look through the binoculars, her expression grave. How could Zhang Haoyong have rallied so many pirates? If indeed hundreds obey his command. We are in dire straits. Chen Shuiyun's complexion turned ashen. There are armed pirates in abundance, over 100. That is more than 3 times our last encounter. Lin Tian. They can see us through their binoculars. We must flee. Su Sitong's heart raced in fear. Aha. Excellent. Just splendid. Lin Tian burst into unrestrained laughter. His exuberance left the 3 girls astonished. Could it be that the pressure had driven him to madness? Yet, even in the face of overwhelming danger, Lin Tian had never displayed a hint of panic. Was he simply attempting to alleviate the team's tension? Lin Tian, what is so amusing? Su Sitong inquired. Lin Tian, still chuckling, responded. Since Zhang Haoyong has returned with a ship and brought along so many pirates, it indicates that this pirate ship can indeed reach land. There is land nearby that connects to the outside world. This means that if we can eliminate all the pirates and seize their ship, we can navigate to that land and establish contact with the outside world, paving our way home. Though faced with hundreds of pirates, Lin Tian's ambition soared high. To him, the difference between over 100 pirates and 30 was negligible. His resources extended beyond just a quartet. He possessed the might of nature itself. Hearing Lin Tian's words stirred something within the 3 girls, igniting thoughts of the possibility of returning home, causing their hearts to race. This was a yearning that each member of the small team had longed for, an aspiration to return to their familiar homeland and live freely and safely in the bustling metropolis, rather than on this desolate island, burdened by the constant threat of death looming nearby. Without Lin Tian, the wilderness god, they knew they would have perished long ago. But Lin Tian, there are over 100 pirates. How can we possibly? Su Sitong trailed off, hesitant to question Lin Tian. Yet the unspoken worries of the girls were palpable. After all, their team consisted of only 4 individuals against a formidable foe. Consider the last time. Weren't there over 30 individuals on the opposing side as well? Despite the larger number this time, the essence remains unchanged. By harnessing the power of nature, I can still outmaneuver them. Trust me, Lin Tian reassured. This sentiment bore a semblance of truth, for in close quarters, whether facing 30 or 100 adversaries, Lin Tian could easily be subdued. A single bullet could spell his end. Thus, the strategy must mirror that of the previous encounter, maintaining distance to avoid close confrontation. Lin Tian's words instilled confidence in the 3 young women. Let us depart swiftly and gather ample water and provisions, Chen Shuiyun urged anxiously. As Chu Yanxi peered through the binoculars, she noted the pirate ship drawing ever closer and began to hasten their preparations. Patience. Let us first present them with a grand surprise, Lin Tian remarked with a cold chuckle. He disassembled one of the lenses from the binoculars, then opened the door to stack all the dust bombs together, intertwining the fuses. Using a long rope woven from Su Sitong, soaked in alcohol, he connected one end to the bundled fuses and positioned the other at the doorway, affixing the removed lens to the door frame to catch the sunlight. He promptly closed the door. The girls were perplexed by Lin Tian's actions. Do you think that once they reach the island, they won't be intrigued by this brick house? Lin Tian scoffed. Once they open the door, sunlight will focus through the lens, igniting the alcohol-soaked rope, ultimately detonating all the dust bombs. Can you fathom the devastation of nearly 40 dust bombs exploding simultaneously in such a confined space? The multitude of glass shards unleashed would be catastrophic. The girls, realizing Lin Tian's intent, understood the cleverness of the trap he had devised. If the pirates refrained from opening the door, the rope would remain unlit, and thus, no explosion would occur. A bomb that compelled the enemy to detonate it themselves was indeed ingenious. Ideally, it would obliterate Zhang Haoyong in the process, the girls mused. Lin Tian carried only 2 dust bombs, unable to bear more. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and began inventorying their supplies with the girls. Alongside the essentials already in the backpack, he included his trusty entrenching tool, while each girl wielded a military knife. They also equipped themselves with bows and arrows, each carrying 10 arrows nestled in Su Sitong's woven quiver for convenience. Each person brought 10 bottles of fresh water, strung together with rope. And a few strips of smoked meat filled the remaining space in the backpack. Our provisions and water won't suffice for even a day. Should we not gather more? Chen Shuiyun questioned, still apprehensive. Lin Tian shook his head. We mustn't bear excessive weight. It would hinder our mobility. The jungle is abundant with sustenance, and I have my ways of securing it. With the burden of water and arrows already weighing several kilograms, they also needed to bring along the wolf fur coat. The chill of the wilderness at night is formidable, especially during a pursuit when lighting a fire might attract the pirate's attention. Wang Kai, stay put and hide. Do you understand? Wait for my return, Lin Tian admonished, noticing Wang Kai circling at his feet. The wolf whined, clearly wishing to accompany him, but a stern glance sent it retreating. Given that their foes were human, bringing Wang Kai along could prove inconvenient, and with over 100 kilograms of smoked meat, Lin Tian tossed the provisions into a cave, allowing Wang Kai to feast freely. As for the fresh water, Wang Kai was well acquainted with the nearby stream, visiting it more often than the girls. Despite having been with Lin Tian for a short time, Wang Kai had grown thrice its original size, unless faced with a large predator. The creatures of the wilderness dared not approach this little wolf. Onward. Having secured Wang Kai, Lin Tian led the three girls into the depths of the jungle. The pirate ship gradually approached the shore, where Zhang Haoyong, adorned with a large gold chain and a swaggering demeanor, disembarked. Immediately, a pirate approached him, offering a cigar and lighting it for him. Lin Tian, you little bastard, did you ever think I would rise to this? And those three little vixens. Prepare to be toyed with until your very end. Just wait and see how long you can hide in the jungle. This time, I have over 100 pirates at my disposal. I shall not fail to capture you. Zhang Haoyong's eyes darkened, yet his heart swelled with a twisted excitement. To him, this was akin to a cat playing with its prey, with the mice destined to meet a tragic end after the cat's amusement. Captain, they have actually constructed a house on the sea. One pirate exclaimed, astonished by the brick structure. I am not blind, Zhang Haoyong retorted arrogantly. While his crew exhibited unwavering obedience, this was not due to his prowess in combat, but rather the wealth he wielded. He did not foresee such fortune after setting sail. He had regretted his decision, for a wooden pirate ship could not be easily returned to shore, just as supplies were dwindling. Zhang Haoyong stumbled upon an uncharted land, a chaotic yet flourishing realm. Here, every dark enterprise thrived, and upon docking, he found himself at gunpoint. However, when he revealed his Swiss bank card, he was immediately treated like royalty. In this land, money spoke volumes, and he could easily arrange his return home. Yet, Zhang Haoyong was unwilling to leave without reclaiming his dignity before Lin Tian. After indulging in this new land, he began recruiting mercenaries, bent on exacting revenge on Lin Tian and subjecting the three women to his whims. Only by personally vanquishing Lin Tian and savoring the company of the women could he find peace before returning home. The 100 pirates he hired were mercenaries, loyal only to the highest bidder. Although Zhang Haoyong was merely a mid-level manager, his grandfather was a board member with a venture capital firm worth billions, providing him with ample funds to assemble a formidable crew, complete with powerful weaponry. Let us investigate that house and see what kind of den that little bastard resides in. Be cautious of the traps, Zhang Haoyong warned, cigar in mouth, as he observed the thorny acacia surrounding the house. Aye, Captain. Several pirates responded, confident that such traps could not deter them. The traps, originally designed to ward off beasts, proved surprisingly effective against humans as they navigated the gaps towards the house. It was not the pirates who fell into the trap, but rather the traps that captivated their full attention and vigilance. Their focus was solely on the traps, leaving no room for concern about anything else. For instance, when they kicked open the wooden door, a lens caught between the wall crevices was instantly illuminated by sunlight, directing a concentrated beam onto a rope soaked in alcohol. The rope, steeped in vodka with an alcohol content exceeding 90 degrees, ignited in an instant. Yet, the pirates remained oblivious, instead intrigued by a stack of glass soda bottles. Damn, Captain, that little punk seems to be living quite well. Where did he get all this soda? The pirates licked their lips, envious of the empty bottles before them, as they seldom indulged in such luxuries. Despite trudging through the bustling land, resources were exorbitantly priced. Even a single bottle of soda could cost hundreds of dollars, rendering it a rare treat for these marauders. While lamenting the absence of 2 bottles of soda left for them, they suddenly noticed a flame darting forward, igniting the fuses that bound the bottles together. What is that? Why is there white powder inside those soda bottles? A pirate exclaimed, peering closer. But before they could finish their discussion, the fuse ignited the powder within the bottles, resulting in a deafening explosion. Shards of glass erupted into the air like petals scattered by the wind, directly targeting the pirates who had ventured inside. The glass no longer remained mere fragments. It transformed into a deadly cascade of sharp debris, amplifying its destructive potential. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Help, damn it. The glass shards rained down upon the pirates like buckshot, piercing through their bodies and striking their heads. 5 pirates perished on the spot, while 5 others lay grievously injured on the ground, howling in agony. A few pirates on the periphery sustained minor injuries and hastily retreated from the house, nearly soiling themselves in fear. Zhang Haoyong's face darkened to an extreme, his previously arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by an expression so grim it could drip with water. He had never anticipated being outsmarted by Lin Tian upon landing, suffering a loss of 1/10 of his combat strength. The feeling of superiority he once held was now transformed into a more profound humiliation, as though Lin Tian had defecated on his head and then demanded toilet paper. After him. I will ensure that little bastard meets a miserable end. I know his escape route. Lin Tian, you scoundrel, there's no way out for you. Zhang Haoyong held in a frenzy, his rage reaching its zenith, even biting through his cigar in frustration, nearly swallowing it whole. In the jungle, Lin Tian hurriedly led the three girls onward, the echoes of the explosion faintly trailing behind them. Hey, brother Lin Tian, your plan worked, one of the girls exclaimed, her joy apparent. The explosion felt like a gust of wind dispersing dark clouds, lifting the spirits of the entire group. It acted as a potent tonic, instilling greater confidence in the girls regarding Lin Tian. Don't rush, I have a trick waiting for them. Lin Tian chuckled coldly, guiding the three girls through the jungle until they reached the cliff where they had descended previously. I found the dragon vine, and there are several ordinary vines that look quite similar, all hanging here, Chen Shuiyun remarked. Yet Lin Tian shook his head. Zhang Haoyong is not so foolish. He won fall for the same trick twice. This time, we'll present him with something novel. One dragon vine is sufficient here, having more is pointless, as they will be fully armed and equipped with climbing ropes, neglecting the vines. After securing the dragon vine, Chu Yanxi asked, shall I go down first? Why the hurry? We won't descend, we'll wait right here. Lin Tian replied. Brother Lin Tian, you? Just watch, he said with a cold smirk. Walking to the other end of the cliff, after some preparation, he returned with the three girls, crouching in a patch of grass where they could observe everything happening beside the cliff. Sure enough, it was long before Zhang Haoyong arrived with over 90 pirates. The three girls gasped, their breaths hitching at the sight. The pirates were merely a few meters away, and if they approached the grass, their hiding spot would be exposed. Armed to the teeth, they would be riddled with bullets in an instant. The girls were bewildered as to why Lin Tian had chosen to lower the vine yet remain still. Their hearts raced with anxiety. Zhang Haoyong, peering down the cliff, sneered. You little punk, I see where you think you can run. He ordered his men to head towards the forest below without delay. With his command, the pirates swiftly retrieved hooks from their waists, securing them to the rocks and sliding down one by one. The ropes they used were far more resilient than the dragon vine, specifically designed for descending cliffs, and each pirate carried one, indicating that Zhang Haoyong had anticipated this descent and prepared accordingly. The pirates cascaded down the cliff like dumplings, vanishing from sight, with Zhang Haoyong being the last to slide down. Brother Lin Tian, you intended to lure them down so we could return to the beach, Su Sitong exclaimed, utterly convinced by Lin Tian's plan. Then we can simply sail away. Chen Shuiyun and Chu Yanxi shared in the excitement. Yet Lin Tian shook his head. Even starting a car requires a key. How do you think you can just board a pirate ship? There must be a mechanical password. If we return now, once the pirates regain their senses and climb back up, we will be completely surrounded with no escape. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the girls were struck with dread, realizing they had underestimated the situation. Come, help me push the stones. Lin Tian dashed to the edge of the cliff, shoving large rocks over the side. The girls quickly understood. This was Lin Tian's true objective, not to flee to the beach, but to wait for the pirates to descend and then unleash a barrage of rocks upon them. Be careful not to peek. Just push the rocks down and then run. Lin Tian instructed as he continued to push the boulders. The girls nodded, working together to roll the hefty stones toward the cliff's edge. The rocks plummeted like cannonballs from over 50 meters up, with one the size of a basketball crashing onto a pirate's head, instantly bursting it like a ripe watermelon, silencing him forever. Many other pirates were struck by the falling rocks, suffering severe injuries. Ah, rocks. Rocks are falling from the sky. Ugh, someone is up on the cliff. That little punk hasn't he come down? The pirates shrieked, with several dying on the spot and others gravely injured. The remaining pirates, realizing the danger, quickly distanced themselves from the cliff to avoid being struck by the falling debris. Damn it, Lin Tian. I curse your entire family. Zhang Haoyong roared in a fit of rage, his voice echoing in frustration at the cliff above. He had not anticipated losing another 10 men, leaving him with only 80. How long had it been since he brought over 100 pirates to the island? In less than an hour, they had lost 1/5 of their combat strength. This brought Zhang Haoyong back to the memory of his previous encounter with the pirates, where each time they were on the verge of capturing Lin Tian, they were thwarted, resulting in their own losses. No, I absolutely will not allow a repeat of that incident. You little bastard are doomed. We shall ascend the cliffs and conduct a meticulous search at the summit. We must capture that little scoundrel. Zhang Haoyong roared in fury. At that moment, the pirates were equally filled with rage. They were ruthless, hardened individuals, accustomed to being the aggressors, never the victims. Yet this time, they had not even faced the young man named Lin Tian before, suffering the loss of over 20 brothers, who could tolerate such an affront. Once the rocks ceased to tumble, the pirates recognized that the cliff was now safe for ascent and immediately began to climb. With the assistance of climbing ropes, they scaled the 50-meter precipice with remarkable speed, as if traversing level ground. After Zhang Haoyong and over 80 pirates reached the top, he swiftly ordered them to search. However, within 5 minutes, a voice called out from below. "Hey, are you up there looking for someone? Need any help?" Lin Tian stood at the edge of the jungle beneath the cliff, a wicked grin plastered on his face as he shouted up. Zhang Haoyong recognized that voice even if it were reduced to ash. He rushed to the cliff's edge and, upon peering down, saw Lin Tian indeed standing there. Damn it, how did that little brat get down there? Who was it that pushed the rocks off just now? A ghost? Zhang Haoyong was astonished as he scanned the cliff, only to discover that it was circular in nature. On the far side of the 100-meter cliff hung another vine. "You little bastard, just wait. Stay right there," Zhang Haoyong bellowed in rage. It dawned on him that Lin Tian had anticipated their moves. The vine on this side of the cliff was merely a ruse to lure him and his men down the cliff, while Lin Tian had already set up another vine on the opposite side, waiting for them to finish their rock throwing. Despite the pirates' rapid ascent aided by climbing ropes, could they possibly descend faster? Thus, by the time the pirates finally reached the summit, Lin Tian had already made his way to the trees at the base of the cliff, taunting them from below. "I'm waiting for you, you foolish idiots. Come and catch me if you dare," Lin Tian shouted provocatively before vanishing into the thicket with 3 girls, leaving no trace. Zhang Haoyong, filled with rage, fired his AK-47 wildly into the jungle, but aside from stripping leaves and branches from the nearest tree, he achieved nothing, utterly incapable of harming Lin Tian. His fury was entirely impotent. Afterward, he had no choice but to lead his men back down the cliff, resulting in a taxing detour that drained their energy. Although they carried provisions and water, it was limited to only 2 days' worth. This exertion further consumed their supplies, representing a significant loss, not only in lives but also in resources. Once Lin Tian and the 3 girls entered the unfamiliar jungle, they proceeded with caution. For it was their first venture into this territory, and they were completely unaware of what lay ahead. "Brother Lin Tian, this forest seems less lush than the one above. Some trees are quite bare," Su Sitong observed, noting the stark contrast. Chen Shuiyun added, "Haven't you noticed? The temperature has dropped since we entered this jungle. It's not as sweltering as outside, and it's entirely different from the tropical rainforest above." Lin Tian nodded. This was indeed the most significant difference. Not only had the temperature decreased, but the humidity and climate had transformed entirely. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the cooler it became. Even in broad daylight, it felt at least a dozen degrees cooler than the jungle above the cliff. Why would 2 jungles on the same island exhibit such disparate climates? It was perplexing. The terrain beneath the island was not depicted on the tattered map, leaving them to explore on their own. The forest was not extensive. After nearly half an hour, they reached its end, revealing an expansive grassland teeming with various animals. There were herds of cattle, sheep, horses, and even a few elephants scattered about. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the grass to sway like a green sea, a breathtaking sight. The temperature had also dropped to around 25 degrees, creating a remarkably comfortable atmosphere. None of them had anticipated that traversing the jungle beneath the cliff would lead to such a picturesque landscape. The girls were all astonished. However, this was not the time to revel in the beauty of the scenery, as Lin Tian had already heard the sound of approaching footsteps in the forest behind them. Clearly, the pirates were closing in quickly. Their pace was swifter than Lin Tian's because they were fully armed and unencumbered by concerns over potential dangers lurking in the jungle. Unlike them, Lin Tian had to worry about attracting the attention of wild beasts or being bitten by venomous insects or snakes, which would allow the pirates to catch up. He had already heard several gunshots echoing through the jungle, indicating that even if wild animals dared to confront the pirates, they would be swiftly dealt with by their firepower. "What should we do, Brother Lin Tian? The grassland ahead is wide open. If the pirates catch sight of us, they will surely shoot us down." Su Sitong expressed her worries. Although the grassland was beautiful, it was not conducive to their escape due to its flatness and lack of cover, allowing pursuers to shoot at them directly. In contrast, the dense jungle provided ample obstacles, obstructing their view of anyone fleeing. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Simply running forward was evidently not a wise choice. Should they attempt to circle back and ambush the pirates? Just then, Chu Yanxi suddenly whistled loudly. "Sister Yanxi, doing that will attract the enemy," Su Sitong said nervously. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, but refrained from immediately questioning Chu Yanxi. He recognized that she was not one to act recklessly and possessed a cautious nature. There must be a reason behind her actions. Sister Yanxi is calling the horses. Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Indeed, several horses approached, drawn by Chu Yanxi's whistle. Chen Shuiyun understood this because horseback riding was a noble pastime, and she had spent time with Chu Yanxi. Well done, Ms. Chu. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that Chu Yanxi possessed such a skill, which proved invaluable. With horses, their speed would be entirely different. What does it mean to traverse a flat expanse? It meant that on this grassland, the horses could gallop at incredible speeds. Lin Tian prepared to seize a horse by the head, but was promptly halted by Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun. Never touch a horse's head, especially a wild one. Chu Yanxi warned urgently, selecting two of the strongest wild horses and, alongside Chen Shuiyun, began to gently stroke their shoulders. Upon encountering the two wild horses, they immediately became docile. Chu Yanxi swiftly mounted one of the steeds, inviting Su Sitong to share the same mount. Shuiyun, you take Lin Tian, she instructed, recognizing Lin Tian's limited experience with horseback riding. The two best friends, being well-versed in the art of riding, were deemed the best candidates to guide each other. After much effort, Su Sitong struggled to mount, ultimately requiring Lin Tian's assistance to push her onto the horse's back. Chen Shuiyun, however, skillfully climbed onto her horse, while Lin Tian, with his tall stature, easily settled behind her. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist. The sensation caused Chen Shuiyun to feel a sudden weakness, nearly toppling from the horse. Regaining her composure, she understood that Lin Tian's action was not meant to be inappropriate. It was only natural for the person behind to hold onto the waist of the person in front. She gently patted the horse's back to steady herself. As if responding to an unseen command, the two wild horses began to gallop forward. Hold on tight. We have no reins, Chu Yanxi shouted. Both she and Chen Shuiyun grasped this notion, but worried that Lin Tian and Su Sitong might not comprehend the gravity of falling off a horse, especially at such high speeds where the consequences could range from fractures to fatality. In the depths of the jungle, a group of pirates led by Yonghe was advancing swiftly when they heard Chu Yanxi's whistle, spurring them into action. However, upon reaching the forest's edge, they found no sign of their quarry, only the sight of the steeds racing away. Damn it! Did you think you were the only ones who could ride? Zhang Haoyong, having tamed a wild horse himself using rudimentary methods, mounted it, eager to pursue. Yet, the cries of his subordinates soon echoed through the air. Several pirates, unaccustomed to horses, attempted to mount, but were quickly thrown off by the wild steeds, resulting in several shattered legs. Cursed be this situation, Zhang Haoyong seethed, feeling utterly impotent. Mastering horseback riding was not an overnight endeavor, and with only a handful of horses available for over 80 men, it was impractical for him to lead the charge. Despite his loathing for Lin Tian, he recognized the latter's prowess and the potential for traps or ambushes. He resolved to refrain from recklessness, after all. Those at the front lines were often mere fodder. Fine then, even without horses, we can advance steadily. This is merely an island. Surely they cannot escape to the ends of the earth, Zhang Haoyong concluded, leading his pirates in a fervent pursuit. His anger intensifying at the thought of the injuries sustained by his men, now reduced to fewer than 80 fighters. Yet, despite this rage, he did not perceive his strength as diminished. Even with 20 fewer men, he still possessed an arsenal of firearms and was confident in his ability to eliminate Lin Tian. The sheer power of bullets was not lost on him. A single volley could obliterate the entire pirate crew. Thus he remained steadfast in his belief that he could turn Lin Tian into a mere target. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's small group, riding their swift horses, traversed the grasslands for over an hour, the temperature dropping and dusk creeping in. Chen Shuiyun experienced a tumult of emotions, both torment and joy. The sensation of Lin Tian's arms around her waist ignited memories of the live broadcast she had witnessed at night, filling her with warmth. The jostling of the horse added to her exhilaration, though it was a bittersweet experience, as Lin Tian's proximity concealed her flushed cheeks from view. As the misty clouds parted after crossing the prairie, a breathtaking sight emerged, a range of majestic mountains blanketed in glistening white snow. The revelation stunned them all. How could there be snow-capped peaks on this tropical island? Chu Yanxi marveled, disbelief etched across her features. Look, some of the mountaintops are emitting smoke. Could it be a volcano? Su Sitong gasped in astonishment. Lin Tian, witnessing this scene, finally confirmed his suspicions. From the moment they entered the forest beneath the cliff, he sensed something amiss. Perhaps they had all been deceived. What if we have not entered a tropical island at all, but a volcanic island? The heat we experienced in the forest and along the coast could be attributed to a volcano. His words detonated in the ears of the girls like a bombshell. Does this mean our cruise ship deviated from its course? Chu Yanxi pondered, suddenly aware that the original route bore no large reefs, and the sudden grounding must have been due to a navigational error. Enough of that. It matters little now. Our singular goal is to annihilate the pirates and Zhang Haoyong, seize their ship, and contact rescue personnel to return home. Lin Tian declared with fervor, his resolve unwavering. Regardless of the nature of this island, our ultimate aim remains to return to our homeland. As night approaches, we must find a place to rest, he continued, noting a barren forest ahead. Sleeping in the woods seems safer. The wild horses came to a halt, clearly unwilling to proceed further. The small team dismounted, facing another thicket of trees, now sparser and increasingly desolate as they neared the snow-capped mountains. I'm so hungry, Lin Tian. Our meat is almost gone. Can we find anything to eat in this forest? Su Sitong lamented, clutching her stomach. They had traveled light to minimize weight, and after a day's journey, their provisions were nearly depleted. Spotting 2 streams ahead, Lin Tian led the girls to the forest's edge, where 2 ponds lay, flowing into the thicket. Beside one pond were several fish toxins, useful for incapacitating fish. Oh, this pond appears clean, while the other is swarmed with flies, disgusting, Chen Shuiyun remarked, reaching for her water bottle to collect some water. Each had initially brought several bottles, but they had consumed a significant portion during their journey, necessitating a refill. Yet, Lin Tian intervened. You cannot drink from that pond. Why not? The girls queried. Confusion etched on their faces. The only apparent distinction between the 2 ponds was the presence of insects above one, leading them to assume the one without flies was safe. Those are not mere flies, they are stone flies. Their presence indicates that this pond contains fresh water, while the other is stagnant, Lin Tian explained. His insight astonished the girls. Such knowledge had eluded them. They had not realized the significance of the stone flies. Since both ponds extended deep into the forest, discerning between fresh and stagnant water from the outside was nearly impossible. While stone flies were not the definitive indicator of fresh water, their presence on only one pond provided sufficient evidence for Lin Tian's deduction. After filling all their plastic bottles, Lin Tian removed his jeans, causing the 3 girls to blush and avert their gazes. Su Sitong and Chen Shuiyun exchanged furtive glances, stealing looks at Lin Tian, who was not preparing for a bath as they had initially believed. Instead, he was tying the legs of his jeans into knots and threading a sturdy branch through the belt loops to fashion a makeshift net. The jeans now resembled a fishing catch. Lin Tian proceeded to pour the juice from the fish toxin and the fish toxin grass into the pants, then placed the jeans on the water's surface, filling them with water. Soon, fish began to swim towards the opening, and one by one, they flipped onto their backs and fell inside, evidently dazed by the toxin. After over an hour, when Lin Tian retrieved the jeans, he found 4 fish lying within. Who knew you were such a skilled fisherman? Why didn't we catch this many in the creek earlier? Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. After all, during their time on the beach, they had mainly consumed smoked meat, with fresh fish being a rare treat. Salmon are not so easy to catch, you see. These are all carp, Lin Tian explained. The creek in the jungle connects to the sea, so it harbors fish that can thrive in both freshwater and saltwater. These fish usually roam the ocean, only temporarily stopping in the creek, making them difficult to catch. The fish in this pond should be purely freshwater species. Lin Tian couldn't precisely explain why the fish here were easier to catch. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. Fishing is inherently random, heavily reliant on chance. Even seasoned anglers can spend hours without a single catch, while novices might hook a fish within minutes. The mysteries of fishing are indeed a perplexing enigma. After processing the fish, Lin Tian discarded the entrails into the stagnant water and prepared to start a fire to grill them. They shouldn't catch up to us so quickly. We can light a fire without being seen, right? Chen Shuiyun inquired. We must ignite the bonfire beneath the trees. Otherwise, even if the flames are not visible, the smoke will be, Lin Tian replied. When grilling, the rising smoke could easily give away their position, putting them at risk. Why won't we be discovered if we cook next to a large tree? Won't it produce smoke? Su Sitong questioned, puzzled. You'll see. Lin Tian lit the bonfire, and the white smoke spiraled up the tree trunk, ultimately being absorbed by the branches and leaves, leaving no trace of smoke visible from a distance. It dawned on Chu Yanxi that she had acquired yet another skill. However, it wasn't that all the smoke was absorbed, rather, it dispersed to the point of becoming nearly invisible to the naked eye. Lin Tian began grilling the fish. After a long day, the 4 of them enjoyed their meal, savoring the simple yet satisfying flavor despite the lack of seasoning. Soon after, they settled down to rest. As night fell, the fire illuminated their surroundings, and Lin Tian extinguished it with water to avoid detection. The night air was frigid, reminiscent of the coastal evenings, making the girls realize how wise it was for Lin Tian to bring a wolf fur coat, especially without a bonfire for warmth. Once clad in their coats, Lin Tian led the 3 girls to a clearing away from the lake, as it was unsafe to sleep near the water where wild animals might come to drink. Before sleeping, Lin Tian loosened his belt and circled the sleeping area with his urine, causing the girls to flush with embarrassment and cast him incredulous glares. Lin Tian, you can't just urinate anywhere, one of them exclaimed. What are you thinking marking our sleeping area? Hey, you lot don't understand. I'm doing this to deter wild animals. If we can't have a bonfire tonight, they might come to eat you. I'm merely creating a protective barrier. Lin Tian retorted. The girls were momentarily taken aback. Urine can prevent wild beasts? Are you serious? They questioned, incredulous. Of course. My urine is effective because it contains testosterone, which repels wild animals. Do any of you have testosterone? Who among you has testicles? Lin Tian shot back, leaving the girls rolling their eyes. Had he clarified sooner, they wouldn't have been so flustered. Ultimately, Lin Tian's method was a simple precaution. It was better to take action than to remain passive. The night passed with alternating watches, and they emerged unscathed until morning when Chen Shuiyun, scanning the horizon with binoculars, spotted a cluster of small black dots approaching. She promptly woke the others. Wake up, the pirates are coming. They've been on our trail all night. Chen Shuiyun shouted in alarm. Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong quickly scrambled up, their faces displaying anxiety as they turned to Lin Tian, who remained unfazed. The fact that the pirates had caught up was inevitable. Their overnight pursuit was, in fact, a boon for Lin Tian, who knew that the exertion would drain the pirates physically and deplete their supplies. Thanks to Chu Yanxi's call for wild horses, they had managed to cover a significant distance in just over an hour, granting them a precious night of rest. The journey on horseback had allowed the pirates to traverse the entire night, underscoring the importance of transportation. Unfortunately, once they left the grasslands, the horses were unwilling to continue. Lin Tian, we should hurry, the girls urged, starting to gather their things. Lin Tian, however, approached the spot where he had caught fish the previous day and smirked. Why the rush? Let us leave them a surprise. He meticulously erased all traces of their footprints and then stomped around another stagnant pond, encouraging the girls to leave their marks as well. Are you trying to lead the pirates to this stagnant water? Chu Yanxi realized his plan, her eyes lighting up. This was indeed a clever strategy. If the pirates drank from this water, they could risk contracting illness. Each of them would carry no more water than we do. And after a long night of travel, their supplies must be nearly exhausted. They'll surely replenish their water supply upon finding a source, Lin Tian concluded, leading the girls deeper into the jungle. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoyong, accompanied by over 80 men, emerged from the jungle, all sporting dark circles under their eyes from fatigue after a night of relentless pursuit. Noticing the remnants of the bonfire on the ground assured him they hadn't misdirected. Using binoculars, he spotted distant figures in the jungle, confirming their proximity. As two pirates approached the ponds to drink, Zhang Haoyong halted them. Upon examining the water's edge, he noticed one pond bore footprints while the other appeared pristine, prompting a cold smirk. That little brat is quite adept at survival skills, only using one pond for water, indicating the other might be dangerous. Everyone, drink only from the pond with footprints, he ordered. The pirates immediately began to replenish their water supply, each filling approximately 10 bottles. At Zhang Haoyong's command, they resumed their pursuit. Despite having traveled for an entire day and night, leaving them utterly fatigued, the prospect of a reward of $10 million for eliminating Lin Tian invigorated their spirits, especially when Zhang Haoyong declared that the total sum would be evenly distributed among the surviving pirates. Their enthusiasm surged even further. This was due to Zhang Haoyong's awareness of the increasing fear among the pirates. Many were contemplating retreat or hesitating in the face of danger. However, the notion that those who survived could claim a larger share of the bounty transformed their mindset. If there were 100 pirates, each would earn $100,000. But if only 50 remained, that amount would double. Thus, under such enticing rewards, regardless of how many pirates fell, the resolve of the remaining ones only strengthened. After all, the more who perished, the greater the share for the survivors. A day and night without sleep was a trivial matter. In fact, some even thought it advantageous if a few more succumbed, as it would increase their own fortunes. As the pirates quenched their thirst, gulping down the water without the luxury of boiling it first, they quickly resumed their chase towards Lin Tian. However, it wasn't long before Zhang Haoyong clutched his stomach, his face contorted in distress. Could the water have been tainted? The thought barely crossed his mind before he was compelled to relieve himself right then and there. Simultaneously, he hastily consumed several anti-inflammatory pills he had on hand. Almost immediately, the sound of distress echoed through the ranks of pirates, as nearly every one of those who had ingested the contaminated water succumbed to similar fates. Medicine. Quick, I need anti-inflammatory pills. One shouted. Damn it. How many do you need? Are there any left? The cries multiplied, revealing that not everyone had brought sufficient supplies. They had only a meager amount. clearly insufficient for over 80 pirates. After a round of affliction, they managed to pull their pants back up and continued forward, only to be besieged again within minutes. Over the next hour, many suffered multiple episodes, collapsing and losing consciousness, while others succumbed to dehydration, their strength utterly sapped. The once formidable band of pirates was now reduced to a state of weakness. A dozen or so had collapsed, unable to move. While those who had taken medication fared slightly better, those who had not were in a state of extreme frailty. "Lin Tian, damn you!" Zhang Haoyong shouted in furious despair, his eyes bloodshot, as if he could annihilate Lin Tian with his gaze alone. It was clear he had fallen into a trap. The water was undoubtedly compromised, and the footprints were a deliberate ruse by Lin Tian. But what good did that realization do now? They had already lost several men, and those incapacitated would face a grim fate. Even the remaining pirates were noticeably weakened. "Captain, should we continue the pursuit?" one pirate inquired. "Pursue. I must kill that bastard," Zhang Haoyong roared. His hatred for Lin Tian had reached a fever pitch, with only about 60 of the original 100-plus pirates still capable of action. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, accompanied by 3 girls, had traversed through a safe stretch of forest, devoid of large predators, with only minor insects present. As they emerged from the woods, the air grew colder, and they drew closer to the snow-capped mountains. Lin Tian felt buoyant. What did it matter if they entered the snow? He and the girls wore wolf fur coats, which, while not completely impervious to the biting winds, were far superior to the scant clothing worn by the pirates. "Look! So many elephants!" Su Sitong suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the left. Lin Tian turned to see a herd of elephants, numbering over a dozen. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. The lead elephant was flaring its trunk, its ears flapping intensely. "Run! The herd perceives us as intruders and is about to charge," he warned, taking off with urgency. The 3 girls, bewildered, nevertheless followed suit. Indeed, in the next moment, the herd trumpeted and charged towards Lin Tian's small group. The ground trembled as the elephants thundered forward. Lin Tian explained as they ran, advising the girls to make sharp turns, as elephants, heavy as they were, could only run in straight lines. They zigzagged through the trees, effectively dispersing the herd, ultimately turning the tables and stopping in their tracks, now just 20 or 30 meters from the elephants. "We need to hurry while the elephants are still disoriented. If they regroup, it will be too late," Chen Shuiyun urged anxiously. "Chase. The elephants have no idea where we are," Lin Tian replied, leaving the girls perplexed. "What do you mean? If the elephants didn't know where we were, why would they chase us? We were only 50 meters away, and they came after us. Now that we're closer, how could they possibly not know?" Chen Shuiyun queried, confused. Lin Tian chuckled softly, explaining, "Because elephants have poor eyesight, they rely on their sense of smell. However, they are particularly sensitive to scents carried by the wind, and much less so to those of bees. The wind was blowing our scent towards them, allowing them to detect us. Now that we have switched positions, we are effectively hidden from them." The girls were astonished by this revelation, marveling at the irony that despite the reduced distance, the elephants had lost track of them. Meanwhile, Su Sitong, who had been scanning the area with binoculars, alerted them to the approaching pirates. Their small group had always maintained a lookout, as the pirates also possessed binoculars. Failing to observe the enemy could reveal their whereabouts. Perfect. Let them play with the elephants for a while, Lin Tian thought, guiding the girls further toward the snowy mountains. He had resolved to end the lives of the remaining pirates, including Zhang Haoyong, amidst the icy peaks, ensuring they would be eternally entombed, never to rise again. Their pirate ship would ultimately become his prize, a means to return home. Zhang Haoyong, leading around 60 of his men, finally emerged from the forest. The air thick with the stench of their affliction. They had collectively suffered hundreds of bouts of diarrhea, rendering the entire area odorous. Yet, those who could still stand had regained their composure. After all, they were robust men with resilient constitutions, allowing a significant number to endure and emerge. However, they had barely stepped out when they were met with a devastating ambush. The wind in the forest carried their scent to the elephants, prompting the lead elephant to raise its trunk and flap its ears vigorously, causing the entire herd to charge towards the pirates. Holy cow! Open fire! The pirates, realizing the danger, turned to flee, yet they were unaware of the elephant's behavior. Running in a straight line was futile against such mighty creatures. Instantly, several pirates were trampled underfoot, crushed into the ground, meeting a gruesome fate. In the ensuing panic, the pirates finally remembered their firearms and began shooting at the elephants with great ferocity. One elephant in the front was riddled with bullets and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. However, this act only enraged the herd further, compelling them to continue their assault until the pirates retreated back into the jungle. "Damn those elephants! Why are they targeting me? Why don't you trample Lin Tian instead?" Zhang Haoyong bellowed at the sky, feeling the universe was terribly unjust. Why were the elephants aiding Lin Tian instead of helping him to crush Lin Tian? If Lin Tian were aware of his thoughts, he would simply state that knowledge alters fate. You know nothing. You don't even understand why the elephants trample you. Yet you foolishly expect their assistance. After the elephants' charge, Zhang Haoyong had lost over a dozen men, leaving him with just 50 pirates. Now, without needing Zhang Haoyong's command, the remaining pirates dashed out from another direction of the jungle, using binoculars to locate Lin Tian and his companions, and commenced their pursuit. With nearly half their number dead, the potential reward loomed larger, providing them no reason to retreat and accelerating their chase. The pirates even resorted to injecting themselves with illegal drugs to maintain their energy and alertness, allowing them to push forward relentlessly, even if it meant sleepless nights and gastrointestinal distress. However, as they advanced, Zhang Haoyong felt the temperature drop significantly. It was now barely above freezing. Clad only in a thin shirt, he and the remaining pirates were already breaking out in goosebumps. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had led 3 girls to the foot of the snow-capped mountain, where temperatures hovered near zero. He had long donned a thick wool fur coat. Are we really venturing into the snow-capped mountains? Chen Shuiyun expressed her reluctance. If it was already freezing at the base, the summit would undoubtedly be frigid, with temperatures plummeting well below zero, compounded by biting winds. What's there to fear? We have a coat. While those pirates are merely in their shirts, Lin Tian reassured. Lin Tian, I think I saw those pirates injecting themselves. Su Sitong exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Tian took the binoculars and exclaimed, good heavens, they're using performance-enhancing drugs. How much did Zhang Haoyong pay them? After using such substances, their perception of cold would diminish, but the damage to their bodies would not lessen. In fact, it could worsen, risking severe harm. Yet, the pirates were undeterred, prioritizing their pursuit of Lin Tian over their health. What was a little physical strain compared to the prospect of a substantial reward? They were all gambling with their lives, after all. However, the effect of the drugs was temporary. They had gone a day and a night without sleep, relying solely on the drugs to sustain them. But it wouldn't be long before they succumbed to exhaustion. If they want to play, then let us go into the snow-capped mountains for some fun. Lin Tian was confident he could annihilate the pirates in the treacherous terrain. Zhang Haoyong, having spotted Lin Tian's group through his binoculars, quickly followed suit as they entered the snowy mountains. The drugged pirates, feeling overheated, charged fearlessly towards the snow-capped peaks. The pathway was treacherous, with a slippery layer of snow covering the ground. Su Sitong nearly slipped and fell, but Lin Tian caught her just in time. Climbing like this is too dangerous. We need to make snowshoes. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work of chopping wood. Crafting snowshoes would allow them to ascend the mountain more effectively. Lin Tian gathered several flexible branches, bending them into a circular shape and binding them with a small rope Su Sitong had brought. Thus, they fashioned over 30 circular loops, securing 4 of them to the front and back of their shoes using hibiscus. This way, the shoes would gain significant traction on the snow. Each member of their small team now sported handmade snowshoes, which, although inferior to proper snow gear, were far better than nothing, ensuring they would no longer risk slipping down the mountainside. In stark contrast, Zhang Haoyong and his pirates were not so fortunate. They frequently heard cries as pirates tumbled down the mountain, some lightly injured and forced to restart their ascent, while others fell and lost consciousness upon hitting the ground. As the pirates climbed midway, they suddenly saw arrows raining down from above, causing panic. Many were struck in the head and instantly killed. Even those who were merely hit in the limbs fell due to the pain. They have bows and arrows. Quickly, take cover behind the trees. Shield up. The pirates shouted in alarm. Zhang Haoyong hastily hid behind several wooden shields, his expression darkening. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Tian's group would possess a ranged attack, albeit with bows and arrows instead of firearms. The arrows, tipped with pure iron, fell in a parabolic arc from the mountaintop, capable of piercing flesh with great force. After one volley, several pirates were either mortally wounded or rolled down the mountain to their doom. Zhang Haoyong, frustrated, refrained from counting the dead. He feared that the more he counted, the angrier he would become. His singular desire was to reach the summit, capture Lin Tian, and exact a gruesome revenge. On the expansive snowy summit, Lin Tian heard the cries for shields below and ordered the 3 girls to cease firing to conserve their arrows. They had used up a significant portion, but the sounds of anguish from below indicated their strategy was effective. If they could eliminate their adversaries one by one, it would be worth the cost of the arrows. Although the fired arrows were irretrievable, it mattered little. Opportunities for Lin Tian to strike were limited. The effective range of arrows could never rival that of firearms. Thus, in this rare moment of obscured vision, he would not squander the chance. Had the pirates not raised their shields, Lin Tian would have commanded the girls to unleash all their arrows in one breath. Breathless, The three girls panted heavily. Not from the climb, but from the adrenaline of having slain their foes. This experience bore immense psychological weight, although they could wield bows. They had never aimed to kill a living being before. Now, they had directly taken the lives of pirates, an indescribable sensation. Yet, their tension soon dissipated. A month ago, the girls would not have been so willing to step into danger, but after surviving on the deserted island for over a month, they had developed a primal instinct. Given that their enemies were intent on their demise, there was no reason to hold back. Moreover, since they had the advantage of surprise, Lin Tian and the girls shot blindly into the air, letting their arrows fall in a parabolic arc to strike their enemies below, thus alleviating some of the emotional burden. It's so cold. The girls and Lin Tian pressed onward, amidst the howling winds of the snowy expanse. Before the eyes, all was a swirling blizzard. The bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Had it not been for Lin Tian's insistence on donning wolf fur coats, they might not have endured even an hour on this snow-covered mountain. Such frigid conditions were ideal, for only in extreme environments could one utterly vanquish their foes. Lin Tian coldly surveyed the various hues of the ice veins before him, and a plan to annihilate the adversaries began to form in his mind. After a series of casualties, Zhang Haoyong finally led the remaining 50-odd pirates to the mountain summit. Upon reaching the peak and gazing out, he was met with a vast expanse of snow, and he immediately shivered, for he had not taken any stimulants. Unlike these desperate men, Zhang Haoyong yearned to preserve his life and return to the vibrant city to indulge. Who will lend me a coat? I'll pay $10,000. He exclaimed. Instantly, several pirates stripped off their garments to assist him, while others, not unwilling, simply lagged in speed. Zhang Haoyong now wore 5 or 6 layers of clothing. Despite their simplicity, such layers provided a modicum of protection against the biting winds. They're right ahead, pursue them, Zhang commanded. In the vast whiteness of the snowfield, Lin Tian and his companions were visible, yet closing the distance proved exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, the pirates were undeterred. Carrying ample supplies of drugs, whenever they felt fatigue or cold, they would administer more. Suddenly, Zhang Haoyong excitedly noticed he was nearing Lin Tian. If he could close the gap just a bit further, they would be within shooting range. Ha ha ha, they must be utterly disoriented, lost in this icy wasteland. Let us hurry. Zhang Haoyong, now fully aware of the situation, trembled with excitement at the thought of finally killing Lin Tian and subsequently having his way with the 3 women. Brother Lin. They seem to be catching up, Su Sitong said nervously, peering through binoculars. Our compass is frozen. The snowfield is so blindingly white that we can't tell which way is which. Sometimes we just go in circles. They have many compasses. It's only a matter of time before they catch up. Chen Shuiyun's nose was red from the cold, nearly dripping, yet she paid little mind to it, as the anxiety and fear nearly overwhelmed her. It was entirely normal to lose one's sense of direction in such a vast wide expanse. Even Lin Tian was not exempt. However, here, he could not rely on the sun, the stars, or flowing water. All methods he commonly used to discern direction were rendered useless. And the girls were acutely aware of this. Yet Lin Tian approached a rock covered in ice and snow, observing the ice pillars atop it. He immediately pointed to the left and declared, "That is south. We must continue in that direction to outmaneuver the pirates." The girls were left in astonishment. Brother Lin, how do you know that is south? They queried. Lin Tian indicated the ice pillars on the rock, explaining, "This is rime ice. When moisture in the air freezes, it forms pillars. The wind we encountered while ascending was from the north, and you can see how these pillars are tilted toward the south, can't you?" Their astonishment deepened. Lin Tian had once again unveiled a method to determine direction. The principle was remarkably straightforward. The ice pillars slanted southward, confirming the presence of the northern wind. It was as simple as that. Had Lin Tian not pointed it out, they would never have thought to use such a method. How many ways had Lin Tian devised to discern direction on this island? Even without a compass, they could navigate successfully. Along the path, they encountered several large rocks, each adorned with rime ice, allowing Lin Tian's small team to regain their sense of direction and maintain their distance from the pirates without entering their firing range. Blasted. Speed up. Zhang Haoyong realized the urgency of the situation. After enduring the bitter cold for 2 to 3 hours, he found himself unable to close the distance, which incited his impatience. He was freezing. Though he layered 5 or 6 garments, they provided less warmth than a single wolf fur coat. Furthermore, Zhang Haoyong understood that his band of pirates was relying on drugs to sustain them. They had but one more day to resolve this situation, or they would face utter ruin. The more anxious he became, the more furious he grew. As Lin Tian's group approached another steep snow slope, they halted at the sight of a massive ice crevice that seemed to split the mountain in two, vanishing into the distance. The girls peered down into the chasm. Swallowing hard, their fear of heights triggered. Below lay a dazzling blue ice, with layers of solid ice, the depth unknown. A fall would undoubtedly mean death. Look, there's an ice bridge over there. We can cross it. Chen Shuiyun exclaimed upon spotting a nearby ice bridge. If you wish to live, stand still. Lin Tian pulled her back. This bridge is exceedingly thin. We cannot risk stepping on it. We must find a narrower gap to jump across. The girls turned pale at the mention of the bridge's instability. This was no trifling matter. A fall would lead to a bottomless abyss, and they would not even know how they perished. Fortunately, the crevice had narrower sections, though it still measured over a meter wide. Under normal circumstances, this width would pose no issue for the girls, but the pressure of jumping over an abyss was entirely different. Moreover, the cold had numbed their limbs, and the icy ground provided little traction for a running jump. Close your eyes and charge forward. Jump when I say jump. Lin Tian, understanding the pressure weighing on the girls, took the responsibility upon himself. The girls needed only to trust Lin Tian completely, close their eyes, charge forward, and leap at his command. All the pressure rested on Lin Tian's shoulders. He held the fate of each girl in his hands. Should he misjudge the timing, he could send them into the abyss. I trust you, Chu Yanxi declared, ever the bravest among them. She was always willing to confront danger first. Successfully leaping across would ease the psychological burden on those who followed. Yet, Chu Yanxi did not close her eyes. She ran towards the icy crevice, determined to conquer her fear. After a sufficient distance, as she neared the chasm, she leapt high into the air, coinciding perfectly with Lin Tian's shout of jump. Chu Yanxi successfully cleared the crevice, landing firmly on the other side, confirming their timing was in sync. Seeing Chu Yanxi succeed emboldened Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong, though they dared not open their eyes, entrusting their fates to Lin Tian. Fortunately, Lin Tian bore the pressure, seizing the moment to command the two girls, ensuring they both jumped successfully. Lin Tian was the last to leap, doing so effortlessly. The group then began to ascend the snow slope. Despite their makeshift snow boots, the climb was arduous. They frequently slipped downwards, causing the girls to grow increasingly anxious. Through the telescope, they could see the pirates drawing near, poised to reach the glacier crevice. Just as Lin Tian's small team was about to reach the summit of the snowy slope, an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, Chen Shuiyun let out a startled scream. She had stepped onto a hardened ice surface, causing the layer of snow covering it to slide away, sending her tumbling down the slope. Oh no, the pirates were coming. Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong widened their eyes in alarm as they beheld the pirates. Now, just before the glacier crevice, while Chen Shuiyun had already rolled down, separated from them by the chasm, with no opportunity to escape. Though she had not sustained any injuries from rolling in the snow, when Chen Shuiyun rose, she saw Zhang Haoyong and his throngs of pirates less than 20 meters away, her face turning as pale as a sheet. Haha, Supervisor Chen, why don't you keep running? Zhang Haoyong laughed maniacally, brandishing a pistol aimed directly at her. Chen Shuiyun realized she had no chance of fleeing. At such a close distance, the multitude of guns could easily turn her into a sieve. She understood that she was still alive merely because they intended to capture her alive, chilling her to the bone and draining her color. In a moment of despair, Chen Shuiyun contemplated jumping into the glacier, thinking it would be a more straightforward end. However, her courage faltered, and the instinct for survival rendered her unable to leap into the abyss. Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong, witnessing the scene below the snowy slope, felt their eyes welling with tears. What to do? Lin Tian, can you save Shuiyun? The two girls placed all their hopes on Lin Tian, fully aware that such thoughts were selfish, given that Chen Shuiyun had found herself in dire straits. Lin Tian could not possibly rescue her without risking his own life. Yet, Lin Tian was their only remaining hope. Lin Tian, think of any method, even if it costs my life. If it truly cannot be done, then so be it. Chu Yanxi spoke with a heavy heart. This statement signified her reluctant acceptance of the possibility of abandoning Chen Shuiyun, her close friend since childhood, and the mere thought of it shattered her heart. However, she felt powerless, unable to compel Lin Tian to undertake the impossible, as it would effectively mean leading him to his demise. Despite the anguish within her, Chu Yanxi recognized the reality. Chen Shuiyun was nearly in the clutches of the pirates, and any attempt to rescue her would likely result in further loss of life. Su Sitong felt an unexpected sense of relief. She was greatly concerned that Chu Yanxi would insist on having Lin Tian descend to save her. She suddenly recognized her own thoughts as selfish, which filled her with shame. Yet, human nature often reveals itself in moments of life and death, illustrating what one truly values. Su Sitong could not deny that in her heart. Lin Tian held far greater significance than Chen Shuiyun. If there were a chance to save her, that would be one thing, but now they were cornered, and she was unwilling to see Lin Tian throw away his life in vain. Nevertheless, Su Sitong understood that such sentiments should remain unspoken. After all, it was Chu Yanxi who shared a closer bond with Chen Shuiyun. If she voiced such thoughts, it could irreparably damage her relationship with Chu Yanxi. Fortunately, Chu Yanxi was understanding and said that if it truly came to it, they would have to abandon Chen Shuiyun. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, recalling the scene he had witnessed while standing at the glacier's edge below. He felt there might be a way to take a risk. Unlike the girls, who were merely fearful of heights, Lin Tian had observed the various crevices beneath the glacier clearly. He devised a daring plan that might allow him to rescue Chen Shuiyun. Realizing it was perhaps their only chance. Do you see that tree line over there? Head in that direction, and I will meet you with Chen Shuiyun. Lin Tian pointed towards the opposite side of the snowy slope, where several hundred meters below lay a grove of trees on the glacier. The two girls were momentarily taken aback by his words. Su Sitong's heart sank, realizing Lin Tian was indeed going to attempt a rescue. Lin Tian, you. Chu Yanxi was overwhelmed with emotion, recognizing true friendship in adversity, yet felt a pang of guilt. If it truly cannot be done, don't force yourself. Let us give it a try, Lin Tian replied with a calm smile, easing the girl's worries slightly. Remember, regardless of what you hear, just head towards the tree line. I won't die. Take off your outer jackets and give them to me. After saying this, Lin Tian began to prepare. His rescue method was fraught with danger, but he still believed he had a good chance of survival. He just hoped he could save Chen Shuiyun. At that moment, the two girls felt no shame as they removed their inner garments for Lin Tian, caring little about the lack of clothing beneath their outer coats. Lin Tian tied the two white garments together, twisting them into a rope, which he secured around his waist. He then rolled snow into a large ice ball, securely fastening the other end of the rope to it before making his way down the snowy slope. Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong were uncertain of his intentions, but they knew they had to heed his instructions, turning to head in the opposite direction, their eyes unwittingly glistening with tears. Hey Chen, look, that little brat seems to be coming to rescue you, haha. Zhang Haoyong exclaimed, his excitement causing him to tremble as he saw Lin Tian descending the snowy slope. The long-awaited moment was finally at hand. His hatred for Lin Tian had reached its peak, and the thought of avenging his grievances made his breath quicken. Chen Shuiyun glanced back and saw Lin Tian slowly approaching down the slope, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes, yet her heart ached with worry. She realized she had fallen into a dire situation. Lin Tian coming down would likely mean his life was forfeit. Zhang Haoyong waved his hand, and his men raised their guns, excitement coursing through the pirates as they realized they were down to 50. Their mission was halfway complete, and $200,000 was within reach. The young man before them was merely a fish on the chopping block, and soon, the woman would be theirs as well. Without this young man, the other two fleeing women would eventually be captured as well. Lin Tian, however, descended with an air of tranquility, facing Zhang Haoyong's darkened gun barrels, and calmly stated, "Are you so eager to kill me that it won't suffice to end my life quickly?" Zhang Haoyong was momentarily taken aback. Was this something he should be saying? Did this brat not wish for a quick death, but rather to endure torment? However, this was precisely what Zhang Haoyong desired. Ha. You're quite clever. I assure you, I won't let you die so easily. Rest assured, I intend to break your limbs and slice your flesh piece by piece, forcing you to suffer in agony. Zhang Haoyong roared with a savage ferocity. These words tightened around Chen Shuiyun's heart, and in that moment, she felt immense guilt. It was all because of her foolishness. She had been so close to reaching the top yet had rolled down, dragging Lin Tian into this perilous situation alongside her. Reflecting on their past endeavors, she realized she was often the one holding them back, with Lin Tian rescuing her multiple times, nearly leading him to danger in the process. Unexpectedly, the final outcome revealed this worthless individual to be none other than himself. Chen Shuiyun couldn't help but burst into tears, her chest heaving violently. Zhang Haoyong and the pirates, upon witnessing Chen Shuiyun's exquisite figure, couldn't suppress their salivation. Haha, you little bastard, I won't let you die easily. I intend to toy with all three of these women right before your eyes, leaving you to watch helplessly as you meet a tragic end. Zhang Haoyong sneered wickedly. However, upon seeing Lin Tian remain unfazed and calm, a surge of uncontainable fury arose within him. He despised Lin Tian's demeanor, as if everything were under his control. Though he held their lives in his grasp, mere meat on a chopping block, how dare this dog show him such disrespect? Yet, the next moment, Lin Tian spoke up. But I'm quite curious, if you're so eager to kill me, how do you plan to exit this vast snowy mountain? If I am not mistaken, all your compasses should be broken by now, correct? Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoyong fell silent, his mouth agape in shock as he stared at Lin Tian, astonished that he had discerned even this detail. Lin Tian had simply seen through it. The pirates' pursuit had initially been a swift, straight line, but had slowed down considerably later, with some even straying off course, clearly indicating that their compasses had all frozen and malfunctioned. Now, if you spare my life, I can guide you out of the snow-capped mountains. You shouldn't doubt my ability to discern direction amidst the snow, should you? Otherwise, you would have caught up with me long ago. Lin Tian feigned a submissive demeanor. His intention in saying this was solely to stabilize Zhang Haoyong and prevent him from pulling the trigger. If this little beast were to shoot at his limbs to assert dominance, a wound in this frigid wilderness could prove perilous. How dare you negotiate with me? Zhang Haoyong felt his dignity once again provoked and immediately raised his gun, aiming it at Lin Tian. So what if Lin Tian had guessed correctly? He would first shatter the limbs of this little bastard before questioning his sense of direction. Hey, don't be impulsive. Firing a gun in the snowy mountains is an exceedingly dangerous act, Lin Tian shrugged, saying, the vibrations caused by gunfire in such a vast snowy expanse could very well trigger an avalanche. Do you see the snow slope behind me? Once an avalanche occurs, we would all perish here. What nonsense. You say an avalanche will happen just like that. Zhang Haoyong had already chambered a round, poised to pull the trigger. Chen Shuiyun immediately stood up, positioning herself in front of Lin Tian, exclaiming, what he says is true. The snow in these mountains has reached a precarious balance. Even the slightest disturbance could disrupt it, leading to a catastrophic avalanche. This remark caused Lin Tian to regard Chen Shuiyun with newfound admiration. He hadn't anticipated her understanding of such principles. Clearly, this young lady had engaged in winter sports like skiing from a young age and possessed some knowledge of the mountain's conditions. Just then, several blocks of ice and snow shifted down the slope, transforming from small snowballs into massive ones, a terrifying sight, though fortunately, it did not trigger a chain reaction. Zhang Haoyong's face turned ashen. He was furious, wanting nothing more than to shoot Lin Tian's limbs, yet he couldn't pull the trigger. Come here. I'll let you live if you allow me to sever your hands. Everything that has transpired will be forgiven. Zhang Haoyong snarled viciously. He was unable to contain the hatred within him and felt an urgent need to retaliate against Lin Tian. The notion of forgiving past grievances was merely a fade. He intended to mutilate Lin Tian's hands first. Once they escaped the snowy mountains, he would relish torturing Lin Tian. Zhang Haoyong's mind was filled with malicious thoughts. Hurry, otherwise, I'll shoot you dead. I don't believe an avalanche is a certainty. Lin Tian, feeling utterly helpless, walked towards Zhang Haoyong and the pirates, one hand gripping Chen Shuiyun. Stepping onto the ice bridge, Chen Shuiyun was taken aback. Hadn't Lin Tian previously forbidden her from stepping on the ice bridge? Their small group had jumped across it. Why was he now crossing it, especially after warning that it could collapse at any moment? You lot, grab that little wench. Zhang Haoyong commanded the pirates. His eyes fixated on Chen Shuiyun, intent on taking a moment to enjoy her before dealing with Lin Tian. The targeted pirates' eyes gleamed with excitement as they approached Chen Shuiyun, salivating at the prospect. Others, not specifically called upon, eagerly moved towards the ice bridge, eager to touch the beautiful woman. In that desolate expanse, such exquisite beauty was nearly impossible to find, and even if it were, it was beyond the reach of these pirates. With an opportunity at hand, who wouldn't seize it? Lin Tian, noting that Zhang Haoyong had not personally approached the ice bridge, felt a twinge of regret, wishing to take the little beast away this time. The pirates who had not yet advanced wore expressions of disappointment. Even a whiff of such a stunning woman would suffice. Yet, their envy quickly transformed into relief as a thunderous crack resounded from the ice bridge. Boom! The bridge splintered apart, sending the dozen pirates who had ventured onto it plummeting down, Lin Tian and Chen Shuiyun falling alongside them. The sudden sensation of weightlessness nearly caused Chen Shuiyun to scream. But she ultimately restrained herself. This moment, usually timid, brought her a sense of liberation. Facing a grim fate was less desirable than a swift demise. Though she regretted dragging Lin Tian into her predicament. The falling pirates screamed in madness, their cries fading into the depths of the canyon, ultimately replaced by the sickening sounds of splattering flesh. Zhang Haoyong was left in a daze, unable to fathom the sudden collapse of the ice bridge. A wave of fear coursed through him. Fortunately, he hadn't approached Lin Tian and Chen Shuiyun directly, suspecting that this little bastard was up to no good. However, hadn't he also fallen to his doom? The thought of Lin Tian's demise brought Zhang Haoyong a sense of relief, as if his entire being were invigorated, extending his lifespan by decades, though he lamented not being able to savor the pleasure of torturing him before his death. Losing such a beautiful woman without deriving any value from it was unacceptable. He vowed to make up for it with the other two women. We shall pursue the remaining two women. Everyone, follow me as we leap across. Zhang Haoyong shouted to the remaining pirates. Despite the loss of a dozen of their comrades, the survivors were filled with renewed determination. The more who perished, the greater the spoils for those who survived. To ensure Zhang Haoyong made it across safely, the pirates fashioned ropes from their clothing, securing them around his waist to facilitate his passage over the glacial crevice. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Zhang Haoyong's eyes widened in horror as he realized something terrifying. He then leaned over the edge of the crevice, peering down, and discovered that it was no illusion. Lin Tian had not fallen but was suspended in midair. Below, a large ice ball wedged into a narrow gap held Lin Tian aloft, and a rope fashioned from clothing secured him, preventing his fall. With one hand gripping Chen Shuiyun, both dangled precariously. In the next moment, Lin Tian kicked off the ice wall, using that force to swing Chen Shuiyun onto the ice surface below, freeing the rope and striding forward, disappearing from sight. I will kill your entire family. Zhang Haoyong felt as if his head would explode. His overwhelming fury nearly consumed all of his reason. To his astonishment, Lin Tian had come prepared this time, having secured a hockey puck to his waist to prevent a fatal fall. It felt as though a prize duck had flown away. Zhang Haoyong nearly coughed up blood, driven to the brink of insanity as he contemplated leaping into the crevasse below. The pirates hastily restrained him, exclaiming, "If you jump down, who will we turn to for money after spending days in this frigid wilderness?" One pirate immediately suggested, "Regardless of how many passages lie beneath the glacier, they must lead to a single exit. If we climb over this snowy slope and move forward, we can still catch them." Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoyong regained his composure. Indeed, although Lin Tian had fallen without injury, it was unlikely he would be able to climb back up unless, of course, he were a celestial being. "Pursue," Zhang Haoyong commanded, leading the pirates to ascend the snowy slope. Upon reaching the top, they spotted a forest several hundred meters below and the silhouettes of two women through binoculars, prompting an immediate chase. Within the glacier passage, Chen Shuiyun appeared as if reborn, scarcely believing she was still alive. Surrounded by pirates and having fallen through a fractured ice bridge into the crevice, yet emerging unscathed, it was all thanks to Lin Tian. She never anticipated such a clever solution and marveled at his ability to escape such perilous circumstances. Truly a miracle. Overcome with excitement, she impulsively jumped up and planted a kiss on Lin Tian's cheek. Realizing her indiscretion, Chen Shuiyun's face flushed crimson. Lin Tian chuckled, "Taking advantage of me? Just wait. I shall reclaim what is mine." Chen Shuiyun blushed even deeper, astonished that she, a dignified lady, had dared to kiss this junior employee. What did he mean by reclaiming? The thought sent her heart racing, having just escaped the clutches of death. "How did you conceive such a brilliant plan, using the hockey puck as a safeguard?" Chen Shuiyun inquired as they walked through the glacier passage. "This is merely a common survival technique. When traversing icy terrains, one should fasten a life rope around the waist, attaching a solid object to its end. If one were to accidentally fall into a crevice, that object could potentially lodge itself and save a life. I had observed the glacier's conditions beneath the ice bridge and noted several gaps suitable for trapping the hockey puck." "Thank you, Lin Tian." Chen Shuiyun expressed her heartfelt gratitude, realizing that while he spoke of it so casually, the execution was fraught with danger. The chances of success were undoubtedly slim, and he had risked his life for her. "Apologies are of little value. Show me your actions tonight." Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, grinning as he scrutinized Chen Shuiyun. She felt as if his gaze could see through her very soul, yet oddly, she did not find it unwelcome. Had it been anyone else, she would have wished to blind them with disdain. "Actual actions? What do you mean?" Chen Shuiyun felt a flutter in her heart, torn between maintaining her composure and her growing desire. Lin Tian's next words shattered her restraint. "The other day, I accidentally returned for my entrenching tool and noticed you seemed to be enjoying yourself quite a bit. Is it fair to play alone without inviting me? After all, I did save your life." His playful tone left Chen Shuiyun utterly speechless, her face nearly aflame. She had never thought he had witnessed that scene. Hadn't they already entered the forest? With the veil of pretense ripped away, what was left to say? Chen Shuiyun lowered her head, her cheeks aflame as she nodded. The thought of secretly observing Lin Tian and Su Sitong at night, imagining his impressive endowment entering her, sent shivers of excitement down her spine. How had she become so shameless? "Ah, Chen, the once mighty supervisor, must first kneel and apologize to me. Otherwise, I shan't entertain you," Lin Tian teased, advancing further. Chen Shuiyun's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Did he truly expect her to plead with him? "Am I such a person? Humph, I would never beg you." "You insolent little employee," she retorted, her indignation rising. The mere thought of having to kneel before this once despised junior ignited a thrilling sensation within her. How could she entertain such ideas? The image of herself before Lin Tian left her unsteady on her feet, as if she had stepped into a new realm of possibility. Suddenly, Chen Shuiyun let out a shriek. Ahead of them lay a skeleton on the ground. Trembling, she stammered, "Is this a pirate? You seem to have lost your senses. How could a pirate, who fell with us, have turned to a skeleton so swiftly? Did you consume his flesh?" Lin Tian retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Shuiyun. Upon inspecting the skeleton, he noted that its bones were desiccated and encased in a thick layer of ice, clearly having been deceased for quite some time. Were they explorers who once ventured to this island? Or was there once a resident here? Of course, explorers. How could anyone live on this island? Chen Shuiyun replied. I was merely musing aloud, never expecting you to provide the correct answer. You. Chen Shuiyun fumed. The skeleton still wears a partially intact sheepskin coat. It could belong to a wild beast, not necessarily an explorer, Lin Tian countered. Chen Shuiyun chuckled. Then what of us wearing wolf pelts? Are we to be considered the island's natives? This argument held some merit. Whatever. It matters not. Once we eliminate the pirates and seize their ship, we shall return home. Lin Tian dismissed the notion of exploring the island, for survival was his only concern. As for the skeleton, it could remain there, encased in ice for eternity. Meanwhile, at the base of the snowy slope, within a vast forest, Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong had arrived. The two girls frequently glanced back, hoping to catch sight of Lin Tian and Chen Shuiyun, but each attempt was in vain. Just moments ago, they noticed Zhang Haoyong leading the pirates in pursuit, prompting them both to silently weep, an ominous premonition stirring within them. Lin Tian, Shuiyun. Chu Yanxi wiped her eyes. It's all Chen Shuiyun's fault. If it weren't for her, Lin Tian wouldn't be in danger. This always happens. Su Sitong cried, covering her face. Chu Yanxi was taken aback by Su Sitong's emotional outburst, but she had no words to console her. The truth was undeniable. Chen Shuiyun had indeed caused trouble. Although they had previously escaped danger, it did not mean that feelings of resentment did not linger. As Chen Shuiyun's close friend, Chu Yanxi could suppress her emotions, but she could not expect Su Sitong to be as forgiving. On this deserted island, everyone understood that Lin Tian was their leader. Without him, survival was impossible. While it appeared that Chen Shuiyun only endangered Lin Tian, in reality, she had jeopardized the entire group. However, Chu Yanxi miscalculated slightly. She believed that Su Sitong's emotional outburst stemmed solely from a loss of hope for survival. This was only part of the truth, for deep within her heart, Su Sitong had developed profound feelings for Lin Tian. This emotional turmoil was the true catalyst for her breakdown, prompting her, usually so docile, to yell at Chu Yanxi. No. Little Su, Lin Tian and Chen Shuiyun may still be alive. Chu Yanxi suddenly made a decisive judgment. Su Sitong, who had been crying with her face buried in her hands, widened her eyes in shock. What do you mean by that? If Zhang Haoyong were to unleash his wrath, he would likely target Lin Tian, not Chen Shuiyun. Yet, the absence of Chen Shuiyun from their ranks suggested that both Lin Tian and Chen Shuiyun had evaded capture. Su Sitong quickly scanned the surroundings, and indeed, through the telescope, there was no sign of Chen Shuiyun. As Zhang Haoyong drew nearer, his face twisted in a grotesque rage became clearer. If he had brutally avenged himself on Lin Tian and tormented Chen Shuiyun, why was he still seething with anger? Perhaps Lin Tian truly was still alive. A flicker of hope ignited within Su Sitong. What we must do now is hide, ensuring the pirates do not capture us while we wait for Lin Tian to appear. He promised to meet us at Lin Muxian, and I believe Lin Tian will keep his word, Chu Yanxi asserted. Yes. Su Sitong nodded emphatically. Internally, she reminded herself, Su Sitong, you must not become a hindrance to brother Lin Tian by falling into the pirates' hands, nor can you be a liability like that Chen Shuiyun. Just as Su Sitong finished her self-admonishment, she stepped on a patch of ice, twisting her ankle painfully and collapsing to the ground, her ankle swelling immediately. Overwhelmed by the throbbing pain, she cursed herself for faltering at such a critical moment. I am utterly useless. She struck her own face in frustration. Chu Yanxi grasped Su Sitong's hands and earnestly said, Don't do that. We are a team, and I will help you walk. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. Su Sitong, supported by Chu Yanxi, stood up with red-rimmed eyes. Although she had regretted expressing her discontent towards Chen Shuiyun almost immediately, words once spoken were like water poured out, impossible to retrieve. To her surprise, Chu Yanxi did not scold her, which touched Su Sitong's heart. Chu Yanxi smiled. It was only natural to feel a surge of emotion in such a desperate situation, and she bore no grudge against Su Sitong's words, especially since there was some truth to them. Chen Shuiyun had indeed been rather careless. Yanxi, you go ahead. It's too slow for you to carry me. Su Sitong turned to see the pirates closing in rapidly. They were advancing at full speed, and her inability to walk on one leg would only impede Chu Yanxi, making them far slower than the pirates, who would soon catch up. Enough talking. If I were to go alone, it would mean our team is completely shattered, and none of us would survive. With a firm grip on her knife, Chu Yanxi's expression hardened. She was not a coward like Chen Shuiyun. The thought of being captured by the likes of Zhang Haoyong and the pirates filled her with an unyielding resolve to end her own life should it come to that. All right. Su Sitong nodded resolutely. Though she appeared timid, a fierce determination simmered within her. She would rather take her own life than be captured by the pirates. With this realization, the two girls felt a weight lift from their hearts, as if they had shed all their inner burdens. At this point, fearing the inevitable was futile. The pirates were surrounding them, and Chu Yanxi understood that carrying Su Sitong would be impossible. They needed to find a place to hide. Spotting a densely branched area with a nearby cave, Chu Yanxi hurriedly approached, using branches to cover the cave entrance while leading Su Sitong around to the back. The sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer, almost echoing in their ears. The two girls, armed with military knives, pointed the blades at each other's throats. Despite their resolve to face death, no one truly wished to perish if even a glimmer of hope remained. As Zhang Haoyong reached the cave entrance, he immediately swatted the branches aside, only to find it empty. Clearly, Chu Yanxi's ruse had succeeded. She had disguised the cave to mislead Zhang Haoyong into thinking they were hiding inside, when in fact, they had circumvented to the rear. Zhang Haoyong, just a few steps away from discovering their location, muttered, "I think I saw a shadow moving this way." He prepared to sneak around to the back of the cave for a closer look. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in the forest, capturing the attention of Zhang Haoyong and the pirates. "Over there," one of the pirates shouted, pointing toward the sound. "It's not far from our position." Zhang Haoyong immediately commanded, "Pursue." He was unaware of who had caused the explosion, as Lin Tian's small team had scattered. He and Chen Shuiyun were together, while Su Sitong and Chu Yanxi were together. Regardless of which duo had made the noise, Zhang Haoyong was determined to capture them. Swiftly redirecting his men toward the sound, gasping for breath, Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong opened their eyes and lowered their knives. Their faces glistening with beads of sweat despite the cold surroundings. They had been tense to the extreme. Zhang Haoyong was now less than 10 steps away from discovering them. In such a perilous moment, who could remain calm? Though the two girls had prepared for death, they both wished to live, clinging to even the slightest hope. After the tension subsided, they exchanged glances and saw mutual exhilaration reflected in each other's eyes. The explosion could only mean one thing. Lin Tian and Chen Shuiyun were still alive. Although Zhang Haoyong was unaware of who had set off the blast, Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong knew it was Lin Tian's dust bomb. Though most had been detonated inside a room, he had managed to bring two along. "Let us go find brother Lin Tian," Su Sitong exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Chu Yanxi shook her head. "No, we must stay here and remain still. This is the safest place. Zhang Haoyong just checked it, and he won't return. If we venture out, we risk being captured. But how will brother Lin Tian find us? What if he gets caught by the pirates while searching for us?" Su Sitong voiced her concerns. The Linmuxian jungle was vast. Finding someone within it would be a daunting task. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yanxi said, "Hand me your mirror. I'll give it a try." Su Sitong retrieved her small mirror and handed it to Chu Yanxi. Holding it up to the sunlight, Chu Yanxi angled the reflective surface toward the snowy slope and quickly swept it in a circle before putting it away. This action was somewhat risky, as the pirates could potentially spot them. However, the pirates had just turned their backs, minimizing the chance of detection. The purpose was clear, to use the mirror's reflection to signal Lin Tian's location, as he and Chen Shuiyun must have just descended from the snowy slope, facing this way. Whether he saw the glimmer of light was uncertain, and she dared not attempt another reflection, fearing the pirates might catch sight of her. Fortunately, Chen Shuiyun noticed a flash in her eyes. Just now, the sunlight was blinding. "By the way, why are you wasting dust bombs? There are only two left. And you're tossing them around carelessly." Chen Shuiyun spoke to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, disinterested in explaining to the girl that this was to attract the pirates' attention, ignited the dust bomb and hurled it with all his strength in another direction. He then immediately took Chen Shuiyun and sprinted for a considerable distance, ensuring they were far from the explosion site. When the pirates arrived, they would naturally be even further away. "You just said the sunlight became suddenly blinding? Which direction?" Lin Tian suddenly grasped a crucial piece of information. Chen Shuiyun pointed and said, "That way." "You really have a pig's brain. That's Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong signaling." Lin Tian exclaimed before instantly racing toward the direction Chen Shuiyun indicated. She hurriedly followed, her heart brimming with excitement, realizing that the entire team was safe and had not been captured. After walking for about half an hour toward the light, Lin Tian saw Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong emerge from behind the rocks. The three girls immediately embraced in a joyful reunion, a feeling of survival after calamity. Lin Tian naturally joined in the merriment, squeezing in among the girls, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their presence. Although two of them felt less pronounced, he tolerated it, fearing that a display of discontent might lead to him being harmed by Chu Yanxi. They recounted their experiences, and upon hearing that Lin Tian had rescued Chen Shuiyun in such a perilous manner, both girls involuntarily broke into a cold sweat, realizing how high the risks had been. A single misstep could have led to a disastrous fall. When Chen Shuiyun learned that it was Lin Tian who had thrown the dust bomb to divert the pirates, nearly capturing Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong, she too felt a chill run down her spine, relieved that Lin Tian had acted decisively. The small team cautiously ventured into the jungle, not only to guard against potential wild beasts, venomous insects, and snakes, but also to remain vigilant against pirates, striving to keep their voices down. After wandering in the jungle for a while, they found themselves surrounded by trees that all appeared quite similar. Which way should we go next? The moment of losing direction had arrived again, with neither sun nor stars visible and no water. Even the icy frost from the wind had vanished. The girls felt utterly lost. However, Lin Tian gazed upward at the sky, observing the birds seemingly flying aimlessly. He focused on a few long-tailed birds, tracking their flight direction. He noticed these long-tailed birds flying toward the left front. If we head left, we can reach the seaside, Lin Tian declared. The girls looked at him in confusion. How did you determine that? Chen Shuiyun, now a curious child, was not questioning him but genuinely intrigued by how he could deduce their direction just by observing the birds. I specifically watched those long-tailed birds. They usually do not linger over islands. After drinking water, they will promptly return to the ocean skies. Following the direction of these long-tailed birds will either lead us to a water source or to the coast, Lin Tian explained. The girls were completely convinced. Although they could not pinpoint the exact direction, knowing the coast location was sufficient, allowing them to consistently move in that direction through the forest. Let the pirates wander in circles within the jungle. Lin Tian was not anxious. He had previously used binoculars on the snowy slope to survey the distance, where he identified a spot suitable for eliminating the pirates, located not far from the coastline. Thus, by following the path of the long-tailed birds, they would reach the designated place for confronting the pirates. After several hours of walking, the girls began to tire. They had consumed all their water and were extremely hungry. And nightfall had arrived. Let us rest here for the night. It's at least warmer than outside, Lin Tian suggested. The darkness made it unwise to continue their journey. Although they were still in a freezing environment, Lin Tian spotted a promising location for foraging for food. Before them lay a vast ice lake, its surface thickly frozen, with a vibrant blue stream flowing beneath, clearly connected to the pond outside the jungle. By breaking through the ice, they could access drinking water and even catch fish. This would resolve both their hunger and thirst. Lin Tian remarked on the ice surface. Drinking water is not an issue, but you can catch fish from underneath? How is that possible in such cold water? Chen Shuiyun responded incredulously. There are indeed fish that are unbothered by the cold. You worry too much about the fish. Lin Tian replied, rolling his eyes before starting to carve a circular hole in the ice with a spade. After extracting the water, he lit a fire along the tree trunk and placed the ice water over the flames to heat it. Even without the lake, they could obtain water by melting the snow on the ground, although snow might harbor bacteria and was not entirely safe. Thus, drinking flowing water was preferable. As he heated the water, Lin Tian turned over a decaying tree and discovered it teeming with maggots. Ugh! The girls were revolted by the sight of the writhing maggots, nearly retching. Yet, Lin Tian simply scooped a handful and tossed it into the ice hole, effectively creating bait to attract the fish beneath the ice. One needed to provide food, and at that moment, the only available food was those maggots. Decaying trees typically harbored such larvae and other insects. In fact, these insects are high in protein and non-toxic, so in dire situations, one could consume maggots and centipedes. However, it had not yet come to that. Lin Tian himself would not eat them, let alone the girls. Forcing them to eat insects would be tantamount to a death sentence for them. After casting the maggots into the icy water, it wasn't long before fish began to approach. The water was exceptionally clear, allowing them to see the nutritious cod swimming near. The girls' appetites were piqued at the sight of several cod. But how could they catch fish without hooks? There were no fish nets here. Would they have to catch fish with their bare hands? Lin Tian quickly cut down a withered bamboo stalk, using his military knife to split one end into a cross shape. The originally slender bamboo transformed into 4 sharp prongs, which he aimed at the cod in the ice water. In a flash, Lin Tian struck. This simple fish spear pierced through the body of a cod, effortlessly hoisting it onto the ice. The girls erupted in applause at his skill. The commotion frightened away the other cod, but that was no concern. Fish had short memories and would soon return. As long as there was bait scattered, they would come back. Here, there was no shortage of maggots. Countless larvae thrived beneath the bark of any decaying tree. Lin Tian cast handfuls of maggots into the water, attracting numerous fish, including various species that thrived in cold waters. Of course, Lin Tian's spear was not infallible. His actual hit rate was only about 1 in 3, which was still impressive. After about half an hour of exertion, he finally caught 4 fish, enough for each member of the small team. He disposed of the innards in the ice water, allowing the whole to freeze over once more. The cleaned fish were then skewered with branches and roasted over the fire. These fish were inherently tender, cooking quickly even without seasoning, delightfully salty and juicy. After a long day of travel in the freezing cold and experiencing a series of harrowing events, everyone was exhausted physically and mentally. Grabbing the roasted fish, they feasted heartily, savoring their hard-earned meal. Even the usually demure Chu Yanxi was now voraciously consuming grilled fish to replenish her energy. Having traversed the precipice of life and death, she had grown indifferent to many things, such as her appearance. Surviving was of utmost importance. After finishing her meal, the sky darkened. Lin Tian extinguished the campfire and marked his territory nearby, only to notice a flickering light in another part of the forest, confirming the location of Zhang Haoyong and his group. With this knowledge, the enemy was out in the open while they remained hidden. Allowing everyone to sleep a little more soundly, though they still took turns keeping watch, vigilance was paramount. When it was Chen Shuiyun's turn to keep watch, she found Lin Tian staring intently at her. A shiver ran down her spine, and an indescribable sensation surged within her, recalling the words exchanged earlier in the glacier tunnel. At this critical moment, I shall conserve my strength, Lin Tian chuckled softly. Chen Shuiyun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, grateful that he was not contemplating her demise today. However, deep down, she felt a vague sense of loss, as conflicting emotions enveloped her. Chen Shuiyun gasped. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Fearing that she might awaken the other two girls, she clamped her mouth shut, struggling to breathe. Chen Shuiyun, where is your former arrogance? Lin Tian chuckled, nearly provoking a shriek from her, her face practically burning with humiliation. Apologize. I want tea. You little employee. Before she could finish, Lin Tian pulled her close, bringing her beside the sleeping Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong. Director Chen, what will happen if I wake them? Will you apologize? Lin Tian laughed, evidently relishing the situation. This woman had always been so haughty at work, treating her subordinates with disdain, barking orders as if they were mere dogs. There was never praise for good performance, but she was quick to unleash her wrath when things went awry. Chen Shuiyun had often mocked Lin Tian, belittling him for being a mere worker, as if granting him a job was a favor. Such words lingered vividly in Lin Tian's memory. Yes, I'm sorry. Chen Shuiyun buried her face, wishing to disappear into the ground. This was an immense humiliation. Yet, paradoxically, this mortifying episode ignited a strange thrill within her. A simple apology won't suffice. Weren't you always calling me a dog? If you bark like one now, I shall forgive you, and our past grievances will be forgotten. Lin Tian teased. You. Chen Shuiyun's cheeks burned crimson, feeling as if she would bleed from embarrassment. This man wanted her to bark like a dog. Will you do it? I will. Good girl, obedient. Lin Tian released her, pointing to the ground. An apology requires sincerity. Chen Shuiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. It felt as though a demon whispered insidiously in her ear, compelling her to kneel and bark twice. The moment she did, a mental barrier shattered within her. Her mind went blank. Good girl. Lin Tian patted her head, thoroughly pleased with her reaction. Who would have thought this pampered young lady could so completely abandon her principles? In the future, there would be plenty of fun on the high seas, provided they could vanquish the pirates and reclaim their ship. Thus, Lin Tian suppressed his impulses, recognizing that he must conserve his strength for the day ahead. At that moment, Chu Yanxi suddenly opened her eyes, sleepily stating, I think I heard barking. Could there be danger? Chen Shuiyun, in a panic, hurriedly tucked herself deeper into her wolf fur coat, wishing to vanish into the ground at her friend's words. Yes. A little mutt passed by and left a mark before running off. Go back to sleep. Chen Shuiyun's scalp prickled. Did she just refer to herself as a little mutt? How much she longed to be called that again. Chen Shuiyun felt her mind slipping into madness, quickly shutting her eyes to force herself to rest. If she let her thoughts wander any further, she feared she would perish here. Oh, I need to relieve myself. Chu Yanxi rose and wandered into the nearby thicket, ready to take her turn at watch. The sky was nearing dawn. She intended to let everyone rest a bit longer before setting out. Lin Tian, feeling fatigued and unrest, prepared to steal a few more moments of sleep. Yet, soon after, a sharp crack echoed. Plop. Followed by the sounds of splashing water and Chu Yanxi's scream. Instantly, Lin Tian sprang to his feet. Chen Shuiyun, who had not truly been asleep, quickly rose, her rosy complexion now replaced by worry, and even Su Sitong was roused by the commotion. Lin Tian hurried towards the source of the noise, his pupils narrowing as he beheld the shattered ice. Chu Yanxi had fallen into the frigid waters, her face now ghostly pale. She had wandered onto the ice while distracted, stepping on a weak spot that gave way beneath her. Yanxi, Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong were frantic, rushing to help, but Lin Tian stopped them. Don't approach. The ice is too thin. If you go, you'll all fall in, and that would spell disaster. Right now, we can still think of a way to rescue only Chu Yanxi. If all three women fall into the icy depths, even I would be powerless to assist. Lin Tian retrieved the makeshift rope he had previously fashioned from clothes, tossing it towards Chu Yanxi, but it fell short by several feet. Chu Yanxi thrashed about in the icy water. Calm down. Stay composed. Lay your upper body on the ice and inch forward like before when Su Sitong fell into the swamp. His instructions aimed to increase the surface area of her body against the ice, distributing the weight to prevent further collapse while providing leverage to pull herself up. As Chu Yanxi's body temperature plummeted, the icy water enveloping her caused her teeth to chatter. Yet, she steadied herself, driven by sheer willpower, moving slowly, though her limbs were becoming numb. Following Lin Tian's guidance, she lay flat against the ice, mimicking a seal as she inched closer to the rope. Crack. Just then, the ice let out another ominous snap, and the entire area shattered. Chu Yanxi felt a jolt of fear. In that perilous moment, summoning her formidable will, she lunged forward. Finally grasping the rope, Lin Tian swiftly pulled her up onto the bank, discarding his damp wool fur coat. Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong were eager to strip off their own garments to cover Chu Yanxi, but Lin Tian halted them. He laid Chu Yanxi flat in the snow, rubbing her down to generate warmth. Chu Yanxi trembled violently, her body numb from the cold. She could hardly perceive Lin Tian's hands on her. But she looked at him with a mixture of confusion and trust. Lin Tian, what are you doing? Sister Yanxi has become so cold. Yet you still apply snowflakes to her? Chen Shuiyun, flustered with concern, wished to intervene and stop Lin Tian. Su Sitong quickly restrained Chen Shuiyun, asserting that Tian Gu must have his reasons for such actions. Lin Tian earnestly wiped Chu Yanxi with the dry snow, explaining that it was extremely arid, akin to powder that could absorb moisture. If he simply dressed her, she would remain drenched and to no avail. Indeed, after applying the dry snow, Chu Yanxi's shivering subsided significantly. Although her surface remained icy, she felt a resurgence of sensation. At that moment, Lin Tian unfastened his wolf fur coat and enveloped Chu Yanxi within it, their bodies pressed closely together. Chu Yanxi's face flushed crimson, utterly unprepared for Lin Tian's bold action. Do you think your already hypothermic body can warm itself? As if I relish holding you like this. You're nothing but a giant ice cube. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Chu Yanxi pouted. Though she recognized the truth in his statement, embarrassment washed over her. It was her first experience of such intimate contact with a boy. Even though they merely pressed against each other for her safety, it was undeniably awkward. As Lin Tian's warmth gradually enveloped her, a wave of gratitude surged within Chu Yanxi. If not for him, she would likely have perished in the icy waters. Voices seemed to emanate from a distance. Captain Zhang Haoyong. Quickly, surround them. This time, we must capture them all. Just then, the clamoring and footsteps of Zhang Haoyong and his pirates reached their ears, startling the small group. It appeared that Chu Yanxi's fall into the frigid water had caused quite a commotion, awakening the pirates who now pursued them. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Chu Yanxi lamented, filled with guilt. Stop lamenting, and let's go. You three are all equally at fault, Lin Tian retorted, hoisting Chu Yanxi onto his back while calling for Su Sitong and Chen Shuiyun to flee. Fortunately, the dawn light had broken, illuminating the path ahead. Otherwise, navigating through the darkness would have been perilous. As morning arrived, birds flocked to the island for water, predominantly flying in one direction from the sea. Thus, by following the flight of the birds, they could reach the place where the pirates met their doom. The Blue Hole. Lin Tian could not yet see the Blue Hole, as they were still some distance from the coastline. Previously, he had observed the terrain from a snowy slope, allowing him to discern the landscape below. However, as long as he knew the direction, they would inevitably arrive. After traversing through the jungle for over an hour with the three girls, they noticed the trees thinning out until they emerged from the forest, ascending into a vast expanse of ice and snow. Zhang Haoyong, trailing closely behind with his pirates, spotted Lin Tian and the others entering the icy plains and bellowed in a rage to pursue them. The last few days had been tormenting for Zhang Haoyong. He believed he was toying with Lin Tian, but in reality, he was the one being played. After 2 days of chasing, he had gained nothing, with half of his men lost, yet he remained unable to catch Lin Tian, who effortlessly led him astray. As Zhang Haoyong ordered his pirates to use binoculars to locate Lin Tian, the startled cries of 2 girls suddenly caught his attention, honing in on their position. Pursue, he commanded, leading his crew toward the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, within a blue, icy cave, Su Sitong and Chen Shuiyun clutched their chests, wide-eyed at Lin Tian's unexpected slap to their backsides. Lin Tian, what are you doing? They stammered, bewildered by his sudden action. Chu Yanxi, perched on Lin Tian's back, gasped as he playfully pinched her, blushing fiercely in response. In such a life-and-death situation, how can you be so mischievous? Chu Yanxi admonished. Lin Tian, this is dangerous. We were already escaping them. Your antics will only draw the pirates closer. The 3 girls were now quite upset. Aware of Lin Tian's playful nature, yet never expecting such behavior in a critical moment. I intend to attract the pirates. Only if you scream naturally can we draw them in. Do you understand? Otherwise, it would seem insincere, Lin Tian stated with conviction. His intention to lure the pirates was genuine, but the latter part of his statement was merely a jest, given Zhang Haoyong's current fury. Any cries from the girls would surely prompt him to chase without a second thought, regardless of their authenticity. However, such words managed to astonish the girls, who initially believed Lin Tian was merely being inappropriate, when in truth, he aimed to attract the pirates. Why would we want to draw the pirates to us? Isn't it better to escape? Su Sitong asked, nursing her sore backside. Am I fleeing? I plan to eliminate them all. Lin Tian chuckled. He never viewed himself as prey. Rather, he considered himself the hunter. Who says that the pursuers are the hunters? Only those who emerge victorious are the true hunters. Since Lin Tian intended to reclaim the pirate ship, he knew he must first eliminate all the pirates, leaving no future threats behind. Furthermore, did Zhang Haoyong truly believe he was the only one capable of pursuing him? Did he think Lin Tian would remain passive? This time, it was imperative to resolve this matter once and for all. But Tian Go, they have guns. How can we possibly defeat them? Su Sitong voiced her concerns, noting the stark disparity in firepower between the two sides. Have I not fought them before? Did I not manage to wipe out half of their numbers? Lin Tian shrugged, gesturing toward the massive blue cave behind them. What is the blue hole? It is a natural tunnel formed by blue ice on a glacier, known for its remarkable strength. Blue ice is the most resilient type of ice. However, once cracks appear within this naturally occurring blue ice, it becomes exceedingly fragile, susceptible to collapse with the slightest tremor. Upon closer inspection, this icy tunnel was indeed marred by fine cracks resembling a spider's web, indicating it could collapse at any moment. Remove your shoes and cross one by one. Remember, do not make a sound while traversing the tunnel. Lin Tian instructed the girls, leading the way as he carefully carried Chu Yanxi across the blue hole. The biting cold pierced through his feet, but he bore it, knowing that going barefoot minimized vibrations and allowed for a slower, quieter passage. This was the only route forward. They had to navigate through the glacier tunnel. Thus, Lin Tian had to use this blue hole to confront the enemy while exercising utmost caution. Should he inadvertently cause the tunnel to collapse, it would spell doom for them all. After carrying Chu Yanxi past the blue hole, Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong approached. Their delicate little feet turned crimson from the cold. They hurriedly put on their shoes upon arrival. Can you let me down? Chu Yanxi felt somewhat guilty, as if she alone had escaped the chill. Your clothes are still wet. Do you want to freeze into a popsicle? Lin Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. In such frigid conditions, running around without clothes would be tantamount to courting death, and wearing wet clothing only invited a quicker demise. Thus, carrying Chu Yanxi was the most prudent choice. After all, she was not heavy, and her presence posed no significant burden to Lin Tian. His warmth could envelop her, and now that she had regained her heat, their closeness provided even more comfort. Lin Tian harbored no ulterior motives. After all, having Chu Yanxi draped over his back evoked little sensation. The entire small team successfully traversed the blue hole, thankfully without any sudden collapses. Lin Tian took out the last dust bomb and positioned it at the edge of the blue hole. He tore off a thread from Chu Yanxi's clothing, pulling out a line several dozen meters long. After twisting these threads together, he fashioned a very long fuse, which could be ignited instantly after soaking in alcohol. He always carried a bottle of high-concentration vodka. Such a potent incendiary was indispensable. My chest binder. Chu Yanxi fumed. You could have pulled a thread from my short sleeves, yet you chose to dismantle my binder instead. What do you mean by that? Shuiyun and Su have already lost their undergarments, and now you want to deprive me of mine as well? Chu Yanxi could not help but indulge in the most absurd thoughts about Lin Tian. Surely, he must be doing this deliberately. However, a sense of pride crept into her heart. It seemed this fellow had merely pretended not to notice her assets. If Lin Tian were aware of Chu Yanxi's thoughts, he would surely be amused, for her self-importance was quite excessive. In truth, Lin Tian had no inappropriate intentions. He simply dismantled a piece of clothing, and her chest binder, made of high-quality ice silk, was particularly easy to remove. The line extended several dozen meters away, tucked behind a large rock. Lin Tian and the three girls took cover behind the boulder, which could shield them from gunfire. Not long after, Ming Tian, who had been observing through binoculars, spotted the pirates approaching. Zhang Haoyong led over 50 men running towards them, but upon reaching the tunnel's entrance, he immediately retreated. This beast is quite cautious, Lin Tian scoffed. Having previously engaged in numerous encounters with Lin Tian, Zhang Haoyong was no longer reckless. He understood that any minor variable on this deserted island could become Lin Tian's weapon. Although the tunnel appeared unremarkable, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. The pirates, however, were oblivious to such concerns. Their minds were consumed by the prospect of a bounty worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they rushed into the tunnel. The tunnel could accommodate over 20 people. And as Lin Tian watched the pirates enter one by one, Zhang Haoyong still hesitated at the entrance. There was no choice but to ignite the fuse immediately. If he waited until all the pirates reached the tunnel's mouth, they would spot the dust bomb on the ground. With a swift motion, he ignited the fuse. This was no slow-burning wick. The entire length had been soaked in alcohol, and although it appeared to be several dozen meters long, it would ignite in an instant. Bang! In the next moment, the pirates, still unaware of what was transpiring, heard a loud explosion echoing from the tunnel's end, which would amplify dramatically within the cavern. Haha. Does that little brat think a mere glass bottle can stop us? I expected dozens of bottles to explode like before, now that would have some power. But this single bottle? What good is it? Their laughter was raucous and derisive, as if the dust bomb was but an ant compared to their genuine grenades. The sound of the explosion reverberated, causing the cracks within the blue hole to spread further, revealing a fissure on the surface. The pirates' boisterous laughter and the vibrations of their footsteps acted as the final straw, leading to the collapse of the already precarious ice tunnel. Suddenly, it was as if the mountains had crumbled and the earth had split open. The immense blue hole collapsed, layers of thick ice cascading down, turning into a heap of shattered fragments, with snow and ice swirling in the air. As the mist cleared, the once solid ice tunnel vanished, replaced by a mound of broken ice blocks. The 20 or so pirates who had been inside the tunnel were now entirely untraceable, destined to be eternally buried beneath the icy ruins, unable to utter a sound until their last breath. Zhang Haoyong stood before the mound of broken ice, utterly stupefied, nearly incapable of believing his eyes. How could such a seemingly impregnable tunnel collapse in an instant? A chill of cold sweat trickled down his back. Thankfully, he had held back and not entered first, for otherwise, he would have perished. That little brat Lin Tian was indeed incredibly dangerous. The remaining pirates were gripped by fear. Was this not terrifying? Several tons of shattered ice descending, even a deity could be crushed. They were relieved not to have been foolish enough to charge ahead. After a moment of relief, the remaining pirates felt an even greater surge of excitement. With 20 or so pirates gone, the remaining few could split the 10 million bounty, each receiving over $400,000. The pirates gave no thought to the fact that Zhang Haoyong had already lost 3/4 of his men. They still believed Lin Tian and the 3 women were merely prey on a chopping block. This was the confidence afforded by their firearms. Even if 70 men had perished, what of it? As long as they seized the opportunity, a single burst could eliminate Lin Tian. Brothers, that little brat has little left in him. I saw him on the snowy slope. Beyond this area lies only a barren volcano. Cross the volcano, and we reach the sea. At that point, he will have nowhere to escape. We will turn him into a sieve, and then have our fun with those 3 women. The pirates erupted into raucous cheers, their eyes gleaming with crimson fervor. Not only was there a bounty worth hundreds of thousands, but there were also women to enjoy, those 3 exquisite women. Such gems were irreplaceable on this desolate island, impossible to procure even with wealth. Lin Tian, accompanied by the 3 girls, pressed onward, just as Zhang Haoyong had indicated. After leaving this area, they encountered a modest volcano. There was no molten lava spewing forth, as it seemed the eruption had yet to come, however. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur. As they advanced, the temperature gradually rose, no longer plunging into the frigid depths, but hovering just below freezing. Much to the delight of the girls, they had expected the proximity to a volcano to be particularly frightening, conjuring images from films of molten lava erupting. Yet it merely appeared as an ordinary hill, albeit with an unpleasant odor in the air. Nevertheless, it was a significant improvement over the bone-chilling cold. Lin Tian gazed at a small stream cascading down the mountainside, his eyes brimming with excitement. Quickly, let us find the hot springs. The air is thick with the scent of sulfur, and with flowing water, it must mean there are natural hot springs up in the mountains. His exhilaration was palpable as he realized that he finally had the last element needed to create his destructive weapon. Finding the hot springs was now of utmost importance. Earlier, from the snowy slope, he had been unable to see what lay atop the volcano, but he was confident that following this stream would lead him to the source. Hot springs. Oh my, can we really bathe in this place? I've been freezing for days. A soak would be absolutely delightful. Chen Shuiyun teased. Who would have thought Lin Tian would want a bath? Aren't you afraid of the cold? Lin Tian dismissed her with a wave. He would deal with her later when they returned to the beach. The group followed the water, ascending the volcano, and upon reaching the summit, they were greeted by wisps of steam rising from natural hot springs nestled at the peak, transforming the entire volcano into a paradise. If not for the sulfuric scent in the air, it could easily be mistaken for a celestial realm. Hot springs, hooray! Chen Shuiyun exclaimed, bouncing towards one of the springs, only to be yanked back by Lin Tian, who grasped her hair. Have you no sense? I haven't even enjoyed it yet, and you want to jump in and boil yourself? Chen Shuiyun flushed, wide-eyed with confusion. What do you mean boil? Can't we just sit in the hot springs? Lin Tian was at a loss for words. The hot springs you ladies frequent are carefully maintained, with appropriate temperatures. The natural hot springs here are heated by the volcanic activity below. Some of the water is scalding hot. Would you dare jump in? The three girls gasped, realizing the danger. Scalding water? They would surely be burned alive. Disheartened, they looked longingly at the springs, expecting a relaxing experience, only to find that they could only watch and not bathe. Lin Tian scanned the ground, knowing that suitable hot springs were not hard to find. Each spring's temperature varied due to different lava flows beneath. If a spring was directly over a lava flow, it would be boiling hot. However, if it was a little farther away, the water temperature would be just right. After a brief search, he discovered a flowing black mud channel. Testing the water temperature with his hand, he found it pleasantly warm and suggested to the girls, "You can wash in this channel." The girls exchanged incredulous glances, their faces scrunching in disgust. It's all muddy. Why would we get in that? We'd just get dirtier. Lin Tian chuckled. You ladies are something else. You spend a fortune on volcanic mud cosmetics. And now there's natural volcanic mud here to cleanse your skin of impurities, far superior to your cosmetics, and yet you turned your noses up at it. His words struck a chord, and the girls paused, then dashed towards the muddy channel, eager to indulge in its benefits. The desire for beauty is a powerful instinct. Even in dire situations, who doesn't want to look their best? As they stripped off their clothes, they felt Lin Tian's gaze and their cheeks flushed slightly. However, after a month of shared peril, they were more at ease, turning their backs to him as they entered the channel. Though labeled a black mud channel, it appeared quite clean. The spring water was crystal clear, with a soft layer of black mud at the bottom that felt soothing. The three girls lay side by side in the channel, allowing the warm waters to wash over them, generously applying the mud to their skin. To their delight, they noticed that the mud did indeed brighten their complexion. They each wished to collect some volcanic mud to take home. Lin Tian tossed Chu Yanxi's wet fur coat onto a volcanic rock, confident that the heat would dry it in no time without needing a fire. He then turned his attention to his most pressing task. Lin Tian, aren't you going to wash? Chen Shuiyun called out. As soon as she spoke, she felt the weight of two curious gazes from Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong, realizing that her words might have been inappropriate. Here they were, three girls bathing without a stitch on, and she called the boy over? Su Sitong felt a twinge of unease. He seemed so eager to find the hot springs. I thought he wanted to enjoy them too, Chen Shuiyun stammered, feeling the heat of embarrassment rise in her cheeks. She hastily smeared some volcanic mud on her face as a mask to hide her flushed complexion. Lin Tian, this channel is quite long. You could soak from a distance, Chu Yanxi suggested. After all, Lin Tian had led them to the springs and shared the wonderful volcanic mud. So it wouldn't be fair to let him stand alone in the cold while they enjoyed the warmth. You don't think I'm shy, do you? If I wanted to soak, I'd simply lie on top of all three of you. Lin Tian rolled his eyes and began to climb towards the volcano's mouth. His words left the girls blushing furiously. What did he mean by lying on top of them? Was he imagining something too fanciful? But as they observed him climbing towards the volcano, concern crept in again. What are you doing up there? Be careful not to fall in. The inside of a volcano was filled with molten lava, and a fall would leave nothing but ashes behind. Lin Tian sighed, having to explain. You don't really think I could climb to the volcano's mouth, do you? Do you have any idea how high the temperatures are there? I would be incinerated before I even got close. The rim of the volcano was not a place one could casually approach. Even the best boots would melt upon contact with the scorching rocks. He was searching for a specific substance, the crucial element, sulfur. Indeed, the explosive weapon he aimed to create was black powder. He already had nitrate, sugar, and charcoal. Sulfur was the final ingredient. Volcanic eruptions release various gases, including sulfur, which cools and crystallizes at the volcano's mouth over time. A glimmer of realization sparked in Lin Tian's eyes as he spotted yellow crystals at the volcano's edge. Finally, I have gathered the last element. His hard work, from turning grapes into sugar and collecting back guano for nitrate extraction, had not been in vain. After grinding the yellow crystals into powder, he collected several bottles full, feeling a sense of accomplishment. What are you planning to do with all that? Chu Yanxi asked. Her curiosity piqued. Making explosives, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, causing the three girls to widen their eyes in shock. Explosives? Like dust bombs? Su Sitong inquired, to which Lin Tian chuckled lightly. The dust bomb pales in comparison to this explosive. Even the combined force of nearly 40 detonations cannot rival its power. This statement left the girls both astonished and exhilarated. Why had the small team been fleeing incessantly? Was it not due to their inability to contend with the pirates' firepower? The opposing side wielded firearms while they were armed only with bows and knives, rendering them utterly defenseless. However, the prospect of crafting a genuine bomb changed everything. Although the firepower disparity remained, the lethality would significantly increase. If Lin Tian could adeptly utilize dust bombs, how much more formidable would a real explosive be? Lin Tian then produced a military canteen and began meticulously adding various elements in precise proportions: charcoal, nitrate, sulfur, and sugar, filling the canteen to the brim, which was larger than a grenade. He inserted a rope soaked in alcohol as a fuse, completing the explosive. Weighing the canteen in his hand, he felt a surge of confidence. This device would enhance his combat capabilities immensely. Yet, caution was paramount, for despite its might, the range of this explosive could not compare to that of a handgun. With over 20 pirates armed and ready, a direct confrontation would not favor Lin Tian. At that moment, Lin Tian spotted a large gray rabbit leaping from the rocks. The rabbit weighed at least 10 pounds, plump and inviting, causing the four who had not eaten all day to salivate. The last meal they had was grilled cod the previous night, and after over 10 hours without sustenance, their hunger was palpable. Seeing the rabbit, they couldn't help but lick their lips. Chen Shuiyun emerged from the mud, drew her bow, and aimed at the rabbit, releasing a pure iron arrow that pierced the creature's skull, pinning it to a tree. What excellent marksmanship! Lin Tian praised, glancing at Chen Shuiyun, who had emerged unashamedly from the mud. She was becoming increasingly resourceful. However, the priority was to prepare the rabbit for consumption. Lin Tian swiftly skinned the rabbit, sliced it open to remove its entrails, and tied it with a rope before submerging it into the boiling spring water. The girls were intrigued. They had expected him to roast the rabbit over a fire, but instead, he was cooking it in the spring. Once cooked, they could easily pull it out with the rope. The bubbling water swiftly prepared the rabbit meat, which Lin Tian then divided into 4 portions. Sprinkling some sea salt he carried with him, the group began to feast. Although the rabbit's weight decreased significantly after skinning and gutting, each individual still received nearly a pound of meat, ample to replenish their energy. After their meal, Lin Tian gazed down from the volcano and spotted the pirates nearing the summit. He called the girls from the ditch, urging them to dress quickly and prepare to leave. During this time, he had crafted 2 more canteen grenades, stowing them in his pack. Although he could have blindly dropped grenades from the mountain's peak, Lin Tian deemed such an approach unsatisfactory. Perhaps it would kill 1 or 2, but that was not an outcome he desired. Only with dozens of such grenades could he obliterate the enemy. As he advanced, Lin Tian noted a stretch of desert at the mountain's base, an ideal location for an ambush. Similar to the previous encounter at the Blue Cave, this desert had a single passage that could be traversed, bordered by massive rocks. With the grenades in hand, Lin Tian felt confident about utilizing this desert to unleash a devastating surprise on the pirates. Zhang Haoyong, leading the remaining pirates, ascended the volcano and spotted the remnants of rabbit carcasses scattered near the spring. Enraged, he cursed, "Damn it! You've devoured everything while I starved? If I don't make you regurgitate every morsel, I'll take your name." Peering down the mountain, he spotted Lin Tian and the 3 girls racing toward the desert, aware that once they crossed it, they would reach the seaside where Lin Tian would have no escape. Zhang Haoyong and the pirates hastily descended the volcano. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had reached the desert, where a narrow passageway served as the only route. He began to scale the rocks, prompting the girls to wonder about his intentions. Upon reaching the top, Lin Tian placed a canteen grenade beside a precarious boulder and, using Chu Yanxi's underwear, fashioned a long fuse soaked in alcohol, binding it to the grenade. Chu Yanxi's expression darkened. This was an egregious act. Not only had he dismantled her bra, but now he was also appropriating her underwear. What was going on? However, the practicality of her high-quality ice silk fabric proved too tempting to resist. It was perfect for crafting a fuse. Reluctantly, she let it go, reasoning that eliminating the pirates would allow her to return home, where she could acquire any clothing she desired. Thus, Lin Tian and the girls traversed the desert, gaining a vantage point to observe the pirates as they approached the narrow passage. He intended to detonate the grenade as they passed through. When ignited, the grenade would unleash a boulder of considerable size, far more effective than an explosion amidst a crowd. Before long, Zhang Haoyong and his crew arrived. He had learned not to lead the group, and the pirates, oblivious to any danger, continued forward, viewing the boulders as a mere natural occurrence. As they crossed, a thunderous crash erupted. A massive boulder, comparable to 10 basketballs, plummeted from the cliff, shaking the ground violently and causing the pirates to look up in terror. The pirates screamed in horror as the boulder descended like a bowling ball, crushing those beneath it into a gruesome fate. Zhang Haoyong swallowed hard. Overwhelmed by a sense of numbness, he had just witnessed the demise of several comrades, leaving him with only 10 men from the original 100. His forces had been decimated by 90%. Desperate to maintain composure, Zhang Haoyong reassured himself that once they passed the stone archway, a clear path to the seaside awaited, where Lin Tian would finally be cornered. "Captain, how could that brat possess grenades? Did he scavenge them from our fallen brothers? That shouldn't be possible. He has never retraced his steps." Uncertain of how many grenades Lin Tian had left, the pirates were soon blinded by the prospect of a bounty. With 10 million to be shared among the survivors, each would earn $1 million, a fortune they could scarcely dream of after years at sea. The dawn of victory looms before us. After igniting the fuse, Lin Tian turned his back and departed with the 3 women, embodying the essence of a true man who never gazes upon the chaos of life as explosions. The ensuing screams were a testament to the correctness of his judgment. He paid little mind to whether Zhang Haoyong had met his demise under the stones, for it mattered not to Lin Tian. All adversaries were to be eradicated, and Zhang Haoyong was merely a matter of time. After traversing the desolate expanse for nearly an hour, the temperature gradually became more bearable, with an increasing number of long-tailed birds gracing the sky as the sea breeze began to caress the air. This marked the coastal region of the island's opposite side. Contrasting sharply with the prior landscape, here lay a stretch of beach, while the vicinity remained a barren wasteland, the rugged rocks jutting into the ocean like a fortified wall. "Lin Tian, ahead lies the coastline, yet we have no refuge here," exclaimed one of the women. Unlike the beach, adorned with trees and caves for concealment, this area was utterly exposed. Should their pursuers approach, they would be vulnerable to direct gunfire. "Patience," Lin Tian replied, producing the last of his water bottle grenades. He approached a protruding section of the rock face, akin to a diving platform extending outward. However, this platform was perilously high, nearly 30 meters above the cerulean waters below. Its narrowness compelled Lin Tian to fashion Chen Shuiyun's undergarment into a long string. Without needing Lin Tian's instruction, Su Sitong promptly began soaking the fabric in alcohol, skillfully twisting it into a makeshift rope. Chen Shuiyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, although her reaction was not as pronounced as Chu Yanxi's. Instead, she felt an unusual sensation at having her garment in Lin Tian's possession. Noticing her friend's peculiar demeanor, Chu Yanxi observed Chen Shuiyun closely, suspecting something amiss in her expression towards Lin Tian. Feeling the weight of Chu Yanxi's gaze, Chen Shuiyun's face reddened further, prompting her to divert the conversation. "Lin Tian, what are you planning? If we leave the bomb on the ground, the pirates will surely find it." As he prepared, Lin Tian responded, "That is precisely why they must not see it." He expertly threaded the military water bottle through the line, securing it to the rocky platform. Ensuring it would drop unseen into the depths below, only a slender rope would remain visible. Who among them would notice such a thin line? The other end of the rope was firmly held in Lin Tian's grip, the soaked alcohol ready to ignite at a moment's notice. Through his binoculars, he observed Zhang Haoyong and the pirates drawing near, the tension palpable among the 3 girls. They understood this was the decisive moment, the crux of their confrontation. Zhang Haoyong and his band now numbered only 10, most having been dispatched, yet the girls remained vigilant. Despite having eliminated the majority, the remaining foes wielded firearms. Surmounting this final challenge would grant them possession of a pirate ship. "Run, you bastards. I see you up there on the rock." Zhang Haoyong's maniacal laughter echoed as he reveled in their predicament, knowing they had nowhere to retreat without plunging into the sea. However, to his utter astonishment, Lin Tian simply chuckled before leaping into the water with the 3 women. With a resounding splash, the sound of their entry reverberated. Zhang Haoyong momentarily stood dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such decisiveness from Lin Tian. "Follow me, shoot him," he commanded, leading the pirates onto the rocky platform, their guns trained on the water below. The air erupted with gunfire, the ferocity of the assault transforming the ocean's surface into a curtain of raindrops, while grenades were hurled into the depths. This marked the first instance of gunfire after days of pursuit, and they had finally found their target, not on land, but upon the waves, upon their plunge into the sea. Lin Tian and the 3 women swiftly dove deeper, aware that a barrage of fire would ensue, and they needed the water to quell the bullet's impact. They swam to a safe underwater alcove, concealed from view and beyond the reach of gunfire. Once they resurfaced, Lin Tian instructed the girls, "Stay here. I shall ignite the fuse." Below the rocky platform hung the alcohol-soaked fuse, which Lin Tian had not ignited upon leaping, not due to forgetfulness, but to ensure maximum effectiveness when Zhang Haoyong and his crew ascended. He intended to demolish the platform, sending them plummeting into the sea. Thus, he needed to evade the initial onslaught, secure the girls in safety, and then return to ignite the fuse. "Lin Tian, perhaps we should reconsider. Let us wait here until they depart. They are few in number now and pose no threat, Su Sitong voiced her concerns. The danger of returning to ignite the fuse was significant, as it would expose him to potential gunfire. Indeed, we have already vanquished over 100 of them. Is this last bit truly necessary? Chen Shuiyun echoed, equally anxious. Lin Tian shook his head resolutely. I prefer not to linger in uncertainty. I must resolve this today. The critical factor is that if we remain here, allowing Zhang Haoyong to believe we have drowned, he may retreat with the ship, rendering our effort futile. He understood their plight. They were not merely seeking survival in the tropical wilderness or the icy tundra, but rather to commandeer a pirate vessel. With a ship, they could navigate to the nearest land and call for rescue. The allure of home beckoned. Although stranded on this desolate island with the companionship of 3 women, creating opportunities for intimate connections that would never arise in the bustling metropolis, Lin Tian was acutely aware of this truth. Even if Su Sitong lacked the wealth of her companions, her beauty was undeniable, and the attention she attracted from suitors was formidable. Yet here, amid the isolation, such stories could unfold. Nevertheless, the yearning to return to civilization remained paramount. Family and friends awaited him in the city. Their concern over his prolonged absence must be profound, and their hearts would surely ache. The fulfillment of personal desire paled in comparison to the significance of familial bonds. Moreover, the daily struggle for survival in this harsh environment could never rival the security of urban life, where one could indulge in simple pleasures without the specter of death looming ever closer. Yet, life itself remained the utmost priority, did it not? Lin Tian's determination to return home was mirrored by the 3 women, who watched as he ventured back toward the rocky platform. Their hearts filled with both anxiety and hope. If they could eradicate Zhang Haoyong and the pirates in this final confrontation, perhaps the path to home would finally lie within reach. Finally, Lin Tian reached the base of the stone platform, and the girls held their breath in anticipation as he cautiously emerged from the water, unnoticed by Zhang Haoyong and his crew. He retrieved his entrenching tool and began to strike the descending fuse into flame. However, igniting the fire proved to be a formidable challenge. The ignition stick, having been soaked by seawater, was damp and failed to produce any sparks despite multiple attempts. Lin Tian could only wait for the sun to evaporate the moisture. Just then, a few fins began to draw near, causing Lin Tian to furrow his brow. To his dismay, a pack of sharks had arrived at this critical moment. He never expected them to appear now. What a dire situation. Several girls widened their eyes in horror, their hearts racing to their throats. Zhang Haoyong and the pirates were also captivated by the sight of the sharks, immediately suspecting that they were drawn to Lin Tian, who had leapt into the sea. Following the sharks, they indeed spotted Lin Tian beneath the diving board. "Ha! Die, you little bastard!" Zhang Haoyong shouted, unleashing a hail of bullets toward Lin Tian's position. At that moment, Lin Tian had already submerged in the water, yet 2 bullets still pierced through his shoulder. The sharp pain surged through him, and blood quickly stained the surface of the ocean. It was then that he noticed the approaching sharks, and he recognized one with a massive wound on its snout. It dawned on him that this was the same group of sharks he had encountered earlier. They were here for revenge. Seizing the fleeting moment while Zhang Haoyong reloaded, Lin Tian swiftly resurfaced. He had kept the tail of the shovel above water during his descent, and now the ignition stick was dry. Without hesitation, he ignited the trailing fuse, and flames rapidly spread to the water bottle grenade. With pirates above and sharks below, he found himself in an inescapable predicament. In this dire situation, he resolved to blow up the diving platform, ensuring that Zhang Haoyong and the dozen pirates would plunge into the water and meet their demise alongside him. Although the sharks bore a grudge against him, Zhang Haoyong and his crew would undoubtedly face the same fate. Lin Tian, the girls cried out, their eyes brimming with tears. Each of them understood that Lin Tian was in a deadly predicament, with no hope for a miraculous reversal. Blood continued to flow from his bullet wounds, further inciting the frenzy of the sharks. "You little bastard, I want to see you eaten alive by the sharks." Zhang Haoyong, instead of hastily firing again, relished the thought of witnessing Lin Tian being torn apart. He laughed maniacally, his twisted rage finally unleashed. This was the day he had awaited. To see Lin Tian suffer a gruesome fate. The pirates were equally exhilarated, imagining the millions of dollars soon to be theirs. Boom. In that instant, the water bottle grenade exploded, sending shockwaves that shattered the already fragile diving platform. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped Zhang Haoyong and the remaining pirates as they plummeted into the ocean, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. They choked on water before realizing they had fallen victim to Lin Tian's cunning trap, reminiscent of the earlier explosion on the rocky shore. Yet, it was too late. The sharks had already surrounded them. Panic ensued as they splashed about, their weapons sinking into the depths. The few handguns they had were ineffective against the sharks. Zhang Haoyong soon noticed that the sharks had turned their attention toward Lin Tian. Seizing the opportunity, he hastily swam backward. Aware that the scent of blood emanating from Lin Tian was attracting the sharks, oblivious to the shared animosity between them. Nonetheless, it mattered little to Zhang Haoyong. He hoped that while the sharks feasted on Lin Tian, he might gain precious time to escape. Lin Tian could see the injured shark lunging toward him with its massive jaws agape. In a moment of desperation, he struck the shark's wounded snout with his shovel. The great white shark thrashed violently in the water, its fury reaching a fever pitch. The entire school of sharks surrounded Lin Tian, preparing to strike from all sides. Lin Tian sensed that this might be his end, yet he felt no fear. Strangely calm, he attributed this tranquility to the month of relentless survival training in the wilderness, which had acclimated him to the harsh realities of nature. One day, the hunter may become the hunted. Dizziness began to overtake him as blood poured from his wounds. The cold seawater and significant blood loss were causing his consciousness to fade. Perhaps it was for the best when the sharks finally bit him. He might not even feel pain, he mused with a wry smile. Lin Tian, Su Sitong cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun, her close friends, couldn't contain their tears either. The bond they had forged over the past month was profound, akin to that of comrades in arms. Yet, in this moment, they felt utterly helpless, merely spectators to Lin Tian's impending doom, their hearts aching with despair. They could not even contemplate how they would survive on the island if Lin Tian were to perish. The gravity of the situation left no room for such thoughts. At that moment, however, the sharks suddenly scattered in a panic. Lin Tian, who had been surrounded, felt a surge of hope. Could it be? With a splash, a colossal orca accompanied by 6 calves swiftly swam to his rescue, encircling him protectively. The great white sharks, intimidated by the orcas, fled like frightened chicks, unwilling to approach. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He never anticipated that the orca he had saved would return the favor. Yet, the excessive blood loss was causing his vision to blur. He knew that while the orcas had driven away the sharks, his own survival was uncertain. His thoughts grew hazy, and he felt as if his mind had shut down, slipping into unconsciousness as he sank beneath the waves. With a powerful dive, the orca submerged, then surfaced with Lin Tian on its back, swimming toward the girls. Goodness! Su Sitong exclaimed as she jumped into the water, embracing the orca. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun were equally thrilled. The 3 girls, who had been engulfed in despair, were astonished that the whale family had come to their aid. Lin Tian's decision to save the orca had proven to be remarkably wise. However, upon seeing Lin Tian's pallid complexion, blood streaming from his shoulder, in his unconscious state, their hearts sank once more. He needed medical attention urgently, but there was nothing here. Without a means to replenish his lost blood, his situation was dire. Despair crept back onto the girls' faces. Lin Tian's condition was far from optimistic. They had to return to the beach swiftly, to a warmer environment where they could administer aid. Perhaps the pirate ship had medical supplies? It must have. Pirates often sustained injuries. They surely had something. We need to get back to the beach, the girls urged, intent on carrying Lin Tian ashore. Yet, the thought of the arduous journey ahead dimmed their hopes. Would Lin Tian be able to endure several days of travel in his condition? The prospect seemed bleak. They still had to traverse volcanic mountains and climb steep cliffs. How could that be possible? Tears flowed uncontrollably from Su Sitong's eyes, as both she and her close friend were overwhelmed with a sense of despair, feeling utterly useless. Every time it was Lin Tian who came to their rescue. Yet he had never been saved in return. It was as if they were mere liabilities. Splashing about, a group of small orcas swayed their tails in the water, resembling people beckoning to the girls, seemingly inviting them to hold on. The 3 girls were instantly invigorated. Chu Yanxi was the first to grasp the tails of 2 orcas. And indeed, the orca matriarch led the way, swiftly guiding them in a grand marine tour around the island. Chen Shuiyun and Su Sitong, witnessing this spectacle, quickly clutched the tails of the orcas as well, resembling jet skis as the orca family surged forward, skillfully navigating the waves. In the water, the orcas glided with unparalleled speed, being among the most agile creatures of the ocean, akin to ethereal spirits of the sea. As the orca family departed, a few great white sharks converged, their sights now set on Zhang Haoyong and the pirates, ravenous and ready to pounce. Lin Tian, how could this happen? A great white shark sank its teeth into Zhang Haoyong's shoulder and viciously tore, severing his entire arm. The excruciating pain sent Zhang Haoyong into a frenzy of screams. The other pirates fared no better, each falling victim to the shark's relentless assault, limbs torn asunder, necks bitten through, and some even losing their heads. Zhang Haoyong, drenched in blood, had already lost a leg and an arm. The pain had faded, replaced by the numbness of blood loss, as he sensed his consciousness slipping away. Deep within, he was filled with regret. If only he had contacted a rescue team from that forsaken place, he could have been enjoying the bustling life of the metropolis. Why had he ventured to this desolate island to meet his demise? He had already arranged to return home. Why must he end up as shark fodder? All because of that scoundrel Lin Tian, that cursed wretch. If it weren't for him, he would never have set foot on this island. Those 3 wretched girls were equally culpable. You are the ones responsible. You have doomed me. I swear I will haunt you. With a final, heart-wrenching scream, Zhang Haoyong was decapitated by the shark, his body torn to pieces. The pirates who fell into the sea with him met a similar fate, shredded by the sharks. Even in death, they could hardly comprehend how over 100 individuals had come to hunt for, 3 of whom were women, only to meet such a horrifying end. The orca family sped through the ocean with Lin Tian's small group in tow. The sovereigns of the sea ensured no fish dared to disturb their passage, allowing for an unobstructed journey, far swifter than Lin Tian and his companions could manage on land, resembling a gallop on horseback. However, the swift current stung the girls' bodies, leaving them sore and occasionally gasping for breath, yet they uttered not a word of complaint. Their thoughts were solely focused on Lin Tian, who lay atop the orca matriarch. Observing Lin Tian's increasingly pallid complexion, their hearts remained heavy with worry. In just over 2 hours, the outline of a house became visible through the binoculars, and the temperature began to rise, signaling their imminent arrival at the shore. As they entered familiar territory, a sense of safety enveloped them. Upon reaching the coast, they hurriedly placed Lin Tian on a rock, examining his shoulder wound, which was gruesomely bloodied and raw. Clearly, the bullet had wreaked havoc within his muscle. Besides the excessive blood loss, there was a significant risk of infection. Su Sitong wept profusely, her composure crumbling. Chen Shuiyun collapsed onto the ground, utterly bewildered. Wang Kai, having caught a whiff of familiar scents, rushed over. Upon seeing Lin Tian lying motionless, its initial excitement evaporated, and it anxiously circled around, barking intermittently. The dolphin family lingered nearby, seemingly wishing to assist, but unsure how to proceed. I'll check the pirate ship. Chu Yanxi steadied herself, spotting the vessel and brandishing a military knife as she boarded. Although it was unlikely any pirates remained, caution was prudent. The ship measured over 30 meters in length and 15 meters in width, a sizable pirate vessel indeed. While it could not directly ferry them home, it could navigate considerable distances. Yet, at that moment, Chu Yanxi had no thoughts for such logistics. She traversed corridors and rooms, seeking the infirmary. Upon finally spotting the sign for the medical room, she pushed the door open, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. A beautiful girl, unclad and shackled by her wrists to a pillar, lay amidst disarray, her body marred by numerous injuries, and she seemed to be in a state of unconsciousness. Chu Yanxi cautiously approached, checking for a pulse and finding it faint yet present. Noticing the girl's cracked lips, she quickly realized this young woman had likely been imprisoned here for 2 or 3 days without food or water. She hastily produced her supply of fresh water and offered it to the girl. The girl winced, instinctively extending her tongue, prompting Chu Yanxi to slowly administer an entire bottle of water. Pay Capeo. Huh. Chu Yanxi heard the girl's voice, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, she called out to the window, Chen Shuiyun, come up here. There's a peninsula woman. You speak Korean, you come. Oh, and bring a can of beef. Initially mistaking the girl for a Daxiao person due to her eastern features, she realized instead that she was from the peninsula. The girl must have been starving after days without sustenance. Chu Yanxi proactively retrieved a can of beef, unwilling to let someone die in front of her. After summoning Chen Shuiyun, Chu Yanxi began rummaging through the medical supplies. Indeed, the infirmary was stocked with various anti-inflammatory medications essential for sea voyages, along with plentiful bandages. Without hesitation, she gathered several medications and bandages, swiftly returning to Lin Tian's side. She opened the capsules of the anti-inflammatory medication and sprinkled the powder onto his wounds before binding them with the bandages. After completing these tasks, she was at a loss for what else to do, as her medical knowledge was limited. Will Brother Lin Tian wake up? Su Sitong gazed at Chu Yanxi with tear-filled eyes. Gently touching Lin Tian's forehead, she found it burning hot, prompting her to sob even more. He will. Chu Yanxi reassured her, though deep down, she too felt a lack of certainty. Lin Tian's condition was dire. He remained in a coma and exhibited signs of fever, with no indication of waking. The possibility of severe blood loss loomed ominously, and nobody knew what the outcome would be. The worst possible scenario was too dreadful for the girls to even contemplate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pirate ship's infirmary, the woman awakened and flinched back in fear upon seeing Chen Shuiyun, her instincts kicking in. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. You must be hungry. Here's some beef. Chen Shuiyun spoke in fluent peninsula dialect, communicating with the woman as she opened a can of beef, bringing a piece to the woman's lips. Perhaps it was the sight of Chen Shuiyun as a woman, proficient in her native tongue, and her proactive gestures of offering food that alleviated my initial wariness. The gnawing hunger in my belly compelled me to open my mouth and partake. You mustn't eat too quickly, especially after such a prolonged period of hunger, for it may overwhelm your digestive system, Chen Shuiyun cautioned. I understand, for I am a physician, I replied. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded, consciously moderating her pace. Chen Shuiyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. A doctor? I happen to have a friend who was injured by pirates and requires immediate medical attention. The mention of pirates sent a wave of terror across the woman's face, causing her to tremble, unable to continue eating. Fear not, all the pirates have been vanquished. And you are safe now. My friend was injured in the battle with them, Chen Shuiyun quickly reassured her. The woman's tension eased slightly at this revelation. Yet disbelief lingered as she raised her gaze. Over 100 pirates? How many of you are there? There are just 4 of us, including 1 male and 3 females. So rest assured, the pirates have been completely eradicated. However, to ensure absolute safety, you must treat my friend on this desolate island. Only he can guide us to survival and utilize this vessel to return you home, Chen Shuiyun explained hastily. Home? The woman momentarily froze at the word, tears welling in her eyes. I had long ceased to hope for a return home, and now, unexpectedly, there is a glimmer of hope. My name is Li Jingyao. She began to recount her story, while Chen Shuiyun instructed Su Sitong to bring over an axe, promptly severing the wooden post that bound her. While her hands remained shackled, she was finally free. Accompanied by Li Jingyao, they approached Lin Tian. Chen Shuiyun informed the 2 girls of Li Jingyao's medical expertise, igniting their excitement as they implored her to examine Lin Tian's condition. Upon unwrapping Chu Yanxi's bandaged wounds, Li Jingyao's delicate brows furrowed with concern. His most pressing issue is severe blood loss. Immediate transfusion is imperative, or he may face life-threatening danger. The bullets must also be extracted, as 2 are lodged in his shoulder blade. As Li Jingyao meticulously observed the unconscious man, disbelief swelled within her. Chen Shuiyun had revealed that this very man had single-handedly defeated over 100 pirates. Was he a deity? The thought of those brutes ignited a flame of vengeance within her. It was this man who had avenged her, and she would find a way to save him. Yet, first and foremost, a blood transfusion was essential. Translating Li Jingyao's words, Chen Shuiyun conveyed the gravity of the situation to the 3 girls, their eyes reddening with understanding of the peril they faced. In such conditions, how could one possibly conduct a transfusion? Li Jingyao pondered. There is a surgical room aboard. Albeit rudimentary, we have no other choice. But first, I must know your blood types, she inquired, clearly familiar with the ship's facilities. The 3 girls paused, then eagerly rolled up their sleeves, offering their own blood. They were all O-type, the universal donors. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun were aware of each other's blood type, having been friends since childhood, but they were astonished to discover Su Sitong shared the same. Li Jingyao's confidence surged upon witnessing this. Follow me, she instructed, leading the trio as they carried Lin Tian to the medical room, which contained a bed and some basic medical equipment. While these instruments were not suitable for extensive surgeries, they sufficed for bullet extraction and transfusion, as pirates often sustained injuries from their violent encounters. After a quick sterilization of the bed and equipment, Li Jingyao began the process of drawing blood from the 3 girls. Once completed, their faces were pale, yet their spirits brimmed with hope. If it means saving Lin Tian, drawing a bit of blood is a small price to pay, they resolved. Lin Tian had sacrificed so much for the team, and now they finally had the opportunity to assist him. Retreat was not an option. Fortunately, you all share the same O-type blood. What a stroke of luck. Otherwise, one donor would not suffice. Li Jingyao expressed her relief. The 3 girls, though pale, understood that taking blood from just one of them could result in further complications. The transfusion process was straightforward. They connected the blood bags and inserted the needle into Lin Tian, adjusting the flow rate accordingly. Following this, they would need to extract the bullets, which required surgery. Could you please step outside for a moment? I need to ensure the room is properly sanitized, Li Jingyao requested. The 3 girls exchanged glances, apprehensive. Their concern extended both to Lin Tian and to Li Jingyao herself. Although she was a medical professional, they had only just met and could not fully trust her intentions. What if she were to harm Lin Tian in some way? While the likelihood seemed slim, caution was warranted. Li Jingyao perceptively acknowledged their hesitations and said, Sister Chen, please stay here with me. Chen Shuiyun nodded, translating for the other girls, as she was the only one able to communicate effectively with Li Jingyao. As Li Jingyao began to disinfect the area with alcohol, Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong, reassured by Chen Shuiyun's presence, stepped out of the surgical room. The operation lasted a little over 10 minutes, and soon Li Jingya and Chen Shuiyun emerged. The two girls waiting outside were astonished by the swift completion of the procedure and hastily inquired about Lin Tian's condition. It was merely a simple extraction of the bullets and some stitches. Practice makes perfect, Li Jingya replied. She had performed such tasks frequently aboard the ship. Though she harbored a deep animosity towards the pirates, she was nonetheless compelled to treat them, a source of profound inner turmoil. Yet, this surgery for Lin Tian held her utmost attention. Despite never having exchanged words with him, the thought of the brutal pirates he had vanquished filled her with immense gratitude. Chu Yanxi and Su Sitong rushed to check on Lin Tian, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. Upon touching his forehead, they noticed his temperature had significantly normalized, and the fever had subsided. His arm will require time to heal, but thankfully it is his left, Li Jingya explained. Gunshot wounds are no trifling matter. They pale in comparison to animal bites. The sight of the bloodied bullets stirred anguish within the girls, who wished they could piece together Zhang Haoyong's corpse to exact further retribution, even though he was already deceased. How long until brother Lin Tian awakens? Su Sitong asked urgently. Li Jingya responded, her words relayed by Chen Shuiyun. It depends on the situation. If he has a robust constitution, he will awaken soon. His fever has subsided, and his blood pressure is stabilizing, so he should regain consciousness. He may simply be resting longer due to prior exhaustion, which is actually beneficial for recovery. The warehouse contains ample glucose and vitamins to replenish his nutrients, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing the detailed account from Li Jingya, the three girls felt an immense weight lift from their hearts. Chen Shuiyun, now at ease, began to recount the harrowing tale of their recent escape from a brutal survival game to Li Jingya, who listened in disbelief. The mention of Lin Tian employing miraculous natural forces against the pirates astonished her, evoking a sense of relief. Chen Shuiyun translated some of Li Jingya's experiences for the other two girls. Originally a medical prodigy from the peninsula, she had been kidnapped by local thugs while providing medical aid in Africa and taken aboard a ship. For 2 long years, she had endured a hellish existence, constantly contemplating ending her life, yet the thought of her family waiting for her return compelled her to persevere, despite the bleakness of her situation. Unexpectedly, she encountered a miraculous turn of events, with hundreds of pirates being vanquished, and she was rescued by a benevolent small team. Li Jingya felt as if she were still dreaming. Rest assured, Jingya, once Lin Tian awakens, we shall sail this vessel to the nearest land and contact a rescue team to bring us home, Chen Shuiyun assured her. Yet, Li Jingya appeared horrified, shaking her head in fear. No, I cannot return to that place. Seeing her distressed state, Chen Shuiyun embraced her, soothingly saying, do not worry, we have the means. Isn't that place governed by wealth? We can hire someone to deal with those who have wronged you and seek revenge. You know the way back. So we won't lose our course. Once Lin Tian awakens, our journey home will be imminent. But you are all too beautiful, Li Jingya protested. It is exceedingly dangerous there. Chu Yanxi, understanding the gravity of her words, nodded in agreement. While her financial resources rivaled those of Zhang Haoyong, could they truly negotiate with such pirates? Those marauders, upon seeing beautiful women, would be rendered powerless, and venturing into that perilous territory while being strikingly attractive was akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. Offering money to summon a rescue team could result in being kidnapped for ransom, potentially leading to even greater peril. Chen Shuiyun recognized her naivety. Indeed, as a lady of unparalleled beauty, along with my stunning friend, and the adorable Xiaosu, we are likely to incite madness among those irredeemable brutes. Being exceptionally beautiful can indeed be a curse, she lamented inwardly. Moreover, recent days had seen fierce thunderstorms that battered their vessel against the rocks. Chen Shuiyun recounted hearing the ominous sound of wood splintering within the ship. She was uncertain of the extent of the damage, but it was clear that without thorough inspection, they could not set sail, as the risk of capsizing loomed. The girls were taken aback. They had not anticipated such severe weather while they had been sheltered. However, in the context of the chilly monsoon climate, it was not entirely unexpected. A glance at the roof revealed that some banana leaves had been torn away, but thankfully, the bamboo roofing remained sturdy. They hesitated to venture out to sea, remembering how they had arrived on this deserted island due to the ship's sinking. The mention of sailing risks made them shiver. It seemed imperative for Lin Tian to awaken first to assess the ship's condition. They needed to ensure it was seaworthy, or they might meet a grim fate in the depths of the ocean. At that moment, Wang Kai barked from below, shaking his head as if beckoning them to follow. Su Sitong, being fond of Wang Kai, trailed behind him until they reached the hidden cave, only to find that all the cured meat Lin Tian had stashed was gone. How could Wang Kai have consumed over 100 kilograms of meat in just a few days? Where's the meat? The girl exclaimed in panic. Wang Kai, visibly upset, snarled and shook his head toward the woods, indicating that other beasts must have taken the food. Lin Tian had previously hung the meat in the trees to prevent wild animals from stealing it, but in an effort to allow Wang Kai to eat. He had removed it all. Now, it seemed the meat had indeed been taken by other predators. Are you hurt? Su Sitong immediately scooped up Wang Kai to check for injuries. Though he had grown twice his size since she first found him, he was still quite small and vulnerable. Thankfully, after a thorough inspection, she found that Wang Kai was unharmed, easing her worries. The little wolf cub appeared quite clever, knowing to hide when faced with danger. Gurgling sounds echoed from Su Sitong's stomach as she realized just how exhausted she was, compounded by the psychological strain of fearing for Lin Tian's life. Now that he had escaped the clutches of death, her own hunger was becoming unbearable. Chu Yanxi and Chen Shuiyun shared a similar plight. Li Jingya had only consumed a small portion of the beef-canned food, and the girls divided the rest among themselves. Although there was plenty of glucose solution in the medical room, they dared not partake, uncertain of how long Lin Tian might remain unconscious. If they consumed it all and he awoke needing nourishment, it would spell disaster. Suddenly, the sound of a whale spouting reached them from the sea. The girls rushed to the shore, witnessing a small orca flick its tail, sending a fish tumbling onto the sand. Wow, the orca is bringing us food, Li Jingya exclaimed, amazed at this spectacle, while the other girls, already familiar with such sights, waved at the orcas. Soon, 2 more fish were hurled ashore. The orcas swam around the pirate ship, seemingly awaiting Lin Tian's awakening. The girls set about cooking the fish, planning to check on Lin Tian's condition in the operating room after some time. As dusk approached, Li Jingya went to see Lin Tian, who slowly opened his eyes, filling her with joy. "Appa," she called, startling Lin Tian awake. He squinted at her, confused. "Who are you, beautiful? Have I died? Is this no longer the island?" Realizing he did not comprehend her words, Li Jingya hurriedly shouted to the beach that Lin Tian had awakened. Excitement surged as the 3 girls dashed aboard the ship to the medical room, where they confirmed Lin Tian was awake and looking well, finally alleviating their anxieties. "How do you feel?" Chu Yanxi asked with genuine concern. Upon seeing familiar faces, Lin Tian understood he had not perished, feeling pain in his shoulder. He glanced at the bandaged wound, realizing he was likely aboard the pirate ship. Even without anyone stating it, he deduced that this woman must have accompanied the ship. "You bandaged me?" "Thank you," Lin Tian said to Li Jingya. Chen Shuiyun translated his gratitude and posed Li Jingya's question. "How did you know it was her who bandaged you?" Lin Tian chuckled. "Is it really possible for the 3 of you to bandage so expertly?" Upon hearing this, the 3 girls puffed up with indignation. "Do you look down on us that much? We have given you our blood." Chen Shuiyun huffed in response. "Does that mean our lives are now intertwined? Our relationship surely warrants further exploration," Lin Tian remarked with a mischievous grin as he surveyed the trio. He was well aware that they had transfused blood, noticing that there were still some bags of blood left unutilized. Given his previous excessive blood loss, he was recovering remarkably fast, certainly due to the replenishment of blood. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to his injuries. Observing that the girls appeared to be in relatively good spirits, Lin Tian felt fortunate, indicating that all 3 must be type O blood, which meant their generous donation would not overly burden them. After all, replenishing energy on this island was no simple feat, and recovery from blood loss would be considerably slower. Li Jingya gazed at the young man, struck by his nonchalant demeanor. Could it be true that he had vanquished over 100 pirates? It was simply unbelievable. Lin Tian's eyes roamed over Li Jingya as Chen Shuiyun explained her background as a doctor. Immediately, Lin Tian suggested he could escort her back to her homeland. This assurance sparked a glimmer of hope in Li Jingya's eyes, although concerns lingered regarding the state of their damaged vessel and the unknown circumstances surrounding it. Upon learning of the ship's condition, Lin Tian felt a twinge of frustration and intended to inspect the dock, but the girls restrained him, insisting he rest a while longer since the transfusion was not yet complete. He could not afford to waste the girls' blood, so he reclined on the bed. The sounds of orcas echoed outside, prompting him to open the window and gaze at the vast ocean. The orcas, spotting Lin Tian, joyfully spouted water and twirled around, bringing with them a fish. Lin Tian waved at the orcas. "No need to bring me fish, my friends. You may return to the sea." Grateful for the timely rescue by the orca family, he reflected on how fortunate and miraculous it was to be saved by such creatures. However, the orcas had their own extraordinary experience of being saved by humans, perhaps illustrating the intricate web of mutual causality. Yet, as a small family of orcas, their daily food supply was limited. They could not continuously support Lin Tian, for if they themselves went hungry, it would threaten their ability to hunt. Thus, Lin Tian kept waving his hands at the orcas, signaling his health, allowing them to depart without worry. The mother orca playfully sprayed a fountain of water, frolicking with her young ones as if bidding farewell to Lin Tian before they drifted away. Wang Kai scampered into the room, circling the bed anxiously until Su Sitong eventually ushered him out, noting that Lin Tian was a patient and that animals often carried numerous bacteria. We'll grill the fish now and bring some to you shortly. Shuiyun, please stay here and look after him. Chu Yanxi instructed before heading out with the other girls to prepare the fish they had received from the orcas earlier that day. They were careful with their rations, hoping to have food ready in case Lin Tian awakened. Before long, the transfusion was complete, and Lin Tian removed the needle, preparing to rise from the bed to inspect the interior of the dock. You cannot get up, Chen Shuiyun admonished him, pointing a finger in protest. Lin Tian paused momentarily, then laughed. Little pup, have you forgotten your place to speak so boldly to me? You. Chen Shuiyun blushed, momentarily flustered. This man was so unabashedly direct. Refusing to appear overly pleased seemed futile in his presence. What do you mean by what? Come on, little pup, let us go. Lin Tian hopped off the bed, taking Chen Shuiyun with him toward the dock. Though he had yet to familiarize himself with the pirate ship, he assumed all wooden vessels shared similar structures. Lifting a plank on the deck, he descended the stairs into the ship's interior. Upon entering, Lin Tian observed that the ribs were intact. But as he ventured deeper to the keel, he found several broken timbers, causing him to frown. The keel was the ship's most crucial component. Instability could lead to disaster if they encountered rough seas. 5 planks needed replacing, a significant undertaking. Such seaworthy wooden ships were crafted from premium oak, renowned for its durability and water resistance. While the island boasted an abundance of oak trees, transforming them into suitable timber for the keel was no simple task. Despite possessing an axe and hammer, these tools were inadequate for detailed woodwork. The axe could fell trees, but could not shape the wood into the required forms, especially intricate joinery. A saw would be necessary, yet acquiring such a tool on a deserted island was no easy feat, unless he returned to the iron mine to forge saw blades, which would be a daunting challenge. Even if he successfully processed the oak, he would require sufficient nails and glue. In short, the absence of these 5 timbers posed a significant dilemma for Lin Tian, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He had hoped that discovering the pirate ship would lead to an immediate return to sea, only to realize further repairs were necessary, requiring additional time. Chen Shuiyun relayed to Lin Tian the dangers of the area mentioned by Li Jingya, confirming that preparations for their voyage were indeed essential. They needed to acquire more lethal equipment, although the remaining nitric acid and sulfur were insufficient for many grenade projects. They had a wealth of weapons left behind by the defeated pirates scattered across the island. Lin Tian could simply collect them. However, most of the weapons lay deep within the cliffs, largely buried beneath ice and snow, making retrieval nearly impossible. Yet, he remained optimistic that some weapons could be salvaged. Even acquiring an AK-47 would significantly enhance their combat capabilities. Unfortunately, with his arm injured and the gunshot wound far more severe than previous animal scratches, he could not scale the cliffs to retrieve the weapons. To set sail, 2 critical objectives were clear: the complete repair of the pirate ship's keel and the preparation of adequate weaponry to ensure safety in that perilous region. Overthinking would be unproductive. The priority was to heal. Only when his arm regained strength could he contemplate other matters. Of course, before that, he could consider how best to teach the little pup, Chen Shuiyun, a proper lesson. Returning to the resting area, Lin Tian patted the seat beside him, directing his gaze at Chen Shuiyun. Her heart raced, and she hesitantly approached, casting him a disapproving glance. What? Before she could finish, he seized her, lifting her with surprising force. No, they're all outside. Chen Shuiyun protested, her cheeks aflame. Oh, doesn't that make it all the more amusing? Lin Tian's grip tightened, prompting her to stifle a scream. Please. Woof, woof. Chen Shuiyun conceded, surrendering with a playful whimper. She was uncertain whether it was due to yielding or a long-held desire deep within her heart that prompted her to call out. Hee, has the little pup become spirited? Well, as long as you utter a name that brings me joy, I shall refrain from tormenting you. Lin Tian chuckled. A name that brings joy? Chen Shuiyun paused, momentarily bewildered, pondering what she could say that would please Lin Tian. Surely, he must have admired her in the past, dreaming of having such a beautiful heiress as his girlfriend? Those lower-tier employees in the company must have thought similarly. Perhaps he wished to hear her call him Daddy? Chen Shuiyun's voice was barely a whisper, and upon uttering that title, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. To call a man daddy, was that not utterly shameless? Was she truly the sort to lack principles? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How trivial. That title brings me no joy, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head as he continued to tug at her. Is that not acceptable? Chen Shuiyun was taken aback. She had laid her cards on the table. And yet it was still insufficient? What must she say to satisfy him? Furthermore, Did he not fear damaging the pride of this young lady with his relentless pulling? Boyfriend? Hubby? Chen Shuiyun blushed, calling out a string of titles. Yet, Lin Tian merely shook his head once more. What must I call you then? Stop pulling. I may end up losing my composure. Chen Shuiyun exclaimed in frustration. Goodness, with such antics, I shall outshine that little girl Su Sitong in no time. Hee hee. Have you not heard? For any man, the title that brings the greatest joy is daddy. Lin Tian chuckled. What? Daddy? Chen Shuiyun's mind buzzed, momentarily believing she had misheard. Could she really utter such a word? The thought of kneeling before the young man she once commanded was almost too much to bear, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. A single tear glistening as it fell to the floor. No, it cannot be. Chen Shuiyun blushed fiercely in denial. However, deep within, she yearned to call out. Yet, if she did, would she not be reduced to an abject state before him, forever unable to hold her head high again? But why must she hold her head high? Is it not more beautiful to be a woman? The moment that thought crossed her mind, Chen Shuiyun felt as though her brain might explode. How could she be that person? No, it was Lin Tian's coercion that led her to this predicament. She was a refined lady and would never engage in such degrading behavior. If Lin Tian did not threaten her, she would never concede. But if he were to threaten her again, she might just relent. If she chose not to, then so be it. Lin Tian shrugged and released her grip. Chen Shuiyun was momentarily stunned. Was that it? Why had he not continued to threaten her? Surely, he should have held her firm, insisting that if she did not comply, the likes of Yanxi and Su would witness her humiliation. Why had he simply let go? She wanted him to threaten her once more, just a single word, and she would comply. Yet, to her astonishment, Lin Tian ignored her entirely, leaving her bewildered and with a profound emptiness within. After a few seconds of stupor, Chen Shuiyun suddenly knelt at Lin Tian's feet, trembling with resolve. Daddy, Papa, Lin Tian Daddy. The moment those words escaped her lips, her mind went blank, and she felt as though she had ascended, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. Kiki, good little pup. Lin Tian ruffled her hair, fully aware that she had long desired this, all the while pretending to maintain her composure. Gazing at the woman now kneeling before him, her once proud demeanor now humbled beneath his feet, he reflected on how previously she had held herself aloof, akin to a majestic swan, never deigning to look his way. And now? Kiki, she had become his obedient little pup. Remember, in the absence of others, how should you address me? Lin Tian chuckled. I understand. Daddy. Chen Shuiyun's face flushed as she complied, her demeanor remarkably submissive. Lin Tian felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the lounge, startling Chen Shuiyun, who sprang to her feet as though jolted by electricity. Chu Yanxi entered the room. Chu Yanxi wrinkled her nose, sensing an unusual atmosphere. She glanced down at the floor, her gaze shifting between Lin Tian and Chen Shuiyun, which only added to Chen Shuiyun's unease, prompting her to lower her head, afraid to speak. Chu Yanxi couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss between the two, though she couldn't pinpoint what. Could it be that something transpired between Shuiyun and Lin Tian? Impossible. The moment that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. After all, she had known her best friend since childhood. She was a proud and willful heiress, used to being catered to, and only those who catered to her would gain her favor. As for Lin Tian, he had always treated Chen Shuiyun with a lack of reverence, especially during their previous conflicts at the company. Although he had saved her on the island, that could only inspire gratitude, never deeper feelings. She understood her friend too well. Shuiyun was far too proud. The fish is ready. I'll bring it over. Shuiyun, you should eat. I've already had my fill. And I'll take care of Lin Tian afterward, Chu Yanxi stated, suppressing her curiosity. All right. Daddy, Lin Tian, I'll go eat something now. Chen Shuiyun nearly slipped up, her heart racing at the thought of being overheard by Chu Yanxi. Does the esteemed Chen need to consult me before eating? Lin Tian chuckled, diving into the roasted fish with delight. How is your arm feeling? Chu Yanxi inquired with concern. In about half a month, it should be completely healed. I can even hunt in the jungle now, though I must avoid actions like climbing. Anything manageable with one hand is no issue, Lin Tian replied, testing his left arm. Feeling a bit of pain in his shoulder, though it was bearable. He was well aware of his body's healing capabilities. His swift recovery was a gift from birth, an enviable trait of good physical condition. That's good to hear. You should rest for a few days, and we will handle the food situation, Chu Yanxi advised. Wouldn't tea that lead to starvation? Lin Tian clearly doubted the ability of these women to procure substantial food. He had heard that all the meat he had previously secured had been taken by large beasts, leaving them in a state of scarcity. The fish provided by the orca family would only suffice for today. Starting tomorrow, they would have nothing to eat. Do you look down on me? Chu Yanxi retorted, indignant. As a strong woman, she despised being underestimated and was determined to find sustenance. "Give me a day, just tomorrow, and you shall see if I can procure meat," Chu Yanxi declared. "I suggest you refrain from taking risks. If beasts have taken our meat, they are likely to return. After all, they would not understand the origins of such a bounty. They only know it is available by the shore and will surely come back. If next time we come and find no meat, we may be attacked, so we must not disperse," Lin Tian said seriously. Matters concerning safety were no joking matter for him. "There shouldn't be any issues. I just checked the footprints with Xiao Su. They are not from a wild beast, but rather from a cat, resembling a paw print of a flower. Cats pose no threat," Chu Yanxi remarked. Lin Tian could hardly contain his laughter at the folly of this woman. "Do you think Wankai cannot handle a mere cat? All feline tracks resemble flowers. Do you understand? The last time we saw tiger tracks, if you looked closely, they too were flower-like. The prints are not large. They are not as big as a tiger's. Akin to the cat I once had. I never claimed that the wild beast was a tiger, but it certainly cannot be a cat. I suspect it is a jaguar. Jaguars thrive in rainforests and are formidable felines. Currently, a jaguar weighs approximately 60 to 160 kilograms, so if it's a smaller one, the prints would appear modest, even resembling some larger cats. You think it's merely a cat that took our food? Consider that we have over 100 kilograms of supplies. And in just a few days, they all vanished. I suspect there's more than one jaguar. If you venture into the jungle recklessly, prepare to meet your demise." Lin Tian spoke in a low voice. He felt that Wangsai's survival was miraculous. Amidst so many jaguars, this little wolf cub emerged unscathed, clearly indicating no direct confrontation had occurred. Truly clever. Chu Yanxi was startled. She initially thought it was just a cat, but now realized it was a jaguar. Indeed, as Lin Tian stated, she observed several scattered tracks on the ground, indicating that it was not merely one jaguar. Did this mean we were once again in danger? Panic surged through her. After finally eliminating the threatening Bengal tiger, now we face the peril of jaguars. Would we never find peace? If I could kill a Bengal tiger, I can surely deal with a jaguar, Lin Tian said confidently. We no longer need to stoke the fire in the brick house. I estimate the monsoon season is nearly over. He felt assured, having faced death several times and being miraculously saved from the ocean by a killer whale. What fear did he have of a jaguar? Since he hadn't added firewood to the brick house in the past few days, the flames had extinguished. He calculated that the monsoon should soon pass, and lighting the stove was no longer advisable. Otherwise, it would be unbearably hot at night. While nighttime temperatures might still hover around a mere 10 degrees, a campfire would suffice. This was also a safety measure. Should a jaguar approach during the day, we could retreat into the house. If we kept the stove burning, the house would become a dangerous sauna for us. Lin Tian explained. Chu Yanxi understood this logic. After all, daytime temperatures on the beach soared to 40 degrees. If the stove were still burning, entering would be akin to stepping into a giant steamer, risking heat stroke within 5 minutes. Fortunately, the fire had gone out, and not stoking it further provided some reassurance to Chu Yanxi. At least she wouldn't fear the jaguar while on the beach. Even if those beasts came, they could quickly retreat into the house. In the days that followed, the girls insisted Lin Tian remain in bed, determined that he should rest while they volunteered to forage for food. After several days, they only managed to find a few mushrooms, most of which were poisonous, and a few fish caught through sheer luck using fish toxin, but nothing more. It was then that the girls realized how fortunate they had been to have Lin Tian around to ensure they were well fed. His prowess in finding sustenance was remarkable. On the 4th day, Lin Tian felt his arm had significantly healed and decided he must search for food. The girls protested, but Lin Tian grew furious. If I don't bring back something to eat, not only will my recovery slow, but everyone will lose strength. Once we fall into this vicious cycle, we might as well wait for death. Lin Tian spoke in a grave tone. He had never been one to sit idly by. After a few days of rest, he felt ready to hunt, even if he could only use one arm. He had faith in his abilities. But what if we encounter a jaguar in the jungle? Su Sitong asked. If we encounter a jaguar and are unlucky, death is inevitable. But if we continue to sit on the beach, we are also waiting for death. Do we choose to wait for our demise? Lin Tian's words left the girls in silence. Lin Tian, our little potatoes have sprouted. We can eat potatoes, Chen Shuiyun exclaimed. Upon hearing this news, Lin Tian's spirits lifted. He hurried to the vegetable patch and discovered that both peppers and potatoes had begun to grow. Though small, they were already edible. The corn stalks had also grown significantly, and he felt a sense of satisfaction at these results. However, the potatoes were still too small. If they consumed them all now, it would be akin to depleting resources without consideration. If they allowed the potatoes to continue growing, they would not lack for carbohydrates and starch in the future. Yet, they still needed protein. Otherwise, malnutrition would weaken them. Ultimately, they needed meat. Nothing could replace the nutrition meat provided. If all else failed, they could attempt to catch crocodiles, whose meat was highly nutritious, containing both high protein and low fat, ample to satisfy their needs. Lin Tian aimed his sights on that swampy area. How much had they gleaned from that place? No. It should be said they had harvested crocodiles. Mud, meat, and eggs had all been obtained from there. It was a veritable treasure trove, though also dangerous, as any crocodile could be lethal, except for the Yangtze alligator, which could barely overpower a goose, resembling a large lizard. At that moment, Li Jingya spoke a flurry of Korean, and Chen Shuiyun translated, conveying that Lin Tian was now mostly healed and could move freely, provided he kept his wound clean. Additionally, he should not exert too much force on the injured area to prevent the wound from reopening, which would significantly hinder recovery. In essence, he could use his right hand, but not his left. Regardless, they had to venture into the jungle to search for food. Chen Shuiyun will accompany me today. The rest of you should repair the roof, as some areas are leaking air and rain. Be careful not to fall, Lin Tian instructed the girls. Upon hearing that Lin Tian would take her into the jungle, Chen Shuiyun felt her legs weaken and her heart race. The girls nodded. Despite the rising temperatures, the winds at night had been particularly strong, scattering many banana leaves from the roof, causing rain to seep inside. It was imperative to make repairs. This task was not overly difficult for the girls, as long as they were cautious not to fall from the roof, which was over 2 meters high. Lin Tian led Chen Shuiyun into the jungle. She obediently followed behind him, only to see Lin Tian unbuckling his belt, causing her heart to skip a beat. What was he planning to do? In the past few days, Chen Shuiyun had felt helpless, being pulled along by Lin Tian daily, yet no substantial progress had been made, leaving her feeling entirely lost. It was infuriating. Did he not realize that she was aware of his intentions? Did he not know that a little initiative was needed? Did she really have to say something herself? Chen Shuiyun spent those days in a state of frustration and yearning, but now Lin Tian was unbuckling his belt. In the depths of the jungle, Chen Shuiyun's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Lin Tian tightened a belt around her neck, securing it with a rope. Chen Shuiyun stood frozen, bewildered by the situation. A dog leash, Lin Tian remarked nonchalantly. Those 2 simple words made her breath quicken. Dog leash. Was it not enough to bark like a dog? Now, she was to kneel and be led like one. It was simply too exquisite. Overcome by the moment, she knelt on the ground, her cheeks flushed crimson. Being led by Daddy is such a joy, Lin Tian chuckled. This is the result of training. She's obedient indeed. He patted her head and helped her to her feet, brushing off the dust and leaves from her knees. Do not lie down carelessly in the jungle. There could be snakes or insects hiding beneath the leaves. While it's all fun and games, we must not overstep boundaries. The safety of your person is paramount. Even amidst play, one must avoid injury. Thank you for your concern, Daddy Lin Tian, Chen Shuiyun replied, touched. In that moment, when he lifted her and wiped away the dirt, warmth flooded her heart, akin to a stone tossed into water, creating ripples of emotion. Suddenly, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. The sensation was utterly foreign to her. Why was she feeling this way? Lin Tian had saved her from danger several times, from the jaws of wolves, from the clutches of pirates, all at great peril to himself. Though she had been profoundly moved by those acts, they paled in comparison to the current moment. He had merely brushed away dust, yet it stirred something deeper within her. Lost in thought, she could not comprehend why such a trivial act evoked more emotion than the life-saving rescues. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing her near tears, Lin Tian gained a clearer understanding of her. This girl was peculiar. It was not an insult, merely an observation. If one treated her with utmost kindness, she would express gratitude but remain emotionally distant. Conversely, if one were to push her down and then lift her up again, she would be filled with gratitude. Yet, she failed to consider who had put her down in the first place. It was a natural inclination within her. Chen Shuiyun, raised as a pampered heiress, had always been surrounded by admirers. Now, a man treated her like a pet. This stark contrast left her feeling as though her very soul were unmoored. Internally, she had surrendered completely. She no longer needed Lin Tian's command to view herself as a dog. The affection from her master was undeniably worthy of her gratitude. For a dog's life belonged to its master. It was precisely this psychological complexity that rendered her perplexed by her deep emotional response to such a minor act. While the significant rescues had not stirred her as profoundly. Let us go. We must find food. Lin Tian tugged at the rope, prompting Chen Shuiyun to follow. The primary purpose of their venture into the jungle was to procure sustenance, a fact Lin Tian was resolute not to forget. One could not be so enamored with play that they neglected to gather provisions, lest they exhaust their energy without reward. In recent days, he had refrained from engaging with Chen Shuiyun due to lack of energy, They needed to be well fed before pursuing other matters. As the saying goes, a full belly leads to other thoughts. After walking for a while, Lin Tian spotted a patch of white flowers and felt a surge of excitement. He hurried over, crouching down to dig with a spade, eventually unearthing a slender, brown, root-like plant. "Huh, what a find. It's cattail," he exclaimed, immediately resuming his digging. This abundant patch of cattail would suffice to fill their bellies. Although it was not meat, cattail was rich in fructose, sucrose, glucose, and abundant starch, providing both nourishment and satiety. "Daddy, what is cattail?" Chen Shuiyun inquired while assisting in the digging. "It's a type of plant, mentioned in ancient herbal texts. Cattails can be found everywhere, flowering white in summer and wilting by autumn. It is particularly nutritious. Simply scrape off the brown soil layer, and it can be eaten raw," Lin Tian explained, tossing a cleaned root into his mouth and chewing with delight. "Does it taste as good as it looks?" Chen Shuiyun wondered aloud, associating its appearance with the less palatable fish mint. However, seeing Lin Tian enjoy it so, she picked up a root and took a bite. "If Daddy is eating, why shouldn't I?" she thought. Instantly, the sweet juice filled her mouth, and her eyes sparkled with delight. "This is amazing. So sweet, it's like chewing sugar cane, though it is a bit hard to swallow." The appearance of the cattail was indeed reminiscent of fish mint, segmented and sweetly juicy, but unlike fish mint, it could be swallowed with a bit more effort. "Even if it's hard to swallow, you must swallow it. Otherwise, I shall stuff it down your throat. Do you dare to waste food?" Lin Tian's words sent a shiver down Chen Shuiyun's spine. The thought of being forced to consume it made her reconsider. Yet she ultimately decided to finish the cattail. This delicacy left her wanting more, and soon she was munching on one after another, for the jungle was abundant with them. Lin Tian had gathered 2 large baskets full. "Let us return with this cattail, then we shall continue hunting," Lin Tian declared. This was a significant haul. The 2 baskets of cattail would provide ample sustenance, though they still needed meat. Upon returning to the beach, the girls repairing the rooftop tasted the cattail. Initially, they were dismissive, believing it looked unappetizing, but once they tasted it, they were astounded. "This is incredibly sweet. Who knew wild plants could be so delicious?" they exclaimed. 2 baskets full. This would last them a long while. Lin Tian grabbed a handful to munch on as they ventured back into the jungle with Chen Shuiyun.